Chapter 581. In the main hall of the Statue of Liberty, there was no quarrel between the magicians of the Magic Guild and the priests of the Moon Temple, and it was finally quiet. The rays of light falling from the dome filled the entire hall with a sacred atmosphere. In the flower bed around the Statue of Liberty on the high platform of the hall, clusters of flowers of light were still blooming, and the holy light particles floating in the air were emitted by these flowers of light. Every time Roy stood in this hall full of a strong sacred atmosphere, the magic vortex around his body would spin rapidly, constantly absorbing the power of the surrounding holy light. The holy light tree in his body was also happily swaying its golden branches and leaves. Roy stood behind a group of silver moon elf captains, listening to the passionate speech of Captain Gabrath standing on the high platform. The more he listened, the more he felt uncomfortable. From the tone of Captain Gabrath, the elf guards of Golfito Canyon were likely to enter the dark portal and officially take over the defense of the other side of the dark portal. The priests of the Statue of Liberty, who were guarding there, would gradually evacuate from the dark portal when the elf guards enter the dark land, and embark on a long journey to find the Statue of Liberty along the expedition road. The leaders of the Silver Moon Elf guards in the main hall were also whispering to each other. However, Leader Malthus had no expression on his face. The mission of guarding the Dark Land would never fall on the second Silver Pegasus Knights, so he was not worried at all about receiving the mission of guarding the Dark Land. Leader Malthus turned to Roy and whispered, "Don't worry, the Mine Guards and the auxiliary soldiers of the Silver Pegasus Knights will definitely not choose us when recruiting the guards to enter the Dark Gate this time." Roy forced out a very reluctant smile. Captain Gabrath spoke for a long time on the platform, and felt his throat was a little dry. He took the cup of water from his adjutant and took a big sip. Then, he led the leaders of the Silver Moon Elf Guard Corps out of the main hall of the Statue of Liberty, and walked to the back along the heavily guarded corridor of the main hall. The corridor was hung with portraits of the past bishops of the Statue of Liberty. Those bishops, wearing white sacred robes inlaid with gold, looked full of sacred aura. Roy mixed in the crowd, looking at the portraits, and even saw a pair of invisible wings on some of the portraits. There was nothing on the portraits, but Roy could feel the sacred aura stirring on the portraits, and then saw the invisible wings behind the bishop in the portraits. Roy rubbed his eyes hard, and the strange aura on the portraits disappeared. Captain Malthus, who was walking in front, felt that Roy was a little strange, and turned back and asked in a concerned voice, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, my eyes are a little uncomfortable," Roy replied in a low voice. After passing through the corridor of the main hall, they finally arrived at the back garden of the temple. It was surrounded by the main hall and side halls of the temple, so this back garden could not be seen from the outside of the Statue of Liberty. A dark gate nearly 20 meters high was located in the center of the back garden. It was a square-looking rock gate. In the middle of the gate was a huge vortex formed by purple mist, and silver arcs were constantly moving in the vortex. The stone pillars on both sides of the gate are giant stone pillars that are 5 meters by 5 meters and more than 20 meters high. There is an arched lintel on the top. The reliefs on the surface of the stone pillars are all angels fighting with shadow monsters with countless tentacles. The angels hold great swords emitting holy light in their hands, and drive these shadow monsters into a huge crack. This crack runs through the earth and the sky, and it seems incompatible with the world in the relief. There is almost nothing in the back garden except this dark door. There is only a circle of arched corridors along the surrounding buildings. There is also a gate on the left side of the back garden. Roy guessed that the tightly closed gate should be the passage for the expeditionary force of the Statue of Liberty to enter the back garden. It is impossible for all the expeditionary soldiers to enter this back garden through the corridor of the main hall. Standing in front of the dark gate, Roy could not feel the fluctuation of the dark aura. This was the first time Roy saw the dark gate. Then he found that the back garden was so empty. There was a reason for it. The back garden of the Statue of Liberty was paved with bluestone slabs. These slabs were arranged in a circular pattern. In many places, there were still some lines left on the bluestone slabs. Some of the traces that had been cleared away still had some traces of magic runes left. These traces should have been left by the magicians of the Magic Guild. They set up a sealing magic circle in the back garden, but unfortunately the surging magic tide of the sealing magic circle affected the source of the dark portal's mana, causing the dark portal to collapse. The magicians immediately dismantled the sealing magic circle set up in the back garden, but some traces remained on the ground of these bluestone slabs. Roy also saw a pedestal on a high platform on the side close to the mountain wall, where a group of priests from the Moon Temple were guarding. Roy always felt that this back garden was a little weird. Legion Commander Gable Reese walked in with these leaders, and sternly told these elf leaders to follow his footsteps, and not to move around freely in the square of the back garden. When Roy first walked into the back garden, he was a little confused. When he secretly injected a trace of holy light power into his eyes, and looked at the empty square, he immediately saw a completely different scene. The empty square in the entire back garden disappeared in an instant, and it was replaced by a battlefield ruin, but the broken ruins were all virtual. If it was just this, Roy would not be too surprised. In addition, Roy also saw that the battlefield ruins were filled with hundreds of space cracks of different lengths and sizes. These cracks were like irregular caterpillars, floating above the back garden square, and some could even move continuously along a certain trajectory. Through these space cracks, Roy could even see the endless void. If these space cracks are used well, they can be used to build a teleportation gate, but they are also extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, they will cause a space storm. Once this space storm spreads, a huge black hole will appear. This black hole will continue to devour the world stone, and even completely destroy the entire plane. When these space cracks are moving, they are like invisible sharp blades. Once any creature touches the edge of the space crack, no matter how strong its body is, it will be cut off instantly. At this moment, Roy saw many unstable space cracks appearing on the square in the back garden, and the road that Captain Gabreth led everyone to take happened to avoid all the space cracks floating in the square. The hundreds of space cracks on the square in the back garden made Roy break out in a cold sweat. At this moment, on the steps of the Dark Gate, there stood a team of high-level Silver Moon Elf Knights. Although they were not accompanied by unicorns, Roy could confirm that they were a team of unicorn knights based on the unique aura they exuded. Captain Gabreth went straight up the steps. He did not stop at the back garden, but strode into the purple mist vortex. A group of Silver Moon Elf captains followed Captain Gabreth into the dark portal. The officers followed the captain to the other side of the dark portal. The sky here was no longer azure blue. It looked like there was no boundary with the star field. The light red sky was like the sunset glow presented by the burning clouds. Roy thought that the dark land was a world without light, but he did not expect that the sky was actually light red, and he could see the surrounding scenery. In addition to the magnificent dark gate behind him, this place is also in a canyon. The rocks on both sides of the canyon are like being polished by the wind for thousands of years. The wind flow trajectory is clearly engraved on the rocks, and very eye-catching horizontal lines appear. Those rocks also present a light earthy red. The priests of the Statue of Liberty built a temporary camp around the Dark Gate. In addition to the simple tents in the camp, the most eye-catching thing is a huge pool built near the Dark Gate. The holy light surges in the pool, which is clearly full of holy water. At this moment, nearly 100 priests were pouring holy water into some containers. They squatted by the pool in silence. They were wearing travel cloaks and carrying many small accessories, as if they were preparing for a long journey. 16 circular houses were built at the outermost part of the camp. These houses were filled with huge diamond-shaped magic crystals. Each magic crystal flowed with huge magic energy. These magic energies gathered on the roof to form an arc beam. 16 arc beams gathered above the dark portal, forming a large magic shield to protect the dark portal. It seems that the Statue of Liberty has also built magical defenses in the Dark Land. Captain Gabor Reese walked out of the dark portal with a group of Silver Moon Elves, and 3 priests in sacred robes came to greet them. 2 of them should be combat priests, and the one in the middle should be a temple priest. These 3 priests are all human. When they saw Captain Gabor Reese, they saluted first, and then said, "Since you are ready to take over this dark portal, then I will hand over this expedition camp to you. All the priests in the camp will leave here in 2 days. When you take over the expedition camp, the most important thing is to maintain and patrol the magic shield on a daily basis. The magic shield here can effectively block the perception of dark creatures, making the Dark Gate absolutely secretive. In recent years, we have organized 3 consecutive expeditions in the Dark Land, and the Holy Legion often appears inexplicably from this area. Although those dark creatures have not found this place yet, I guess they have guessed the approximate location of the Dark Gate. So you must be careful when guarding here, and don't easily run to places outside the magic shield, otherwise it will leave clues for the dark creatures to track." Chapter 582. A group of Silver Moon Elf leaders followed the temple priest, and listened to him talk about the daily operation of the entire expedition camp. This expedition camp can be said to be the rear base of the Dark Land after the priests of the Statue of Liberty abandoned the Statue of Liberty in Golfito Canyon. At present, judging from the actions of these 3 priests, they should want to give this expedition camp to the Silver Moon Elf army. All the priests in the camp are preparing for this trip. What they carry the most is the holy water in the pool, which surprised Roy. In fact, the priests were a little confused by the fact that there was a human face among the leaders of the Silver Moon Elf. The Silver Moon Elves were a little proud, and always liked to live in the glory of the former elf dynasty. They were very repulsive to half-blood elves, and it was even more impossible for a human to become an officer of the Silver Moon Elf army. Roy happened to be among these Silver Moon Elf officers. It's midnight in the Dark Land now. Generally, there are very few dark creatures in this valley at this time. Even if they appear, they will show their figures under the red curtain, so this period is also the best time for us to go out. Once the Dark Land is completely dark, the daylight for the dark creatures here will come. At this time, a large number of dark creatures will move around. Although the dark creatures here also have a sense of territory, the powerful dark creatures generally have extremely strong perception abilities, and can generally sense outsiders, who have no means of hiding from a few kilometers away. So you should try to hide in the expeditionary camp during this time period. This place is actually quite secretive. The temple priest walked out of a magic tower, and continued to tell the Silver Moon Elf officers about the characteristics of the Dark Land. Roy hid among the elf officers as low-key as possible. The group came to the pool. Roy found that there was no holy weapon in the water, but the whole pool was filled with a strong sacred atmosphere, and the water was full of holy light. Although the temple priest did not tell the elf officers clearly, "The pool is filled with holy water, you must cherish it." Instead, it tells, "The holy water in the pool can restrain ordinary dark creatures." Many weak dark creatures are often like a shadow or black fog. The elf warriors use ordinary fighting methods, and have no way to cause substantial damage to these dark creatures. At this time, if you can sprinkle some holy water on these ordinary dark creatures, you can quickly solve these dark creatures. However, the damage caused by holy water to high-level dark creatures is very limited. In many cases, it is easy to anger those high-level dark creatures. Once these high-level dark creatures go crazy, they are also very dangerous. The temple priest was beside the holy water pool, telling a group of Silver Moon Elf officers about how to survive in the Dark Land. Roy felt that the Second Silver Pegasus Knights were a flying army, and would have to patrol over the Golfito Canyon. As auxiliary soldiers of the Second Silver Pegasus Knights, they were considered to be dedicated to the Second Silver Pegasus Knights, and basically had no chance of entering the Dark Land. So Roy deserted among a group of Silver Moon Elf officers. He felt that he probably had no chance of entering the Dark Land, and there were no priests in the Golfito Canyon, so Roy squatted beside the pool, holding a small cooking pot, helping a priest fill the water bag with holy water. Seeing someone offering to help, the priest was very happy to thank Roy. "Are you also going to follow the expeditionary army into the depths of the Dark Land?" Roy asked in a low voice. "How is that possible? We priests are all old and in poor health. We were left behind by the expeditionary army because they didn't want us to be a burden to them." The priest said to Roy with a helpless smile. "Our expeditionary army is going to the depths of the Dark Land to find the whereabouts of the goddess. We stay behind to defend the camp behind for them." The old priest whispered, "Although this is the expeditionary camp, it is not the largest camp we have built in the Dark Land. Now that we have given up the Statue of Liberty in Golfito, we naturally don't want to guard the expeditionary camp at the Dark Portal. It's just that our Archbishop Felix Mitchell once made a promise to the Silver Moon Elf King, that is, to guard the Dark Portal in exchange for the qualification to spread the doctrine of the Statue of Liberty in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. Now that the Silver Moon Elf army has come to take over the Dark Gate, we can completely put everything aside and concentrate on finding our goddess." When the old priest said these words, his tone was full of matter-of-factness. Roy looked at the old priest's wrinkled face, and his figure suddenly became extremely tall in Roy's sight. "Do you know the great priest Reed?" Roy finally asked what was in his mind. The old priest thought seriously for a while, and finally shook his head slightly, and said, "I don't know him. There are at least hundreds of thousands of priests in the Elven continent. I only know a small group of priests around me, but if you want to find him, you can go to our largest Isness Expeditionary Force camp here to ask." "Okay, no need to load more. I can't carry it no matter how much more you load." The old priest gave Roy a kind smile. Roy quickly hung the small cooking pot on his waist, and helped the old priest carry the water bag. After Captain Gabreth received a bunch of copper keys from the temple priest, which symbolized the management of the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp, the priests waiting by the pool carried their heavy luggage, and slowly walked out of the expeditionary camp through the passage under a magic tower. These priests will go to the next expeditionary camp, which is said to be closer to the Statue of Liberty. And Captain Gabreth looked down at the copper key, which was a little hot. Now the magicians of the Magic Guild are studying how to repair the Dark Portal, and the priests of the Moon Temple are trying to build the Moon Well, so the defense of the expeditionary camp on the Dark Portal side can only fall on the military. Gabreth glanced at the faces of the Silver Moon Elves in front of him. No matter who he saw, the Silver Moon Elf leader would look away guiltily, not daring to look Gabreth in the eye. Gabreth could sense that the Silver Moon Elf leaders did not want the guards to come to the Dark Land to garrison. He coughed lightly and asked the Silver Moon Elf leaders around him, "Now that the expeditionary camp outside the Dark Gate is officially taken over by us Silver Moon Elves, which of you guards is willing to come to the expeditionary camp here to garrison?" There was silence all around, and no one answered. The face of the commander of the army, Gabreth, darkened slightly, and he looked around with a sharp gaze. Roy was mixed in the crowd of Silver Moon Elf captains, and he didn't want to answer. But he was particularly eye-catching among the group of Silver Moon Elf captains. The commander of the army, Gabreth, looked at Roy, who happened to be absent-mindedly lowering his head. The commander of the army, Gabreth, looked at Roy in confusion, and then whispered to the adjutant beside him, who immediately leaned close to Gabreth's ear and whispered an explanation. "Captain Roy." Captain Gabreth actually called out Roy in public. Roy immediately walked out of the crowd, stood in front of Captain Gabreth, and saluted him. "I heard that you defeated the fleet of the Grey Dwarf bandits in Sheephorn Fjord. I wonder if you are willing to lead the Mine Guards to garrison the expeditionary camp at the Dark Gate?" Captain Gabreth asked with a smile. From the adjutant's mouth, he learned that Roy was the half-blood elf guard who killed a descendant of the Silver Moon Elf nobles, and was widely rumored in Buenos Aires. He didn't mind giving the young half-elf in front of him a difficult problem. Even though he knew that Roy's Mine Guards were the auxiliary troops of the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights, he still smiled and asked Roy this difficult question. "Captain Gaborez, Captain Roy's guards are the auxiliary troops of the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights. They are responsible for the logistics of our regiment in the Golfito Canyon." Captain Malthus took the initiative to step forward and explain for Roy. Captain Gaborez looked at the knights of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion, narrowed his eyes, and snorted, saying, "Even if Macaulay stood in front of me, he would not say this at this time. Malthus, are you trying to reject me directly on behalf of Captain Roy? Don't you want to ask Captain Roy for his opinion?" Captain Malthus was slightly startled. What he just said was a bit too direct, which made Captain Gabreth feel a bit embarrassed. Roy could only take the initiative to stand up and ask Captain Gabreth directly, "Captain, do you want my Mine Guard regiment to garrison the Dark Land Expeditionary Force camp?" "Yes, I have this plan." Captain Gabreth spoke frankly. Originally, he was just asking tentatively to give Roy a difficult problem, but now, he could only admit it. "The Mine Guard regiment is willing to accept the mission of garrisoning at the Dark Gate," Roy said quickly. Roy was also very troubled. He had thought of a reason to refuse, but before he could say it, Captain Malthus kindly helped him. "But you also know that my guard group is just a group of Mine Guards that were formed not long ago when Partington was in power. The combat capabilities of my half-blood elf warriors are not very strong. Their bodies can't even resist the erosion of the dark breath in the Dark Land. So I hope that every half-blood elf warrior in the Mine Guard group can get a cup of undiluted life tree juice every 2 weeks to ensure the physical condition of the half-blood elf warriors." Roy raised his hand and took the initiative to discuss the terms with the commander of the Gobrels. In fact, this military welfare treatment is a normal thing for other Silver Moon Elf warriors, but the half-blood elf warriors of the Mine Guards do not have such treatment. The life tree sap that the half-blood elf warriors usually drink is almost all bought by Roy at a high price from the black market in Castleton City. Now that he has brought the Mine Guards to Golfito Canyon, the life tree sap is naturally not available. So, he proposed a condition that everyone could accept. "Okay." Captain Gabor Reese agreed without hesitation. "Then how long will our Mine Guard regiment be stationed here before we can change guard? After all, we are also the auxiliary troops of the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights." Roy continued to ask Captain Gabor Reese. "Rotation once every 6 months, a total of 3 times. After 3 years, the Mine Guard regiment can withdraw from Golfito City." Captain Gabor Reese said again. "The dark creatures hunted in the Dark Land will belong to the half-blood elf warriors of our guard regiment." Roy's eyes turned and he asked again. "Okay." Chapter 583. In fact, Captain Gabor Reese hoped that a Silver Moon Elf Guard Corps would take the initiative to take over the mission of guarding the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp. However, these Silver Moon Elf Corps leaders did not seem to be willing to do so. Among the many Elf Guard Corps, the Pagisto Plateau Mine Guard Corps sent by the 17th Silver Pegasus Knights was a very special existence. This was a guard corps composed entirely of half-blood elf warriors. In the eyes of Captain Gabor Reese, this Mine Guard Corps was synonymous with a cannon fodder corps. Now no Silver Moon Elf leader is willing to take on the garrison mission of the Dark Gate, so it can only be given to this Mine Guard group composed of half-blood elves. He is also worried that such a Mine Guard group cannot take on the task of guarding the Dark Gate. After all, This gate is related to the safety of the entire elf continent. But in fact, during this period, several magicians from the Magic Guild will stay here to restore the dark gate that is on the verge of collapse. There is also a team of unicorn knights guarding the other side of the gate, and there are dozens of Moon Temple priests in the square in the back garden. All of these represent the strongest combat power of the elf continent. Of course, Roy also thought of these. If what the old priest said was true, as long as there were no sudden problems at the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp, it would be relatively safe for the elf army to be stationed here. The only thing to worry about is that the half-blood elf warriors might be infected with the dark aura. But Roy himself is a great priest, as long as he often uses the microlighting technique to dispel the dark aura on the half-blood elf warriors. He can also ensure that the warriors will not be corroded by the dark aura. In fact, there were many more reasons why Roy agreed to guard the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp. He wanted to know where the holy light power in the holy water pool in front of the Dark Gate came from, and he also wanted to inquire about the news of High Priest Reed. Since he was stationed at the Dark Gate, he wanted to think about whether he could bring High Priest Reed back to the elf continent. In addition, Roy had some selfish motives. He wanted to improve his holy light power, and the fastest way was to eliminate some undead, demons, and dark creatures through purification. This is the Dark Land. There are a lot of dark creatures in the surrounding area. Roy really wants to try to enter the Dark Land to hunt some dark creatures, to see if he can get soul crystals that can enhance his abilities. In fact, he is also a little worried that the holy light power in his body will not be restored in the Dark Land. But when he found a pool of holy water in front of the Dark Gate, he suddenly became confident. After Commander Burrs gave Roy the task of guarding the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp and agreed to Roy's 3 requests, he turned around silently and passed through the Dark Gate back to Golfito Canyon, ignoring the Silver Moon elves who made him feel cold. Captain Malthus looked at Roy with some worry, thinking that the man standing in front of him was a young half-elf after all, and he didn't know how to refuse the order from the top. Originally, this garrison mission should not have fallen on the head of the mine guards. He was beside Roy, patted Roy's shoulder, pulled him aside, and said softly, regarding the fact that Captain Gabelles gave the task of garrisoning the expeditionary camp to the mine guards, I will write to Earl Macaulay and Earl Swinburne. This garrison mission should not be the responsibility of our Silver Pegasus Knights, but since the captain has decided, you have also received this garrison mission, then you must guard the expeditionary camp seriously. After all, this is related to the safety of the entire Elven continent. Don't hold on if you encounter danger. Remember to send someone through the dark portal to report the information to the captain in time. Also, you should always observe the status of the half-blood elf warriors. After all, this is a dark place, and it is easy to be contaminated by the dark aura. You can arrange some half-blood elf warriors to return to Golfito Canyon at an appropriate time, and you should also come back frequently. Roy looked at the long-winded Captain Malthus, and felt indescribably touched. Captain Malthus, please rest assured, I used to be an apprentice priest, and I know some simple divine arts. I will always observe the status of the warriors, Roy said to Captain Malthus. At this time, a group of half-blood elf captains climbed the steps of the Dark Gate and returned from the expeditionary camp to the Statue of Liberty in Golfito. Roy also followed Captain Malthus through the Dark Gate. He wanted to return to the camp of the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights as soon as possible and bring the half-blood elf warriors of the Mine Guard to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp. After Captain Malthus and Roy returned to the camp of the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights, Captain Malthus was a little surprised when the half-blood elf warriors heard Roy say that the Mine Guard was going to the expeditionary camp through the Dark Gate to perform garrison missions. This group of half-blood elf warriors turned back to the tent area without saying a word, and quickly dismantled the tents, carrying all the supplies that could be used for the march on their backs, and stood at the entrance of the camp ready to go. During the whole process, no elves discussed the mission in private, and no half-blood elves asked Roy questions, as if everyone had been mentally prepared for the order Roy had conveyed. The half-blood elf warriors were obedient, something Captain Malthus had never seen in the Silver Moon elf warriors. In the camp, Roy was also packing his personal belongings in the tent. This Count Felek followed Roy, leaning on the armrest of the chair outside the tent, and leaning over to remind Roy in a low voice, Captain Roy, the Mine Guards are auxiliary soldiers of the Silver Pegasus Knights. There is no need to carry out the garrison mission in the Dark Land. If you don't want to go, you can appeal to the Silver Pegasus Military Department. Although the Silver Pegasus Military Department cannot help you relieve this mission immediately, it can greatly reduce the time it takes to carry out the mission. Roy put a blanket into the box, turned around and said with a smile, It doesn't matter. Since the task has been assigned, the Mine Guards just need to work hard. We have also gained a lot of benefits this time. I have secured a cup of pure life tree juice for the soldiers every 2 weeks. Commander Gabrith agreed to my application. Viscount Felek asked Roy in confusion. Each elf guard has a quota of life tree juice. When he said this, he suddenly realized something and looked at Roy in surprise. Roy nodded slightly and said to Viscount Felek, "For the half-blood elf warriors of the Mind Guard, the sap of life is not part of the distributed logistical supplies. To be precise, the Mind Guard is a part of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion's Partington Plain Extra Special Army. Since the Mind Guard was established, except for the 2 times we received logistical supplies from the Legion in the early days, the rest of the military supplies were purchased by us from Castletown." After a pause, Roy smiled mysteriously at Viscount Felek and said, "After all, we have minds." Viscount Felek looked at Roy's back, and suddenly seemed to have made some important decision. He said to Roy, "I also want to go to the Dark Land with you." Roy glanced at Viscount Felek, put his arm around his shoulders, and complained to him, "I think you should just forget it. I give you a task. Help me keep an eye on those magic airships. Don't let them become illegal ships, inexplicably, while we are stationed at the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force Camp." This seemingly joking remark, in Viscount Felek's view, was also a hidden worry in Captain Roy's heart. "I will try to apply for legal procedures for these magic airships," Viscount Felek whispered. Before dark, Roy led 5,000 half-blood elf warriors from the Mind Guards through the west gate of the Statue of Liberty, and came to the back garden square, and then through the Dark Gate to the expeditionary camp established by the priests. At this moment, the Dark Land just arrived at daytime, the daytime of dark creatures, and the world outside the magic shield was a dark place where the elves could not see their fingers. Occasionally, there were rustling sounds coming from all around, and some sounds similar to the cries of night owls, which made the half-blood elf warriors who had just arrived feel a little creepy. When the priests of the Statue of Liberty left, they left many unused tents. These tents were very clean. The sleeping bags and blankets inside had been taken away by the priests. Many tents were still covered with a thick layer of felt. The half-blood elf warriors cleaned up these unused tents and moved in. Roy took over the garrison mission of the expeditionary camp, and there were many things he needed to confirm personally. The most important thing was to ensure the normal operation of the 16 magic towers. Fortunately, there were several magicians here who were studying the cause of the collapse of the dark portal. Several magicians rode on magic brooms, almost sticking to the stone pillars of the dark portal, checking the magic symbols carved on them. Roy took the opportunity when the magicians were resting, and came to a magician wearing a Kalenian magic robe, asking him to help check the operation of the 16 magic towers in the expeditionary camp. These magicians are all 3-turn grandmasters. Even in the bustling Castletown, it is difficult to meet them. Now that there is another chance to deal with each other, Roy will naturally not miss this rare opportunity. Unexpectedly, the white-bearded magician who led the group listened to Roy's request quietly, and said to Roy very kindly, "This matter should naturally be handed over to us. No one knows these magic circles better than us. Alod, you go and check the 16 magic circles with this Captain Roy. It is best to give some simple daily maintenance methods to Captain Roy." "Yes, Vice President." The young-looking magician immediately agreed, and then said to Roy, "Captain Roy, let's go and take a look now." Okay." Roy didn't expect these magicians to be so vigorous and resolute. Chapter 584. The magician named Alod took out a white hexagonal test magic crystal from his magic waste bag, and followed Roy to a magic tower at the edge of the camp. This magic tower built around the expeditionary camp is very simple. It is surrounded by a wall made of stone, but the surface of the stone wall is coated with a layer of dust, making the surface of the wall very smooth. This magic tower has only 1 floor, and there is a magic center made of magic crystal inside. The magic center is placed on top of a magic pattern array. The abundant magic gathered by the magic pattern array is concentrated by the magic center and transmitted to the top of the tower. The top of the tower is a mana transmitter made of mithril. This mana transmitter is tilted and pointed to the sky above the dark portal, at the same angle as the other 15 mana transmitters. In this way, the magic beams transmitted by the 16 magic towers finally converge above the dark portal, forming a huge magic light group. These magic beams are filled with magic force fields. It is the existence of the magic force field that forms a magic shield between the 16 magic beams to shield the perception of dark creatures. Mage Alod first checked the magic center, then checked the magic array on the ground, and explained to Roy the working principles of these magic devices. Roy followed behind Mage Alod, feeling extremely confused. He was not a magician, so how could he understand these things? But he did not dare to offend this mage. In his usual life, it was almost impossible to meet such a mage. Even if he did not understand, he had to listen carefully. Roy listened. There was one thing he heard very clearly, that is, these magic towers needed a large number of magic crystals to maintain the normal operation of the magic center. The priests of the Statue of Liberty did not leave Roy any magic crystals. The magic crystals in the grooves of the magic array crystals were almost half burned. Magister Alad told Roy that he needed to prepare a batch of magic crystals as soon as possible, otherwise once the mana supply was interrupted, the magic shield of the expeditionary camp would disappear instantly. Roy immediately applied for a batch of magic crystals from the commander of the Gobrel's Corps. The adjutant took the application form written by Roy and quickly passed through the dark portal. Not long after, the adjutant brought back 2 boxes of magic crystals. It can be seen that Commander Gabreth still attaches great importance to the guarding of the expeditionary camp. After the inspection of all 16 magic towers, Mage Alad left in a hurry. Roy originally planned to hang a ball of holy light above the camp. The best location is a small square in front of the holy water pool, so that the holy light can radiate the entire small square. He also required all half-blood elf warriors to sit in the small square for a quarter of an hour every day. But Roy soon discovered that the holy aura next to the pool was very strong, and this holy aura continued to spread around. This holy aura could dispel the dark aura attached to the half-blood elf warriors, and the effect was very good. So Roy asked the half-blood elf warriors to sit by the pool in the small square for a while when they rested. In addition, Roy also made some attempts in the remote corner of the expeditionary camp. He tried to operate the magic vortex around the holy light tree to absorb the holy light particles floating in the air to the maximum extent. As expected, the holy light particles were extremely rare, not completely absent, but very few. In order to restore the holy light power in his body to full state, Roy might need to spend 5 times more time than usual. However, as long as Roy returned to the holy water pool in front of the dark portal, the holy light power in his body would recover very quickly. In fact, Roy had always suspected that there might be a holy artifact hidden in this pool, otherwise how could the pool produce holy water continuously? But Roy walked around the pool for a long time. The entire pool was made of ordinary pebbles. The water in the pool was extremely clear, and the bottom of the pool could be seen at a glance. There were no artifacts with a strong holy aura. The magicians had been looking for the cause of the collapse of the dark portal around the stone pillars of the dark portal. However, since the sealing array on the other side of the Golfito Canyon had been dismantled, there was no surging magic tide, and the situation of the dark portal gradually stabilized. So the magicians began to try to find the specific reason why the sealing array and the dark gate repelled each other. Because of the protection of the magic shield, few dark creatures would enter the expeditionary camp, so the half-blood elf warriors of the Mind Guard group only needed to take turns guarding the 16 magic towers. In just a few days, Roy gradually became familiar with the expeditionary camp. This is a very hidden canyon. Only in the daytime in the dark land will some dark creatures appear. Roy was worried that if he acted rashly, the expedition camp would be exposed, so he had not tried to leave the camp in recent days. Captain Gabreth really kept his promise, and the first batch of military supplies was transported to the expedition camp, and there was a whole barrel of life sap in the supplies. Life sap was of limited help to Roy, but it was an absolute tonic for the elves. The healthy growth of the elves was inseparable from the nourishment of life sap. Many elves like to build cities around the Tree of Life, hoping to get some life sap. The ordinary Silver Moon elves living in the city actually have some quotas of life tree sap, but they can only be allocated diluted life tree sap at most, and twice a month. The Silver Moon elves in the army can receive a cup of diluted life tree sap every week, and their treatment is better than that of ordinary Silver Moon elves. As for the Silver Moon elf nobles in the city, they have the right to distribute life tree sap. Roy applied for life tree sap from the commander of the Gobrel's Legion in order to fundamentally improve the physique of these mixed-blood elf warriors. The reason why they were allowed to enter the expeditionary camp in the Dark Land was that they would be constantly infected with the dark aura, and then the holy aura would gradually dispel it. This would gradually increase the affinity of the holy element, and appropriately increase the resistance to the dark element. As expected, the half-blood elf warriors, who often sit by the pool, will have some holy aura in their bodies. Some half-blood elf warriors can even gather the holy aura in their bodies on their fingertips to form a small flame, just like Roy did at the beginning. So Roy would ask them if they felt a seed with a sacred aura appear in their bodies. The half-blood elf warriors shook their heads, saying that they did not have such a feeling. Then, Roy taught the half-blood elves the simplest glimmering technique. Although this divine pattern was as simple as it could be for Roy, and the prayer was also very short, these half-blood elf warriors encountered problems when they tried to learn it. Roy worked hard for 3 days, but not a single half-blood elf warrior could perform the glimmering technique. After living in the expeditionary camp for half a month, Roy was no longer satisfied with just being able to move around in the camp. He wanted to walk out of the magic shield, see the world outside the shield, and see the dark creatures outside the camp. Every day, Roy would stand next to the magic shield and observe the world outside the camp from a close distance. However, the expeditionary camp was surrounded by a valley, so he could only hide in the camp and roughly observe the surrounding mountains. This was the starting point of the Statue of Liberty expedition. Roy stretched out a finger and touched the magic shield, and the magic shield actually had circles of ripples. Let's observe for a few more days, Roy thought to himself, and then gave up the idea of sneaking out. The 16 magic towers consume a lot of magic crystals every day. Fortunately, all these magic crystals are provided by the military. Roy looked at the magic beam that was like a torrent, and could only smack his lips in his heart. A half-blood elf patrol team quickly passed through the layers of tents, and finally found Roy at the magic tower. The half-blood elf captain took a breath and reported to Roy, "Boss, when we were patrolling near the number 9 magic tower, we found a priest lying outside the camp." Roy suddenly raised his head and told the half-blood elf captain, "Take me there quickly." After saying that, Roy stood up. The half-blood elf captain turned around and led the way. Soon, the group came to the side of magic tower number 9. Roy stood inside the magic shield. Under the guidance of the half-blood elf captain's finger, he saw a ragged priest lying outside the shield. Roy couldn't tell whether he was alive or dead. He lay motionless on the ground, less than 10 meters away from the magic shield of the expeditionary camp. Roy looked up at the earth-red sky, thought again, and then said to the half-blood elf warriors beside him, "I go out and drag him back, you meet me in the camp." "Boss, let me go! Please let me go!" The half-blood elf warriors around him took the initiative to apply. Roy skillfully condensed a ball of sacred light above his head, and then asked the half-blood elves around him, "Who of you has learned the art of glimmering? I can give him the opportunity to go outside to retrieve the corpse." Roy glanced around. The half-blood elf warriors looked embarrassed. No one took the initiative to stand up at this time. Roy smiled at them, and pushed the magic light shield with one hand. His hand instantly passed through the shield, and entered the real dark land. The thick dark atmosphere around was like a thick fog, wrapping Roy's arm. Roy took a deep breath, and quickly got into the dark world. The half-blood elf warriors hiding behind the shield saw a faint holy light emanating from Roy's body, and quickly ran to the fallen priest not far away. Roy first turned him over, and then put his hand under the priest's nose to test whether he was still breathing. Feeling a little warm under his fingertips, Roy was a little excited and couldn't help muttering, "It's alive." Chapter 585. It was the time when the dark land changed from day to night, and the surroundings gradually darkened. Groups of dark creatures, like black mist, appeared outside the expeditionary camp. These low-level dark creatures had no intelligence at all. They floated in the air completely by instinct. They sensed the sacred aura emanating from Roy and quickly rushed towards him. Roy also knew that he couldn't stay outside the camp for too long. It was okay to attract these low-level dark creatures around the camp. Once his aura attracted high-level dark creatures, it would be the biggest trouble for the expeditionary camp. The half-blood elf warriors stood inside the magic shield and saw black mist rushing towards Roy. They waved their hands at him vigorously. Roy saw that the priest was covered with scars and had a spiderweb-like black blood vessel on his body. The dark energy had already invaded his body. Roy reached out and touched the priest's arm wrapped in black energy, and the black energy on the priest's arm quickly dissipated. Turning his head and seeing the half-blood elf warriors warning, Roy quickly grabbed the priest's arms. He did not carry the priest on his shoulders, but pulled his arms and dragged him back to the camp along the ground. The low-level dark creatures around him entangled with Roy, but they were burned by the holy light above his head and dissipated directly. The dark creatures continued to dissipate, and new dark creatures rushed up and surrounded Roy. The holy light above Roy's head became weaker and weaker, and finally extinguished completely. The primary dark creatures entangled with Roy fiercely, but Roy pulled out the holy scepter from his waist. He injected a trace of holy light power into the holy scepter, and instantly the ball on the top of the holy scepter emitted a dazzling holy light. The strong holy light shone through the dark creatures, and countless dark creatures were shattered under the holy light. Roy dragged the unconscious priest with one hand and held the sacred scepter with the other hand, and quickly ran back to the expedition camp under the watch of a group of half-blood elf warriors. When Roy got into the magic shield of the expedition camp, those low-level dark creatures immediately lost their attack targets and wandered around in the dark wilderness again. A group of half-blood elf warriors wanted to come over to help, but Roy stopped them. "Don't come over first. As he spoke, Roy, who was covered in darkness, dragged the unconscious priest to the pool. He scooped a spoonful of holy water from the pool and poured it into the unconscious priest first, then recited a prayer and drew a simple divine pattern. Purification. This was the divine art that his good friend Jasper taught him when he was alive. A holy light fell from Roy's head, and under the bathing of the holy light, the dark aura on Roy's body quickly evaporated. Roy squatted beside the old priest and performed a purification spell on him again. The strong holy light dispelled the dark aura accumulated on the old priest, but he did not wake up immediately. His body was covered with scratches. The largest wound was on his right shoulder, which was more than 20 centimeters long and covered with black and purple scabs. Roy cast the holy light spell again, and a beam of holy light turned into starlight and fell on the old priest's shoulder, but the wound did not heal as quickly as Roy expected. The old priest's breath was already very weak. Apart from a priest's robe and a tattered cloak, there was almost nothing in his waist pocket, only a torn sacred prayer book. He lay barefoot beside the pool. Roy saw that the holy light had no effect on the old priest, and thought he would just die in a coma. After thinking for a while, he took out a bottle of high-quality healing potion from his waist bag, pulled out the cork at the mouth of the bottle, and poured all the light red liquid in the bottle into the old priest's stomach. The old priest's stomach made a gurgling sound. "Let him lie here. Maybe there is hope that he will come back alive." When Roy said this, he actually didn't have any hope. The old priest still had a breath left, and he might die if he swallowed it. He was a very old half-blood elf, with a layer of loose old skin wrapped around a skinny skeleton. Roy even wanted the half-blood elf warriors to find a place outside the camp, dig a pit, and bury the old priest after he took his last breath. It was time to inspect the magic tower. This was the most important thing the mine guards had to do every day in the expeditionary camp. Every time, Roy personally led the team to inspect. After Roy inspected the 16 magic towers, it was completely dark outside the camp, which meant that the dark land had entered the daytime. Roy returned to the pool, and Timothy was surrounded by a group of dark moon elf warriors. "Is life here boring? Do you regret staying at Mulliyaki Port in Sheephorn Fjord? You can just find a ship to return to St. Margaret Port in Evernight Forest," Roy said casually while sitting next to Captain Timothy, resting his head on the stone wall beside the pool, looking up at the shield formed by 16 arcs of magic light. Captain Timothy was polishing a bullhorn dagger. Seeing Roy sitting down and asking this, he sneered and said, "Actually, the environment here is not bad. At least the environment in the expeditionary camp is better than the Spinel mine, and we Dark Moon elves are very accustomed to life in this dark world. Boss, when are we going to try to hunt the dark creatures outside? Aren't you afraid that if we act rashly, once a high-level dark creature sets its sights on us, it will expose the expeditionary camp?" Roy asked back. "There must be a way to solve this problem, and it should be easy, otherwise the expeditionary force of the Statue of Liberty will not be able to fight in the Dark Land," Captain Timothy said casually. A half-blood elf warrior walked up to Roy and said to him, "Boss, the priest you rescued has woken up." Roy stood up from the pool and walked directly to where the old priest was lying. Sure enough, he saw the ragged old priest wrapped in a blanket, looking very weak, but the hand that was as dry as a chicken claw was holding a cup, drinking warm lemon tea, and he was holding a piece of elf biscuit in his other hand. It was obvious that he was eating very hard, but he was very serious. Even when Roy came over, he didn't disturb him. The half-blood elf warrior next to him reminded the old priest, "This is our leader. He was the one who dragged you in from outside the camp just now." The old priest seemed to have heard nothing, and continued to eat the elf biscuits indifferently. After eating the elf biscuits in his hand, the old priest stopped. He was silent for a moment before he raised his head with difficulty, looked at Roy with turbid eyes, and asked Roy in a hoarse voice, "Do you know where all the priests in this camp have gone?" "They went to the Isness Expeditionary Force Camp." The Dark Gate Expeditionary Force Camp was officially taken over by the Silver Moon Elf Legion half a month ago. Roy sat opposite the old priest and explained. The old priest nodded slightly, drank the lemon tea in the cup in one gulp, and then put the cup next to him. He looked alive. At least there was some color in his eyes, and his lips became moist. "I am the leader of the 7th search team of the Expeditionary Force, responsible for searching for the whereabouts of the goddess in the depths of the Dark Land. The direction our team is responsible for searching is not the direction the Expeditionary Force is advancing, so this time we returned from the depths of the Dark Land, and did not meet the Expeditionary Force team." The old priest spoke softly, and Roy had to listen carefully to understand what he was saying. "Did your search team find the whereabouts of the Statue of Liberty?" Roy couldn't help but ask curiously. The old priest rolled his eyes, glanced at Roy, and sat there without saying a word. "Where do you want to go now? Is there anything we can help you with? Roy asked again. I want to rest in this expeditionary camp for 2 days, and then I will leave for the Isni's expeditionary camp. If it's convenient, can you give me a few more cookies? The old priest said. Of course. Roy waved to the half-blood elf warrior beside him, and the half-blood elf warrior immediately took out a few elf biscuits and handed them to the old priest. The old priest reached out to take the elf biscuits, nodded slightly to Roy, wrapped himself tightly in a blanket, leaned against the stone wall beside the pool, closed his eyes, and fell asleep, leaving Roy awkwardly there. In the next 2 days, the old priest was almost always sleeping. He was not awake very often, but whenever he was awake, he would eat a piece of elf biscuit, and then scoop holy water from the pool and pour it over his head 1 spoonful at a time. He looked like he couldn't wait to soak in the holy water. When the half-blood elf warriors were distributing breadfruit, the half-blood elf warrior in charge of distributing food also took the initiative to give the old priest a piece of breadfruit flesh. The old priest did not reject the half-blood elf warrior's kindness. He did not say anything to thank him, but nodded silently. Many times, the priests of the Statue of Liberty always mentioned the Statue of Liberty. For example, they always said, "Holy light will protect you." But this old priest would not say these words. He respected any food, and his stomach was like a bottomless pit. No matter what food the half-blood elf warrior gave him, he could eat it effortlessly. His body recovered quickly, and he was able to walk around the camp in just 1 day. Roy felt that he should be a very devout believer. Although he never prayed in the camp, his eyes showed indifference to life and death. When he looked at the location of the Isni's Expeditionary Force camp, his eyes were firm. The old priest was not afraid of death, but now he wanted to live desperately. Roy did not ask the old priest about the things he didn't want to say, but casually asked the old priest about the great priest Reed. The old priest said he didn't know High Priest Reed. Roy had expected this result, so he wasn't too disappointed. Although he didn't get any information about High Priest Reed, Roy did get another thing from the priest: how to avoid the perception of dark creatures outside the camp. In fact, the method is very simple. The priests who enter the dark land actually have a magic cloak. This kind of magic cloak is not a precious thing. It is made of magic pattern cloth, and can be bought in some magic shops. In order to conceal the magic aura on their bodies, many magicians often put on such a magic cloak when they go out. This magic cloak can hide the wearer's original aura. The cloak that the old priest was wearing, which had been rotten into rags, was actually a magic cloak. It was just that it had been worn for too long, and had completely lost its function of shielding the magic aura. The old priest told Roy that most ordinary dark creatures were dark energy aggregates without any consciousness. They wandered around in the dark land, driven by instinct. As long as you put on a magic cloak and go out at night in the dark land, those ordinary dark creatures would be like blind and would most likely not be discovered. But it is not possible in the daytime in the dark land. Dark creatures are more active during the daytime, and their perception will be greatly enhanced. There will be many advanced dark creatures running around. Once they are discovered, it will be very troublesome. More powerful than advanced dark creatures are those dark creatures with primary intelligence, such as shadow demons and death sickles wandering in the wilderness. The old priest really rested for 2 days in the expedition camp, and then dragged his tired body to the Isnis expedition camp. In the 3rd week of the mine guards entering the expedition camp at the Dark Gate, a half-blood elf warrior finally learned the art of glimmering under Roy's careful teaching. With the nourishment of holy water, their bodies can also contain a trace of holy light power, and have a little affinity with the holy elements. Although this magic is not easy to learn, it can effectively dispel the dark energy. Roy applied to the commander of the Gobrel's Legion for a batch of magic cloaks, and the commander agreed very readily. These magic cloaks need to be transported from the city of Murayaki, so Roy has to wait at least a month. The magicians who were repairing the Dark Gate heard from somewhere that Roy needed a magic cloak, so they took the initiative to find Roy, and gave him a magic cloak with magic amplification. This is a black cloak with a magic pattern embroidered with gold thread on the inside. Roy felt that if he put it on, he should be able to completely blend into the darkness. With such a magic cloak that can block the perception of dark creatures, Roy wanted to try to walk outside the camp. Roy chose the night of the dark land. A light red sky appeared in the sky. Many creatures in the dark world disappeared silently from the wilderness. Then he put on this magic cloak and quietly walked out of the expeditionary camp. Sure enough, if you walk out of the camp wearing a magic cloak, you will not be noticed by the dark creatures outside. Roy hesitated outside the camp and decided to walk out of the valley and take a look outside the valley. Chapter 586. The night sky in the dark land is a light red sky. The Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp is built in a valley. There are only slightly gentle earth slopes on both sides of the camp. This kind of slope can't even be called a soil ridge. Roy put on a magic cloak and climbed up to the top of the soil ridge along the not very flat path. Looking from the top of the black soil ridge, under the light red sky, the whole area is basically this kind of undulating ridges. The light black mist on the slope is ordinary dark creatures. These black mists are big and small, but basically they are only 1 or 2 meters in diameter. They keep a certain distance from each other and float in the air about 1 meter above the ground. There are also some dark fogs in these black fogs. They are generally larger in size. These are considered advanced dark creatures. They have their own hunting consciousness and will wander around in the air. When they encounter ordinary dark creatures, they will devour them. Every time they devour an ordinary dark creature, they will be calm for a long time. These black fogs are everywhere in the mountains and plains, but they are not very dense. Even the dark creatures that are closer will be more than 10 meters apart. Roy carefully observed for a while and found that they were moving on the ground, as if they were absorbing some dark breath emitted from the black soil. Standing in the vast mountains, Roy decided to walk outside and made his first attempt in the dark land. He performed the light illumination technique on a slope, allowing a ball of holy light to slowly float into the air. Under the illumination of this holy light, the floating dark creatures nearby were affected, and the dark aura on them began to evaporate. These ordinary dark creatures, driven by instinct, gathered towards the holy light. This ball of holy light was like a magnet, attracting the surrounding dark creatures. Some of the more fragile dark creatures were completely evaporated by the soft holy light halfway. Only some relatively powerful dark creatures can gather around the holy glimmer, covering it with a layer of black gauze. Roy, who was waiting under the holy glimmer, was like a hunter, constantly casting purification spells on these dark creatures. Groups of thick dark mists turned into nothingness under the illumination of the holy light. Not every dark creature will leave soul crystals. Only those high-level dark creatures have a certain chance of leaving soul crystals the size of a little fingernail after being purified. Roy was a 13th level high priest. The holy light tree in his body contained a large amount of holy light power. After he purified hundreds of high-level dark creatures, Roy picked up more than 20 soul crystals from the ground under his feet. However, every time he dispelled a dark creature, a wisp of soul breath would enter Roy's body. Roy found that this soul breath had a very obvious nourishing effect on the holy light tree. Although it could not directly restore Roy's holy light power, since it could nourish the holy light tree. That was also very good. As the day in the dark land was approaching, the number of dark creatures in the wilderness increased, and even dark creatures, like dark clouds, appeared in the distant sky. The day in the dark land was a pitch-black night for the elves. At this time, the dark creatures became extremely active. Roy did not dare to stay on this hillside any longer, and quickly extinguished the holy light above his head. Suddenly, without the burning of the holy light, the dark creatures around him became quiet again. However, on the hillside where Roy was, the floating dark creatures had become few and far between. Roy wrapped his body tightly with a magic cloak, then quickly walked down the slope, avoiding the floating dark creatures, and trotted back to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp. In the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp, Captain Timothy led a team of Dark Moon Elf warriors to patrol the camp, and before it was completely dark, they saw Roy wrapped in a magic cloak, running in from outside the valley. Seeing that Boss Roy returned safely, Captain Timothy breathed a sigh of relief. The magic cloak could indeed block the perception of dark creatures. He saw Roy walk past dark creatures several times, and those dark creatures seemed to be at a loss. At this time every day, many half-blood elf warriors would gather by the pool. During the period of garrisoning in the Dark Expeditionary Force camp, the elf warriors of the Mine Guards had almost nothing to do except patrolling in the camp every day. Recently, everyone got used to gathering by the pool after dark and practicing the watching illumination technique that Roy taught everyone. Currently, 3 half-blood elf warriors have successfully learned this simple magic. The elf warriors heard that only by learning the art of glimmering would they have the opportunity to leave the expeditionary camp in the future, and for a time, everyone was very enthusiastic about learning divine arts. Roy walked into the camp from outside, untied the magic cloak on his body, came to the pool, and took a plate of fruit and a cup of life tree juice from an elf warrior. Ever since the Mine Guards entered the Dark Land, life tree juice has become a regular on the menu of the Mine Guards. After drinking the diluted life tree juice in one gulp, feeling the rich breath of life spreading throughout his body, Roy found Captain Timothy by the pool, sat down beside him, and then proudly took out a few soul crystals from his magic waste bag and handed them to Captain Timothy. "Is this what we got from the dark creatures?" Captain Timothy asked Roy, looking at a soul crystal in his hand. Roy said while eating dinner, Well, and this thing is only occasionally found by some high-level dark creatures. What kind of crystal is this? Captain Timothy asked, flipping through the soul crystal in his hand. I don't know. I haven't seen this thing in the magic market, but it shouldn't be too valuable. After all, high-level dark creatures are everywhere. You can get more than 20 of them just by squatting for a day. It shouldn't be as valuable as magic crystals. Roy shook his head and explained. Then he added, I plan to go further tomorrow. Then you have to be careful. Captain Timothy actually wanted to follow Roy, but the mine guards only had one magic cloak, so he couldn't leave the camp. Don't worry, I will be very careful, Roy said proudly. The repair work of the dark portal is still unclear, and the faces of several magicians are full of fatigue, and their moods have become a little irritable. They could represent the highest authority of the forbidden magic array in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom, but they were still helpless when faced with the Dark Gate with countless rare space runes. But the Dark Gate connected the Elf Continent and the Dark Land, so they naturally couldn't ignore this trouble. Several magicians gathered together, took a short rest, restored their mana through meditation, and took out some mental potions to drink. The two magicians who led the maintenance work once again argued with the magic drawings. Major Laud sat on the steps, charging his staff. Roy came over from the camp, and Major Laud asked Roy with a smile, Captain Roy, is there anything I can help you with? Roy took out a soul crystal from his magic waste bag and handed it to Laud, and respectfully asked Major Laud, do you recognize this thing? Laud took a look at it, and returned the soul crystal to Roy, smiling and telling him, this is a soul crystal fragment, the smallest piece of soul crystal. Did you get it from those dark creatures outside the camp? Yeah. Roy nodded in agreement. Major Laud said, this thing is a magical material, but we elf wizards rarely use it. On the contrary, those necromancers like it very much, so I can't really say its specific value. Roy hurriedly thanked Major Laud. Thank you, Major Laud. He had never heard of the profession of necromancer, at least not in the Elf Academy in Castletown City. Roy did not continue to disturb Major Laud, but returned to the pool with a tactful look. A group of half-blood elf warriors sitting by the pool exclaimed in surprise. They didn't expect that Roy had only been away for a short while, and 6 half-blood elf warriors had successfully performed the light illumination technique. Casting divine arts, as long as you successfully cast it once, and find that subtle feeling, it will become easier later. Watching the holy light rising above the pool, a group of half-blood elf warriors immediately exclaimed in envy. In the next few days, Roy frequently ran out of the expeditionary camp, found an independent hill outside, used the holy light to attract the surrounding dark creatures, and then used the purification technique to disperse them. Almost all of those high-level dark creatures died under the purification technique. There were also several powerful high-level dark creatures that could not be purified by purification. Roy could only use holy light bullets to completely disperse them. In just 5 days, Roy found that his physique had changed a lot, and the holy light tree in his body was also growing rapidly, with many new branches sprouting from the dense crown. Every day, Roy purified the dark creatures on the mountain, and when the holy light power in his body was almost consumed, he would withdraw from the mountain to the expeditionary camp. As long as he sat by the pool for one night, the holy light power in his body would be quickly replenished. He had accumulated more than 100 soul crystals the size of a little fingernail. Roy felt that if he kept hunting high-level dark creatures, he would be able to advance again in no time. He had almost wiped out the dark creatures around the slopes near the Dark Gate Valley, and new dark creatures would not be replenished so quickly. Roy could only go further away if he wanted to hunt high-level dark creatures. The magic cloaks requested by the mine guards were not delivered, so Captain Timothy and the elf warriors could not follow Roy. When he heard him talk about going further away, Captain Timothy was the first to stand up and said that hunting in the Dark Land was risky, and he did not agree with Roy going to a farther place alone to take risks. Chapter 587. Having tasted the sweetness, Roy still ran out of the expeditionary camp. He had recently visited the nearby mountains. This time he came out with a clear goal. There was a relatively large earth slope nearly 10 kilometers away from the Dark Gate expeditionary camp. There were also many high-level dark creatures in that area. As long as he could guard the mountain for one day, it would probably be equivalent to the harvest of 2 days in the area near the expeditionary camp. This road was also easy to walk on. The dark creatures along the way became very sparse, which of course was largely due to his efforts. Soon Roy arrived at the destination. As usual, Roy took a short break and carefully observed the surroundings. He did not find any dangerous aura, and then a ball of holy light rose from the sky. The weak holy light radiation area was not large. The bodies of the dark creatures in the area were burned by the holy light, and they immediately rushed towards the holy light. Roy was just below the holy light, throwing out a series of purifying lights. When some high-level dark creatures dispersed, they would drop soul crystals. Roy was wrapped in a magic cloak. Those dark creatures without any consciousness could not see him, but kept breaking in front of him. Roy kept chanting the holy prayer, and for a moment, he was a little too focused. He did not notice at all that a ball of white mist came out from a dark ditch under the mountain. It was so different among the many black mists. There was even a clear skeleton frame in this white mist. Although these skeleton frames were also condensed from mist, they made this white mist very powerful when floating in the air. A pair of bright eyes appeared at the head of the white mist. It looked like a ghost among the undead creatures. The skeleton of one arm looked normal, and the other arm was connected to a black sickle. It seemed to have smelled something, mixed in with the dark creatures, and was slowly approaching the top of the mountain where Roy was. Roy on the mountain had no idea of the impending crisis, because there were many high-level dark creatures floating over during this period, and he had almost consumed most of the holy light power in his body during this period. The holy glimmer above his head suddenly went out at this time, and the dark creatures that were floating over lost their tracking targets and immediately began to wander aimlessly. Roy was already bloodthirsty at this moment. He was worried that the high-level dark creatures gathered around him would disperse again, so he quickly raised another ball of holy glimmer. Just as he was performing the purification spell, he felt the magic waist bag tied around his waist suddenly flash. Although the light was a little dim, Roy became alert immediately. He held the sacred scepter tightly with one hand and pressed the other hand on the Book of Judgment. A streak of black light appeared from behind Roy, followed by a black sickle-like blade. The sharp black sickle slashed at Roy's back. Although Roy did not see the black sickle behind him, he could clearly feel the magic vortex surrounding the holy light tree. A huge gap suddenly appeared behind him. Roy was frightened and immediately turned around and raised the Book of Judgment in his hand. At this moment, a holy aura burst out from his hands, making the Book of Judgment exude a faint holy aura. An extremely strange sickle suddenly appeared and just chopped the Book of Judgment that was emitting holy light. The holy aura immediately made the black sickle emit a trace of black air. A ball of white mist appeared in front of Roy, and the white mist even wrapped white bones. Although the white mist had no face, its eyes were shining with dazzling light. The white mist roared angrily at Roy, who was so close, but Roy could not hear the roar at all. Seeing the assassin in the white mist, Roy felt a chill in his heart, especially since its body already had a complete skeleton and even a pair of dazzling eyes. This white mist obviously had elementary intelligence. A gap appeared on the copper cover of the Book of Judgment, and Roy quickly controlled the sacred light above his head to fly towards the white mist. The white mist was so scared that it flew back. Taking this opportunity, Roy quickly recited a prayer, and a holy light bullet immediately condensed in his hand. Without any hesitation, Roy threw the holy light bullet at the white mist. The holy light bullet directly hit the white mist, and the dazzling holy light burst out, blasting a big hole in the white mist. Most of the bones that were clearly visible in the white mist also disappeared instantly. The remaining white mist suddenly exploded and turned into a ball of green smoke and disappeared. 2 seconds later, the white mist appeared in the air a few meters away. The bones in the mist had become much lighter, but it still held the black sickle in its hand. The dark creatures around them began to wander aimlessly. The white mist waved the sickle and killed several dark creatures, sucking their breath into its stomach. The white mist restored the bones in its body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roy knew he was in trouble. Fortunately, he had a magic cloak on him, so the dark creatures around him still couldn't see him. Only the white mist holding the black sickle could see Roy. The white mist recovered and immediately rushed towards Roy with the sickle. Roy had no time to dodge, and could only grab the Book of Judgment to meet it. But just as the black sickle was about to hit the Book of Judgment, the white mist suddenly dispersed and disappeared in front of Roy. 2 seconds later, the white mist appeared behind Roy again silently, and waved the black sickle at Roy. Although Roy could feel the gap in the magic vortex again, he was powerless to dodge at this moment. Instantly, the shadow of the sacred tree in his body appeared, completely enveloping Roy. Several flowers of light that had unfolded on the holy light tree fell like snowflakes. The sickle in the white mist's hand cut a hole in the bark of the holy light tree that protected Roy. The thick armor on Roy's shoulder was also cut by the black sickle. Blood gushed out, instantly staining the magic patterned shoulder armor red. Roy fell forward, rolled on the ground twice, and then stood up. At this time, the white mist flashed behind Roy again. The flower of light that fell from the holy light tree landed on the white mist, instantly burning its body with holes. The white mist roared silently again and swung its sickle at Roy. Roy could only raise the Book of Judgment and retreat in embarrassment. But the white mist flashed to Roy's left side very quickly, and the black sickle cut Roy's shoulder. Roy endured the severe pain in his shoulder, and appeared with the shadow of the holy light tree. The power of holy light in his body was extremely full. He suddenly opened the Book of Judgment in his hand, and a small silver hammer appeared between the pages of the Book of Judgment. The small hammer exuded a sacred aura and spun, and hit the white mist. The group of white mist holding the sickle seemed to have been strongly shocked. The white mist dissipated a lot, but the group of white mist still swung the sickle at Roy. Chapter 588. Although each holy light bullet thrown out could repel the white mist, once the white mist retreated into a group of ordinary dark creatures, it could quickly recover by absorbing the dark aura on the dark creatures. It was like a dark vampire. No matter how badly it was beaten, as long as Roy couldn't kill it in one breath and let it wander around in the dark biological clock, it would soon appear in front of Roy in full state again. Roy threw out more than 20 purification spells and 15 holy light bullets in a row, and finally found that there was not much holy light power left in his body. The white mist continued to absorb the dark energy from the dark creatures, and its body expanded again. It was now more than twice as big as when Roy first saw it. The eyes that originally flashed with cold white light had turned into a deep dark red. Roy's body was scratched by the white mist with 6 wounds. Although these scratches were not fatal, the tearing pain made his forehead covered with sweat. The blood that flowed out dyed a large area of the magic cloak red. The magic cloak could no longer block Roy's breath, and some ordinary dark creatures also surrounded Roy. He didn't dare to get entangled with the white mist again. Seeing the white mist recovering again among the dark creatures, Roy quickly took out a bottle of high-quality life potion from his magic waste bag and poured it into his stomach. Then he ran down from the top of the slope and went wherever the dark creatures were not so dense. The magic cloak could not hide Roy's breath. Those ordinary dark creatures could also sense Roy's existence, but as long as Roy ran out of their perception range, those dark creatures would start wandering aimlessly again. But the white mist always stared at Roy. No matter how far Roy ran, it would appear behind Roy like a shadow. It was in this situation that Roy was targeted by a white mist holding a sickle. No matter how hard he tried to shake it off, he couldn't get rid of it. In the dark land, the holy light power in his body could not be replenished quickly, and it would only become less and less as he used it. Roy hid behind a rock, drank another bottle of physical potion, and carefully observed the surrounding terrain. Just now, he ran here in a panic, and found with bitterness that his location was getting farther and farther away from the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp. The holy light power in his body was also getting less and less. After climbing over countless mountains, he finally felt that his legs had the signs of cramps. Fortunately, his magic waste bag contained various magic potions, including healing potions, mental potions, physical potions, and several large barrels of life tree sap. While the white mist had not yet caught up, Roy leaned on the boulder to rest. He flipped through the magic waste bag, thinking about how to get rid of the white mist. Roy took out a large bag of emergency supplies from the magic waste bag. As soon as he opened the cloth bag, he saw a magic scroll of parchment rolling down to his hand. This magic scroll was given to him by Miss Tiffany before he left. There was a snowflake emblem on the outside of the scroll. Miss Tiffany also wrote Ice Explosion in Elvish on the scroll. If you encounter a volcano or a lava river in Golfito, and it's too hot to bear, just open this scroll and trigger the spell of the magic pattern array on the scroll. It's very simple. I wrote it on the outside of the scroll. When you use it, remember to recite the spell when you unfold the scroll. Now Roy took the magic scroll in his hand and looked at the spells written in Elvish. Roy felt that it was worth trying at this time. Then he set his eyes on the short spell. The white mist dragged the black sickle, stuck to the ground, and slowly slid forward. Behind the huge rock in front, the familiar smell of blood almost made it burn all over. It could clearly feel that the body of the prey was gradually weakening, so it deliberately slowed down and waited for the final hunting moment. The white mist's eyes had turned blood red because it had absorbed too much of the mixed dark aura, and it seemed as if 1,000 distracting thoughts had suddenly flooded into his body. It came to the boulder, floated to the top of the boulder, and raised the dark sickle high. It seemed as if it could cut off Roy's head in the next second. In a pit 500 meters away, 3 members of a Darkland demon hunting team were wearing a layer of camouflage and lying side by side in the pit, peeking out only through a very narrow gap. The 3 demon hunters saw Roy hiding behind the boulder, and also saw the dark sickle that was gradually approaching. The 3 demon hunters, 1 human warrior and 2 elf rangers, hid in the pit and whispered, "He seems to be in trouble, should we go over to help?" A female elf ranger whispered. There were 2 dark blue facial lines on her face, her skin was white, and her body was longer than that of the human warrior. It was obvious from her appearance that she was a wood elf. The human warrior said calmly, "Wait a little longer, some demon hunters, who like to work alone may not want us to share a share at this time." The other male elf ranger was a half-blood elf, who was half a head shorter than the human warrior. At this time, the male elf ranger's eyes lit up, and even his body moved a little, and he said excitedly, "Oh, it's actually a priest, and a rookie at that." The white mist suddenly emerged from behind the boulder, and a large group of white mist rushed towards the place where Roy was hiding. But when it saw Roy, the white mist saw that Roy was holding a dazzling holy light bullet in his hands. Roy even raised his head, and smiled provocatively at the white mist. The smile under the holy light was indescribably evil. The white mist instinctively shuddered, and was inevitably hit by the holy light bullet that was so close. A holy light bullet filled with holy light suddenly exploded, and the holy light penetrated the white mist, and spread to the surroundings. The originally extremely dense white mist quickly vaporized in the holy light, and the skeleton in its body also completely turned into green smoke, and the white mist became as thin as a layer of white gauze. This time, the white mist did not retreat, but continued to pounce on Roy, and the black sickle in its hand cut Roy's neck. Roy no longer had the holy light bullet in his hand, so he immediately took out a book of judgment. He looked at the blood-red eyes in the white mist calmly, and turned the page directly. Roy recited a prayer, and the divine pattern on the page suddenly lit up, and a small silver hammer flew out of the page. It was a small hammer shining with holy light. High Priest Reed told Roy that this small hammer was called the Hammer of Sanction. Such a silver hammer that made the white mist extremely familiar and also extremely frightened hit the white mist, and the silver hammer suddenly emitted a strong shock force. A strong sense of dizziness. At this moment it seemed as if time had stopped. It was fixed on the boulder. It looked like a white gauze curtain floating in the air, and the black sickle was like a pattern printed on the curtain. It clearly remembered that the human would use this opportunity to quickly escape into the distance after releasing the silver hammer, until it followed the smell of blood on the human and caught up with him again. But Roy did not choose to escape this time, because Roy had completely exhausted the little holy light power left in his body. Once he escaped, when the white mist caught up with him again, he would be the one who would accept this ordeal. So Roy planned to use his last chance to get rid of this group of white mist holding a sickle. He stood under the white mist, reached out, and took out the magic scroll from his arms, and while pulling the scroll open, Roy quickly recited a spell. When the scroll was unfolded, a complete magic pattern array appeared on the scroll. The magic pattern array was triggered by the spell, and cold air gathered from all directions in front of Roy, and then a head-sized ice ball appeared between Roy's hands. Countless frosts condensed around the ice ball. Driven by Roy, it flew towards the white mist that was frozen on the boulder 1 meter away. Bang! The ice ball exploded, making a crisp sound of ice cracking. Countless ice crystals covered the body of the white mist. The white mist was frozen in midair, with a thick layer of frost hanging on it. The mist became solid at this moment. Roy held the sacred scepter tightly in his hand, and jumped onto the boulder in one step. He appeared behind the white mist, and swung the sacred scepter with all his strength. At this moment, a shadow of a 20-meter tall holy light tree emerged from behind Roy. The holy light tree emitted a holy light, which made Roy look like a holy armor. Roy was wrapped in the dazzling holy light. He smashed the holy scepter on the head of the white mist with all his strength. The eyes of the white mist shattered, and a wisp of demon soul imprisoned in the white mist also shattered. At this moment, Roy could clearly feel a clear rush into his body, which made him feel that he had broken through the bottleneck of level 13. The ice and snow shattered, and the white mist suddenly burned in the air. When all the white mist was completely burned, a soul crystal the size of an egg yolk fell to the ground. At this time, Roy felt that the holy light power in his body had been completely drained, and he fell on the dark boulder with exhaustion. The sky was gradually getting darker, and the dark creatures around him began to become active. The holy light tree in his body became dim, and the magic vortex surrounding the holy light tree was constantly absorbing the thin holy light power. Roy lay on the boulder with his whole body weak, feeling that once the surroundings were completely dark, he might be the first to be torn into pieces by those abnormally active dark creatures. Chapter 589. 3 heads suddenly popped out of a pit not far away. They took off their camouflage and quickly ran towards the direction of the boulder. The female wood elf ranger ran in the front with long legs, carrying a bow on her back, and ran like a light deer. She jumped onto the boulder lightly, ignoring the dark creatures gathering from all around. The half-blood elf ranger who fell behind frequently shot magic arrows with ice elements, killing the dark creatures that kept gathering. The facial lines on the female wood elf's face scared Roy, but when Roy noticed her clear eyes, the female wood elf ranger smiled brightly at Roy. Do you need help? Are you a priest of the Statue of Liberty? Roy lay on the boulder with his whole body weak, looked at the female wood elf ranger in front of him, and asked in confusion, Who are you? The female wood elf ranger smiled proudly again. We are a group of demon hunters in the Dark Land. We usually wander around the Dark Land, hunt some magic fog, and occasionally hunt this more dangerous dark sickle. Seeing Roy's bewildered expression, the wood elf ranger explained, The dark scythe is the dark creature you just killed. Oh, has any elf ever told you that you speak Elvish very well? Roy smiled shyly and explained, Actually, I am a half-elf and have lived in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom since I was a child. You dare to walk alone in this land. You are very brave. The wood elf ranger praised Roy. This made Roy speechless. Was lying here the price of his courage? The wood elf female ranger reached out, grabbed Roy's weak hand and shook it, and introduced herself. My name is Evely, and I'm glad to meet you. My name is Roy, Roy said with some difficulty. Although Roy did not admit that he was a priest, Evely thought so. She thought Roy was a priest who fell behind from the expeditionary army, but she didn't ask too much about such a shameful thing, so she grinned and said with a sexy smile, No need to explain, we understand you. In fact, there are priests in the wanderer camp nearby. At this time, the two companions had cleared the dark creatures nearby and climbed onto the boulder. Standing behind Evely, they looked down at Roy lying on the boulder. Evely made a kind invitation to Roy. Would you like to go back to the camp with us? Roy had no choice in this situation, and could only nod gratefully. The red sky in the dark land soon turned completely dark. The dark creatures around became extremely active. The half-blood elf kept holding the longbow, and continuously shot ice magic arrows to kill the approaching dark creatures. The human warrior squatted down, looked at Roy's face, and asked in surprise, Human? The wood elf female ranger Evely replied beside him. He said he was a half-elf. Oh! The human warrior bent his body, held Roy's armpits with both hands, and tried to help him up from the boulder. I carry him, the human warrior said to Evely. Evely stood up, jumped off the boulder first, and walked in front to lead the way. The human warrior carried Roy on his back, and followed Evely's steps to jump off the boulder. The half-elf ranger fell behind, and was responsible for covering the rear. The human warrior stared at the wood elf ranger Evely, who was walking in front, while watching the unusually active dark creatures around him. His shoulders were very broad, and Roy lay on his broad back, and he didn't feel bumpy when running. This was the first time Roy walked in the wild of the dark land after dark. The dark creatures around him roamed quickly. They wrapped Roy in a layer of rags, and Roy's breath was completely covered. After walking for a while, Roy didn't know where they were going. It seemed that they were getting farther and farther away from the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp. However, in the darkness, they seemed to have a unique way to identify the direction. Roy almost collided with the dark creatures flying through the air several times. There was no way. These dark creatures were simply too active. And there were dark creatures everywhere. Did you get separated from your companions? The human warrior asked Roy in the Imperial language. Roy couldn't understand his Imperial language, so he could only say in Elvish, What are you saying? I don't understand Imperial language. The human warrior could only switch to Elvish and say, I'm asking you, where are your companions? Did you get separated from them? Well, actually I'm the only one out hunting this time, Roy said honestly. The human warrior paused for a moment, then said to Roy in a deep voice, Even if you are really alone, don't tell others casually. The best answer is to say that your companions will be back soon. Then he chuckled and said to Roy, This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. This world follows the law of survival of the beasts. Only the strong can survive. There are not many demon hunters who can survive here without blood on their hands. Roy asked doubtfully, Then why did you save me? Shouldn't you wait until I die and then take away all my wealth, or just kill me and take away my luggage? Isn't this more in line with the law of survival in this world? Our companion is injured and needs your help. After all, you are a priest. That's why we plan to take you back to the Wanderer camp, the human warrior said, and then paused before introducing himself to Roy. By the way, my name is Stander, and the half-elf ranger behind me is called Lolapaji. Roy's eyes were a little dull. The other party explained his intention so bluntly that he was a little worried. He went to the Wanderer camp, rescued their companions, and was killed by them. That would be a bit tragic. Speaking of which, this Wanderer camp is really far from the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp. The three-man demon hunter team carried Roy on their backs, and walked in the dark wilderness for half a day before arriving at a dilapidated camp with dim light. A bonfire was lit in the center of the camp. There was no vegetation in the dark land, and Roy couldn't guess what was burning in the bonfire with cold flames. The camp was so dilapidated that it looked like a garbage dump in the wasteland. It was unknown what means the wanderer camp here used. Those dark creatures that were extremely active in the dark night were no longer active in this area. There were some residents in the wanderer camp. The human warrior Stander carried Roy into the camp and brought him to the campfire, then took out 3 soul crystals from his arms and threw them into the campfire. Stander said to Roy, "You should have enough of these things. The rule here is that you have to throw a soul crystal into the fire for every night you stay." Roy took out a soul crystal from his magic waste bag with some difficulty and threw it into the campfire. This area was once a main battlefield. The expeditionary force of the Statue of Liberty killed a Dark Lord here, so before the new Dark Lord appeared, the breath emanating from here would automatically keep many dark creatures away. So this place soon developed into a camp for wanderers. There were many demon hunters living in the camp. They entered the dark land for training, hunting, and seeking excitement. There were also some residents who simply withdrew from the expeditionary force and became mercenaries. They could not return to the elf continent through the dark gate, so they could only live in the wanderer camp. There is a small trading market in this camp, and there is also a place to exchange potions, but there is also an unwritten rule in the camp. If you want to stay overnight in the camp, you have to throw a soul crystal into the campfire. Genie demon hunters sat in front of the campfire, looking like they were warming themselves by the fire, but what was evaporating from their bodies was a trace of dark aura. The demon hunters warming themselves by the fire were all dwarf warriors. They seemed to be together, but they seemed to know Stander. When they saw Stander carrying a human back, they stretched their necks to look behind Stander. "Stand, where did you get it from?" a dwarf warrior asked loudly in a muffled voice. "To the northwest, there is a priest who left the team without permission," Stan replied with a chuckle. "You guys are really nice to Ryan. You are even helping him find priests everywhere." The dwarf warrior shouted at the top of his voice, afraid that others couldn't hear him. "Ryan is the shield warrior of our team. If he is gone, I will take the lead, so we must rescue him this time no matter what." The human warrior laughed. The human warrior Stander placed Roy outside a tent, let Roy lean against the tent pole, and found him a glass of water and poured it into his stomach. After drinking a glass of water, Roy felt that his dry throat was much better. Probably because they heard that Stander's demon hunting team brought back a young priest from the wild. Many residents in the camp ran over, took a look at Roy, and then left in a hurry. After seeing Roy's face, everyone left with no expression on their faces. Are the people here so enthusiastic? When new people come to the camp, will they come over to say hello? Roy leaned against the tent and asked the human warrior Stander curiously. "Ha ha." The human warrior Stander couldn't help laughing twice, and he was a little speechless. The wood elf Evely, who came out of the tent, looked at Roy deeply, and then explained to Roy, "They came to see you, not just to say hello to you. They came here to see you for the purpose of confirming whether you are their enemy who had a grudge in the wild. If you are really their enemy, they will take advantage of your weakness and get rid of you together." The half-blood elf ranger Rolapaji, who followed behind, also added at this time. Roy was completely speechless. Chapter 590. I heard that there is an old priest living in the wanderer camp. He opened a clinic in the camp and made a living by treating injured demon hunters. He is very famous in the wanderer camp and knows almost all the demon hunters in the wanderer camp. The consultation fee he charges varies from person to person. Usually, the more famous the demon hunter is, the more expensive the consultation fee he needs to pay. The dwarf warrior did not go to the old priest for treatment because he felt that the old priest's fee was unreasonable. He wanted to rely on the strong physique of the dwarfs to force the dark energy out of his body. Even if Roy did not dare to come to treat him, the dwarf warrior would slowly recover after these few days. Roy lay next to the tent and his body quickly regained its mobility. Since the sacred particles in the dark land were extremely thin, the holy light power in his body recovered very slowly. Roy first gave the injured dwarf warrior in the Evely demon hunter team a comprehensive examination and found that the dwarf warrior was mainly contaminated with the dark aura. As long as the purification spell was performed, the dwarf warrior's injuries could be healed. When the dwarf warrior was doing the examination, he was still holding a wine glass in his hand. He generously invited Roy to have a drink. Roy smiled and rejected the dwarf warrior's proposal, and warned the dwarf warrior that it was better not to drink when the dark aura was contaminated on his body. The dwarf warrior agreed with a hum, but Roy knew that the dwarf warrior didn't pay much attention to his warnings. Although the dwarf warrior's troubles could be solved by performing a purification spell, Roy planned to wait a little longer this time. He wanted to let the holy light power in his body recover a little before treating the dwarf warrior, who loved drinking. Then Roy asked Evely to visit the old priest. Evely stood outside the camp and pointed out the location of the old priest's residence to Roy. To be honest, this wanderer camp was not that big. Everyone just built some tents around the campfire. Evely told Roy that there were a lot of blood-stained gauze hanging outside the old priest's clinic, and some bottles and jars were also hanging outside the tent. The tent was very shabby, and there were a lot of sundries piled outside. Roy stood at the door of the tent, looked inside the tent, and asked in Elvish, "Excuse me, is anyone there?" It was a very old elf, without a trace of sacredness, looking a little thin, with cloudy eyes, wearing a dirty linen robe, and didn't look like a priest at all. He opened the door curtain and looked up at Roy. The old priest invited Roy into the tent. The tent was very dirty, with a smell of corruption and grease. There were 2 beds placed side by side in the tent, which almost occupied all the space in the tent. The old priest pointed to the stool beside the bed and said to Roy, "Sit down, priest." Roy nodded and explained to the old priest, "But I don't believe in the Statue of Liberty." "Oh!" The old priest looked at Roy with obvious surprise and said solemnly, "I thought you were also a young priest who fell behind from the expeditionary force. It seems that I was wrong. They call me Old Pike. I have lived in this wanderer camp for a long time. What do you want to talk to me about?" Roy didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. "Have you ever met a high priest named Reed?" Old Pike shook his head and said, "I am the accompanying priest of the 1st Expeditionary Force. There is no priest named Reed in my team. I don't know whether there is a high priest named Reed in other teams." When Roy heard Old Pike say that he was the accompanying priest of the 1st Expeditionary Force, he thought that he might not know High Priest Reed. High Priest Reed accepted the call of the Golfito Statue of Liberty and joined the 3rd Statue of Liberty Expeditionary Force. Since the other party didn't know High Priest Reed, Roy prepared to say goodbye to Old Pike. Just at this moment, the curtain of the tent was opened from outside, and a strong human walked in. He was wearing a set of silver magic armor, a sword hanging on his waist, 2 axes on his back, and a pair of eyes showing murderous intent. "Old Pike, hurry up and treat Hans's injury. He was scratched by a shadow demon and poisoned. He looks very bad." The strong human rushed into the tent and said to the old priest in a hurry. His voice was so loud that the whole tent was buzzing. The old priest looked embarrassed and said tactfully, "Today, my priest power has been exhausted. I need to rest. I can't release the holy light until tomorrow noon." The strong human ignored the old priest's words. He bent down and said loudly to the old priest, "Old Pike, please help. Maybe Hans will die before tomorrow noon. As long as you are willing to save my good brother Hans, we are willing to double the consultation fee. This is not about adding money. You know, this is a dark place. Our holy light power recovers very slowly. What can I do?" the old priest said with an embarrassed look on his face. Then his expression changed. He squinted his eyes, like a cunning fox, and asked tentatively, "Are you really willing to pay twice the consultation fee? You should know that as the most famous demon hunting team in the Wanderer camp, your consultation fee is very expensive. When have I never failed to fulfill my promise to you?" The strong human patted his chest and promised. "Carry him in." The old priest waved at the strong human, and then muttered, "Although I have exhausted the power of holy light, I have a way to let your companion hold on until tomorrow noon. Once my holy light power recovers, I can help him heal his injuries." The strong human turned around and walked out of the tent, just in time to see Roy standing in the corner. He stared at Roy suspiciously, his eyes constantly wandering over the magic pattern structure Roy was wearing. The sturdy man pursed his lips, stared at Roy and asked, "Why haven't I seen you before? New here?" The old priest stretched out his hand and pushed Roy, urging him, "Boy, go and help, carry the injured in and put him on the bed." Then he turned around and said loudly to the human sturdy man, "He is here to learn medical skills from me. You carry him in and go back and wait. Come and take your companion away tomorrow afternoon." Pretending to stare at Roy's back, he frowned at the old priest. At present, the most prominent person in the Wanderer camp is the old priest, who can heal the demon hunters. Although the strong man was a little jealous of Roy's magic pattern structure, he did not want to have a grudge with the old priest, so he could only walk out of the tent in dismay. The strong human carried an injured companion into the tent and carefully placed him on the bed. Roy only then realized that the 2 large beds placed side by side in the tent were used to treat patients. No wonder the old priest just asked Roy to sit on a low stool. The wounded man's abdomen was almost torn apart by some sharp weapon, and his intestines almost flowed out. I don't know what kind of hemostasis technique the other party used. Although his abdomen was torn apart, he stopped bleeding. The wounded man was still conscious at this time, looking at the old priest eagerly, and asked the old priest in a trembling tone, "Old Pike, do you think I can be saved? Can I be saved with such injuries? The intestines are cut off. The other organs are fine. The liver, spleen and kidneys are not damaged. Only the internal organs are contaminated with black magic and need to be removed. Don't worry, your good brother has promised to pay me double the medical fee. Even for that medical fee, I, Old Pike, will definitely save you and guarantee that after your injuries are healed, you can still go out and hunt dark creatures alive and well." The old priest patted his chest and promised. The injured man calmed down immediately after hearing what Old Pike said. The strong human man also stood at the door of the tent, bowed his head, and said to the old priest, "Old Pike, Hans will be in your care." After that, he threw a bag to the old priest, and then the group of demon hunters turned and left. The old priest took out a small spray bottle from the pile of debris outside the tent. He rinsed the small spray bottle casually, poured a little diluted green medicine into the small spray bottle, and sprayed it on the abdomen of the injured man. This green medicine quickly formed a protective oil film on the abdomen of the injured man. He poured a little more medicine juice, stuffed the glass tube directly into the mouth of the injured, and said to him, "Go to sleep, have a good sleep. When you wake up tomorrow, your injury may have healed, and you need to take good care of it for a while." The injured gradually closed his eyes amid the nagging of the old priest. They are the most powerful group of demon hunters in this exile camp. You must keep your distance from them in the future, otherwise you may be swallowed by them, without leaving even a bone residue. The old priest whispered to Roy in a very low voice. He said a lot, and Roy listened very carefully. When he left, Roy stood at the entrance of the tent, bowed to the old priest, and said sincerely, "Old Pike, thank you." After leaving Old Pike's tent, Roy's ears were still lingering with what Old Pike said. This is the exile camp. You can treat it as an area where no dark creatures have entered for the time being. You can rest here, or make deals with other demon hunters, but you must never let down your guard, because the dangers lurking here are often more deadly. No demon hunter is kind, but it cannot be said that all demon hunters here are evil. Although good and evil are opposites, they also coexist. When your strength is recognized by everyone, you will get the respect you deserve in this camp, and you will feel everyone's kindness. When you are a useless weakling, someone will definitely show their sharp fangs to you. The demon hunters living in the dark land are all strong men full of wildness and ruthless means, so you must be vigilant at all times. Chapter 591. It was a little dark in the camp, and the old priest's words made Roy look around vigilantly. He had been living in Castletown City, and later joined the Silver Pegasus Legion. Although he had experienced a lot in the Partington Plain, he had never come into contact with the demon hunters in the dark land, who walked between black and white. Roy stretched out a finger, and a faint flame ignited on the tip of his finger. The holy light just made his fair chin particularly conspicuous in the darkness. It was such a short distance, but I didn't expect that someone would come up. They were several wood elf warriors. They had long swords on their waists, elven longbows on their backs, and light green light armor on their bodies. They were half a meter taller than Roy. They squinted their eyes and looked at Roy, especially the small handful of sacred fire on his fingertips, and asked Roy in the softest words, "Do you want to join our demon hunting team? We just need a priest in our demon hunting team." Roy shook his head. He was not interested in joining the Wood Elves' demon hunting team. There were 5,000 elf warriors on standby in the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp, and a demon hunting team could be formed at any time. Roy was going to bypass them and move forward, but one of the Wood Elves took a step and stopped Roy directly. Roy pulled out a chain expressionlessly. At the other end of the chain was a huge book of judgment. The bronze metal cover made the book look extremely heavy, and there were some traces of battle on the cover covered with patterns. Roy grabbed the chain with one hand and lifted up the book of judgment. The Wood Elf swordsman also put his hand on the hilt of the sword, and the two sides confronted each other on the path between the tents in the Wanderer camp. Roy held the handle of the sacred scepter with his other hand. Although his holy light power has not yet recovered, his close combat skills have also been trained by sisters Moira and Sabrina. Every time they fought, Roy would inject a bit of holy light power into the sacred scepter. The sacred aura on the sacred scepter immediately attracted the attention of some demon hunters in the camp. Just when the two sides were on the verge of a fight, the Wood Elf swordsman on the opposite side was suddenly pulled away. Roy found that the opponent was actually the human strongman. He stared at the Wood Elf swordsman and warned him in a low voice. "He is Old Pike's man. Do you plan to offend Old Pike as well? If a member of your demon hunting team is injured in the future, do you still want Old Pike to treat him?" The Wood Elf swordsman looked uncertain, and stood there for a long time before he turned around and left with his companions without saying a word. The strong human man didn't look at Roy again, turned around and disappeared into the darkness. Roy returned to Evely's tent. Evely arranged for him to stay in the dwarf warrior's tent tonight. At this time, the dwarf warrior was lying in the tent, snoring like thunder. There were several empty wooden wine glasses next to his sleeping bag, and the strong smell of alcohol made the tent smell bad. Roy lay down wrapped in a thin blanket and huddled in the corner of the tent. Actually, he had a marching tent, but he didn't want to use it at this time. That night, Roy slept and woke up, and his sleep quality was very poor. When he woke up in the morning, he felt dizzy. In the early morning, after drinking a glass of holy water, Roy finally felt that the holy light power in his body seemed to have recovered by 1/3. The magic vortex of this holy light tree absorbed the surrounding sacred particles very quickly. After he got up, the first thing he did was to come to the dwarf warrior's bed and observe the dark aura on the dwarf warrior's face. At this moment, Roy saw that the dwarf warrior's face was covered with dark energy, and even some of the bulging blood vessels were dark blue. It seemed that the dark energy had already eroded the dwarf warrior's blood vessels. Even in this state, the dwarf warrior was still drunk. Roy squatted aside and couldn't help thinking in his heart, dwarves really don't care about their lives when they see wine. Roy didn't delay any longer. He whispered a prayer, and his fingers skillfully drew a divine pattern. A holy light immediately fell on the dwarf warrior. The dark energy on the dwarf warrior dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon the dwarf warrior's red face revealed its original color. At this time, the curtain of the tent was lifted, and Evely bent over and came in from outside. She was tall, and the dwarf warrior's tent was a bit narrow for her. For a priest, is it so easy to dispel the dark energy? Evely asked Roy curiously. This is also related to how much dark energy is left in his body. There is not much dark energy left in his body. Roy thought for a moment before answering with a smile. After curing the dwarf warrior's injury, Roy had completed Evely's request and repaid their favor. Roy couldn't stay in the exile camp for too long. After all, he had planned to return to the Dark Gate expedition camp last night. Roy hadn't returned to the camp yet. It was estimated that the expedition camp was in chaos, so he had to rush back as soon as possible. Roy had already asked Evely about the way back. If he left now, he could return to the Dark Gate expedition camp before dark. Before leaving the Wanderer camp, Roy planned to go shopping in the camp's market. He found that almost all the people selling goods in the market were demon hunters, and the stalls were also filled with magic materials of various dark creatures. Roy basically didn't recognize these magic materials. But there were some magic materials that Roy had seen before. For example, a blade with a dark aura was almost exactly the same as the blade Roy got from the dark sickle. Roy went up to ask about the price, and the stall owner actually sold it at a high price, starting at 300 soul crystals. Roy was so scared that he left the stall without even looking back. At other stalls, Roy also saw some elf cookies, which were also very expensive in the Wanderer camp. In addition, Roy also saw life tree juice being sold in the market, and a bowl could be bought for 1 soul crystal. Roy approached curiously, and only found out when he got close that the juice was not real life tree juice at all. Instead, the stall owner soaked a dead branch of the tree of life in a water jar and mixed some sticky liquid in the water jar. It looked very similar to life tree juice, but in fact, there was no breath of life. When Roy asked the stall owner if he had real life tree juice for sale, the stall owner stared at him in surprise and said, "You want to buy real life tree juice? Are you sure you can take out soul crystals? That stuff is very expensive. There are elves willing to buy a cup for 300 soul crystals. To be honest, this is at most a counterfeit substitute. You can drink it casually, mostly for psychological comfort." Roy walked around the market and found that life tree juice and elf biscuits were very precious and good things in the Wanderer camp. Roy didn't buy any bets in the end. He walked around the market, returned to Eve's tent empty-handed, and said goodbye to Eve and the others. After the dark energy on the dwarf warrior was dispelled, the whole person became more energetic, and the dark energy did not come back. When the dwarf warrior saw Roy coming back from the market, he said goodbye to everyone. In order to thank Roy for helping him, the dwarf warrior suggested that Roy drink. Roy smiled and declined, and casually said to the dwarf warrior with a smile, "Thank your friends if you want to thank them. They saved me, and I healed your injuries. It's fair, isn't it?" The dwarf warrior laughed heartily. Roy did not say where he came from, and Evely and the others did not ask any more questions. Before leaving the Wanderer camp, Roy visited Old Pike again and said goodbye to him. Roy was leaving the Wanderer camp, which surprised Old Pike. At this moment, he was busy repairing the claw wound on the abdomen of the injured Hans. Roy could see that old Pike had very little holy light power. In fact, he knew many other treatment methods, and was proficient in herbal medicine. Before leaving the Wanderer camp, Roy left a large bag of elf biscuits in the dwarf warrior's tent, and he left a cup of holy water from the pool for old Pike. Old Pike sat at the entrance of the tent, holding the cup filled with holy water, and sat there for a long time. Roy left the Wanderer camp with his luggage on his back, and strode forward in the direction of the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp without looking back. Chapter 592. In the Wanderer camp, Evely, Lorpage, Stander and the dwarf warrior stood side by side, watching Roy walk into the vast wilderness alone. What do you think? I mean, is Roy trustworthy? Evely hugged her shoulders with both hands, and the wrinkles on her face covered the original beauty of her fair face. Her eyes were still scrutinizing. Perhaps because she had experienced too much deception in the first half of her life, she was the kind of elf who would not easily trust others. His tall figure stood out among the three companions. At this time, the half-blood elf Lorapagi rubbed his forehead and responded, I don't understand it. Don't understand? The other three companions looked at Lorapagi in astonishment, wanting to hear his explanation. He is very young and powerful. He has the power of holy light, but he is not a believer of the Statue of Liberty. It seems contradictory, but we have to admit that this gives him a great advantage in the Dark Land. Did you see him take out those life tree juices and elf biscuits and give them to those who helped him casually? It feels like he is taking cheap things, like a glass of juice and a muffin. The half-elf ranger Lorapagi said. Evely crossed her arms and glared at the half-elf ranger with a reproachful look. These things should be very common in his life. What's so strange about this? Although I don't have much communication with him, I have a feeling that when he is with me, he is more relaxed than you and Stander. He can't understand Stander's imperial language or dwarven language, which means that he has been living in the elf continent and should not have much contact with wood elves. It is very likely that his companions are a group of half-elves. The half-elf Lorapagi sneered. My God, you can analyze so many things? The dwarf warrior rubbed his red nose and muttered. The half-elf Lorapagi continued, What happened last night? It can be seen that he is a calm and determined guy. Even demon hunters at our level need to gather together for warmth. So how can a warrior who dares to walk alone on this land be simple? The four of them fell silent. At this time, Roy had already walked away, and the others turned around and returned to the camp. At this time, the human warrior Stander said, It's better to make a friend than an enemy. The dwarf warrior also echoed, Next time you see that kid, remember to remind him that even in the Wanderer camp, he can't show his money bag outside. I think he must have more than one bag of elf cookies on him, maybe a lot of valuable goodies. Why do you and I always look at things from different perspectives? I think he must have more than one way to save his life if he dares to walk alone in the Dark Land. Since he dares to give these things to us, he must not be afraid of us snatching them. Okay, everyone has disappeared. Fortunately, Roy, who was walking in the Dark Land, did not hear their conversation, otherwise Roy would regret leaving a bag of elf cookies for them. At night in the Dark Land, the sky was crimson. At this time, many dark creatures hid themselves. Only some ordinary dark creatures were floating in the wilderness, moving with the wind. Roy walked for most of the day, and finally returned safely to the valley, where the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp was located. Standing at the entrance of the valley, Roy found that the entire valley was completely shrouded in darkness. No wonder almost no demon hunters in the Wanderer camp knew about this Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp. Expeditionary Camp. Roy had been in the Dark Land for a day and a night, but still had not returned to the Expeditionary Camp. The officers of the Mine Guards gathered together for a meeting. Captain Timothy came out to preside over the meeting. According to what Roy had said before he left, Captain Timothy tried his best to calm the half-blood elf officers and let them continue to lead patrols in the Expeditionary Camp. Out of trust in Captain Timothy, the half-blood elf officers patrolled the camp in rotation as usual. But by the afternoon, Captain Roy still hadn't returned to the camp, and many half-blood elf warriors in the Mine Guards gradually lost their patience. Some voices of going outside the camp to look for Boss Roy appeared in the Expeditionary Camp, and the half-blood elf officers took the initiative to find Captain Timothy, hoping that Captain Timothy would agree to let them enter the Dark Land. Captain Timothy was actually very conflicted. On the one hand, he had to fulfill Roy's request before he left, to appease the half-blood elf warriors in the Expeditionary Camp, and not rashly enter the Dark Land. On the other hand, his idea was more urgent than these half-blood elf warriors. He wanted to lead the assassination group into the Dark Land to find Roy's whereabouts. Captain Timothy always felt that with his prestige, he could appease these half-blood elf warriors. In fact, The half-blood elf warriors began to discuss that Boss Roy was lost in the Dark Land, and the entire expeditionary camp became a mess, and Captain Timothy's orders became less and less binding. A group of half-elf officers surrounded Captain Timothy again and asked him, "Captain Timothy, when can we enter the Dark Land?" Other officers echoed, "Yes, Boss Roy has been out of contact for so long. Can't we go outside to look for him?" Timothy was also a little shaken, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "Well, before Boss Roy left, he specifically asked me to stay at the expeditionary camp. So this time, entering the Dark Land to find Boss Roy will be the responsibility of our assassin group." After that, he was ready to call up the Dark Moon Elf warriors in the Mind Guard group. The half-blood elf officer said, "How can you assassins be the only one in charge? There is not even a high-level dark creature around the expeditionary camp. What can go wrong? For this kind of thing, it is better for everyone to search in the Dark Land together. The chance of finding it will be greater. Okay, everyone, get ready. Except for the elf warriors, who will be on duty next, all of us will go out." Captain Timothy was quickly persuaded by this group of half-blood elf officers, and planned to lead all the elf warriors of the Mind Guard regiment into the Dark Land. For a moment, the expeditionary camp immediately became boiling. In front of the Dark Gate in the back garden of the Statue of Liberty in Golfito Canyon, Captain Gabreth led a group of captains of the Silver Moon Elf Infantry Guard Regiment to climb the steps and step into the purple vortex. The Mind Guard Regiment has been stationed in the Dark Land for nearly a month, and Captain Gabreth wanted to see the situation of the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp. It just so happened that these Silver Moon Elf captains attended the meeting in the main hall, so Captain Gabor Reese took this opportunity to gather all the Silver Moon Elf captains and prepared to take everyone to the expeditionary camp opposite the Dark Gate. Captain Gabor Reese knew very well that the expeditionary camp opposite the Dark Gate could not have always been guarded by the Mind Guards. But the Silver Moon Elf warriors were reluctant to enter the Dark Land. Captain Gabor Reese walked out of the Dark Gate and pointed to the dilapidated expeditionary camp in front of him, saying to everyone, "You should all take a good look at everything here. In the future, your regiment may also enter the Dark Land and be stationed here for a while. This is the portal that connects the Dark Land to the Elven continent. It is a very important military fortress for us Silver Moon Elves. This expedition camp will definitely be continuously renovated in the future. At least all these tattered tents will be demolished and converted into our marching tents. These 16 magic towers are too crudely built, and the magic core rune arrays in the magic towers are too crude." After passing through the dark portal, Captain Gabreth began to chatter about the shabby tents and magic towers in the Dark Portal Expedition Camp. A group of Silver Moon Elves leaders following him were whispering and discussing who would be the next unlucky leader. As the Silver Moon Elf captains looked towards the expeditionary camp, they found that the half-blood elf warriors in the camp seemed to be sorting out their equipment. Some half-blood elf warriors were wearing magic armor and waiting at the edge of the expeditionary camp. It seemed that they were preparing to leave the camp and enter the wilderness of the Dark Land. The Silver Moon Elf officers stared at the half-blood elf warriors with wide eyes, wondering if these guys had become crazy because they were contaminated with too much dark aura. Such a crazy move. Soon, Captain Gabreth also realized that something was wrong in the camp. He wanted to call Roy over to ask what happened in the camp, but after a long time of giving the order, Roy didn't come over. Captain Gabreth hurriedly called an officer from the Mind Guard Regiment and gave him an order. "Where is Captain Roy going? Tell him to come see me." The half-blood elf officer saluted the commander, but then did not follow the commander's order. Instead, he returned to the team and prepared to leave the expeditionary camp with the team. A group of Silver Moon Elf captains opened their mouths wide and looked at the half-blood elf warriors. Captain Gabor Reese was furious. He stood on the low wall of the pool in front of the dark portal, pointed at the half-blood elf warriors and shouted, "I, Gabor Reese, is the captain of the Golfio Elf Corps. As the garrison of the Dark Portal Expeditionary Force Camp, you need to obey my orders and answer my questions, otherwise you will be severely punished. Where is your Captain Roy?" The half-blood elf warriors stood in silence in the team, ignoring the words of the Commander Gabreth, and prepared to go out of the camp. Seeing that the Commander Gabreth's words had no effect, the commander of the Silver Moon Elf standing next to him quickly grabbed a half-blood elf officer and emphasized to him, "This is the Commander Gabreth. Why don't you answer his questions?" The half-blood elf warriors turned their heads and looked at the Silver Moon Elf officer with cold eyes. No one in the team spoke, and the atmosphere was extremely cold for a while. Captain Timothy, who was supposed to step up to deal with the situation, had already walked out of the expeditionary camp with 1,000 Dark Moon Elf warriors. After entering the Dark Land, the Dark Moon Elf warriors immediately hid their bodies and disappeared into the dim wilderness. Captain Timothy planned to walk to the top of the earthen slope closest to the expeditionary camp to observe the surrounding terrain. Fortunately, there were no dark creatures around the camp. Just as Captain Timothy stood on the earthen slope and looked around, a figure entered his field of vision from a distance. The figure was wearing a thick leather magic patterned suit, with a huge book of judgment hanging around his waist. When he trotted in the wilderness, his legs seemed extremely stiff, and it seemed that he could drag a cloud of dust. After seeing Roy running, Captain Timothy suddenly smiled. He pointed in the direction where Roy appeared, signaling all the Dark Moon Elf warriors to look over there. For a moment, there was a strange cheer in the deserted wilderness. Captain Timothy quickly ran over to meet Roy. When he got closer, he found that Roy was already exhausted. His legs could hardly be lifted when he ran, and he could only drag himself. His magic cloak was torn in countless places, and there were traces of dried blood on it. However, he saw Roy's face, which was still full of sunshine and vigor, and did not look like he was seriously injured, so he was relieved. "Timothy, why did you come out?" Roy was startled by the sudden appearance of Captain Timothy, and he asked Captain Timothy hurriedly. "All of our officers of the Mine Guard have made a unanimous decision to enter the Dark Land to search for the whereabouts of the captain of the Mine Guard." Captain Timothy answered with a straight face. "Okay, I was careless this time, but since you found me, let's go back to the camp," Roy said to the Dark Moon Elf warriors, who emerged from the shadows all around. When Roy returned to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp, he found that the atmosphere in the camp was a little wrong. Almost all the Half-Blood Elf warriors were cheering excitedly, but the expressions on the faces of the Half-Blood Elf officers were not very natural. Roy pulled a Half-Blood Elf officer over and asked in a low voice, "Gabriel, what happened in the camp?" The Half-Elf officer stepped aside and pointed in the direction of Captain Gabreth. Roy then saw Captain Gabreth with a dark face and a group of Silver Moon Elf captains standing behind him, who were about to eat melons. Roy quickly pulled at his tattered magic cloak to make himself look more embarrassed, and ran to Captain Gabreth. "Captain, Roy is here to report." Captain Gabreth had a gloomy face and asked Roy coldly, "Captain Roy, what's going on? Where is the Mine Guard going?" Chapter 593. In the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp, Captain Gabreth stood at the bottom of the steps with a cold face. Behind him stood a group of Silver Moon Elf captains, all staring at Roy's blood-stained magic cloak. Apparently, the Silver Moon Elf captains had deeply experienced the dangers of the Dark Land from Roy. As the captain of the Mine Guard, Roy appeared in front of everyone in such an embarrassing state. Many Silver Moon Elf captains even began to imagine the bloody scene of Roy fighting hard with the dark creatures outside the camp. Roy quickly stood up and reported loudly to Captain Gabreth, without changing his expression, "Your Excellency, the Mine Guard is preparing to go out to clean up the dark creatures around the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp. Recently, high-level dark creatures have frequently appeared outside the valley. In order to ensure that the expeditionary camp is not discovered by the dark creatures, I decided to take the initiative this time to clean up the dark creatures outside the valley first and form a strategic buffer zone." Seeing Roy's embarrassed look, Gabreth Legion Commander was obviously dissatisfied, but he couldn't show it too much. He frowned, put on a concerned look, and reprimanded Roy. "How can you leave the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp casually, and you are going out in full force? You are simply neglecting your duties, and have no sense of teamwork. Your Mine Guard regiment now belongs to the Dark Gate Guard of the Golfito War Zone. This is the gate of the Dark Land to the Elf Continent. I don't need to elaborate on how important this place is, right? Captain Roy, I now order you to terminate the current action plan immediately. You must guard the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp honestly." Roy's expression was a little strange. He stared at Captain Gabreth and said seriously, "Sir, I have arranged a team of soldiers to patrol the expeditionary camp. This time we went outside the valley to clean up the dark creatures over there to ensure that the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp is not discovered by the dark creatures. Besides, when the Mine Guards were stationed in the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp, you promised me in person that the Half-Blood Elf warriors of the Mine Guards could enter the Dark Land to hunt dark creatures." Captain Gabor Reese recalled that he had indeed agreed to Roy's 3 conditions. The first condition was to provide the Mine Guards with life tree sap, and the first condition had been fulfilled. The second condition was to agree to the Mine Guards going out hunting. Now Captain Roy was organizing people to enter the Dark Land, and it seemed that he really had no reason to stop them. Although Commander Gabreth regretted it now, he couldn't take back his promise. Seeing that Commander Gabreth obviously didn't want to go into this matter any further, Roy immediately came up to Commander Gabreth and asked him, "Commander, when will the 5,000 magic cloaks we requested for supplies from the military be delivered to the expeditionary camp?" "It's not clear yet. You know how remote the Golfito Canyon is. The logistics team that currently provides material transportation to the Golfito War Zone has not been able to provide us with all the required materials as scheduled. Legion Commander Gabreth looked down at the steps and responded to Roy. Roy had heard General Kempfred say this kind of excuse many times in the Padstow Silver Pegasus military headquarters. Now when he heard Legion Commander Gabreth say this, although Roy had a smile on his face, he was complaining in his heart that Legion Commander Gabreth was not trustworthy. Seeing the half-blood elf warriors of the Mine Guards returning to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp one by one, Legion Commander Gabreth returned to Golfito with a cold face. The leaders of the Silver Moon Elves also passed through the Dark Gate and returned to the camp in the Golfito Canyon. Before leaving, they took a good look at the harsh environment of the expeditionary camp. The magic beam shot out by the 16 magic towers covered the camp, like a huge cage. And the bloody appearance of Captain Roy has been deeply engraved in the hearts of these Silver Moon Elf captains. The Silver Moon Elf captains began to think, if they led the Infantry Guard Regiment into the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp, could they do better than Captain Roy? You should have seen the situation in the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp. At present, there is only one Mine Guard Regiment stationed in the camp outside the Dark Gate. The guard force there can be said to be quite weak, so I hope you can also lead the Guard Regiment into the Expeditionary Camp to enhance the overall defense of the Expeditionary Camp. Back in the main hall of the Statue of Liberty, Commander Gabor Reese sat on the chair on the high platform and spoke to a group of Silver Moon Elf captains below. But these Silver Moon Elf captains had just seen the embarrassed look of Captain Roy, so they were naturally unwilling to agree to Commander Gabor Reese's request. It just so happened that these elf guards in Golfito Canyon were organized from all over the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. Once these Silver Moon Elf captains did not want to obey Commander Gabor Reese's orders, the commander really had no way to deal with them. The Silver Moon Elf infantry guards were unwilling to enter the Dark Land. The reason given by the Silver Moon Elf leaders was that the dark energy would make the Silver Moon Elf warriors extremely irritable, and could easily cause irreversible mental damage to them. Watching the Silver Moon Elf leaders leaving the main hall one after another, Captain Gabreth sat on the platform with a sullen face. He suddenly remembered that the half-blood elf warriors of the Mine Guards had never mentioned these reasons, and Captain Roy had never complained about anything except for making 3 requests. The only thing that made Captain Gabreth unhappy was that the half-blood elf warriors also didn't take him seriously. Even though he was the Legion commander, he couldn't give orders to those half-blood elf warriors. This was the reason why he was furious at the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp today. Although he was the Legion commander of the Golfito War Zone, he didn't have any real legions. These guard regiments that were put together had complicated backgrounds. Even the half-blood elf Mine Guard Regiment was backed by the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion and Earl Swinburne. Thinking of this, Gabreth Legion commander closed his eyes somewhat helplessly. He thought about the series of adjustments made to the Golfito War Zone, which seemed to be arranged in advance. The most important thing was to dispatch a group of Silver Moon Elf warriors who were willing to enter the Dark Land to Golfito, and then he would personally form these Silver Moon Elf warriors into a direct battle group. The Dark Gate was the place where he, Gabreth, rose. Although Gabreth Legion commander wanted to transfer the Mine Guard Regiment away from the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp to prevent them from making some rash moves. But there is no one available at the moment, so the Mine Guards can only stay at the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp. In fact, mobilizing the Mine Guards to enter the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp also put some pressure on Captain Gabor Reese. On his desk, there is a letter from the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. The letter is a question from Deputy Legion Commander Macaulay to the Golfito Military Department about some deployment issues. One of the questions is to ask Captain Gabor Reese why the auxiliary soldiers of the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights were transferred to the Dark Land. They are obviously auxiliary soldiers without any military training. Their existence is completely to serve the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights. In addition, the sealing process of the Dark Gate is not going smoothly, and the pressure on Captain Gabor Reese has been increasing recently. After Captain Gabreth and a group of Silver Moon Elf captains left the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp, Captain Timothy led a group of half-blood elf officers to surround Roy. Everyone expressed strong dissatisfaction with Roy's reckless behavior last night. At this time, the elf warriors who were preparing to enter the Dark Land had returned to their respective tents and took off their neatly dressed armor. Everyone gathered by the pool in the camp wearing only light leather armor. Roy sat alone on the low wall of the pool and told the elf warriors of the Mine Guards what happened in the wild of the Dark Land in the past 2 days and 1 night. When they heard about Roy's thrilling battle with the Dark Scythe, the elf warriors all broke out in cold sweats. Some elf warriors even secretly thanked Evely's Demon Hunter team. If they hadn't appeared in time, Roy might have died in the wilderness of the Dark Land and never come back. In fact, Roy also felt that the battle yesterday was quite thrilling. In fact, On the way back to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp, Roy also reflected on his reckless behavior. As the leader of the Mine Guard group, he had no need to face these dangers. What he should do most now is to form an elite demon hunting team. These dark creatures in the Dark Land are a considerable fortune for the demon hunting team. What Roy was most worried about was that hunting dark creatures without authorization would attract the attention of high-level dark creatures. But now, he knew that the Dark Lord of this area had died at the hands of the Statue of Liberty Expeditionary Force. Now this place is a chaotic area, and it has even attracted a large number of demon hunters. The demon hunting team of the Mine Guards will not have any trouble hunting dark creatures in this area for the time being. So after telling about yesterday's encounter, Roy stood up from the low wall of the pool and said sincerely to the thousands of elf warriors surrounding the pool, "Here, I promise you that the next action of hunting dark creatures will definitely not be my own. In order to hunt dark creatures more smoothly, I plan to form an elite hunting team." It was pitch black outside the camp, with occasional whimpering sounds from dark creatures. There was no dark creature near the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp. A group of elven officers from the Mine Guards gathered around Roy, and they listened carefully to Roy's next plan. For demon hunters, the entire Dark Land is a huge rich mine with abundant hunting resources. Roy thought that since he was going to stay here for 3 years, there was no reason not to go outside the expeditionary camp to reap the benefits. As for the harvest, Roy took out half of the sickle, which was a precious material harvested from the dark sickle. This half of the sickle exuded a dark aura, and the pure white bone blade was extremely sharp. Captain Timothy took the half of the sickle and pulled out a piece of tough hard leather from his waist. Usually, he would even use this piece of hard leather to sharpen the dagger. Now he tried to cut it with the half of the sickle, and the hard leather was easily cut off a small piece. The sickle is sharp as far as it can go, and it is a bone blade that does not need much grinding. As long as you choose a comfortable handle and inlay this half of the bone blade on it, you can get an exquisite magic bone blade, especially the bone blade is still filled with a strong dark aura. Captain Timothy took the half sickle in his hand and looked at it repeatedly, and finally concluded that the magic bone blade made from this bone sickle might be the most suitable weapon for assassins. Captain Timothy came out of the Partington Plain with more than 700 Dark Moon Elf warriors, and has been hiding in the Mine Guards in recent months. So a group of Silver Moon Elf officers including Earl Macaulay, Captain Gabreth, Captain Malthus, and Viscount Felek only knew that there were 5,000 half-blood elf warriors in the Mine Guards, but they didn't know that among these half-blood elf warriors, there were also 700 Dark Moon Elf assassins. Because the half-blood elves also have dark skin, these Dark Moon Elf warriors are not very conspicuous. In addition, they deliberately keep a low profile. So the elf warriors in the entire Golfito Valley did not even discover that there was a team of assassins hidden in the Mine Guards. Facts have proved that the Dark Moon Elf warriors are far more suitable for activities in the Dark Land than the half-blood elf warriors. Whether it is day or night, this group of assassins can enter a hidden state at any time, which means that the combat power of the assassin group will be greatly improved. Captain Timothy looked at the half-scythe in his hand, his eyes shining. He asked Roy, "If we want to hunt the dark side specifically, is it difficult?" Roy nodded and said to Captain Timothy, "I have entered the Dark Land several times to hunt, and only encountered the dark side this time. It is probably not a very common dark creature. Then it may be unrealistic to hunt the dark side and change the equipment for the assassin group." Captain Timothy said somewhat angrily. Roy did not expect Captain Timothy to have such a plan, and was also shocked. "If we want to equip the assassins with magic bone blades, there is actually another way," Roy said to Captain Timothy. "Boss, what do you have in mind?" Captain Timothy asked doubtfully. "We can go to the market in the Wanderer camp and buy some," Roy said casually. "Really?" Captain Timothy asked with some surprise. "If you want to confirm whether it is true, you can go to the Wanderer camp and take a look," Roy said proudly. Chapter 594. Roy rested for only 2 days at the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp, and then took 200 Dark Moon Elf warriors, including Captain Timothy, into the Dark Land. In the Dark Land, the Dark Moon Elf warriors could avoid the perception of dark creatures even without magic cloaks. In the Dark Land, they could hide in the shadows for a long time. So such a strange picture appeared in the desolate wilderness of the Dark Land. A young human was walking slowly alone in the wilderness of the Dark Land. He was carrying a thick copper-covered book of judgment and a sacred scepter on his waist, and he kept walking up the barren hillside covered with gravel. When Roy climbed to the top of the hill, he released a faint light that floated above his head, attracting some dark creatures that were originally wandering on the hill. These dark creatures continued to gather on the hillside, but halfway, a sharp dagger suddenly appeared beside them. These daggers were filled with some natural elemental auras. When they stabbed the dark creatures, the dark moon elf warriors holding the daggers would reveal their figures. As the dark creatures turned into wisps of black air and dissipated, these dark moon elf warriors would then hide in the shadows again. Only some high-level dark creatures appeared near Roy. They became extremely weak in a beam of holy light, and finally slowly dissipated. Sometimes they would drop a soul crystal the size of a fingernail. Roy stood on the top of the hillside and found that this teamwork hunting method would make him much easier. Most dark creatures did not need him to take action directly. They would be killed one by the 200 dark moon elf warriors lurking around. The hunting team continued to advance along the mountains in the wilderness of the Dark Land, clearing the dark creatures very quickly. As the high-level dark creatures shattered one by one, only some soul crystals were left on the ground. 2 hours later, all the dark creatures on the hillside were cleared, and Roy began to count the number of soul crystals harvested on the top of the mountain. Captain Timothy took 200 dark moon elf warriors to rest on the hillside. Even when these dark moon elf warriors were resting, they would remain hidden. This kind of high-level dark creature does not belong to the dark magic beast. They do not have magical materials on them. After they die completely, they will turn into wisps of black gas and dissipate. Only higher-level dark beasts can be used to collect magic materials. Just like the dark scythe that Roy had hunted before was a third-level dark creature. In addition to obtaining the black scythe, he could also obtain the essence bones from it. However, the essence bones from the dark scythe that Roy killed were completely purified by Roy's holy light. The dark power possessed by this dark creature is still very strong. Ordinary first-level warriors can only hunt high-level dark creatures at most. They cannot fight against dark beasts of the dark scythe's level. The reason why Roy was able to kill the dark scythe was because the holy light in his body had a strong restraining effect on dark creatures. That's why he borrowed an ice magic scroll given to him by Miss Tiffany during his escape and successfully killed the dark scythe. This time, Roy brought 200 dark moon elf warriors into the Dark Land, almost pushing forward along the high ridge. Unfortunately, there were very few dark scythes in this area, and he didn't encounter any along the way. Roy didn't expect that the dark moon elf warriors were so talented in hunting dark creatures. After several consecutive hunting trips, the team obtained a large number of soul crystals. In just 2 weeks, Roy quickly accumulated nearly 10,000 soul crystals. With so many soul crystals, Roy went to the Wanderer camp to purchase the black bone sickle from the Wanderer camp. He led 200 dark moon elf warriors out of the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp and headed straight towards the Wanderer camp. In the wilderness of the Dark Land, Roy occasionally saw some demon hunter teams. Roy guessed that they might be residents of the Wanderer camp, but these demon hunter teams were very vigilant. Even if Roy was walking alone in the wilderness, most demon hunter teams would keep a certain degree of safety distance from Roy. Some demon hunter teams would even cautiously avoid him. The closer you are to the Wanderer camp, the easier it is to meet a demon hunter team on the road. Most of these demon hunters were clearing out those high-level dark creatures in the wilderness, and Roy would keep a certain distance from them. It takes about half a day to travel between the Wanderer camp and the Dark Gate Expeditionary camp. This is only if you walk the entire way, which will take most of the day. Otherwise, if there is a slight delay along the way, you may arrive at the Wanderer camp before dark. When Roy walked into the Wanderer camp, he was still alone. However, this time was just before dark, and the dark creatures immediately became active, and many demon hunting teams also returned to the Wanderer camp one after another. Captain Timothy was also among them. According to Roy's reminder, he came to the campfire after entering the Wanderer camp, took out a soul crystal and threw it into the fire, and then sat down quietly beside the campfire. The other dark moon elf warriors were on standby outside the Wanderer camp, and did not enter the Wanderer camp. Roy set up an ordinary tent in the camping area of the Wanderer camp. After everything was arranged, he went to visit Evely, Stander and Lolpage in the Wanderer camp. Only when he arrived in front of their tent did he find a black stone pressing on the door of the tent, which meant that Evely and the others were not in the Wanderer camp. Maybe it was very late. Roy passed by the free market in the Wanderer camp. The whole market was empty. There was not a single stall. Then, Roy went to visit Old Pike again. The bench outside Old Pike's tent was also full of injured demon hunters. Roy stood outside the tent and poked his head into the tent. He saw Old Pike busy with his back to him. 2 seriously injured elf warriors were lying on the 2 beds in the tent. The white sheets covering them were stained with blood. Roy coughed lightly, then stood behind Old Pike and asked him, "Old Pike, do you need help?" Old Pike was startled by Roy's voice. He turned around and found that it was Roy standing at the door of the tent. He glared at Roy, stuffed the scissors in his hand into Roy's hand, and ordered him, "Then what are you still doing? Hurry up and work." Old Pike muttered, and gave the position in front of him to Roy, and he turned to deal with another seriously injured soldier. Roy took the scissors, and used them to cut off the rotten flesh around the wound of the seriously injured soldier infected with the dark energy, according to Old Pike's request. This process was a bit difficult for Roy, as the dark energy had begun to spread around the wound. As long as he was not careful, the remaining trace of darkness would cause a new crisis. Although Roy's skills in trimming the rotten flesh on the wounded were poor, he possessed the power of holy light. When he encountered a place that was difficult to trim, he secretly released some holy light to quickly clear the dark energy from the seriously injured soldier. He also secretly took out a bottle of high-quality healing potion from his magic waste bag and poured it into the seriously injured soldier's mouth. Then Roy had the opportunity to turn around and watch Old Pike's skills in trimming the rotten flesh. Chapter 595. After Old Pike finished treating the rotten flesh on another seriously injured person, he planned to ask Roy to come over and do a simple bandage. He found that Roy, who was sitting on the chair next to him, had already treated all the wounds of the seriously injured person that were corroded by the dark energy. He even used needle and thread to carefully sew up the torn wounds. However, these sutured wounds seemed complicated and looked a bit hideous on the abdomen. "Not bad for suturing. Your holy light power is abundant." Old Pike touched his chin and asked in a low voice standing behind Roy. Roy nodded and replied, "I don't believe in the Statue of Liberty. When I became an apprentice priest, I could absorb some holy light power from the people around me." Old Pike widened his eyes and asked in confusion, "I can also absorb the holy light particles around me. It's just that the insignificant holy light particles around us can't meet our usual needs." "Roy, how do you solve it?" "In the Dark Land, some auxiliary means are indeed needed. For example, I often replenish some holy water," Roy explained. Roy wanted to show Old Pike the holy light tree in his body, but he didn't know how to describe it, so Roy made the magic vortex around him rotate. Unfortunately, Old Pike couldn't see the magic vortex that kept spinning around Roy, nor could he see the dense roots of the holy light tree that penetrated into the magic vortex. Roy put his hands together, put on a prayer posture, and then closed his eyes, and said, "I usually sense the holy light particles around me, and then slowly try to communicate with them, just like this." As Roy extended his divine thoughts, all the holy light particles that the magic vortex could reach lit up and kept spinning around Roy. Unfortunately, the holy light particles in the Dark Land were too scarce, and those surrounding Roy's body were also pitifully few. But even so, Old Pike was still extremely shocked. Old Pike was a little fascinated. The two of them only chatted about the power of holy light in a low voice when they were resting. There were many wounded waiting outside Old Pike's tent. Although their injuries were not as serious as the two wounded lying on the bed, they also lost a lot of blood. Because they were contaminated with the dark air, they could not be bandaged immediately. Old Pike needed to purify the dark air and then carry out follow-up treatment. Old Pike was very experienced in how to remove the dark air from the wound. In exchange, Old Pike also introduced Roy to several simple and effective methods to remove the dark energy. If combined with releasing a little holy light power, the purification effect will be even better. It is said that if the dark energy that has invaded the body is not cleared away in time, the demon hunter's body will be damaged, and it can even slowly transform the demon hunter into a dark monster. Some demon hunters have gone crazy, some demon hunters have gone berserk, and some demon hunters simply cut off the infected parts. Since Old Pike came to the Wanderer camp, this kind of thing has not happened again. In fact, with Roy's current speed of absorbing the power of holy light, it doesn't matter whether he learns these simple treatment methods or not, but the half-blood elf warriors in the expeditionary camp can use them. Now many half-blood elf warriors in the expeditionary camp have learned to perform the glimmering technique, which means that they have mastered the holy light. They don't have much holy light, so if they can learn the way Old Pike treats wounds, then when they are injured, they can treat their wounds themselves. Roy was busy in Old Pike's clinic for a whole day, and when he left, he only received a few words of thanks from the demon hunter. But Roy didn't care about that. Before leaving, Old Pike put his arm around Roy's shoulders, hoping that he could come to his clinic in the Wanderer camp often when he was free. Roy readily agreed. The night of the Dark Land came, and the sky gradually turned red. Those dark creatures that were extremely active in the wilderness disappeared one after another. For them, it was time to rest. For the demon hunters in the Wanderer camp, while the dark creatures are lurking, their hunting time is about to begin. The camp gradually became lively, and some vendors appeared in the free market. Almost all the vendors in the Wanderer camp were demon hunters. Roy walked around the free market and found a lot of magic materials he had never seen before. According to the stall owner, these were obtained from dark monsters. The currency circulating in the Wanderer camp is not magic crystals, which are also relatively precious here. The main currency in the Wanderer camp is soul crystals, and these demon hunters also like to use soul crystals to measure the specific value of an item. Although the Dark Scythe is a level 3 dark demon beast, there are quite a few demon hunting teams in the Wanderer camp that can hunt the Dark Scythe. Roy has seen this sharp bone blade on many stalls. How much is this? Roy squatted in front of a stall, first looked at the crystal-like bones, then casually flipped through other goods, and finally pointed at the bone blade of the Dark Scythe and asked the stall owner. 70 soul crystals. This thing was obtained by our team when we hunted the Dark Sickle. You may also know that the Dark Sickle is very precious, and there are high risks when hunting, so this thing is a bit expensive. The stall owner was a human warrior. When he heard Roy speak Elvish, he immediately spoke to Roy in fluent Elvish. 50 soul crystals, I won't pay a penny more, Roy said casually. Then forget it. The stall owner shook his head and refused Roy's bargaining, but his words were still very tough. Roy stood up, slowly left the stall, and wandered around the free market. Perhaps other stall owners noticed Roy asking about the price of the Dark Scythe. Whenever Roy walked to a stall, the stall owner would enthusiastically introduce the Dark Scythe that he was going to sell. Besides, before Roy even opened his mouth, the stall owners took the initiative to lower the price a little. Take a look at the bone blade of my Dark Scythe. It was just hunted not long ago, and the dark aura on it is particularly strong. It is also very well preserved. Look at the bone cuts here, they are all very clean. Some stall owners took the initiative to introduce it to Roy. Roy looked at the bone blade of the Dark Sickle in front of the stall owner and said, I am willing to buy it for 50 soul crystals. There is no such cheap price in the entire free market. If you really want to buy it, then it will be 65 soul crystals. Forget it, I will cut myself again, and you can take it away if you give me 60 soul crystals. The stall owner bit his lower lip, and said to Roy with a painful look on his face. Roy blinked and said, 50 soul crystals. The price you offer is too low. I can't sell it to you at this price. Although the stall owner said this, he took the initiative to wink at Roy, indicating that he could take the bone blade of the Dark Sickle. Roy smiled slightly, but did not make a follow-up transaction. Instead, he added to the stall owner, I want to buy many, so the price I offer can only be 50 soul crystals. Oh Guhaim, are you still going to sell it? If you don't want to sell it, I want to sell this half of my bone blade. The stall owner next to him came over and tried to ask. Sell, why not? The stall owner immediately changed his tone, and handed the Dark Sickle bone blade to Roy very quickly. Roy paid very quickly, and then bought all the Dark Sickle bone blades on the stall next to him. At this time, some stall owners quickly surrounded Roy and said that they also had Dark Sickle bone blades on their stalls, and they were willing to sell them for 50 soul crystals. As long as the stall owner sent a Dark Sickle bone blade to him, Roy would basically pay for it, unless the quality was extremely poor, then Roy would pick it out. Soon the news that Roy bought Dark Sickle bone blades in the market spread in the Wanderer camp. In fact, the market in the camp was not very big, with only dozens of stalls, and it didn't take Roy much time to walk around. However, Roy also bought more than 50 Dark Sickle bone blades, and all at the price of 50 soul crystals. Many stall owners, who were not prepared to reduce the price of bone blades, were a little impatient at this time. Such big buyers rarely appear in the Wanderer camp. Once they appear, no one wants to pass by them. As more and more stall owners are willing to sell the Dark Scythe bone blade at the price of 50 soul crystals, the stall owners' original ideas have changed. They feel that selling a Dark Scythe bone blade for 50 soul crystals is not unacceptable. So Roy searched the market in the Wanderer camp, and actually bought more than 120 Dark Scythe bone blades. And the stall owners in the Wanderer camp were privately discussing Roy's background. He actually took out so many soul crystals at once. Seeing the bulging pockets on his waist, it seems that there are still a lot left. In fact, Roy also saw some other dark magic materials in the market of the Wanderer camp, but he didn't know the prices of these magic materials, so he didn't buy them. Only the Dark Scythe bone blade was accepted by everyone. After buying it, he didn't plan to sell it again. Roy was going to make these Dark Sickle bone blades into Dark War blades and distribute them to the Dark Moon Elf warriors. Captain Timothy followed Roy quietly. When Roy left the market in the Wanderer camp, Captain Timothy also left the Wanderer camp from the other side. Many demon hunters in the Wanderer camp saw Roy leave alone, and he was also the most generous buyer to the Wanderer camp in the past few months. After hearing the news, Some demon hunters immediately became active. Even some stall owners in the market joined in, and everyone in the Wanderer camp discussed how to rob Roy on the way. Some well-informed demon hunters said that Roy was very close to Old Pike in the camp. If they robbed Roy, they would probably offend Old Pike in the camp. But this voice was quickly suppressed by other voices. These demon hunters thought that failure was no big deal. If they failed, they could just leave the expedition camp. If they succeeded, they would become rich overnight. Maybe the wealth on Roy would be enough for them to leave the Dark Land. Everyone got together and quickly formulated an ambush plan. They set rangers who were proficient in tracking methods to follow Roy, while the main force took a detour to get in front of Roy and intercepted him. Soon, 2 demon hunters from the Wanderer camp chased out. After they caught up with Roy realized that these 2 elf rangers were the members of the demon hunting team that Roy had treated last night. After they caught up with Roy, they did not tell him directly that some demon hunters were going to rob him. Instead, they hoped that Roy would return to the rangers' camp right now, and it would be best if he could stay in the camp for a while, and it would be best if he could make friends with some demon hunters in Old Pike's clinic and build his own social circle, and it would be best if he did not leave in such a hurry. Seeing that the 2 elf rangers spoke so tactfully, Roy smiled while standing on the hillside, and then said, "Have you heard any bad rumors?" The 2 elf rangers looked at each other and said hesitantly, "We heard some uncertain news. Some demon hunters in the Wanderer camp have set their eyes on your money bag and want to take advantage of you on the way." Roy nodded and said, "Thank you for being willing to tell me frankly and for making a special trip for this matter." Roy looked at the empty space around him and said, "But I'm not afraid of them. Besides, I'm not alone. I also have a large demon hunting team." The 2 elf rangers were worried that someone would catch up with them, so they left in a hurry after telling Roy the news. They didn't even dare to go back the same way, but took a detour to leave. In fact, when Roy just said those words, 200 Dark Moon Elf warriors were scattered around him. Roy said that he was not alone, and he was talking about the 200 Dark Moon Elf warriors around him. Seeing that the 2 elf rangers had run far away, Captain Timothy appeared from Roy's side and said to Roy, "In fact, as long as you show 20 Dark Moon Elf warriors, I guess those demon hunters in the Wanderer camp will not take the risk of attacking you." Roy shook his head and sighed. "This Wanderer camp is too close to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp, so I don't want this Wanderer camp to be a place of filth and dirt. I hope it can be an orderly camp. Although this test can't catch all the demon hunters with bad intentions at once, it can at least let them hide their tails and not show them easily." Captain Timothy couldn't understand what Roy said, but he didn't refute it. "Let's go, walk forward. There is a call in front. We can wait for them there." Roy pointed forward and said with a serious face. Captain Timothy saw that Roy was determined, so he didn't say anything to stop him, but waved to the surroundings and walked in the front. Chapter 596. Under the dark red sky, the black wilderness was covered with various gravels. It was difficult to see plants in the dark land. Even if some plants grew in the soil, they were all fungal spores with a dark aura. As long as someone touched them, they would explode with thick poisonous gas. In the barren wilderness, a team of demon hunters quickly crossed the ridge and ran into a valley where they could hide. The hillside was full of scorched stones. This group of demon hunters were the ones who had chased out of the Wanderer camp. They were eyeing the purse on Roy's waist and the bone blades of more than 100 dark sickles in the magic waist bag. Among these demon hunters, there are humans, elves, and dwarves. They are all demon hunters who make a living in the Dark Land. Those who can survive in the Dark Land all have some unique skills. A group of demon hunters sat behind the pile of rocks, waiting for their companions who were following Roy to send a signal in time. When waiting for prey, the flow of time often becomes extremely slow. The demon hunters squinted their eyes and looked at the rocks, and also paid attention to the dark creatures swimming around. After waiting for a long time, Roy did not appear, and some people began to question, will he change his direction halfway and no longer pass through this valley? An old demon hunter, who was very familiar with this area, thought for a moment before saying, "No, if that guy changes his direction, Hosen will definitely pass the news to us. If he goes this way, he will basically have to cross this mountain." After hearing what the old demon hunter said, the demon hunter sat down again. "Then we will wait here." At this time, a demon hunter who was ambushing on the highest rock called out to the people below, "Everyone, that kid, he is coming. Everyone hide, don't let him find you." The demon hunters behind the rocks immediately cheered up, but they didn't peek out from behind the rocks. This group of demon hunters had rich hunting experience. Several eagle eyes who were good at using longbows began to adjust their status, hung up the bowstrings, and selected a few wind-controlling arrows from the quiver. just waiting for Roy to walk into their range. It would be best if they could shoot him to death with one arrow. Roy stopped on the hillside and looked at the stone pond belt full of rocks on the opposite side. He hesitated for a moment, and then stared at the dark red sky in the distance. It seemed that he was full of tangled emotions. After thinking for a moment, he turned around and walked east along the ridge. This way, he could bypass the rocky col ahead. He was planning to give the demon hunters a chance. At this time, the two demon hunters, who had been following Roy, also came from behind. Judging from their movements, they wanted to block Roy's retreat. Roy just looked back and turned around to ignore them, still walking east along the ridge. "What's wrong? Are you planning to give them a chance?" Captain Timothy, who had been following Roy, asked Roy from the shadows. Roy looked at the empty surroundings, and suddenly heard the voice of Captain Timothy. This feeling was really a bit strange. "Well, it suddenly occurred to me. These demon hunters, some of them came to the dark land through the time and space rifts, and some left the expeditionary force to hunt dark creatures here. They hunted dark creatures here, even if they were forced to do so by life and to satisfy their adventurous hearts, but it was also a disguised protection for the elf continent. Although they were temporarily blinded by interests and set their eyes on me, a fat sheep. Hee hee, but if they can wake up at this time, I am still willing to give them a chance," Roy said as he walked forward, and he laughed as he spoke. In fact, Roy's action was already a step back, and the surrounding dark moon elf warriors followed Roy and walked east along the ridge. But at this time, the two demon hunters, who had been following Roy, were a little panicked. They quickly released two flares into the sky, and the long flame tails drew a beautiful arc in the dark red sky. Roy stopped and turned to look behind him. The elf ranger who had been following Roy stopped immediately, and stood a few hundred meters away, staring at Roy vigilantly. After seeing the magic flare, a group of demon hunters hiding in the valley emerged from the valley full of rocks, and stood on top of the rocks. Several demon hunters with longbows on their backs jumped off the black rocks and chased in the direction where Roy was hiding. The other demon hunters went around in front of Roy and stopped him. Several demon hunters with longbows on their backs ran very fast on the hillside. They ran with long legs and big strides, looking like agile antelopes. Roy stopped when he saw the demon hunters rushing out of the valley. He stood on the hillside with an indifferent look on his face, looking at the demon hunters rushing towards him, and held the chain of the Book of Judgment hanging on his waist in his hand. "Now the hearts of these demon hunters are filled with greed," Roy said to Captain Timothy with some disappointment. "What's so strange about this? After all, this is a dark place." Captain Timothy saw it very clearly. Several demon hunters ran to the bottom of the hillside, which was 400 or 500 meters away from Roy, and it was still at the bottom of the hillside, but it was obvious that they had no intention of running forward. They half crouched on the hillside, pulled the elven longbow in their hands to the full, and put on the carefully selected wind-controlling arrows. The moment these demon hunters shot their arrows, their fingers that were pulling the bowstrings to their full potential lit up with magical glow. A little bit of wind-attributed magic was poured into the arrows, and a protective film was immediately formed around them. The bowstring made a crisp sound, and the sharp arrow turned into a white light and flew towards Roy. The arrow wrapped with wind elements would even draw a white line when flying in the air. Roy stood in place, and he didn't even dodge. If an archer hid in the dark and shot an arrow of this level, it would still be a threat to Roy. But if it was shot at Roy so blatantly, this kind of wind arrow would have no power. The wind element arrows hit something during the flight, and deviated from their original flight trajectory, and shot on the hillside. Several arrows were like this. Roy raised the Book of Judgment in his hand from a distance, and shook it gently. The demon hunters looked at each other, feeling the provocation that Roy had just shown when he waved the prayer book, and thought that the range just now might be a bit far. So they chased forward for a distance, and when they were about 200 meters away from Roy, they shot another row of arrows at the same time. For these eagle eyes, this distance is a sure thing to hit the target. But what surprised them was that several wind element arrows still fell accidentally during the flight. The strange scene did not even give them time to think about it, because several demon hunters had keenly felt the light footsteps around them. After a while, several demon hunters felt that their bodies were tightly hugged by something, and then their necks felt a little cold, a sharp pain, and blood gushed out of their throats like a spring. They quickly covered the bleeding wounds with their hands, and the blood flowed out from their fingers, and even poured into their stomachs through their esophagus. They stared with their eyes wide open, unable to make any sound in their throats. A group of elf warriors appeared beside them inexplicably. They pointed at the cold-faced dark moon elf warriors wearing silver helmets, looking at them in disbelief and pain, trying to make a final struggle, but unfortunately their bodies had already softened uncontrollably. These Dark Moon Elf warriors unanimously inserted their daggers into the scabbards on the outside of their thighs, and hit again in front of these demon hunters, who were lying on the ground and twitching. The demon hunters who were trying to get in front of Roy found that something was wrong with the ambush. The demon hunters, who ran over from the side and shot arrows, suddenly fell down. They only saw a few blurry figures in the dim light. The old demon hunter immediately realized that danger was coming. After he gave a warning, he immediately gave up trying to intercept Roy and quickly changed his running direction, intending to turn around and hide in the valley full of rocks. Their prediction of danger was very accurate, but unfortunately they were one step too late. If they could sense the danger when Roy changed his route and immediately chose to abandon the ambush plan, they might be able to save their lives. But now the Dark Moon Elf warriors have already touched them, and they have no chance to escape. The old demon hunter, with his excellent perception, suddenly lowered his head and dodged the dagger of the Dark Moon Elf warrior from behind, saving his throat, but his companions around him were not as alert as him. At the same time, 7 demon hunters covered their necks with their hands, blood came out from their fingers, and they fell to the gravel ground with horror. The old demon hunter immediately leaped forward, but at this moment, he saw a Dark Moon Elf warrior emerge from the shadows, doing the same action as him. He wanted to reach out and push the Dark Moon Elf warrior away, but the Dark Moon Elf warrior handed him a sharp dagger, which immediately pierced the palm of the old demon hunter's hand. The old demon hunter screamed. This was the first scream in this battle, and then the scream stopped abruptly, because the Dark Moon Elf warrior had already sent the dagger into the old demon hunter's heart. Until this moment, the old demon hunter suddenly woke up. He looked at the Dark Moon Elf warrior with despair in his eyes, and blood gushed out of his mouth. The other demon hunters also fell in a pool of blood one after another under the clearing of the Dark Moon Elf warrior. These demon hunters were almost all warriors with the strength of the first level. Almost the moment the Dark Moon Elf warrior took action, they fell in a pool of blood. The 200 Dark Moon Elf warriors did not give this group of demon hunters any chance. They used the most fierce means to kill all the demon hunters who tried to ambush Roy. This bloody killing immediately attracted the dark creatures wandering around. They had extremely keen perception of the smell of blood and broken spirits. A large group of dark creatures gathered from all directions. In the wilderness of the Dark Land, these dark creatures crowded together, just like a dark cloud. Under the leadership of Captain Timothy, the Dark Moon Elf warriors did not confront the group of dark creatures head-on, but quickly bypassed them. A group of Dark Moon Elf warriors surrounded Roy and walked towards the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp. After Roy left, the Wanderer camp was still as peaceful as ever, except that the demon hunters in the camp occasionally discussed the generous young man. The Wanderer camp was not big, so there were not many secrets. For example, the news that the demon hunters were going to ambush Roy in the wild soon spread in the Wanderer camp. Many stall owners who had traded with Roy still felt a little regretful, because they knew they might lose a customer soon. Although this customer always kept the price very low during the transaction, the dark side bone blades that were piled up in his hands could at least be sold, right? Some demon hunters were beating their chests and complaining that they had not received the news earlier. If they could join the ambush team, they could at least get a share of the pie. Hunting a dark sickle may be extremely dangerous. But ambushing a young demon hunter, what risks can there be? Besides, this young man is equivalent to about 120 dark sickles. Just thinking about it makes me feel a little angry. Old Pike sat outside the tent with an indifferent face, and a sign saying no treatment today was hung at the door of the tent early. Those injured demon hunters could only sit outside the tent silently. They probably had to wait here for a night before they could receive priority treatment from Old Pike tomorrow morning. No one dared to risk their lives to complain to Old Pike at this time, saying that he was slacking off. Tell me, I worked so hard to save you from the side of the god of death, just so that you can stab me in the wild one day? Old Pike muttered. If that's the case, I might as well prepare a coffin in the camp, and you can just stab me to death in the coffin. At least there will be a tombstone left. Do you also want to see my money box? A bunch of ungrateful bastards, who eat red meat and poop white shit. Starting tomorrow, all medical fees will be doubled. Don't come to me if you don't have money. Beg me to treat you. Old Pike leaned against his dirty tent and muttered. Everyone knew that he was just talking in anger. Tomorrow morning, he would still lift the curtain of the tent and treat the injured demon hunters. But when everyone privately talked about the demon hunters who ran into the wilderness to ambush the young man, there was more disgust in their tone, and they even felt that they made the Wanderer camp disharmonious for their own selfish interests. Chapter 597. Many demon hunters in the Wanderer camp were waiting for news about the battle in the wilderness. This time, a total of 17 demon hunters entered the wilderness of the Dark Land to chase the young half-elf. Originally, they thought they would rush back to the Wanderer camp before the dark creatures entered their active period. But everyone waited until the second day, and those demon hunters, who entered the dark land to hunt down the young half-elf, had not returned to the camp. Until the third day, no news was received about this ambush in the wild. After those demon hunters left the camp, they never came back. The demon hunters in the Wanderer camp smelled something unusual, and everyone started to get nervous. Old Pike, who was sitting in front of the tent and cursing, had returned to the tent and started seeing patients as usual. Everyone started to speculate whether the young half-elf was smart enough to change his route after leaving the Wanderer camp, and was leading the demon hunters by the nose all the way. The two sides were now engaged in a thrilling chase in the wilderness of the Dark Land. Or maybe the demon hunters had already taken the property from the young half-elf. Because the property was so huge, the demon hunters had already taken the property to other camps to hide. Roy led 200 Dark Moon Elf warriors back to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp before dark. There were almost no dark creatures in the valley where the expeditionary camp was located. Even after dark, the dark creatures here were not so active. The protective shield formed by the 16 magic towers was unique in the valley. When the elf warriors of the Mine Guard saw Roy returning to the camp with a group of Dark Moon Elf warriors, they immediately gave up the square by the pool in front of the Dark Gate, allowing these Dark Moon Elf warriors, who were stained with the aura of darkness, to rest by the pool. Roy took out the dark sickle bone blades he bought from the Wanderer camp, and gave them all to Captain Timothy. This bone blade is very easy to make into a magic dagger. This special warcraft material hardly needs to be polished. It is the blade itself. As long as a handle of better material is installed, it will become a dark blade. A dozen Dark Moon Elf warriors immediately started to make dark blades. Next, Roy and Captain Timothy got together and began to discuss who should be given the more than 100 dark blades first. According to Captain Timothy's idea, he believed that they should be given priority to Dark Moon Elf warriors above the captain level in the assassin group. However, there were only 700 Dark Moon Elf warriors who came to the Dark Land this time, and only 73 officers above the captain level, which meant that after distributing these dark blades to these captain-level Dark Moon Elf officers, there would still be 47 dark blades left to be redistributed. Captain Timothy was going to distribute the remaining dark blades to the powerful Dark Moon Elf warriors in the Assassin Corps. Roy felt that there was nothing wrong with distributing the dark blades to the captains in the Assassin Corps. However, the distribution of the remaining dark blades cannot be measured by one's own strength, but should be distributed according to the merit points within the assassin group. Whoever has accumulated enough merits is eligible to obtain the Dark Blade. For a time, many Dark Moon Elf warriors in the assassin group got the Dark Blade. Captain Timothy also promised other Dark Moon Elf warriors, who did not get the Dark Blade, that the group would frequently enter the Dark Land to hunt this dark beast Dark Scythe. Roy returns to Golfito Canyon through the Dark Portal every month to report the situation of the expeditionary camp to Commander Gabreth. Towards the end of the month, after resting for a night in the expeditionary camp, Roy took 2 half-blood elf warriors back to Golfito Canyon through the portal. When they walked from the back garden of the Statue of Liberty to the main hall, they found out that the commander was no longer in Golfito Canyon. Since he was back in Golfito Canyon, Roy was not in a hurry to return to the expeditionary camp. He left the Statue of Liberty and first returned to the camp of the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights to meet with Captain Malthus. He found that the camp was still the same. The Silver Moon Elves had already gotten used to the life in the camp. After performing patrol missions, they would go to the camp shower room to take a shower, then go to the camp rest area to sit for a while, drink some fruit tea, and eat something. Many Silver Moon Elf Knights took the initiative to greet Roy when they saw Roy return to the camp. These Silver Moon Elf Knights were usually very arrogant. They were willing to take the initiative to greet Roy, which showed that this group of Silver Moon Elf warriors recognized Roy's identity as the leader. "Captain Roy, how are you doing in the Dark Land?" a Silver Moon Elf Knight asked Roy curiously. Roy stopped at the rest area of the camp, and then answered the Silver Moon Elf Knight, "It's okay, except that the day and night are reversed there. Everything else is almost the same. By the way, there are no plants there, and there are rarely any water sources." Roy introduced it in detail. Many situations in the Dark Land overturned the Silver Moon Elf Knight's understanding of the world. After hearing Roy's introduction, everyone became a little dumbfounded, and their impression of the Dark Land became worse. In fact, elves are quite picky about their living environment. Most elves like to live in the forest, and it is best if there is a tree of life in their living circle. The living environment in the Dark Land is obviously not suitable for elves to live. Some Silver Moon Elf Knights couldn't help but secretly feel lucky that they were not sent to the Dark Land for garrison. Then, They immediately realized that the army stationed in the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp was just the Mine Guard regiment of Captain Roy. At this time, showing a relieved look in front of Captain Roy was a little disrespectful to Captain Roy. During the time Roy was stationed in the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp, some changes also took place in the Golfito Canyon. In addition to the camps of the Silver Moon Elf Guards, Roy discovered that there were some scattered tents at the exit of the valley. Golfito Canyon seemed to be more lively than a month ago. Captain Malthus led a team of Silver Pegasus warriors into the camp. Seeing Roy sitting in the rest area of the camp and chatting with a group of Silver Moon Elf Knights, he also walked over and said to Roy, "Calculating the time, I knew you would come back to report in the next few days, but it's unfortunate that you came back at this time." The Legion commander happened to go to Murayaki port. Roy waved his hand and smiled in response. "For me, it doesn't matter whether I can meet Captain Gabreth or not. It doesn't make any difference anyway. Coming here and looking at the trees in the canyon can let me know that I am still alive, not a dark creature." "Your words are full of resentment. Are you affected by the dark energy, and have been a little unstable recently?" Captain Malthus joked with a smile. He then approached Roy and said seriously, "By the way, the handwritten letters from Earl Swinburne and Macaulay have been delivered to the camp. At present, the 17th Silver Pegasus Corps is also paying close attention to the situation in Golfito Canyon. I wrote to the military a while ago to inform them of the situation of the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights and the Pagisto Mine Guards. Now it has attracted the attention of the top leaders. It is estimated that it will not take too long for the Golfito military to give us a clear explanation." Roy was slightly startled. He didn't expect that Captain Malthus would speak for him. "Thank you. Since we were all sent to Golfito Canyon, we have been tied together since the day we entered Golfito Canyon. What is there to thank for?" Captain Malthus said indifferently, with a reserved smile on his face. "In fact, if the Silver Moon Elves can put away the pride in their bones, the elegance they exude is quite attractive. I saw a lot of tents at the entrance of the canyon. They don't look like any army." "What are they from?" Roy asked Captain Malthus. Captain Malthus raised his eyebrows and replied, "Are you talking about those mercenaries? They are currently applying for the Dark Gate Pass from the Golfito military headquarters. They want to enter the Dark Land to find their companions, who were left behind in the Dark Land. I heard that these mercenaries seem to have a lot of backgrounds. Captain Gabreth has already agreed, and is currently waiting for the final approval process." Roy remembered that when he was in Castletown, he heard Byron Thor say that they were going to enter the Dark Land to find the remains of their fallen companions. After hearing what Captain Malthus said, he wanted to go to the canyon entrance to see if he could see Lord Byron Thor. Roy chatted with Captain Malthus for a while, then left the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights camp, and walked along the path in the canyon to the canyon entrance. However, Roy did not see Byron Thor along the way. The purple mist on the path at the canyon entrance became much thicker. Roy stepped into the thick mist, and a faint holy light appeared around his body. When the sacred aura emanating from Roy's body came into contact with the purple mist at the entrance of the canyon, it immediately formed wisps of black smoke and dissipated. Roy had long been accustomed to this. But when he turned around, he discovered that the 2 half-blood elf warriors following behind him also had a layer of very faint holy light on their bodies, and when the purple mist approached them, it would quickly evaporate. Roy did not expect that these 2 half-blood elf warriors would actually have the power of holy light to protect their bodies. It seemed that they had not gained nothing in the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp. Roy passed the mountain road at the entrance of Golfito Canyon, and came to the small lake outside the valley. He saw a row of magic airships parked by the lake. These magic airships were perfectly integrated with the lake view and the mountains and forests. In addition to these magic airships, many tents were built by the lake. Some elves rolled up their trouser legs and stood in the lake, while others sat on the shore of the lake. They looked very comfortable. Many elves wore magic pattern leather armor and hung weapons around their waists. A team of unicorn knights were standing by the stream opposite the lake. Many elves were attracted by the group of unicorn knights. Roy came to the magic airship's simple dock. The half-blood elf crew stationed on the magic airship saw Roy, and immediately lowered the sampan on the ship. Although the half-blood elf crew did not cheer loudly, the news that Boss Roy had returned from the Dark Land quickly spread among the magic airships. The half-blood elf crew could only stand on their own ship, but the captains of each airship could not wait to board the magic airship where Roy was. "Boss Roy, what's the situation over there?" A half-elf captain leaned on the fence with his arms, and asked Roy impatiently. After boarding the ship, Roy sat down on the steps at the front of the deck and responded with a smile. "It's not as bad as I thought, but it's not a good place either." At this time, he saw Viscount Felix rushing over from another airship. He heard from Captain Malthus, at the camp of the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights, that Viscount Felek had managed the magic airship fleet very well during this period. A month ago, Roy handed these magic airships over to Viscount Felek for management, and it seemed that he did a really good job. Several magic airships were parked neatly by the lake, with an independent area, and even the simple dock built here was not open to the public. Viscount Felek came to Roy and said to him excitedly, "Boss Roy, I have come up with a good idea recently. Some time ago, we established the Mine Guard Investment Fund, but there have been no good projects. Recently, I suddenly thought of using these magic airships to form a transport team, which is responsible for transporting materials from Murayaki City to Golfito Canyon." Roy quietly listened to Viscount Felek's investment plan, which was to make use of the magic airships parked at the lake outside the canyon, so he said to Viscount Felek, "You must first obtain the consent of Captain Gabrath, and there must be trustworthy personnel in Murayaki City. Ah, I almost forgot that you have lived in Murayaki City since you were a child." Roy continued, "I think we can give it a try." Then he paused again, lowered his voice, and said to Viscount Felek, "But it is worth noting that these magic airships were not accepted by the Silver Moon Elves on the Elf continent, and all the crew members on the magic airships are half-blood elves, and their identities are somewhat sensitive. Therefore, all business procedures must be complete, and all channels must be completely open before this can be implemented." Viscount Felek was still looking forward to Roy's nod of approval, and then he would let go and do a big job. But Roy's words were like a basin of cold water that extinguished all the enthusiasm in his body. First of all, there was the hurdle of Count Stasa in Murayaki City, and Viscount Felek had no way to get around it. "Actually, I have some ideas, but this matter requires a Silver Moon Elf noble with extensive social connections to come forward and do it." After that, Roy took out some dark magic beast materials that he bought from the Wanderer camp from his magic waste bag, placed them one by one on the table in front of him, and said to Viscount Felek with a smile, "I can get some magic beast materials in the Dark Land. Can you help me check whether these things can be sold in the magic market of the Elf continent?" Chapter 598. Viscount Felek was a little confused about how many ideas and methods this young half-elf leader from the Partington Plain had. This time, he was able to bring out so many materials produced by dark beasts from the Dark Land. Although the value of these beast materials is not yet known, just looking at Roy's methods, you can feel that he is not only bold enough, but also has a wild imagination for everything. Roy did not agree with Viscount Felek's proposal to transport logistic supplies by magic airships, but instead supported Viscount Felek to open up trade routes for these dark beast materials. Viscount Felek's eyes widened as he looked at the strange things on the table, and he almost vomited the fruit tea he had drunk in the morning. "Are these things found from dark monsters?" he asked Roy. Roy smiled faintly, pointed to a round wooden box and introduced, "According to the stall owner, this is the ashes left by a dead shadow demon, which is a very good magic material. There are very few magicians in the Dark Land, so this thing is not worth much in the Dark Land, so I brought back a small box of samples. You can entrust a reliable merchant to go to the shopping street in the magic district of Murayaki City for consultation." At this point, Roy suddenly stopped, stared into Viscount Felek's eyes, and said directly, "Viscount Felek, you better stay in Golfito Canyon and hand these things over to a trustworthy client or partner to handle these things. As for you, you can be a supplier or an angel investor for this businessman. If he has business ability and is trustworthy, you can use the money in the Mine Guard Investment Fund to help him open a trading company specializing in dark magic materials." Viscount Felek was stunned. In fact, this idea had flashed through his mind more than once, but it was not as clear as Roy said. After hearing Roy's words, Viscount Felek suddenly had a new idea. He picked up a black and oily thing that looked like a large black truffle, squeezed it with his hands, and found that it was a little hard. He put it under his nose and smelled it, but it did not have the fungal aroma of truffles. Roy saw Viscount Felek wanted to cut the black thing with a dagger to see, and hurriedly reminded him, "This is the brain stem of the terror demon. Although I don't know what it can be used for, it sounds like it should be very valuable." Viscount Felek quickly threw the black thing on the table, took out a handkerchief, and rubbed his fingers fiercely. His face instantly turned green. "It seems that this guy should have a little mysophobia." Roy continued, "If the client you are looking for can contact the magic merchants in Murayaki City, you can ask them what kind of dark magic materials they usually need. If it is convenient, give me a list of items, preferably with samples or drawings, and finally mark the shipping price. In this way, I can selectively purchase dark magic materials according to the requirements on the list." Viscount Felek saw a smooth road that would allow him to return to Murayaki City. "Captain Roy, I think I can do this. Leave it to me. Viscount Felix said excitedly. The two stood on the terrace on the top of the magic airship, facing the lake and looking into the distance. A team of unicorn knights entered the Golfito Canyon along the forest path by the lake, attracting many elves living by the lake to watch. Roy returned to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp that day. The letter that Captain Berkeley wrote to Roy was also brought back to the camp by Roy, who took the time to read it carefully in the tent in the camp. Captain Berkeley said in the letter, "The Buena Silver Moon Elf Elder Council has also issued a verdict on Roy's murder of the Silver Moon Elf noble descendant. The presiding judge of the Elder Council believed that there was insufficient evidence in this case, so he pronounced Roy not guilty, and the charges against Captain Roy would be shelved indefinitely." When Roy saw this message, he couldn't help but sneer. The indefinite suspension mentioned in the letter from Captain Berkeley means that the case is not over yet. And Roy knows that the second batch of investigators have entered the Padstow Plateau, and they are still looking for evidence everywhere. In other words, as long as they find new evidence, the case can be put on the table again at any time. If no favorable evidence is found, the case will be left unresolved. The chief judge of the Buenos Elf Elder Council really played a good hand. The investigators of the Elder Council entered the Partington Plain twice. I don't know how free they are. The letter also said, because of Roy's support, the Padstow City Security Guard Corps' plan to recruit new soldiers has finally completed the first phase of the goal. In this way, at least for now, the Guard Patrol team in Padstow City can be maintained at a normal number. The Partington Plain has entered the fast lane of economic development because of its abundance of magical herbs. In the past 3 months, a large number of half-blood elves have entered the Partington Plain through the portal of Partington Island every month. Now the Partington Plain is developing rapidly towards the largest half-blood elf gathering area in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. The Half-Blood Elf Freedom Organization that has always worried Captain Berkeley has also disappeared in Padstow City recently. This is something worth noting. Roy and Captain Berkeley have a relatively consistent view on this matter. Before, Captain Berkeley had never taken this underground organization seriously, but suddenly this free organization disappeared under Captain Berkeley's nose, which made Captain Berkeley pay special attention to this underground organization. Although Captain Berkeley is currently the highest official in the Partington Plain, in terms of the influence of the Partington Plain, almost no one can compare to Boss Roy. This free organization suddenly went underground in the Partington Plain, which was a bit harsh for Captain Berkeley. So this time he wrote to Roy, hoping to rely on Roy's strong control over the Pagisto Plateau to check the movements of the free organization, at least to prevent them from doing anything that would harm the Partington Plain. The Partington Plain had been struggling for 6 years, and it was not easy for the portal to be released. It just happened to be the time when the magic herb market was booming, and Captain Berkeley didn't want any emergencies. Roy saw this, and put the letter on the table. He leaned back in his chair, pinched his eyes, thought seriously for a while, picked up a pen and added this sentence to the letter to Mullen. Mullen, ask Lation to pay more attention to the Half-Blood Elves Freedom Organization in Padstow City recently, check their recent movements, and if their plans endanger the Half-Blood Elves in Partington, drive them out of Partington. Lation's caravan is not only the largest transport team on Partington, but also Lation relies on this caravan to control the largest intelligence network on Partington. A lot of Roy's information was obtained from Rosander. For example, the second Buena Silver Moon Elf Elder Council investigation team sneaked into the Pagisto Plateau, which was intercepted by Rosander. Roy stuffed the revised letterhead back into the envelope, and was busy writing letters to Moira and Sabrina. Sabrina was about to graduate, and the Elf Academy originally hoped that Sabrina would stay in the academy after graduation, and become an assistant instructor of the Elf Academy. After 5 years at the Elf Academy, she will be promoted to a junior martial arts instructor. However, according to the information revealed by Moira in the letter, Sabrina seems to have other ideas. I don't know if Ms. Belinda's travel plan in the Wood Elf Kingdom has ended. In addition, Roy also wrote a letter to Xavier. The main content of the letter is that the Green Empire merchant ship entered the Elf continent and raised the price of magic herbs by 3 times. As the largest production area of magic herbs, the Evernight Forest naturally should not miss this magic herb trading event. Boss, the assassins are ready. When do we set off? A dark moon elf captain came outside the tent and asked Roy. Let's go now. After Roy finished speaking, he reorganized the letters on the table. He planned to have them sent to Golfito Canyon. Captain Malthus had a way to send them out. When he walked out of the tent, Roy saw a group of half-blood elf warriors at the pool of the Dark Gate, with several holy lights floating above their heads. The warm holy light almost completely enveloped the entire small square. Many half-blood elf warriors in the Mind Guard group had learned this simple divine art. They even learned to inject holy light into their weapons. "Boss Roy, when can we go outside the camp to take a look?" A half-blood elf captain couldn't help but ask when Roy passed by him. "Maybe we have to wait a little longer. I need to wait for a batch of magic cloaks before you have a chance to enter the Dark Land." Roy stopped and answered, "Boss Roy, can we learn some more advanced divine arts?" A half-blood elf holding a ball of holy light in both hands looked up and asked Roy. Roy looked at the holy breath in his hands that was emitting flames, and he was sure that this half-blood elf warrior should be a 4th-level trainee priest. It might be a bit difficult for him to learn the purification art at this time. So he said, "Of course, when I became a trainee priest, the first divine art I learned was the glimmering art, and the second divine art I learned was the purification art, but I learned this art a little late. At the beginning, the holy power in my body was very limited. I could only release a purification spell by releasing all the holy power. So my requirements for you are also very simple. You must at least have the holy power to release the purification spell before you can learn this divine spell." When Roy turned around, the cheers of the half-blood elf warriors came from the holy water pool. After leaving the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp, Roy hunted a group of high-level dark creatures in the wilderness of the Dark Land this time, and then led these dark moon elf warriors through the empty and desolate wilderness area and returned to the Wanderer camp. This time, Roy still walked into the camp alone, and the 200 dark moon elf warriors who accompanied him were still hiding outside the Wanderer camp. Roy carried a shriveled bag, and the leather purse hanging around his waist was very bulging. But this time when Roy walked into the Wanderer camp, he found something very strange in the camp. When he walked into the camp, many demon hunters were obviously paying attention to him, but they didn't dare to look at him at all. Roy walked around the door of the Wanderer camp, and found that many demon hunters were doing this. For this reason, Roy even touched his face deliberately, and found that there was nothing unusual on his face, so he walked into the camp with a normal expression. When he came to the campfire, he threw a soul crystal into the campfire as usual, and took advantage of the flames to steam up, and Roy stepped away from the campfire. This time, he still went to Evely's temporary residence first, and found that Evely's team had not returned yet. I don't know where they went, and they have been gone for so many days. However, being able to travel a long distance in the Dark Land can also fully demonstrate the specific strength of Evely's team. Roy stayed in front of the tent for a while, before turning around and heading to Old Pike's clinic. When it was getting dark, Old Pike's clinic was always very busy. When Old Pike saw Roy standing at the door, he was also startled, and then asked Roy, "Why are you here, kid? I thought you wouldn't show up in the homeless camp during this period." Old Pike spoke with a questioning tone, and Roy looked at him and asked suspiciously, "What? Is there anything wrong? What can I do? Come and help." Old Pike pointed to another bed and told Roy, "Don't rush me, I'll be there soon." Roy responded helplessly. Every time he stood in front of the bed, Roy felt that time pass quickly. Old Pike and Roy were busy for a while before they went to the corner outside the tent to rest for a while. "Just when you left the camp last time, I heard that some demon hunters were also eyeing your belongings, but what happened that day?" Old Pike held a cup of holy water and drank it all. He didn't want to waste even a bit of the holy light power in the holy water. Roy also held a cup of holy water, leaned against the wooden door, and smiled faintly, saying, "Almost. I did meet a group of people who intercepted the road in the wild, but unfortunately I also had a group of companions with me at the time, and the number of people was far more than theirs, so they rushed up and didn't beat us." When Roy said this, Old Pike knew exactly what happened. More than a dozen demon hunters disappeared silently in the wilderness of the Dark Land, which is something that ordinary demon hunter teams cannot do. "Then why did you come to the Wanderer camp this time?" Old Pike stared at Roy and asked. Chapter 599. Old Pike knew that Roy had the power of holy light, but he was not a priest of the Statue of Liberty. Roy's identity was somewhat mysterious, and he always had his own ideas and persistence when treating the wounded. When treating the wound, Roy would first clean the festering and dirt around the wound, and he also liked to use light salt water to clean the wound, and finally use holy light to heal the wound, and then suture the wound with silk thread and bandage it with a bandage to prevent the wound from secondary infection. Old Pike's treatment method is simple and rough. He will be very careful in cleaning the wound, and sometimes he will even cut off a little more to avoid hidden dangers. Old Pike prefers to use diluted healing potions to clean the wound. He rarely sutures the wound, but uses a bandage to tightly bind the wound and wait for the wound to heal. Old Pike has been in the Dark Land for more than 10 years, and has a lot of experience in how to deal with the dark energy that erodes the demon hunter's body. He is an old priest who has lost the power of holy light. His body has aged to the point that he is no longer able to sneak back to the Elven continent, and he could only stay in the dark land and survive. His ability to gain a foothold in the Wanderer camp has nothing to do with his being an old priest. The main reason why he can have a place in the Wanderer camp is that he can treat the injured demon hunters. Demon hunters have to face dark creatures almost every day. Even the most experienced demon hunters cannot guarantee that they will not be injured when they go out to hunt dark creatures. Old Pike's living in the Wanderer camp was a kind of survival guarantee for this group of demon hunters, so the demon hunters in the Wanderer camp rarely offended Old Pike. Now Old Pike looked at Roy with horror. He never thought that Roy could make more than a dozen senior demon hunters disappear out of thin air, and no one could return to the Wanderer camp alive. And now Roy has returned to the Wanderer camp again. What Old Pike was most worried about was that Roy would vent his anger on the entire camp because of the last incident. Since he had a huge force, he was a huge threat to the Wanderer camp. That's why Old Pike asked Roy, "Then why did you come to the Rangers camp this time?" Roy drank the holy water in the cup, and put the empty cup on the shelf beside him. Then he lifted the collar of his linen shirt, revealing the bulging purse on his waist. He patted it hard, and the soul crystals inside rang like stones. "I brought enough soul crystals this time, and I was going to buy some dark beast materials in the camp. Last time I bought some bone blades of the dark sickle. This time I'm going to buy some other things. Anyway, I'm going to buy whatever is valuable." Roy smiled and said to Old Pike, "I need to buy some more. You are not coming to the camp to catch these fools again this time, are you?" Old Pike widened his eyes, staring at the money bag on Roy's waist, and muttered to Roy, "In Old Pike's hometown, fools are a kind of stupid and easy to catch sea fish. If someone still wants to run into the muzzle of the gun, I will definitely not show mercy." Roy responded in a low voice. Hearing Roy say this, Old Pike breathed a sigh of relief and murmured, "Although they are a little greedy, they are not so stupid. I guess they will tuck their tails between their legs this time." Roy took out 2 large barrels of holy water from his magic waste bag and piled them in front of the messy shelves. Old Pike took a deep breath and said in surprise, "So much. It's a pity that it can't be stored for too long, otherwise I would find a way to bring you more. There are many hidden dangers in your body. Try to drink more water and take good care of yourself. Anyway, this stuff is wasted if you can't drink it," Roy said with a smile. "You brought so much this time, enough for me to take a good bath." Old Pike went over and saw that there was a forbidden magic scroll attached to one end of the barrel. Before the magic power of this scroll was consumed, the holy light power in the holy water would not evaporate. "You actually have such a good thing in your hand." Old Pike stared at the valuable magic scroll and said. Roy smiled, patted the purse on his waist again, and said proudly, "As long as there is money in my pocket, I can buy a lot of things." "Including the juice of the tree of life?" Old Pike asked jokingly. "Of course," Roy answered without hesitation. Old Pike turned around and took out a broken drawer from the messy shelf. He dusted off the drawer and opened the cover. There was a full box of soul crystals inside. He stuffed the drawer into Roy and said, "You can use the value of this box of soul crystals to buy life tree juice. Buy as much as you can." Old Pike pursed his dry lips. Roy scratched his chin with his fingers and calculated in his mouth. After a while he said, "In the black market of Castleton City, the price of life tree juice is 1 magic crystal stone for a cup of diluted wine. The specifications of the cup are the most commonly used fruit wine cups in local taverns. The value of this kind of soul crystal is obviously not as good as magic crystals. According to my estimation, 10 soul crystals can be exchanged for 1 magic crystal. In this case, let me count how many soul crystals are in your box." Old Pike interrupted Roy. "Wait, are you saying you want to make this deal with me at the price in Castleton?" Roy raised his eyebrows and showed a matter-of-fact expression. "There is no price reference in the Dark Land. Of course, I will give you a friend's price, but don't think of me as the tree of life. I don't produce this. Every drop is bought from the black market, so don't expect me to give you a discount on this deal." As he said this, he really counted the soul crystals in the drawer one by one. There were actually 500 soul crystals in the square wooden drawer, which meant that Roy needed to give Old Pike 50 cups of diluted life tree juice. Just the right amount, no more, no less than 50 cups. After Roy finished speaking, he pulled out an oak barrel from his magic waste bag. In the dull eyes of Old Pike, he used a dagger to pry open the cork on the barrel, and then used a measuring cup tied with a thin stick to reach into the barrel and scoop out a full cup of life sap flowing with pure life breath. This was diluted life sap, and it was the kind of life sap that had not been blended twice. There was a semicircular ink stamp of Castletown Trading Company on the edge of the oak barrel. Old Pike rubbed his eyes hard and watched Roy scoop out 50 cups of life sap from the oak barrel. All of this life sap was poured into a wooden basin, which was actually half a basin. Well, your box of soul crystals and our friendship can only exchange for this much life sap at most. You have to drink it sparingly. After all, I don't have much. The life sap produced by each life tree in the Elven continent is very limited, and the life sap that can flow to the black market is even less, Roy said, as he smashed the cork into the round opening of the oak barrel. Old Pike looked at the half basin of life sap in front of him with some excitement, his lips trembling slightly. He sipped a little life sap from the edge of the basin with his fingers and smeared it on his lips. His dry lips became noticeably moisturized. Old Pike quickly took out a few potion bottles from the shelf, poured half a basin of life sap into the potion bottles, put them in his bag, and looked around. He was relieved to find that no demon hunters were paying attention to this side. Roy, do you know that the life sap in the barrel alone is enough for all the demon hunters in the Wanderer camp to kill you 10 times in the wilderness? Old Pike warned Roy in a low voice. Then you have to be like me, be careful and worry every day, don't let people see the life sap hidden on your body. Roy responded with a smile. I'm not kidding you, Old Pike said seriously. Roy, what is your true identity? I don't think you are an ordinary half-elf. They all like to call me Boss Roy. Just think of me as a businessman walking between the elf continent and the dark land. Roy wiped his hands and took the lead to walk out of the rest area where only the two of them were. He walked to the front of Old Pike's tent, stopped at the entrance of the tent, and turned to Old Pike. Let's treat the wounds of these gentlemen first. The young half-elf boy came to the camp again. After dawn, the Wanderer camp was in an uproar, and the whole camp was going crazy about this matter. A while ago, when Roy left, more than a dozen demon hunters in the Wanderer camp followed him, preparing to rob the wealthy young half-elf, who was carrying more than 100 dark sickle bone blades and a large amount of soul crystals in the wilderness of the Dark Land. But in recent days, none of the demon hunters who participated in the robbery returned to the Wanderer camp, which made this matter very abnormal. Now Roy appeared in the camp market again, which was enough to prove that the young half-elf boy in front of him was the final winner. Especially with a bulging purse hanging around his waist again, and this time Roy was buying more than just the bone blade of the dark sickle in the market of the Wanderer camp. He held a parchment list in his hand, and every time he stopped in front of a stall, he would open the list and check it carefully. He was almost buying dark magic beast materials according to the list. This time, Roy asked the stall owners to quote the prices of their goods in the camp market. Each product was marked with 5 or 6 prices. Finally, Roy used the quill pen in his hand to draw horizontal lines on the parchment, and then filled in a new price behind the horizontal lines. This price was exactly half of the average price calculated from these quotations. Roy told the stall owners in the market one by one. The stall owners who were willing to sell the Warcraft materials received the soul crystals on the spot and completed the transaction. The stall owner who didn't want to sell the monster materials at such a low price could only sit back in front of the stall, and Roy didn't try to persuade him. This time, Roy purchased a wide variety of goods, and all the goods were piled up like a mountain. So many materials couldn't be put into the magic waste bag. After Roy finished the purchase, he sat quietly beside the pile of goods and waited. He ignored the demon hunters, who looked at him with surprised eyes, and ignored the demon hunters' chats. Even if some demon hunters stood in front of Roy, Roy would not look at them directly. Are you a merchant from the Dark Land? Some demon hunters asked Roy curiously. Roy turned his head to look at the goods beside him, and then answered, just barely. Did anything happen to you after you left our camp last time? A demon hunter asked Roy bravely. Roy was too lazy to pay attention to him, and smiled and shook his head. Seeing that Roy seemed to be easy to deal with, these demon hunters came over and curiously asked about the price of the monster materials on the pile. Roy said nothing more. The group of demon hunters did not dare to do anything to Roy. Seeing Roy's indifferent face, they could only leave in a huff. Not long after, 2 flatbed carts appeared outside the Wanderer camp. The elves wearing light leather armor were pushing the carts. They had daggers tied to their thighs. They were taciturn and had a scarf under their noses. Their eyes were like cold needles, which made people shiver inadvertently no matter who they looked at. When they arrived at the Wanderer camp, they did not throw a soul crystal into the campfire as per the rules, but pushed the flatbed cart directly in front of Roy. Without even needing Roy to signal, the elves hurriedly loaded the Warcraft materials Roy had bought onto the flatbed truck. After all the goods were loaded, the elves pushed the 2 flatbed trucks out of the Wanderer camp without saying a word. This time, Roy also followed the flatbed trucks and left the Wanderer camp with the elves. Where did those elves come from? I've been to several nearby camps, but I've never seen these guys in any of them. A demon hunter complained after watching 2 flatbed trucks leave the camp. Another demon hunter wiped the sweat from his forehead and exclaimed, "Good fellow, when they look at others, it's like there's a knife hidden in their eyes. I don't even dare to look them in the eye. Their eyes are so cold." So, now you know, that young half-elf is not alone. I guess the guys who chased him and robbed him last time may not come back. After this was said, a group of demon hunters fell silent instantly. What should we do in the future? A demon hunter couldn't help but say. He came to our camp this time to purchase so many magic beast materials, probably to tell us he only wants to do business here, so we better not mess with him. Since everyone knows that guy is not easy to mess with, just be more careful in the future. An experienced demon hunter took the opportunity to say, "I heard that Evely and the others have some relationship with that guy. When they come back, we will go and ask Evely and the others." Chapter 600. In front of a huge stone door full of ancient patterns, 6 elven magicians stood. After they entered the dark portal, they finally tracked here through countless magic veins. This place is directly below the base of the dark portal. Even these magicians did not expect that there is a larger underground building complex under the huge dark portal. From the surface patterns and relief features of these buildings, it can be distinguished that the underground building complex connected to the dark portal should be built by the priests of the Statue of Liberty. After entering the underground building complex, the reliefs showed the Statue of Liberty holding the Sword of Light and fighting against the Dark Land, as well as the fierce battles between the Holy Expeditionary Force and the Dark Legion. Of course, these murals could not attract the attention of the magicians. They followed a stream of mana torrents to the front of the stone door. This stream of mana was hidden under countless complicated patterns. The magicians spent a long time to find the channel of this stream of mana. Now all signs point to this huge stone door. The magicians have made all preparations. The leading great magician looked at the magician standing in front and said, aloud, "Open the door." "Okay, teacher." The magician standing in the front immediately agreed. As the magician used his staff to draw 2 summoning magic circles in front of him, 2 rock golems slowly rose from the center of the magic circle. The huge rock golems were 3 meters high, but standing in front of the stone door, they were not even 1/3 of the height of the stone door. There were countless light blue magic runes on their sturdy bodies. The magician Alad gave orders to the rock golems to push the stone door open. The 2 rock golems half-crouched in front of the stone door, holding the stone door with their hands, and the blue magic runes on their bodies rotated at high speed. With a cracking sound, the huge stone door finally cracked under the joint force of the 2 rock golems. The gap was not too wide, but it was enough for the elven mages to pass through. Mage Alad and another mage walked in through the gap, and then Mage Alad's excited voice came from the gap. "Found it! This is it!" The 4 mages outside the stone gate looked at each other when they heard this, and walked into the stone gate impatiently. The scene inside the stone gate really surprised them, and made them open their mouths wide, but they did not dare to take another step inside. "Is this the source of the magic power of the entire dark portal?" A magician pointed at the magic power center hanging in the air of the stone chamber, and exclaimed, "Yes, I thought it would be a magic crystal vein that can provide magic power for such a majestic dark portal. I didn't expect that there would be a fallen angel imprisoned here. It turns out that this fallen angel provides energy for the normal operation of the dark portal day and night." The magician, who looked the oldest, narrowed his eyes, and looked at the fallen angel, who was firmly fixed on the ground with countless silver chains in the center of the magic circle, in the center of the hall. As an angel, his body had completely turned black, his wings had become tattered, and he was in a state of extreme aging. Apart from the skeleton of his wings, his body had become skinny. He hunched over on the rocky ground, and 16 silver chains were still continuously absorbing the power of the fallen angel and transferring it into the magic center suspended in the air. Around this magic circle, there were also 16 liches locked around. These liches were covered with chains, and their bodies were trapped on 16 huge stone tablets. A sacred scepter was inserted on the top of each stone tablet. It seemed that the magic pattern array here by the lich had some specific connection with the 16 magic towers around the expeditionary camp. "Who sealed the fallen angels in the first place?" Mage Alad asked in a low voice, standing in front of the huge stone door. The old mage pondered for a moment before saying, "It is estimated that the only one who can seal the fallen angels is the goddess in the Statue of Liberty." This sentence immediately caused the eyes of the surrounding mages to widen. Mage Alad stared at the fallen angel in the center of the magic circle and whispered, "But it looks like it may not be in good condition now." The old magician couldn't help but nodded and sighed. "Yes, it's old, and its magic power is on the verge of exhaustion. I don't know how long it can last." Once it dies, will the dark portal stop working? Major Laud couldn't help but ask. The old mage shook his head slightly and sighed. The situation may be worse. It is very likely that the space rift here in the dark portal will continue to collapse, and then affect the dark land and the elf continent. Maybe the two planes connected by the dark portal will be swallowed by the void. A magician was at a loss. So how can we make up for it? Should we let this fallen angel regain its vitality? Replace the source of mana. The old magician said firmly. Complete the replacement of the source of mana of the dark portal before it dies, so that the dark portal can be preserved. Hearing the old magician's words, the other magicians immediately fell into a desperate and negative mood. Major Laud hurriedly asked, even if we find 16 young liches, what should we do with this fallen angel? The old mage shook his head and didn't say anything more. Instead, he turned his eyes and asked Elad, if you were in charge of this situation, how would you solve it? Elad thought about it seriously and replied with a guilty conscience. If it were me, I would build an auxiliary mana source here to replace these liches that are about to be annihilated at any time. As for the principle of the auxiliary mana source, I would refer to the working principle of the magic furnace. The old mage nodded slightly, approving the decision of Mage Elad. We have a way to provide auxiliary mana sources here, but how to solve the problem of the mana source needed in the dark land? The old mage continued to test. You mean that for this dark gate to operate normally, it actually requires the mana source to provide two kinds of power to the center of the magic circle. One is magic power, which can stabilize the half of the dark gate on the elf continent, and the other is dark power, which is used to stabilize the half of the dark gate on the dark land. Mage Elad explained softly. The old mage clapped his hands and praised Elad. That's it. Mage Elad continued. Magic crystals can be converted into magical power for mana sources. As long as there are enough magic crystals, the dark portal on the elven continent can be maintained, but the dark portal on the dark land may need a large amount of pure soul crystals to convert into dark power for mana sources. We can raise a large number of magic crystals at the moment, but soul crystals are relatively rare in the magic market. Soul crystal, of course we have to find a way in the dark land. A magician couldn't help but speak. Other magicians also began to interject. Then, we may have to find a few liches. I think this is the most troublesome thing. Although the fallen angel looks very old and weak, I know he will not die. I heard that there are traces of liches in the depths of the dark land, but it is still a bit difficult for the 6 of us to catch liches in the depths of the dark land. Inside the underground magic core of the dark portal, 6 elven magicians stood in front of the huge stone gate and started a discussion. They studied around the dark portal for nearly 2 months, and finally found the reason for the gradual collapse of the dark portal, and entered the internal buildings of the dark portal. The magicians found that the source of mana that provided magic power for all the magic patterns and arrays of the dark portal was now on the verge of exhaustion. The magicians found the cause, and found that it was not the magician's sealing array that caused the collapse of the dark portal, but the exhaustion of the dark portal's own mana source. The fallen angel sealed in the magic array was too old, and his power showed signs of exhaustion. The 16 liches around the magic array with him also had all their magic power absorbed by the magic array, and now they looked like 16 huge skeletons. How to replenish the dark gate with new mana sources has become the biggest problem that troubles the 6 magicians. Recently, the supplies at the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp were basically carried by the half-blood elf warriors of the Mine Guard from the Golfito military headquarters. The Silver Moon Elves did not plan to send those military supplies and daily necessities to the expeditionary camp. Every week, Roy would bring a group of half-blood elf warriors to the Statue of Liberty in Golfito Canyon to take away a batch of supplies. This time, he also led a large group of half-blood elf warriors out of the dark portal. These half-blood elf warriors were surrounded by a thick dark aura, and more dark aura continued to drift out from the gaps in their magic armor. Each half-blood elf warrior was like walking out of thick smoke. Seeing these half-blood elf warriors in such a mess, the Silver Moon Elf warriors they met along the way all took the initiative to make way. Roy, however, greeted the captains of these Silver Moon Elf warriors in a familiar manner with a calm face, and then led the half-blood elf warriors to swagger through the side corridor of the temple. Seeing that some Silver Moon Elf warriors were avoiding them and almost pressed their bodies against the stone wall, holding their breath and waiting for their group of half-blood elf warriors to pass, Vitas couldn't help but whisper to Roy, "Boss, are we acting a little too much?" Roy glanced at him and told him to shut up. Then Roy led this team of half-blood elf warriors out of the Statue of Liberty. Walking out of the canyon, they came to the lake outside the Golfito Canyon, boarded the magic airship, took out the dark magic beast materials they brought with them, and stored them in the cabin under the deck of the magic airship. This Count Velic followed Roy throughout the process, checking the number of these dark beasts. He even carefully recorded the flaws on each dark beast material in a notebook. These beast materials bought from the Wanderer camp were transported to Golfito Canyon by Roy through the Dark Gate, and then, they were quickly sold by Viscount Felix in different categories. Unexpectedly, these dark beast materials were very popular in the magic market. At present, dark magic materials almost all appear in the magic market of Murayaki City. So Murayaki City has also attracted a group of magic scholars who study dark magic. This group of magic scholars have been able to do only research in magic theory. Due to the lack of dark magic materials, many magic experiments cannot be carried out. Now suddenly a batch of dark magic materials appeared in Murayaki City. They were like a group of sharks that smelled blood and quickly appeared in the magic district of Murayaki City. Viscount Felix discovered that it might be the priests of the Statue of Liberty in Golfito Canyon who caused the scarcity of dark magic materials in the Elf continent. The Statue of Liberty has always guarded the Dark Gate, and it was these priests who blocked the Dark Gate. Dark creatures cannot pass through the Dark Gate to the Elf continent, and the elves basically cannot enter the Dark Land to hunt dark creatures. Therefore, there has always been a large gap in the magic market for dark magic beast materials. It can even be said that some dark magic beast materials are simply blank in the magic market of the Elf continent. The appearance of dark magic beast materials in the magic market immediately attracted the attention of magicians, and dark magic beast materials are really profitable. When trading magic materials, for some reason, the name of Boss Roy suddenly spread in the trading circle of Murayaki City. Magic merchants have heard that these dark magic materials belong to Boss Roy, but no magic merchant has ever met Boss Roy. Viscount Felix has been on the magic airship for a long time, and has become very familiar with these half-blood elf crew members, and has gradually learned about Roy's mine guards. He discovered that the wealth of the mine guards actually came from the Partington Plain. Although all the military supplies are currently provided by the Golfito military, before this, all the military supplies of the mine guards were self-raised, and what surprised him most was that the mine guards were actually rich. Their half-blood elf warriors all wore the top magic armor, used excellent quality magic weapons, and took the newly modified magic airship when they went out. Boss, our batch of goods has been reserved by the Murayaki City Magic Guild. Viscount Felix also called Roy boss along with the other half-elf warriors. Let them pay for magic crystals, or exchange them with life sap. Roy watched all the dark magic beast materials being stored in the warehouse, then turned to Viscount Felix and gave him instructions. That's how we did the last batch of goods, Viscount Felix said. Roy nodded, and walked out of the cargo hold with Viscount Felix. Chapter 601. Viscount Felix leaned on a fixed crane beside the deck, looking at the forest path by the lake. Roy led the half-elf warrior back to Golfito Canyon and gradually disappeared in the purple mist. After entering the Dark Land, this half-elf leader actually opened a trade route between the Dark Land and the Elf continent. Viscount Felix did not expect that Roy seemed to have some new gains every time he came back. The dark magic beast materials brought back this time filled the cabins of 3 magic airships. Such a large batch of dark magic beast materials flowing into the magic market of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom will inevitably make the dark magic beast materials in the entire magic market reach a saturated state, which is what Viscount Felix least wants to see. So Viscount Felix plans to hoard this batch of dark magic beast materials for a while, and he plans to take out only 1/3 of the materials to put into the magic market first. For the Magic Guild of the Elf Kingdom, no matter what kind of dark magic beast materials are almost scarce. Only a small number of elven magicians study black magic and undead magic, so the amount of these dark magic beast materials is not large, but these things are very rare in the Elf continent, so the price of materials has always been high. Usually these elven magicians want to obtain dark magic beast materials. Basically, occasionally some dark magic beasts accidentally enter the Elf continent through some unstable space cracks, and are hunted by adventure groups or demon hunters, and the obtained materials will flow into the magic market. In addition, there are some adventure groups that enter other planes, and can bring back some dark magic beast materials from remote small planes. This time, Captain Roy directly brought back a large amount of dark magic beast materials from the Dark Land. After these magic beast materials flowed into the magic market of the Elf Kingdom, the business was very good. The client that Viscount Felix found was a close friend of his in Murayaki City. Even during the period when Viscount Felix was hunted by Count Stasa, this close friend had been privately providing him with news about Murayaki City, and never alienated Viscount Felix, and even wrote letters to encourage him to travel around the Elf continent. Viscount Felix wanted to find a partner for the magic material trading company, and he immediately thought of this close friend. The nobles of Murayaki City were trying to contact Viscount Felik, but Viscount Felik was hiding in the magic airship fleet of the mine guards, and did not see outsiders at all. The nobles of Murayaki City had no way to send the invitation letter to the barracks. Viscount Felik leaned against the sturdy oak tower column, and couldn't help but wonder in his heart, why didn't I meet this young half-elf earlier? In order to transport all the Dark Beast materials acquired from the Dark Land to the magic airship by the lake, Roy brought back nearly 500 half-blood elf warriors from the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp. With so many half-blood elf warriors acting together, the target seemed a bit big. Roy walked into the long corridor on the left side of the Statue of Liberty, and 2 rows of half-blood elf warriors followed closely behind him. These half-blood elf warriors walked in almost exactly the same pace, causing some Silver Moon elf guards in the front hall to look over frequently. In fact, Roy also regretted that so many Dark Beast materials should be shipped back in several batches. This time, he returned to Golfito with 500 half-blood elf warriors. He didn't know how many Silver Moon elves were watching him. The mine guards entered the Dark Land, which caused constant criticism from many Silver Moon elf warriors. The more you worry about something, the more it will happen. Captain Roy, please wait a moment. Captain Gabelles stood at the gate of the courtyard and called out to Roy. Roy was startled by the voice of the Gabriel Reese. He was worried that he had been trading Dark Beast materials in private, and was discovered by the Golfito military. Although he and Gabriel Reese had a verbal agreement, if Gabriel Reese wanted to go back on his word, Roy had no way to deal with it. He might even have to go to the military court to drink fruit tea. Captain, are you looking for me? Roy signaled the half-blood elf warrior behind him to stop, waited in the corridor on the left, and came to Gabriel Reese alone. Gabriel nodded and gestured to Roy. I'm going to take you to meet some guests. You can ask your men to return to the expedition camp first. Oh! Roy breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that they were not going to investigate the Dark Beast transaction. He turned around and ordered a half-blood elf captain to take these half-blood elf warriors back to the Dark Gate expedition camp. He followed Gabriel and came to a side hall next to the main hall of the Statue of Liberty. Roy walked into the side hall. The nearly 200 square meter hall was covered with soft wool carpets. Stepping on the carpet, it felt like falling into the clouds. The ceiling above his head was a brilliant star map, and the walls around the hall also depicted many nebulae. There were some round tables in the hall, and some models of floating continents were suspended in the glass covers of the round tables. There were very detailed introductions under these models. Roy found a group of second-level strongmen standing in the hall in groups of 3 or 4, discussing these floating continents in a low voice. Roy followed behind Captain Gabreth. Actually, there was a group of elven officers behind Captain Gabreth, but Roy's human appearance was particularly eye-catching among these Silver Moon elven officers. Roy also saw Byron Thor among this group of second-level masters. He secretly winked at Roy, indicating that there was a chance to talk privately. Roy nodded implicitly in response. Captain Gabreth stood in front of the largest round platform and introduced the identities of these Silver Moon elven officers to this group of second-level masters, including Captain Roy. This is Roy, the captain of the mine guards at the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp. When Captain Gabreth revealed Roy's identity, almost half of the second-level warriors looked at Roy. Mr. Commander, are you saying that the captain of the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp is this? Captain Roy? A Silver Moon elf great swordsman, with a giant sword on his back examined Roy and asked Captain Gabreth. The identity of this great swordsman should be very unusual. Captain Gabreth immediately responded without changing his expression. The current captain of the garrison is indeed Captain Roy. He has a group of half-blood elf warriors with outstanding military exploits. Moreover, Captain Roy was once an apprentice priest and can usually use divine arts to expel the dark energy from the warriors. Therefore, after repeated discussions by the Golfito military, it was finally decided to let Captain Roy's mine guards be stationed at the expeditionary camp. Roy looked down at the tip of his shoe to avoid being seen by others. The great swordsman came to Roy, and Roy felt an extremely sharp aura enveloping his whole body, as if a huge sword several hundred meters long was hanging over his head. We want to enter the Dark Land, and we may stay in the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp for 2 days, so please take care of us, Captain Roy. The great swordsman's voice was steady, and his tone seemed unquestionable. Roy looked at Captain Gabreth doubtfully. You must try your best to meet Lord Alvin's needs. This is the order of the Golfito military, Captain Gabreth said with a serious face. Roy then understood that this group of second-level masters wanted to enter the Dark Land through the Dark Gate. Therefore, the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp was their only way. In fact, Roy didn't know that these second-level masters had come here once before. But when they came to Golfito last time, They happened to catch up with the Moon Temple and the Magic Guild working together to seal the Dark Gate, so the military rejected the request of these second-level masters and did not let them enter the Dark Land. The second-level strawmen heard that the sealing of the Dark Gate was postponed indefinitely. So this time, they contacted some friends again and invited the great swordsman Alvin, who was of noble status in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom, to return to Golfito Canyon. Alvin communicated with the military and applied for a pass to enter the Dark Land in Buena City. Even if Captain Gabrez was unwilling in his heart, he could not refuse Alvin when facing the great swordsman, so he handed the matter over to Roy. I hope to get rid of this group of second-level warriors as soon as possible. Have you prepared your luggage? Roy looked at the group of second-level warriors, almost all of whom were dressed as travelers, and asked, "All the luggage is already on us." Alvin Great Swordsman answered directly. Roy nodded and said readily, "Then, in this case, please follow me now. It just so happens that I am going back to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp." After saying that, he saluted the leader of the Gobril's Legion, and then took the initiative to lead the way, bringing the 30 or so second-level warriors to the Dark Gate. A group of second-level warriors looked at the Dark Gate without any surprise in their eyes, but showed some nostalgia. A faint sadness continued to spread among this group of second-level warriors. Alvin Great Swordsman frowned, took the lead to walk up the steps, and then stepped into the purple mana vortex. Roy followed Alvin Great Swordsman and stepped in. Under Roy's leadership, this group of second-level warriors entered the Dark Land and appeared in the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force Camp. Roy arranged 5 tents for these second-level warriors. These empty tents were almost all left by the priests of the Statue of Liberty. The triangular tents could sleep at most 5 or 6 Silver Moon Elf warriors, and the 5 tents could just accommodate all the second-level warriors. The expeditionary camp was still the same as before, but there was no priest of the Statue of Liberty in the camp. Great Swordsman Alvin couldn't help but sigh. The other second-level warriors also had heavy expressions, and it seemed that some of their memories in the Dark Land were not very good. Byron Thor was always very low-key among the crowd. When he entered the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp, he didn't even look at Roy. After Roy arranged temporary accommodation for these second-level warriors, and asked the elf warriors to bring some fruit tea, he turned around and left. When he returned to his tent, Byron Thor walked in from outside not long after. "I didn't expect that the garrison stationed at the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp would be your army." Byron Thor walked into the tent and said to Roy. Then the two held hands tightly. "Roy, we haven't seen each other for more than 3 months. I thought I would enter the Dark Land before you, but I didn't expect that in order to apply for a pass to enter the Dark Land, we would have to go back and forth between Golfito and Buenos Aires." Byron Thor couldn't help complaining. "Sir Byron Thor, are these second-turn masters all members of your mercenary group?" Roy asked Byron Thor to sit down in the tent and asked curiously. Byron Thor's eyes widened. "How is it possible? These second-turn masters are almost all leaders of different mercenary groups. In a mercenary group, if there are 3 or 5 second-turn masters, it will become very famous." Then Byron Thor added, "They are also a mercenary group that suffered heavy losses in the Dark Land. They lost a lot of people, and were forced to withdraw from the Dark Land." At this point, his face was a little gloomy. "So this time someone proposed to return to the Dark Land and bring our old friends home from the battlefield ruins." Everyone responded. "At first, we didn't intend to alarm so many people, but things became more and more complicated, and more friends were involved in this matter. Now we even invited the great swordsman Alvin from Buenos Aires." Byron Thor looked over at the dark portal and whispered. Everyone said that once the magicians completely sealed the dark portal this time, the old friends who stayed in the Dark Land would never come back, so no one wanted to give up the last chance. Roy continued, "We are having trouble sealing the dark portal now, so we may not be able to seal it for the time being." Byron Thor quickly waved his hand to signal Roy to keep his voice down, and then lowered his voice, and said, "We've heard about this too. If it weren't for the thorny problems encountered by those magicians, we might not have had the chance to enter the Dark Land." Then he looked at Roy in confusion, stared at him and asked, "By the way, Roy, have you advanced again recently? I feel that your aura is much stronger than before." Roy answered honestly, "Yeah, I was just promoted a few days ago." Byron Thor's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Originally, I didn't want to trouble you with this matter, but we didn't expect that the priests of the Statue of Liberty would withdraw so thoroughly. All the priests went to Isnes. There are no other priests in the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp. I hope you can go to Isnes with us." Roy was a little dumbfounded. It's not that he didn't dare to go, but he couldn't. As the leader of the Mine Guard, Roy occasionally went to the Wanderer camp for a walk, which was already bold and reckless. If he dared to abandon the mine guard and go to the ISNE's expeditionary camp alone, it is estimated that when he comes back, Earl Swinburne might come in person because of him. Chapter 602. Sitting in the tent, Roy spoke frankly about his concerns. After all, he was the garrison commander stationed at the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp. During the rotation period, if you leave the garrison without permission and are reported, you will definitely be sent to the military court. If you don't have this concern, are you willing to follow us into the ISNE's camp deep in the Dark Land? Byron Thor asked Roy with a smile. If the Golfio military agrees, I can accompany you to ISNES, Roy said seriously. Actually, Roy said this after some consideration. After all, he owed Byron Thor a favor before, and he also wanted to go to the ISNE's camp to inquire about the news of the great priest Reed. So Byron Thor invited Roy to go to the ISNE's expeditionary camp, and Roy was willing to go. The only trouble was that as the leader of the mine guard, he could not leave the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp without permission. There was a lamp hanging at the entrance of the tent, and the wick was a sacred light, emitting a soft sacred breath. Byron Thor, who was sitting opposite Roy, narrowed his eyes slightly. With his keen insight, he found that Roy was not lying, and his eyes showed a hint of appreciation for Roy. The group of second-level masters around Byron Thor all entered the Dark Land with the mercenary group, and later left the Dark Land for various reasons. They themselves were extremely outstanding second-level masters. Except for masters like Byron Thor, who could not walk out of the shadow of the battlefield in the Dark Land, and lived a semi-hidden life, other second-level masters had various identities in the Elf continent. Everyone got together when they heard that the priests of the Golfio Statue of Liberty had given up the Dark Portal and embarked on an expedition to the Dark Land, and that the Magic Guild of the Elf continent was preparing to seal the Dark Portal. In order to enter the Dark Land this time, everyone used a lot of relationships they had accumulated over time, and even brought Alvin the Great Swordsman into the team. Alvin the Great Swordsman is currently serving as a swordsmanship instructor in the Silver Moon Elf royal family. He was once Princess Ophelia's swordsmanship teacher, and has a high reputation in King Buenos Aires. This time, it was at the request of the Great Swordsman Alvin that Captain Gabreth agreed to let their team pass through the Dark Gate and enter the Dark Land. Leave this matter to me. I will find a way to convince Captain Gabreth to give you a vacation, Byron Thor said to Roy. If that's the case, I'm willing to go to the ISNE's Expeditionary Force camp with you, Roy also said readily. Seeing that Roy agreed, Byron Thor left Roy's tent. Boss, the depths of the Dark Land are still very dangerous. I think it is enough for us to be active near the Dark Gate. There is really no need to go deep into the Dark Land. Captain Timothy sat outside the tent and reminded Roy. I know it is dangerous to enter the Dark Land, especially for a priest like me. Roy opened the tent curtain, reached out, and took down the lantern that emitted a sacred light, and held it in his hand. In the daytime of the Dark Land, the outside of the camp fell into darkness. Dark creatures would run around in the darkness at this time, and occasionally make some kind of weird howling sounds that make people feel irritated. Roy drew out a ball of holy light from his fingertips and injected it into the lantern. He walked side by side with Captain Timothy to a wizard tower. Checking these wizard towers every day was the most important task of the garrison. Do you know, the divine arts I mastered were taught to me by a high priest of the Statue of Liberty. At that time, he did not ask me to believe in the Statue of Liberty, but only taught me some simple divine arts. Later, he left Castletown and went to Golfito alone. We have been keeping in touch with each other through letters. Roy said, my teacher may be in a camp right now. I want to know his news and see how he is doing. At this time, Roy saw a magician standing inside the magic tower, checking the runes on the magic center. Usually, these magicians were too lazy to even take a second look at the 16 magic towers, but now they were carefully checking them with a magnifying glass. Roy happened to be familiar with the magician who was checking the magic tower. Master Alaud, are you checking the operation of the magic tower? Roy took the initiative to greet him. Oh, Captain Roy. Mage Alaud straightened up and glanced at Roy. He was about to continue working, but suddenly he thought of something and asked Roy, have these 16 magic towers been operating stably recently? It has always been like this. Roy answered and walked around the magic tower. The magic center was wrapped in a layer of light blue shield, and the magic glow inside was constantly drawn from the central magic circle and merged into the magic beam on the top of the magic tower. Master Alaud muttered for a moment, then asked, do we need to consume magic crystals every day? Roy pointed to the gemstone base next to him, which had 3 gemstone grooves. At this moment, most of the magic crystals in the grooves had been burned, and the remaining part was broken into thin slices. Yes, Every day, we will fill in new magic crystals after the magic crystals are broken into pieces," Roy said. "These 16 magic towers are related to the safety of the Dark Gate and the expeditionary camp. You must pay more attention when you patrol every day." Before continuing to work, Master Alad gave Roy a special reminder. "Yes, we will patrol seriously, Master Alad," Roy replied. This group of second-level warriors did not rush to Isnes, but stayed in the expeditionary camp and began to slowly adapt to the environment of the Dark Land. The Dark Land gave Roy the feeling that it was next to the desert. There were many earth ridges here like waves of sand dunes, and occasionally there were Gobi deserts full of gravel. There was no water source in the Dark Land, and there was rarely any wind. It was like an extremely huge closed space. The strong dark atmosphere makes it impossible for any animal or plant to survive here. The demon hunters and priests can hunt dark creatures in the Dark Land because they all carry magic scrolls or magic rune cloths of the water-gathering technique, and the food is more diverse, such as elf biscuits, muffins, cheese, dried meat, etc. These foods are almost all brought to the Dark Land from other continents. In fact, Roy also saw a tomato plant growing in a small flower pot in the tent of Old Pike in the Wanderer camp. Although it only has 4 leaves, there are thumb-sized fruits hanging at the first branch of the tomato vine. I didn't expect that Byron Thor could solve this problem so quickly. The next afternoon, Roy was still at the Holy Water Pool in the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp, instructing the half-blood elf warriors to learn purification, when he saw a herald coming out of the Dark Gate. "Captain Roy, Captain Gabreth asks you to go to the main hall of the Statue of Liberty." The herald stood on the high platform of the Dark Gate, holding a scroll in his hand, and shouted to Roy from a distance. Roy stood up and replied to the messenger, "I go see the Legion commander right now." Every time he passed through the dark portal, feeling the space cracks in the vortex of the dark portal, Roy could see some golden time and space countercurrents in the void along some cracks. The Statue of Liberty was still full of sacred breath. Every time he walked through the temple, Roy could clearly feel the warm holy light passing through his body to dispel all the dark breath. However, although the entire temple was filled with sacred breath, this breath could not nourish the sacred tree in Roy's body, which made Roy feel a little strange. Walking into the main hall, the empty hall lacked some of the hustle and bustle of the past. The Silver Moon Elf officers were not there. Captain Gabreth sat on the only chair on the high platform of the main hall. On the back of the chair was an angel holding the Holy Grail of Wisdom in both hands. Sitting on the chair, Captain Gabreth felt like he was embraced by the angel. If a bishop sat there, he might feel solemn and dignified. But Captain Gabreth was a Silver Moon Elf, and sitting on that chair felt a bit out of place. Captain Gabreth stopped when he saw Roy walk down the stage. He rested his elbows on the armrests of the chair, clenched his fists, and rested his chin. He looked at Roy quietly and asked him casually, "Great swordsman Alvin wants to lend you out, and let you accompany their adventure group into the depths of the Dark Land. Roy, I want to know what you think." Roy glanced at Captain Gabreth, then lowered his head and said, "I will follow the military's arrangements." Captain Gabreth was a little proud. So he said, "The Mine Guards have just taken over the Dark Gate garrison mission. I hope nothing will happen to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp." When he said these words, he was still sitting on the chair with his upper body leaning forward, looking quite condescending. Roy looked up at Captain Gabreth again. "Commander, I will arrange the garrison mission of the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp. I plan to let Deputy Commander Timothy take charge of the management of the Mine Guards for a period of time." Roy said this, and almost all the sounds in the main hall disappeared instantly. Commander Gabreth's eyes suddenly became sharp. "So you plan to go to Isnes with them?" Roy raised his head again and said innocently, "Commander, I said I would follow the arrangements of the military." Legion Commander Gabreth stroked his swollen and aching head with one hand, his face darkened instantly, and his voice changed from high-pitched to low. "Captain Roy, now I order you to accompany Lord Alvin to the Isnes Expeditionary Camp, and return to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp immediately after completing the mission." Roy immediately stood up and saluted to Legion Commander Gabreth. "Yes, Lord Commander." After saying this, Roy turned around and strode out of the main hall. Captain Gabreth was left alone in the main hall. Although he hoped that Roy would reject the invitation of the great swordsman Alvin according to his own ideas, Roy obviously did not think so. Perhaps the moment he left the Mine Guards alone in the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp, he had already pushed the young half-elf captain to the opposite side of him. The last time he faced those half-elf warriors in the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp, he felt that those half-elf warriors would not listen to his orders at all. Now, although this young half-elf captain kept saying that he would obey the arrangements of the military, he actually never did it according to his instructions. Legion Commander Gabreth threw the account book in his hand onto the marble floor, and the pages made a harsh rustling sound. In the marching tent of the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force Camp, all the senior officers of the mine guards gathered here. The light in the tent was a little dim, and everyone sat around a long table. The atmosphere was a little serious, and there was no smile on the faces of the 11 captains. They listened quietly to the last task assigned by Roy before departure. It was often the officer who would agree dully when Roy mentioned someone. Before holding this meeting, Roy announced that he would go to Isni's with this adventure group in the camp. The senior officers could not stop the decision. Roy finally told everyone that Captain Timothy would temporarily be in charge of the Dark Gate Expedition Camp. This was expected by everyone, and there was nothing surprising. After arranging the matters at the expedition camp, the senior officers left the tent one after another, and only Captain Timothy stayed. Roy poured a cup of fruit tea for Captain Timothy, and then poured another cup for himself. The two sat opposite each other at the conference table. Roy pondered for a moment before saying, "After all, the size of the nearby Wanderer camp is limited. The dark monster materials that have been accumulated in the camp for a long time have now been in our hands. I guess the camp has run out of stock, so I want to go out from here and visit other camps. And you can't go too far. This time I'm following the adventure group of great swordsman Alvin to Isnis. Maybe I can meet a few wild camps. Since we have come to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp, if we don't bring back some local specialties, wouldn't it be a wasted trip?" Hearing Roy say this, Captain Timothy wanted to gag him. "So you're going to leave this to me?" Captain Timothy couldn't help but complain. Roy took a sip of lemon tea and assured, "I shouldn't keep you waiting too long. I'm just going to take a look at the Isnis Expeditionary Camp. Once I get to Isnis, I won't go any further, and we'll be back soon." The two were talking in the marching tent when Captain Malthus strode in from outside and sat directly opposite Roy. He put his hands on the table, frowned, and shouted at Roy, "Captain Roy, are you crazy? How far is the Isnis Expeditionary Camp from the Dark Portal?" Roy didn't say anything. Captain Malthus continued to say to Roy, "The Isnis Expeditionary Camp is the second expeditionary camp established by the Statue of Liberty Expeditionary Force in the Dark Land. Although it is the expeditionary camp closest to the Dark Portal Expeditionary Camp, the distance between the two camps is actually about the distance from Castletown to Partington Island. Normally, you take a sailboat from Pagisto to Partington Island, which takes about a whole night to arrive, but this time you need to walk the whole way, and you have to walk for at least 3 to 4 weeks. Moreover, they will definitely not turn back immediately after arriving at Isnis, and you promised Captain Gabreth that you will return immediately after arriving at the Isnis Expeditionary Force Camp. I would like to ask how you will return to the Dark Portal from Isnis alone at that time. Have you ever thought about these?" Roy looked at the emotional Captain Malthus, smiled and said, "Actually, I have some plans, Captain Malthus." Chapter 603. In addition to a group of second-level warriors, this powerful adventure group in the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force Camp is actually followed by some powerful mercenary warriors, almost all of whom are first-level peak elf warriors. Among the 47 members, there are 16 second-level warriors, and Byron Thor is one of them. Roy wrapped his whole body in a magic cloak, which not only shielded his own breath, but also prevented him from being eroded by the dark air. This was not the first time Roy had entered the Dark Land, and he was very familiar with the environment around the Dark Gate. There were relatively few dark creatures nearby, and of course, this matter was inseparable from him. After walking out of the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force Camp, looking around, the dark red sky was desolate, with black oily soil, sand, and gravel everywhere. Only when the sky was red would the adventure group follow the road signs to the depths of the Dark Land. These road signs were customized with the simplest wooden boards, and there were even marks of the Statue of Liberty on them. After the paint on the wooden signs fell off, the wood had been severely rotten. Roy felt that if he pinched it casually with his hands, the road signs might rot. Every 1 or 2 kilometers, everyone will find a road sign, and the adventure group will follow the road sign to the Isnis Expeditionary Force Camp. When the dark red sky begins to darken, the adventure group will start looking for a campsite. At this time, the creatures on the Dark Land gradually wake up from their slumber, and the surroundings fall into darkness. Sitting in the tent, Roy can clearly feel countless dark creatures floating outside the tent. He put his face behind the curtain at the entrance of the tent, and can vaguely see those dark creatures in the air, like thousands of small fish swimming in the boundless sea. The scene is very spectacular, and even a little scary. The camp where Roy was located was a secluded place somewhere in the deep and desolate seabed. Even if there were so many second-level experts in the adventure group, they couldn't travel during the time when the dark creatures woke up. Every day, the tents had to be set up before it got completely dark. The campsites they chose were almost all in the cracks of some boulders, or in a huge shallow pit on the flat ground, or in a valley, etc. The tents built in the temporary camp were almost all short. Roy curled up in the tent, and his head would still touch the top of the tent. This kind of tent was also covered with a layer of magic cloth outside to isolate the breath of the adventurers. Roy and Byron Thor lived in the same tent. They also shared the tent with the great magician Dalacley, and the dwarf shield warrior Linglon Bronzebeard. So Roy slept near the door of the tent. As long as he slightly opened the curtain at the door, he could see the dark night sky outside. Just as Roy peeked out, Byron Thor, who was sleeping on the other side, suddenly opened his eyes. He sat up suddenly, and quickly reached out to pull the open curtain. At the same time, a huge shadow suddenly appeared above the tent. A black giant more than 20 meters tall almost brushed the edge of the camp, and slowly passed through the land. The dwarf shield warrior, who had long fallen asleep, just stretched out a strong arm from his sleeping bag, wiped his nose, and fell asleep again. On the road to Isness, there was almost nothing except dark creatures. Although the adventure group was composed of strong people from the mercenary group and the adventure group, and had rich wild survival experience, this depressing itinerary still made everyone feel irritable, and many negative emotions grew from the bottom of their hearts. Some members with bad tempers occasionally cursed and muttered a few words. Everyone became silent, and even normal communication gradually decreased. The oppressive atmosphere would make people restless. But Roy said that the atmosphere in the tent was quite harmonious, because the great magician Dalacley and the shield warrior Linglon Bronzebeard were both close friends of Byron Thor. They were in the same mercenary group. After that mercenary group was disbanded, the three of them separated for various reasons. Byron Thor created a new mercenary group. Just when this mercenary group was developing at its best, it suddenly accepted a commission from the Statue of Liberty. Then the mercenary group joined the Temple Expeditionary Force and entered the Dark Land. At the beginning, the Temple Expeditionary Force's offensive in the Dark Land was almost unstoppable, and it continued to conquer the vast land of the Dark Land. But later, the Supreme Commander of the Temple Expeditionary Force, Bishop Prince, discovered that the Temple Expeditionary Force had no way to occupy the Dark Land. As the battle line gradually lengthened, various drawbacks began to appear within the Temple Expeditionary Force. Until a 2-month-long battle, almost all the members of Byron Thor's mercenary group were killed or wounded. Byron Thor wanted to go to the battlefield site in the Dark Land and bring the remains of his companions back to the Elf continent. He even prepared a cemetery. It was a hillside with a clear stream flowing through it, and the hillside was covered with lush chestnut trees. Byron Thor hoped that the souls of these mercenary members could return to the Fountain of Life. The elves believed that only in this way could the dead elves be reborn. Other second-turn warriors, who are willing to enter the Dark Land, actually have their own ideas. Some elves are looking for rare magic materials in the Dark Land, because once the Dark Gate is sealed, it will become more difficult to get those magic materials. Some elves are looking for their relatives lost in the Dark Land, so they venture into the Dark Land. Of course, some elves enter the Dark Land to become a demon hunter. Most of the second-turn warriors are followed by some followers, and these followers are also warriors at the peak of the first turn. Roy's main role in the team is to use the power of holy light to dispel the dark energy on everyone every 3 days, and to purify the negative emotions that grow in everyone's hearts. Although the second-level strongmen are not easily affected by the dark energy, they will be corroded by the dark energy if they stay in the Dark Land for a long time. On the 8th day of the adventure group of strong men entering the Dark Land, the adventure group built a temporary camp under a boulder. Roy used a hammer to nail an iron chisel into the hard soil, and tied a cable. Recently, his holy light power has been consumed a little bit, and he feels a little tired no matter what he does. He put down the hammer in his hand, and saw the magician Dalacley, who was hiding in the corner, finish his meditation, and slowly open his eyes. He looked at Roy curiously, and couldn't help asking him, "Roy, as a priest, don't you need to pray every day?" Roy returned the hammer to Linglon Bronzebeard, the red-bearded dwarf uncle, and then said to the great magician whose real age could not be seen, "I don't believe in the Statue of Liberty, so I seldom pray." The great magician Dalacley asked curiously, "Then where does your holy light power come from?" Roy thought about it carefully before answering. "When I was in the Elven continent, the holy light power floated around my body. They were very small, like dust in the air. I could absorb these holy light particles, and keep the holy light power in my body full." The great magician Dalacley waved his hand, and asked Roy to sit beside him. He continued, "But there are almost no holy light particles in the air of the Dark Land. What do you do? It has become dark all around, and some dark creatures have begun to wake up. They began to swim slowly in the air." Roy said, The situation was better at the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp. At least it was only separated from Golfito by a dark gate, and there was a holy water pool in the camp, so the power of holy light could be restored quickly. It becomes much more difficult to restore the power of holy light once you enter the depths of the dark land, but I brought some holy water with me for this trip, hoping to last a little longer. The great magician Delacly recited a very simple magic beast, and tore open a magic scroll casually. His movements looked as casual as tearing a piece of straw paper, and then a translucent ice cover covered him and Roy. Roy was originally going to return to the tent, but now that he had this magic ice cover, he decided to sit for a while. "Are you a great magician?" Roy asked. Great magician Delacly nodded and admitted, "Yes, I was a long time ago, but unfortunately I have never become a third-level magician. I am very curious about what a second-level great magician is like. Can you tell me about it?" Roy humbly asked for advice. Great magician Delacly didn't know how to explain it, so he chose the language that Roy could accept and said, "How should I put it? When your elemental affinity is high enough, you can use the power of magic to temporarily possess an elemental body, enter the elemental world, and sign a magic contract with elemental creatures. So when you fight, you can use your body as a bridge and rely on your elemental contract partner to borrow a large amount of elemental power from the elemental world in a short time, so that you can cast level 4 group magic. For example, the most commonly used group magic by water elf magicians is Blizzard. Fire magicians can cast meteor showers. Wind magicians can cast tornadoes, etc. There is no water here. Can you cast a blizzard?" Roy asked. The great magician Delacly said casually, "Of course you can. In fact, after research, we found that the elements of wind, fire, water and earth, or between light and darkness, can be transformed into each other in theory. There are a lot of earth elements and wind elements here. We can usually restore mana through meditation, and we can use contract partners to cast advanced group magic when fighting, so whether there is water here does not affect our casting of water magic." Roy was slightly startled. It was the first time he heard the great magician explain the relationship between magic elements. Somehow, Roy remembered the law of conservation of energy, so he said, "My physics teacher, Mr. Dashung, once said something that seems to make sense now. He said that energy can neither be created nor disappear out of thin air. It can only be transformed from one form to another, or transferred from one object to another, while the total amount of energy remains unchanged." This sentence seems to be quite philosophical. Byron Thor poked his head out of the tent and said something. At this time, the great magician Delacly seemed to be frozen in place, and his hand on his chest never fell. He thought for a long time before he woke up, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. He praised Roy and asked, "This sentence is so good, it can be written into the magic book. This Mr. Dashung must be a great magician, right? But what is physics? Is it a subject of magic?" Roy felt that he had let something slip and didn't know how to bring the topic back, so he had to bite the bullet and said, "Physics is a subject that studies the basic structure of matter, such as the 4 elements of wind, fire, water and earth." The eyes of the great magician Delacly became brighter, and he said excitedly, "He is indeed a magician." Roy couldn't help but cover his forehead. He didn't want to talk about this topic at all. In recent days, Roy has been thinking about a question. It is what the great magician Delacly said: wind, fire, water and earth elements can be transformed into each other. Then, it is actually possible for light and darkness to transform into each other. The priests have been walking in the dark land, and they have never been able to absorb the power of holy light in the dark land. The farther they go, the more difficult it becomes to obtain the power of holy light. Recently, Roy can only rely on holy water to slowly recover the power of holy light. Unfortunately, the power of holy light he consumes is much more than what he draws from holy water. Recently, Roy could not sense the existence of holy light particles around his body. As the effect of holy water became weaker and weaker, the holy light power in Roy's body continued to decrease. He tried to sit under the holy light tree to meditate, but it was useless. Although the holy light tree emitted soft holy light, it could not restore the holy light power in his body. In addition, the light flowers on the holy light tree were constantly withering every day. It was unknown how far the road to the Isni's Expeditionary Force camp would take. There were gravels and rubble everywhere. Roy followed the team and moved forward with difficulty. His physical strength had been overdrawn, and he had to drink a physical potion every morning and evening. There was no water or light in the dark land, and dark creatures were everywhere. Travelers walking in the dark had to be careful to deal with all this. When building a temporary camp, Roy failed to hold the hammer in his hand tightly, and the hammer fell on the sand, almost hitting his toes. Longling Bronzebeard quickly asked him to sit aside to rest, and picked up the hammer to complete the next work. Roy's body became a little weak, so he chose a quiet corner next to the tent to rest. It is said that every priest in the Dark Land, if there is no holy vessel to protect him, will be in the same predicament as Roy. Roy took out a water bag from his waist bag, uncorked it, and drank some holy water. The meager power of holy light can only give Roy's body a slight relief. If he wants to fully restore the power of holy light in Roy's body, he probably has to soak him in the holy water pool. Chapter 604. The priests of the Statue of Liberty in the Expeditionary Force were able to fight in the heart of the Dark Land, because they carried with them holy vessels stained with the divinity of the Statue of Liberty. These holy vessels were originally sacred vessels placed in the Statue of Liberty in various places. However, when the high priests prayed, the holy light of the Statue of Liberty descended, and occasionally these sacred vessels were used as carriers. Therefore, these seemingly ordinary sacred vessels were stained with a trace of divinity, and therefore always radiated the power of holy light. By praying for a long time beside the holy vessel, the priest can not only maintain his own holy light power, but also slowly restore the holy light power. The sacred vessel of the Statue of Liberty in Castletown is a holy grail of wisdom. It was with this holy grail of wisdom that High Priest Reed left Castletown and came to Golfedo. The priests who believe in the Statue of Liberty, although they have mastered the power of holy light, have gradually weakened their ability to absorb the power of holy light from the outside world during the practice. Their main path to promotion is to pray devoutly to the Statue of Liberty, and wait for the goddess to descend the holy light. They will break through the bottleneck and get promoted at the moment when the holy light is infused into their bodies. But Roy is a heretic in the Statue of Liberty. Actually, he cannot be called a heretic, because when he became an apprentice priest, the Statue of Liberty had already disappeared. Roy did not feel the holy light of the Statue of Liberty at all, so he did not believe in the Statue of Liberty. From the day Roy became an apprentice priest, he relied on his keen perception to absorb the holy light particles. Later, his perception and the sacred breath in his body formed a special force in his body, which was a holy light seed. After becoming an apprentice priest, every time Roy was promoted to a higher level, the holy light seed would grow a root. After he broke through the bottleneck and became a priest, the seed finally broke through the ground and became a holy light tree. From then on, he embarked on a completely different path from the other priests of the Statue of Liberty. Roy always thought that he was different from the priests of the Statue of Liberty, but as he entered the depths of the Dark Land, as the holy light power in his body became less and less, his body became weaker and weaker. Roy finally realized how important those holy artifacts were to the priests in the Dark Land. Although the holy light power in Roy's body was gradually weakening, he would still use the holy light to purify the dark aura on the team members along the way to prevent them from being corroded by the dark aura. In fact, it stands to reason that the second-level strongmen in the adventure group cannot be corroded by the dark aura. All the strongmen who were infected by the dark aura were almost all infected by the dark aura when they went out hunting or fighting. So when Roy became weak, the great swordsman Alvin deliberately reduced the number of members going out hunting privately. However, the purpose of some second-level strongmen entering the Dark Land is to make a fortune before the Dark Gate is closed, so they are of course unwilling to change their hunting plans easily. Roy has become very tired during this period. Sometimes he simply pours the holy water in the water bag directly on his head. After killing the dark creatures, the magic beast materials and soul crystals are naturally put into the hunter's waste bag. For this, Byron Thor even couldn't stand it. After passing a wilderness full of gravel, going forward will become a desert formed by a large amount of black fine sand. If you step into the fine sand will swallow your entire calf. If you want to pull it out and move forward, it will consume a lot of physical strength. The road ahead was becoming increasingly difficult to walk. Under the dark red sky, the adventure group increased their rest time from once a day to 3 times a day. In the temporary camp, everyone sat together, trying to take a good rest in the limited time before continuing on their journey. Byron Thor came to the side of the great swordsman Alvin and whispered to him, "Great swordsman Alvin, Roy's condition is not very good at the moment. His holy light power is continuously decreasing. I am worried that he will use up the holy light power before arriving at the Isni's Expeditionary Force camp. So can we reduce the number of times we purify the dark energy every day?" Great swordsman Alvin nodded and responded, "I will make some adjustments and try to prevent them from being contaminated by the dark energy. Does Roy have any good solutions?" "We are actively looking for," Byron Thor replied. At this time, a strong silver moon elf ran back to the camp quickly, tore off the magic cloak on his body, ran to great swordsman Alvin breathlessly, and said to great swordsman Alvin very proudly, "Alvin, we found another fear monster in front, and we have conducted a detailed investigation around it. There are no other high-level dark monsters around, so we are going to hunt this fear monster." The Silver Moon Elf came to the side of the great swordsman Alvin, and a strong aura appeared around him. The great swordsman Alvin hesitated for a moment, and looked at Roy. Seeing that Roy did not show much resistance, he said, "Then you should be careful, and try not to be contaminated by the dark aura of the Dread Demon. After hunting down the Dread Demon, you must come back as soon as possible. We will continue along this road, and try to meet at the next rest area." "Got it. We will catch up as soon as possible," the Silver Moon Elf said confidently. Just as the Silver Moon Elf turned around and prepared to leave, Roy suddenly stood up and said to the Silver Moon Elf, "Please wait a moment. I also want to see the fear monster. Can I?" The Silver Moon Elf was slightly startled and was about to refuse, but he saw that the person who made this request happened to be the only priest in the team. "Roy, are you sure you can go out and hunt dark creatures with your current physical condition?" The Silver Moon Elf said tactfully, "I don't mean anything else. I'm just worried that your physical strength won't keep up, which will make your physical condition worse." Although the Silver Moon Elf didn't refuse directly, he had already put a rejection expression on his face. Roy also smiled faintly and said, "If you don't use divine magic, there will be no problem. And I brought a lot of physical potions this time. After all, I will stay in the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp for a long time, so I want to see the dark beasts." Although he didn't know what Roy meant, Byron Thor still gave an assist from the side. "Do you think Roy can join?" The Silver Moon Elf smiled awkwardly. He knew very well that if he didn't want to lose the help of this priest in the long journey ahead, he had to agree even if it meant biting the bullet. "Of course, welcome to join." He walked up to Roy and extended his right hand to him with a kind face. Roy shook hands with the Silver Moon Elf and responded with a smile. Byron Thor looked at his friend and said, "Linglon Bronzebeard, you go with Roy and make sure he is safe." Linglon Bronzebeard didn't even think about it and agreed directly, "Don't worry, leave it to me." So, 2 more members joined the 4-man hunting team of the Silver Moon Elf, a young half-elf and a strong dwarf. "Let's go!" The 6 members wore magic cloaks and left the main group after the Silver Moon Elf gave an order, silently walking through the black sand dunes. Before setting off, Roy tied 2 palm leaf-shaped flippers on his feet. These were 2 pieces of very rough hard armor, which Roy cut into the shape of the soles with a skinning knife, but these 2 hard leather flippers were at least 10 times larger than the soles. In this way, Roy would not sink into the soft sand. He could easily stand on the sand and walk much more easily. The dwarf Linglon Bronzebeard found the flippers Roy had modified very interesting, so he asked Roy to prepare a pair for him. After all, he was a short-legged dwarf, and he was wearing heavy armor. When he walked on the soft sand, it was like rolling in the sand. Roy quickly cut another pair of flippers. Seeing Roy and the dwarf shield warrior who were lagging behind actually put on strange shoes and walked easily on the sand, the elf ranger in the front carrying a longbow couldn't help but complain. Humans just like to create some inexplicable things. The face of the Silver Moon Elf strongman showed no joy or anger, but at this time he whispered and scolded, "Watch your words, he is a half-elf, at least half of his body is elven blood." The elf ranger in front said unconvincingly, "What if the half is a half-elf?" Another elven sword dancer took the opportunity to interject, "I heard that his mother is a Silver Moon Elf carving master, and he is the only priest in the team, so it's better not to make such jokes in the future." "Okay." The elven ranger looked stern and agreed in a low voice. Then the team fell into silence, and Roy and the dwarf Linglon Bronzebeard quickly caught up from behind. The group climbed over a black sand dune with a not very steep slope, pointed to a dark area under the sand dune, and the Silver Moon Elf warrior ordered, "Everyone keep silent, the prey is just ahead." It seemed that the prey was still far away. The Silver Moon Elf stopped at this position, just to let Roy watch from afar. Roy readily agreed, and then found a sand pit to lie down, from which he could vaguely see the dark area below. Linglon Bronzebeard naturally stayed with Roy. The 4 hunting members walked forward quickly. They scared away along the hillside, almost sliding down the sand dune, and formed a large encirclement net as the 4 rushed down. However, the observation point is still a bit far from the ambush point. Roy could only see their vague figures, but could not see the fear monster in the dark area. Linglon Bronzebeard could not help but complain, "I think they are worried that we will share their spoils, so they arranged us so far away. I really hope that the fear monster can escape from their siege and let these stingy guys get nothing." "Uncle Linglon Bronzebeard, if it is on the elf continent, what level of magic beast is the fear monster equivalent to?" Roy asked curiously. "It's about the same as a level 4 monster, but they are much more powerful in the dark land than in the elf continent." If you see a monster that can breathe out black air and has countless eyes all over its body, like a pool of mud, it is a fear monster. You must hide away from it as soon as possible. Linglon Bronzebeard said to Roy very seriously. Well, I know. Hey! What is that elf ranger doing? Oh my god. They really haven't surrounded the horror monster. Linglon Bronzebeard widened his bell-like eyes, and couldn't help looking down. Roy could only see a very blurry battle scene. His current vision was far inferior to that of the dwarf Linglon Bronzebeard. However, at this time, he could still see some chaos below. The elf sword dancer had released his power. On the dark battlefield, a shadow of an elf female warrior appeared behind the elf sword dancer. The shadow of the elf female warrior's body was constantly rippling, and then the shadow and the sword dancer merged into one, slashing a sword at the fleeing horror monster. This sword directly split the black horror monster in half. But just after the horror monster was split in half, its body shattered with a bang, turning into countless drifting black mists, and then the black mists gathered together again in front of the sword dancer, forming a restored horror monster. Its body swelled up and pounced on the elf sword dancer. The silver moon elf chased up from behind, he jumped high, and the two swords in his hands burst out with a dazzling sword light, like two balls of light in his hands. The body of the fear monster had become extremely thin after it expanded. It was attacked from behind by the silver moon elf. Its body was immediately shredded into rags by the two sword lights. Most of the dark aura turned into rags in the sword energy, and fell at the feet of the silver moon elf. However, a wisp of dark aura took the opportunity to rush out. It condensed again. The black mist had become extremely thin, but there were still two eye patterns on its back. It was like a black scar floating in the air, quickly floating towards Roy. Linglon Bronzebeard also noticed the escape route of the horror monster at the first time. He stood up from the sand pit suddenly, and black fine sand kept flowing down his armor. The dwarf uncle raised a heavy tower shield, and the moment the horror monster approached the two of them, the raised shield and the hammer in his other hand collided fiercely. When, a loud noise, a silver arc was rubbed between the hammer and the shield. The arc made a crackling sound like popping beans, and instantly penetrated into a wisp of dark mist. The black mist was stimulated by the arc and emitted wisps of green smoke. However, the dark monster was stronger than expected. Just when Roy thought that Uncle Linglon Bronzebeard had defeated the remaining fear monster, he did not expect that there was a sharp arrow in the layers of black air, shooting directly at Roy. Roy was completely dumbfounded at this moment. He did not expect that the fear monster was so tenacious. The last remaining trace of soul actually chose Roy and flew directly towards him. Roy also realized the great danger. His hand turned over the Book of Judgment on his waist like a conditioned reflex. A small silver hammer flew out from the page of the book and hit the sharp arrow condensed by the black mist steadily. The black sharp arrow was immediately shaken to the ground. Chapter 605. The holy light wrapped around a small silver hammer and flew towards the sharp arrow in the black fog. The Hammer of Judgment. The Hammer of Judgment, which was so strong that it could make the soul dizzy, flew out of the Book of Judgment and instantly smashed the sharp arrow to the ground. The dwarf Uncle Linglon Bronzebeard also turned around and strode over, but when he saw Roy swinging a small silver hammer in his hand, he also slowed down his pace. Only when the soul is extremely weak can the purification technique purify those weak souls. The black fog arrow in front of Roy fell to the ground, and the black smoke immediately dissipated. Purification. Roy drew a simple divine pattern, and as the prayer came out of his mouth, a beam of holy light completely covered the black smoke, and countless claws struggling outward appeared in the wisps of smoke. But no matter how it struggled, it could not break free from the holy light that fell from the sky. Until the last wisp of black air was annihilated in the holy light, a translucent soul body rushed out of the dark breath in front of him, and the souls of humans, elves, dwarves, and orcs were peeled off from this soul body and kept floating into the dark red sky. Roy's legs went weak, and he sat down on the soft sand. He could clearly feel that the power of the holy light in his body was on the verge of exhaustion, and the holy light tree was withering rapidly. He hurriedly took out a water bag, uncorked it, and drank a mouthful of holy water, hoping that this mouthful of holy water could restore a little bit of the power of the holy light, but the effect of the holy water was too weak. He could only watch all the flowers of light on the holy light tree in his body wither, and pieces of golden leaves fell down one after another. The dwarf uncle held a thorium warhammer, and looked around vigilantly. The soul of the fear monster was completely purified, and the dark aura it carried continued to dissipate in the wilderness. The dark aura was in an extremely unstable state. The magic vortex that kept spinning around Roy actually sucked some of the dark aura in. Roy was powerless to stop it at this time. When the roots of the holy light tree were contaminated with the dark aura, Roy thought that the holy light tree would wither faster. But something Roy didn't expect happened. The roots of the holy light tree absorbed the unstable dark aura. As the dark aura disappeared bit by bit, the entire holy light tree actually diffused some extremely pure holy light. The curled golden leaves were also slowly unfolding, and the withered flowers of light reopened at a speed visible to the naked eye. The light flower exuded a faint holy light power, which fell on Roy's body. Roy's body inexplicably showed a purer holy light power, and even the sacred breath formed an invisible light film on the surface of his skin. The countless roots of the holy light tree went directly into the magic vortex, and the magic vortex surrounding Roy began to continuously devour the unstable dark air around Nashi. These dark airs were almost all diffused from the body of the fear monster after its death. Now, the holy light tree in Roy's body quickly absorbed it as nutrients. In just a few minutes, the entire holy light tree not only regained its vitality, but all the light flowers on the tree bloomed. The sacred breath from the light flowers continued to flow into Roy's body. Roy stood up from the sand. He raised his hands, and a layer of light golden holy light appeared on his hands. At this time, Roy finally felt the elemental body that the great magician Delacley said. It is said that when the elemental affinity is fully saturated, the magician will have the elemental body. At this time, the magician has the qualifications to become a second-level strongman, but it is only the qualifications. Roy now clearly felt that his hands seemed to have been assimilated by the holy light. He didn't even need to draw divine patterns or recite prayers. He just gently twisted his thumb and index finger, and a ball of holy light floated from his palms. "Roy, are you okay?" the dwarf uncle asked with some concern. Although Roy didn't look like he was in trouble, he still asked with great concern. Roy looked at Linglon Bronzebeard with gratitude. This dwarf uncle was not only powerful, but also kind-hearted. "I recovered suddenly. Now I feel good and energetic," Roy responded in a low voice. Linglon Bronzebeard widened his eyes, and after a moment of silence, he said in a muffled voice, "You may have advanced again. The holy light power accumulated in your body suddenly burst out, allowing your body to recover. You are really lucky." Roy was stunned. He just advanced to level 15, but he didn't feel anything. He couldn't help but look at his hands again. At this time, his hands had recovered from the translucent sacred state. Not long after, the Silver Moon Elf warrior finally cleaned up the battlefield and arrived with 3 followers. When he saw Roy, he asked curiously, "Just now, the last trace of the remaining soul of the fear monster fled here. Did you see it?" In fact, they made some mistakes in the battle. When the fear monster fled here, they naturally saw it. Now they asked knowingly because they wanted to know the whereabouts of the remaining soul of the fear monster. The dwarf Linglon Bronzebeard stood beside Roy, raised his head and said bluntly, "I ran into it, and then the remaining soul was purified by Roy, but nothing was left." The dwarf Linglon Bronzebeard didn't say anything extra. The Silver Moon Elf didn't continue the conversation. After all, they had made some mistakes when they killed the fear monster just now, and they also got the dark monster materials. If they talked a few more words, the atmosphere might become awkward once they talked about the distribution of dark monster materials. At this time, they naturally had to meet up with the main force as soon as possible. So the 6 people met together, and since they were all fine, they set off again and headed to the agreed location. The Black Desert had no end in sight. If it weren't for the broken road signs along the way, they would probably have gotten lost in this endless desert. Walking in the desert was very physically demanding. But this time, the dwarf Linglon Bronzebeard and Roy were very calm, and Roy was no longer sickly. Halfway through the journey, the Silver Moon Elf looked at the endless sea of sand, licked his dry lips, and said to the 5 people following behind him, "We've been walking for so long, let's take a break first." This time, Roy did not sit down on the soft sand, but did some stretching exercises on the spot. Since he did not need to drink holy water anymore, he did not need to keep his stomach full. He could drink more and fill himself up with water. Now he could sit down and eat a roomful of breadfruit. He sprinkled some salt on the breadfruit to make it taste sweeter. The dwarf uncle was guarding beside Roy. It must be said that the dwarf's physical strength was really strong. No matter how he walked, except for his short legs and slow speed, he would not show any signs of fatigue. Just as Roy was pinching the breadfruit and putting it into his mouth, he noticed that the Silver Moon Elf sword dancer had untied the shoulder armor and chest armor of the heavy armor, revealing a shallow scratch on his shoulder. Although the wound was not big, there was some dark air around the wound. Seeing Roy's concerned look, the Silver Moon Elf sword dancer smiled at Roy politely, and did not invite him to purify the dark energy. Perhaps he knew that Roy was not in a good condition recently. The dark energy clearly eroded his shoulder. He just sprinkled a bottle of antidote on his shoulder, and seemed to be bandaging the wound hastily. Roy stood up and walked over, saying to the elf ranger, who was helping to bandage the wound, "Let me do it." The elf ranger immediately gave up his position, and looked at Roy with a strange expression. A ball of holy light appeared in Roy's palm again. Perhaps because of the greatly improved affinity of holy light, Roy did not need to draw the divine pattern when he performed the purification spell. The prayer was even vague, but a ray of holy light shone on the shoulder of the Silver Moon Elf sword dancer. Purification spell. The dark air on the wound quickly dissipated. Roy skillfully used a short dagger to remove the flesh that had been mutated by the dark air, and took out a crochet hook with a piece of thin thread from the medical bag, and sutured the wound in no time. Finally, he applied some hemostatic ointment, and said to the elf sword dancer, "Try not to get the wound wet for 2 days to avoid infection." "Okay, that's it." Roy packed up the medical bag neatly, and sat down next to Linglon Bronzebeard with a normal look. The dwarf Linglon Bronzebeard was putting his iron boots back on his feet. At this time, he couldn't help asking Roy, "Don't you mind that they are so distant from you? You still have to help them drive away the dark aura." Roy shook his head and said, "If you think about it from another perspective, if there were outsiders joining my adventure group, I probably wouldn't be willing to take them out hunting. It's good enough that they are willing to take me with them." Linglon Bronzebeard brushed off the dust on his beard and said happily, "It's rare that you can think like this. I have seen many elves. Most of them are arrogant, and always self-righteous." Roy interrupted him quickly, "Hey, I'm only half an elf." At this time, the Silver Moon Elf came back from the front. When everyone was resting, he went out alone to explore the way. He said to everyone, "The main force is much faster than us. If we want to gather at the next meeting point, we have to speed up." After a short rest, the group continued to move forward along this road. Finally, before the sky was completely dark, the Silver Moon Elf led a group of 6 people to catch up with the main force. When Byron Thor saw Linglon Bronzebeard and Roy return safely, his heart was relieved, and he waved to the 2 of them vigorously. Linglon Bronzebeard strode over. He was wearing heavy armor, but he could still walk fast. He was really as strong as a bull. Roy also wanted to walk over, but was stopped by the great swordsman Alvin. This Silver Moon Elf great swordsman has a master's demeanor. Although he has not yet entered the 3rd level, Roy has a hunch that it will be a matter of time before Alvin is promoted to the 3rd level master. This great swordsman is also very good at leadership. He can basically make fair judgments in the adventure group, and people will not feel that he is biased towards the Silver Moon Elf. Alvin took Roy to the fire and asked him to sit down beside him. "Are you feeling better?" Great swordsman Alvin said just one sentence and scared Roy. "Much better," Roy replied. Great swordsman Alvin nodded to Roy and said, "It seems that when you are not feeling well, it is still very beneficial to get out and move around properly." He paused, his eyes fell on Roy's face, and said kindly, "And it is still necessary to have an outstanding priest in the team. Actually, my original idea was to invite a priest of the Moon Temple. My best friend Arya is an excellent priest of the Moon Temple. Unfortunately, she can't come to Golfito right now. But now I can only say, Roy, your performance has exceeded my expectations." The great swordsman Alvin smiled kindly at Roy. "Actually, I have heard of your name. Not only is you famous in the Partington Plain, but many Silver Moon Elves in the capital of Buenos Aires also know you. Someone accused you of killing a descendant of a Silver Moon Elf noble and persecuting many Silver Moon Elf mine owners in the Pagisto Plateau. Originally, they only needed to serve their sentences, but because of you, many mine owners were forced to flee and died in the mountains and swamps. Many nobles have proposed to the Elven Elder Council to take you back to Buenos for trial, but the Elven Elder Council's summons was suppressed by the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. Until you led the mine guards into Golfito and guarded the gate to the Dark Land, those voices subsided a little." Roy looked at Great Swordsman Alvin. Roy had never heard of the information that Great Swordsman Alvin said before. Just behind Great Swordsman Alvin, a Silver Moon Elf swordsman suddenly appeared and urged Roy, "Roy, don't waste your time in the army. You should join a mercenary group and adventure around the world. Join our team. Our mercenary group is in need of an outstanding priest like you." The great swordsman Alvin glared at the Silver Moon Elf swordsman and told him to shut up. He said to Roy, "In fact, I also suggest that you should travel more while you are young." He showed a helpless smile on his face and continued, "Once you are old, the shackles around you are like countless ropes that will tie you up tightly and even make you unable to breathe, and you still have to drag these ropes on your body to move forward. At that time, don't even mention being able to walk around everywhere. Even wanting to turn around and look at the scenery along the way may be a luxury. So, we elves have such a long life, we must travel at the best time. The light around the camp gradually dimmed, and Roy, with a faint sacred aura on his body, pondered for a long time alone in front of the campfire. Chapter 606. Ever since Roy discovered that the holy light tree could absorb unstable dark energy and transform it into holy light power, when hunting dark creatures, Roy began to actively participate in hunting. No matter which hunting team found dark monsters outside, Roy would follow the hunting team to the scene. At the moment when the dark creatures completely dissipated, countless unstable dark energy became the nutrients of the holy light tree, which transformed it into extremely pure holy light power. The holy light tree bloomed countless light flowers, which sprinkled the pure holy light power under the tree. Roy quickly replenished the holy light power into his body. As Roy joined the hunting team, the holy light tree began to grow wildly. Every time he hunted dark creatures, the holy light tree in Roy's body would grow a little bigger, and the crown would become more luxuriant. The holy light power Roy possessed also became stronger and stronger. In a shallow pit on the north slope of a mountain in the dark land, Roy and Linglon Bronzebeard almost lay down completely, covered with a layer of camouflage cloth, and their breath was shielded by the magic cloak. On the battlefield 30 meters away, 3 elf warriors were surrounding a black bull. At this moment, the black bull was covered with several wounds, and a thick dark aura continued to emanate from the wounds. The black bull charged at one of the Silver Moon Elf warriors again. The Silver Moon Elf warrior held a sword in both hands, and faced the black bull. He first turned sideways to avoid the black mist sprayed by the black bull, and then inserted a sword into the bull's back. The series of actions were all very elegant. Roy was amazed that the elf sword dancer could show an elegant dance in the battle. Linglon Bronzebeard, who was accompanying Roy, frowned and muttered, "The sword dancer's sword-drawing action is very handsome. If his action was not so fancy, the black bull might have been cut into a pool of beef by now. I think it's fine." Roy expressed his different opinion, causing the dwarf uncle to roll his eyes. Roy and Linglon Bronzebeard often went out together, so they became more and more familiar with each other, and occasionally joked with each other. "Roy, look over there," the dwarf Linglon Bronzebeard said to Roy hurriedly. As he spoke, he had already picked up the shield in his hand, and his body hiding in the sand pit also slightly bent up. When Roy looked over, he saw that the wild bull with a dark aura all over its body had a ball of black flames on its body, and a large number of black spots appeared on its body. The diffused dark aura swept across the entire battlefield. Then 2 giant tornadoes more than 10 meters high appeared beside the bull and rushed forward at the same time. The black bull followed behind the giant tornado, trying to break through the encirclement with the momentum of the tornado. It had reached a state of exhaustion. The black bull began to run quickly and roared towards the dark red sky. The large amount of black fog that spread outside was quickly gathered together by the tornado, and the elf ranger guarding the direction was forced back by the tornado. At this moment, a black figure rushed out from the narrow gap between the 2 tornadoes. The black bull finally found a gap in the encirclement, and rushed out roaring through the gap between the 2 tornadoes. The 3 Silver Moon Elves immediately followed the black bull. They didn't want to let the black bull run away. In the eyes of Roy and the dwarf Linglon Bronzebeard, the scene was completely different. Because the black bull actually rushed directly towards Roy's hiding place, and the speed was very fast. "Roy, the black bull is running towards us. Get ready for battle," the dwarf Linglon Bronzebeard shouted, then quickly stood up from the sand pit, holding a dwarf chain shield in his hand, and lunged to meet the black bull. When the black bull was about to run in front of Roy, a very clear shadow of a dwarf ancestor appeared behind the dwarf. The shadow of the dwarf ancestor held a dwarf chain shield, and kept almost the same movements as Linglon Bronzebeard. The black bull was like a huge steam train. When it ran in front of Roy, the hillside was shaking violently. Roy even felt that if the dwarf Linglon Bronzebeard was hit by the black bull, he might be knocked far away. At this moment, Roy, who was blocked by Linglon Bronzebeard, quickly recited a prayer, and a small silver hammer flew out of Roy's hand. The small hammer hit the black bull's forehead directly. Hammer of punishment. The moment the silver hammer touched the black bull's body, the black bull's soul was shaken, and then the black bull's body fell to the sand, and turned into a ball of thick black gas. Roy had no intention of stopping at this moment. He quickly condensed a holy light bullet in his hand, and threw it at the black bull. The holy light bullet exploded, and an extremely strong holy light aura spread out, finding the black bull that was about to turn into dark energy and escape. The black bull's body was revealed, and it became extremely weak at this moment. Roy recited a more complicated prayer, and Roy found a sacred pattern under his feet. The second silver hammer appeared in front of Roy, and was thrown out by Roy. This was the first time Roy threw out the hammer of wrath, since his body was infused with the holy light of the holy light tree. When the dark bull was severely injured, Roy wanted to know what would happen if he threw out the hammer of wrath. Boom! With a low muffled sound, the black bull was hit by a small silver hammer right in front of Roy and Linglon Bronzebeard, and even its soul was completely dissipated. Roy stood in front of the sand pit, watching the black bull dissipate quickly. The powerful aura of the high priest was fully displayed at this moment. He held the holy scepter in one hand, and the book of judgment in the other. His hands were wrapped in holy light, and the translucent fingers constantly exuded a holy aura. Under the dark red sky, the aura of the holy light was particularly dazzling. A large amount of unstable dark aura was sucked into the magic vortex around Roy, and the entire holy light tree quickly absorbed the unstable dark aura, and then transformed it into pure holy light power to nourish Roy's body. It was already that night when the group joined the main force. Byron Thor, Linglon Bronzebeard, and the great magician Delackley sat together with Roy and chatted. After listening to Linglon Bronzebeard's exaggerated story, Byron Thor praised, "Well done, Roy. Are you going to be a combat priest in the future?" Roy replied, "Yes, I have such a plan." Hearing Roy say this, Byron Thor and Linglon Bronzebeard looked at each other, and then Byron Thor said to Roy, "If you want to go the way of a temple priest, we may not be able to help you much, but if you want to become a combat priest, I think among the three of us, Linglon Bronzebeard may have the most say. Because dwarves are born with divine power, their fighting style is also unique, especially Linglon Bronzebeard's ability to control the shield, which can be said to be extremely outstanding among the second-level strongmen." After that, Byron Thor picked up the heavy book of judgment and explained to Roy, "Roy, the surface of the prayer book in your hand is covered with a layer of copper, and the pages of the copper are inlaid with a toughness array. Obviously, when designing this prayer book, it was thought of using it as a heavy shield. For the skills of using the shield, you should ask Linglon Bronzebeard for more advice." After hearing what Byron Thor said, Roy looked at the dwarf uncle. Linglon Bronzebeard stood up directly, raised the shield on his arm, and said loudly, "Come on, Roy, let me see how you usually use this prayer book." I didn't expect Linglon Bronzebeard to agree so readily, holding a shield as usual. Roy quickly stood up, and he smiled at Roy, indicating that Roy could pick up the prayer book. Raising the shield and posing a defensive posture, these actions were done in one go. Roy began to try to learn some shield-holding movements of the shield warrior during his journey. He learned quickly, but he was holding a book of judgment that looked heavier than the dwarf chain shield, so he couldn't make a perfect block. Roy's mental state gradually recovered, and many elves in the team saw it. Just when everyone thought he might not be able to hold on, Roy's condition continued to improve every day. His positive, optimistic and tenacious attitude towards life also won the respect of many elves in the team. The adventure team finally arrived at the Isnes Expeditionary Force Camp after 3 weeks of walking. During this period, the holy light tree in Roy's body grew more than 10 meters tall, and was about to break through level 16. If he hadn't felt that his level had been rising too fast recently, and hadn't been suppressing the holy light power in his body, he would have become a level 17 high priest before arriving at the Isnes Expeditionary Force Camp. Hunting dark creatures was indeed of great help to his cultivation. He had also completely mastered the 2 divine arts of Holy Light Bullet and Hammer of Wrath. Before Roy entered the Isnes Expeditionary Force Camp, he found that the camp was built in a valley, but this valley looked like a huge meteorite crater. The camp was located at the bottom of a semicircular pit. There were hundreds of old tents of all sizes, and there were mountains of garbage around the camp. The camp looked extremely messy and dilapidated, like the remains of a battlefield. There were 4 broken statues around the camp, and a small square in the center of the Isnes Expeditionary Force Camp. Byron Thor, who was standing next to Roy, couldn't help but say, when this place was at its most glorious, the Temple Legion once stationed more than 100,000 expeditionary forces here. At that time, a large amount of supplies came in and out every day, and a large amount of supplies were stored here. I didn't expect it to have declined to this point. The size of the Isnes Expeditionary Force Camp in front of the gate may not be as large as a larger wild camp. It seems that the priests of the Statue of Liberty really went deep into the Dark Land. Then how did they get supplies? After saying this, Byron Thor immediately fell into deep thought. The great magician Delackley took the opportunity to say to Roy, "It is estimated that the priests who stayed here were unable to follow the expeditionary force into the depths of the Dark Land and were forced to stay." Sure enough, After Roy's investigation, he found that there were only more than 40 priests in the ISNI's Expeditionary Force camp. There were some old priests in the camp, and some priests with diseases. Due to the worship of the Statue of Liberty, no priest wanted to return to the Elf continent. Roy entered the ISNI's Expeditionary Force camp and began to ask around for news about High Priest Reed, but unfortunately he found nothing in the end. Have you found news about High Priest Reed? Byron Thor built the camp of the adventure group in a corner of the ISNI's Expeditionary Force camp. Roy came back from outside, and Byron Thor asked him. Roy shook his head and couldn't help sighing. He walked around the ISNI's Expeditionary Force camp for a long time, and almost asked the priests when he saw them. Unfortunately, the priests in the camp didn't know the great priest Reed. Byron Thor also said, "The last time I saw him, it wasn't here, but in a camp deeper in the Dark Land. Do you want to follow us and go inside and try your luck?" He invited Roy because he saw that Roy was very adaptable to life in the Dark Land, and would not become weaker and weaker like other priests. The adventure group wanted to go deep into the Dark Land, and they needed a priest with them. Now it seemed that Roy was undoubtedly the best choice. However, according to the agreement between Great Swordsman Alvin and Legion Commander Gabreth, after Roy sent the adventure group to the ISNI's expedition camp, he had to find a way to return to the Dark Gate expedition camp. Hearing Byron Thor's invitation, Roy hesitated a little, but he actually wanted to go inside. But thinking that the 5,000 elven warriors of the Mine Guards were still waiting for him at the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp, it would be a bit unreliable for Roy to go into the depths of the Dark Land alone at this time. So Roy finally shook his head and said, "If you have the opportunity to see High Priest Reed in the expeditionary camp inside, please be sure to tell him for me. If you want to return to the Elven continent, come to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp to find me, or bring me a message." Roy then stood up and looked at the great swordsman Alvin, who was learning swordsmanship from several elven swordsmen outside the camp, and said to Byron Thor, "Since everyone has arrived at ISNI's, I have completed this mission. I will return to the Dark Gate Expeditionary camp in 2 days." Byron Thor looked at Roy with some concern and asked him, "Are you going to walk back alone?" Roy then smiled, shrugged his shoulders and said, "I never said I would go back alone. Actually, I have helpers." Chapter 607. There is no so-called market in the ISNI's Expeditionary Force camp. The camp is full of broken and abandoned tents, and all kinds of household garbage are piled up around it. There is no magic tower to protect it, and the camp is completely exposed to the Dark Land. The only natural protection here is the huge meteorite crater, and all the buildings are at the bottom of the crater. Even if it is completely dark around, no dark creatures can break into the camp. When Roy was strolling around, he could still see some traces of fighting in the broken buildings at the edge of the camp. There was also a collapsed goddess statue at the entrance to the camp. Every few meters in the camp, there was a dry pool. There were drinking fountains built on the side of these pools, but now these fountains have completely collapsed. I heard that the ISNI's Expeditionary Force camp was the largest camp built by the Darkland Temple Expeditionary Force. But in fact, it has become a forgotten corner. Apart from the ruins, there are only a few dozen priests left here. There is a small square in the center of the ISNI's Expeditionary Force camp. A statue of the Statue of Liberty that looks well preserved is placed in the center of the square. A group of priests in gray robes kneel devoutly in front of the statue, with their hands clasped in front of their chests, praying devoutly. Roy walked closer, and none of the devout priests even turned their heads to look at him. Standing behind the priests, Roy waited for a long time. Until the old priests finished praying and stood up from the statues, Roy saluted an old priest who had difficulty walking. He originally planned to say goodbye to the old priest. When the old priest saw Roy, he said, "If you want to stay in the camp, then find an unused tent to live in. Try not to live in the edge of the camp. Find a tent that is not too damaged. Also, try to reduce the consumption of supplies as much as possible. There is almost nothing here," the old priest said as he staggered towards his residence. "I definitely don't know the high priest you're looking for. There were too many priests who entered the Dark Land from Golfito, and they were divided into 3 groups. It's not strange that the priests didn't know each other." His throat was a little hoarse, and he took out the water bag and drank a sip. Although there was a shortage of food here, there was no shortage of water. The old priest looked haggard, with wrinkled skin wrapped around his bones, but his eyes were very clear. Although his robe was dirty and torn, Roy could still see the pattern on the collar that symbolized the high priest. "I'm not looking for a place to stay because I'm about to leave the ISNI's Expeditionary Force camp. I'd like to say goodbye to you before I leave," Roy said respectfully. The old priest nodded and said to Roy, "The living environment in the Dark Land is not suitable for us to live here for a long time. If there is no news, it is better to give up as soon as possible. Have you ever thought about leaving here? Roy couldn't help asking. The old priest shook his head slightly and said, "Where else can I go except here? Maybe we can go back to the elven continent, where we can live a more comfortable life in the future," Roy continued. The old priest shook his head again, stopped, turned around with difficulty, and looked at the Statue of Liberty in the square, with a persistence in his eyes. "I followed the expedition into the Dark Land to find the long-lost goddess. At the beginning, under the guidance of the gods, we knew that the goddess was lost in the depths of the Dark Land. Unfortunately, we almost spent all the wealth of the temple, but we still couldn't find the goddess who disappeared in the Dark Land. But even so, I want to be as close to the goddess as possible. At least I can stay in the Dark Land. Maybe I can still hear the news of the goddess," the old priest said to Roy in a hoarse voice. Roy didn't say anything else. He just followed the old priest silently. After waiting for the old priest to return to the tent, Roy wandered around the Isni's Expeditionary Force camp again. To be honest, this place gave him too much disappointment. There were no grand buildings, not many priests, and even no decent free market. "There's garbage everywhere," Roy complained quietly, and walked to the area of the Isnis Expeditionary Force camp that originally belonged to the free market. The ground here seemed a little flatter, but there was not even a ghost in the market. In the depressed free market, Roy suddenly found a half-elf girl sitting in a dark corner. She was wrapped in a tattered cloak, and the hood completely covered half of her face. Only her slightly pursed lips and pointed chin could be seen. Her fingers were slender, and she was barefoot, sitting on a blanket. The part in front of the blanket belonged to the stall. There were not many things on the stall. In addition to some dead branches and yellow leaves, there were a few gray-white soul crystals, and nothing else. Roy didn't expect to see such a small elf girl in such a place. "What do you plan to exchange these things for?" Roy squatted in front of the stall, and reached out to pick up a piece of dead branch, but he didn't find anything special about it. "This is a branch of an evergreen. If you put it in a water bottle, it might have a chance to sprout again in the future." When the elf girl spoke, her voice was very soft. She lifted the hair by her ears, revealing half of her translucent pointed ears. Roy didn't say anything, but continued to stare at her. Unfortunately, he could only see her chin and lips. Her skin color was a little gray. Roy felt that something was wrong with her, so he squatted there for a long time without saying anything. "Elf biscuits, or something else edible, dried fruit or something, anything." The elven girl spoke elven language, and her accent was very different from that in Castletown. "Are you the only one living here?" Roy asked curiously, still holding the dry branch in his hand. The elven girl immediately became nervous, lowered her head even lower, and then answered with a guilty conscience, "I have an uncle. My uncle is a priest." At this time, Roy closed his eyes. He could not feel the natural breath of the elven girl, but could feel a dark aura lingering around the girl. When Roy closed his eyes, he felt that the elf girl's body also became unreal, like a ball of black fog. Roy looked at the elf girl in confusion. Unexpectedly, Roy grabbed her wrist with one hand and rolled up her sleeves. There was a flame-black line on the elf girl's forearm. After being stained with the dark air, this black line immediately spread around, as if there was really a black flame burning. The half-elf girl saw Roy grab her arm and roll up her sleeves, and her face changed drastically in fear. Her arms were soft and slippery. She suddenly broke free from Roy's hands, then dropped everything on the stall, turned around and went into a ruined tent. Roy did not rush to catch up, but continued to squat in front of the stall, looking at the goods on the stall thoughtfully. He took out a small bag of elf biscuits from his magic waste bag and threw it on the stall. He chose again and again on the stall, and finally took a half-carved statue of a god carved from black wood, and then left on his own. Failed to find out the news of High Priest Reed in the Isnis Expeditionary Force camp. Roy left Isnis with regret this time. He had originally planned to go shopping in the free market in the camp, but unfortunately, there were no merchants in the free market in the camp, which meant that there were no dark beast materials to buy. Roy waited until the camp was completely dark. At this time, the camp had no protective barriers. The dark creatures floating in the air did not rush into the Isnis Expeditionary Force camp. They seemed to be floating along a certain route, and their movement trajectory perfectly avoided the Isnis Expeditionary Force camp. I don't understand why these extremely active dark creatures would avoid the Isnis Expeditionary Force camp. The night before leaving, Roy hid alone in the tent and sorted out the elf biscuits and breadfruits in his magic waste bag. He carefully divided them into 40 portions, and then moved the food out and distributed it to the poor priests who stayed in the Isnis Expeditionary Force camp in the dark. After all this, the black sky gradually turned dark red. This time Roy didn't say goodbye to anyone, because he had said everything he needed to say yesterday. As the sky gradually brightened, Roy wrapped himself in a magic cloak and walked out of the Isnes Expeditionary Camp alone, heading towards the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp. Byron Thor, Lingon Bronzebeard, and the great magician Delackley, who were hiding in the tent, did not come out to see him off. They respected Roy's silent way of leaving. Since he chose to leave quietly, if the three of them ran out at this time, it might make the atmosphere awkward. However, while they were hiding in the tent, they also saw Roy distribute some food to the priests in the Isnes Expeditionary Camp. The dwarf uncle stuck his head out of the tent, staring at Roy, who was gradually going away, and said in confusion, "What is he doing?" The great magician Delackley had a much better impression of Roy, and showed an intriguing smile on his face, saying, "He seems to be helping these priests. This kid is really an interesting guy." Then the great magician Delackley turned to look at Byron Thor, and asked him, "Byron, where did you know him?" Byron Thor thought of the scene when he first met Roy in the tavern, and said, in Castleton City, he was looking for a second-level strongman everywhere, and planned to take the second-level strongman to the Partington Plain to kill a sea beast priest. Hearing Byron Thor say this, the great magician Delackley couldn't help but widen his eyes. As a second-level strongman, he certainly knew what kind of terrifying existence the sea beast priest was. Although the sea beast priest was also a second-level strongman, most of the sea beast priests had a more powerful contracted sea beast. "Byron, you didn't kill a sea beast priest before coming to Golfito?" the great magician Delackley asked tentatively. Byron Thor smiled faintly and said, "That's true, but the sea beast priest was in a weak state, and they led him to the seaside. The contracted sea beast was shot dead by me before it could show its power." "You are amazing," even the dwarf Lingon Bronzebeard said with some envy. The great magician Delackley asked in confusion, "Did this kid actually come into contact with the sea beast priest in the Partington Plain?" To be honest, his status in the Partington Plain is much higher than we imagined. Byron Thor looked at Roy's voice, which had become very vague, and said in a low voice. The dwarf Lingon Bronzebeard and the great magician Delackley looked at Byron Thor at the same time. He was the first officer to form a regular army of half-blood elves in the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom. He was of great significance to the half-blood elves, and he saved a large number of half-blood elves on the Pagisto Plateau in the Partington Plain. Byron Thor whispered. The dwarf Lingon Bronzebeard opened his mouth so wide that he even forgot to close it. Byron Thor continued, "Did you notice that we seem to be followed from the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp to the Isnes Expeditionary Camp?" The dwarf Lingon Bronzebeard shook his head vigorously, and looked at the great magician Delackley. The great magician Delackley also shook his head slightly, indicating that he did not notice. "Do you know why I always let you accompany Roy to go hunting? In fact, I should be the most suitable person to accompany him." Byron Thor whispered to Lingon Bronzebeard. "What else did you do?" the dwarf uncle asked tentatively. "Well, the great swordsman Alvin and I went to the back to investigate who the guys following us were, but they seemed to be deliberately hiding from us, and they kept a distance of 10 kilometers from us. It can be seen that they posed no threat to us, and I tried to approach them several times, but in the end, I couldn't find them." Byron Thor's eyes revealed a lack of confidence. This surprised the dwarf Lingon Bronzebeard, and the great magician Delackley even more. While the three were whispering in the tent, Roy had already left the Isnes Expeditionary Camp, and came to an agreed location 10 kilometers away from the camp, to meet up with the Dark Moon Elf warriors lurking there. Roy had bought several maps from the merchants in the Wanderer camp before, and these maps marked the approximate locations of several nearby wild camps. The location of the wild camp was more certain after the maps were overlapped. The group of Dark Moon Elf warriors had been following Roy. They had already found these wild camps, and were waiting for Roy to leave the Isnes Expeditionary Force camp before heading to one of them. Roy planned to go to these wild camps to make some purchases, mainly to buy materials for dark monsters. This time Roy prepared a large amount of soul crystals, and the Dark Moon Elf warriors also carried a lot of hard currency, such as elf biscuits, dried fish, etc. Chapter 608. Wild camps are a general term for the demon hunter camps in the Dark Land. In fact, the locations of these wild camps are almost all close to the expedition road. The powerful dark creatures on this expedition road were cleared out by the Statue of Liberty's expeditionary force a long time ago, so building a demon hunter camp close to the expedition road can effectively avoid the raids of powerful dark creatures. The first wild camp Roy went to was called Iris Camp. This demon hunter camp is only 100 kilometers away from the Isnes Expeditionary Force camp. The Dark Moon Elf warriors have explored this camp. It is much larger than the Wanderer camp. Many warriors who came out of the Temple Expeditionary Force live in the camp, as well as some priests, who have abandoned their faith. But most of the residents in the camp were demon hunters, who entered the Dark Land through various means. Roy planned to purchase some materials at this demon hunter camp before heading to the second expeditionary camp. Because Roy had entered the Wanderer camp alone to purchase materials for dark beasts, he was targeted by a group of demon hunters and then attacked in the wilderness of the Dark Land. Afterwards, according to the analysis of Captain Timothy, he believed that half of the responsibility for the attack was actually on Roy. He obviously had a powerful hunting group, but he chose to enter the market of the Wanderer camp alone to make large purchases. In the eyes of those demon hunters, Roy was undoubtedly a delicious piece of cake. It was not surprising that some demon hunters could not resist such temptation, so this time when Roy entered the Iris camp, he planned to bring a few Dark Moon Elf warriors with him. A group of dense dark creatures flew over his head. They gathered into a river of tens of kilometers in the dark night sky, with thousands of dark creatures gathered together. If it weren't for their bone wings making a humming sound like a rushing river, Roy might never know that there was such a spectacular scene above his head. When a ray of holy light rushed into the pitch-black night sky, the weak light revealed a terrifying figure in the air. The group of dark creatures with bone wings immediately screamed shrilly, and they almost instantly swallowed the holy light. The dark creatures began to fly around above Roy's head. Roy hid his body in the black sand with a group of Dark Moon Elf warriors, and for a while, he didn't even dare to breathe. In the Dark Land, most wild camps have a certain degree of privacy. Only demon hunters know the location of these wild camps. Many wild camps hide some mercenary warriors and priests who escaped from the expeditionary army, so these wild camps are not visible at all. The expeditionary camp is the temporary residence of the Temple Expeditionary Army. It usually does not receive any team other than the Temple Expeditionary Army. However, the main force of the Temple Expeditionary Army has already entered the depths of the Dark Land, and many expeditionary camps have become forgotten ruins. The wild camp was slowly moved to the vicinity of the expedition road. In the Iris camp, a petite figure ran in from outside the camp. It was pitch black outside the camp. She didn't even wear a magic cloak. Her long hair swung flexibly behind her head as she ran. She was panting violently, with fine beads of sweat on the tip of her nose. Her big eyes kept moving. Her skin was a little gray, and she looked like a half-blood elf. Soon she ran to the center of the Iris camp and got into a shabby little tent that looked very inconspicuous, but the inside of the tent was very clean and covered with soft mats. On the ground near the left side, there was a thin-looking but extremely fair-faced elf girl lying on the ground. The two of them looked almost identical, except for their skin color. In addition, the elf girl lying on the bed was obviously much thinner. The elf girl squatted on the edge of the bed and stretched out a hand to put on her sister's neck artery. Although the pulse was a little weak, it was still beating. The elf girl let out a long sigh, poured half a cup of water from the kettle, and poured it down for her sister lying on the bed. "Alice, wake up, I'm back." The elf girl's voice was very soft, and then she sat down on the carpet and said with a depressed face, "I didn't expect that the current business is even poorer than the Iris camp. This time we found almost nothing." Alice, the elf girl lying on the sickbed, opened her eyes in a daze, saw her sister's familiar face, and immediately cheered up and responded, "Leah, you're back. Business is too dangerous. I'd better not go there next time. In fact, it doesn't matter what kind of water I drink." The elf girl sitting on the carpet was called Leah. She said playfully, "I know. This time I plan to follow Uncle Loki's hunting group to the edge of the Black Sea. I will help their adventure group do forward reconnaissance. They will give me commissions, and commissions based on the monsters hunted. The treatment is quite good. When we save enough money, I will go to Osborne to buy half of the holy silver crossbow arrow. I heard that soaking holy silver in water can purify all toxins." Alice struggled to sit up, and Leah helped her lean against the tent. "It's too dangerous over there in the Black Sand Sea," Alice said with some worry. But Leah said nonchalantly, "They are the ones who bear the risk, not me. If there is danger, I will definitely be the first one to hide." Alice couldn't help shaking her head. "Leah, if I don't have you, I really don't know how to survive, so promise me that you will never take risks." "What are you talking about? We are sisters. We must live well. I promise you that I will never take risks easily." There was a rare warmth in the simple tent. A string of wind chimes hung at the door of the tent. When the breeze blew, the wind chimes did not make any sound. If you look closely, you will find that the wind chimes are made of badges. They do not make any sound at all. They are more like some kind of symbol, indicating the identity of the owner of the tent. The elf girl named Leah was clearly the elf girl who set up a stall in the Isness Expeditionary Force camp that Roy saw. The thin elf girl Iris on the bed is Leah's sister. Leah and Iris have been dependent on each other since childhood. They were born in the Dark Land and have lived in the Iris camp since birth. When the dark red sky became the main color of the sky again, the residents of the Iris camp came out of their tents one after another. Leah crawled out of the tent very early. She didn't gain anything in the Isni's Expeditionary Force camp, so she got up early to set up a stall after returning to the camp. She pulled out a roll of cowhide from the side of the tent and held it in her arms with some difficulty. "We have to set up a stall today too, Leah." A heavy voice sounded behind Leah. Leah turned around and responded with a smile. "Yes, Uncle Moose." The heavy voice continued to ask, "Leah, how was the situation when you went to the Isni's Expeditionary Force camp this time?" Leah raised her delicate eyebrows and replied, "It's still the same. The situation is not good, but it's not bad either. However, a group of strong people came to the camp recently. They don't look like the Temple Expeditionary Force, but they don't look like the demon hunters here. They are currently living in Isni's. Then I think I should remind everyone not to get too close to the Isni's Expeditionary Force camp in the near future." After saying this, Moose Grissom turned and left. Leah came to the camp market with the cowhide in her arms, spread it out next to the entrance of the market, and sat down. She quickly placed her few products on the stall, a few inconspicuous dead branches, a few dry orange peels, and some black stones that looked irregular in shape. After Leah arranged the merchandise, she curled up in a corner and sat quietly. Outside the Iris camp, Roy came from a distance with 12 Dark Moon Elf warriors. Entering the camp, Roy did not throw soul crystals into the campfire in the center of the camp, nor did he look for a place to stay in the camp. He did not plan to stay overnight in the Iris camp this time, but just planned to buy some goods in the market and then leave the Iris camp directly. However, a group of new faces came to the camp, which naturally attracted the attention of the demon hunters in the Iris camp. Everyone was watching Roy's actions in the dark. Roy led 12 Dark Moon Elf warriors and headed straight for the market in the camp. In the eyes of these demon hunters, this young human boy had a calm smile on his face. He looked neither so flamboyant nor timid. Coming to the free market, his goal was also very clear. He went directly to the stall and gave a purchase price for the monster materials on the stall. The purchase price given by Roy was generally a bit low, but it was not unacceptable. The most important thing was that the trading method formulated by Roy made it difficult for the demon hunters here not to be tempted. In addition to soul crystals, Roy can also trade elf biscuits, dried fruits, dried fish and fruit wine. Although there are not many dwarves in the Iris camp, dwarves cannot refuse good wine, just like elves cannot refuse elf biscuits and fruit. Roy came to the Iris camp and brought some vitality to the entire Iris camp. The stall owners in the free market began to discuss Roy's origins. After discussing for a long time, no one had seen Roy. What Iris camp lacked most was food. This time, Roy took out the most conveniently stored food in exchange for those dark magic beast materials. Some stall owners knew that Roy's purchase price was too low, but they still gritted their teeth and sold these magic beast materials to Roy. In fact, some demon hunters wanted to trade with Roy for soul crystals, but Roy directly refused. Who would want those soul crystals if there were dark magic beast materials? Soon, Roy visited the entire market of Iris camp. There were more dark magic beast materials stored in Iris camp, and Roy loaded 3 carriages. Then Roy didn't hesitate. He took his men to push the flatbed cart to the entrance of the camp and prepared to leave Iris camp and go to the next wild camp. Just when Roy was about to leave the Iris camp, he found that the elf girl he met in the market of the Isni's Expeditionary Force camp appeared in front of him again. She looked a little thin, but her eyes were very lively. "Are you coming here to buy dark magic beast materials?" the elf girl asked. Roy was in a good mood because the harvest was not bad this time. When he saw the elf girl, he did not ask about the black flame magic pattern on her arm. After hearing her question, Roy answered frankly, "Yes, I came here this time to buy some dark magic beast materials." "Did your harvest this time meet your expectations?" the elf girl asked Roy, and then said, "If you want to buy more dark beast materials, I can actually take you there, but I need you to pay me a 5% commission. The money I save you will definitely be much higher than the remuneration you pay me, and the most important thing is that it can also save a lot of trouble." Roy looked at the elf girl with a smug look on her face, and frankly agreed, "Okay. But this time, I only need high-level dark beast materials, and ordinary dark beast materials are not needed for the time being. My name is Leah. What's your name?" Leah took the initiative to give her name, and stood in front of Roy. Roy could still feel the dark aura emanating from her, but she didn't seem to have any discomfort. "My name is Roy, and people who know me like to call me Boss Roy. This time, I came to the Iris camp specifically to purchase dark monster materials," Roy said casually. "Wait a moment. I go call the owner over." Leah looked at the elves behind Roy who were moving in unison, and turned and ran away. Roy waited beside the flatbed truck, and soon he saw Leah rushing over with an elf demon hunter. Looking at the bundles of dark magic beast materials piled on the flatbed truck, Loki, who was following Leah, narrowed his eyes. He carefully calculated in his mind that if he could intercept this batch of goods and sell it, it would probably be enough for their mercenary group to rest in the Iris camp for half a year. "I didn't expect that such good dark magic beast materials were just randomly bundled and piled up on the flatbed truck." Loki set his eyes on Roy, but he couldn't tell Roy's background. "Uncle Loki, he is the one who bought the dark beast materials in the Iris camp. Don't you have a batch of goods ready to sell? I think you can find a quiet place and sit down to talk." Leah stood beside and said seriously, "Hello, Loki Balsa, they call me Loki." "Hello, Roy, a businessman who came to the Iris camp to purchase dark beast materials." Roy introduced himself again. The transaction went very smoothly. As Leah said, Loki Balsa had a very capable hunting group. The dark monsters they hunted were almost all high-quality monsters, and the monster materials they harvested were also of very good quality. Roy didn't expect that he would be able to complete the acquisition plan in the Iris camp alone. Chapter 609. Inside the narrow triangular tent, there were 2 neat rows of magic boxes in the middle. A magic box is a storage box used to store magic materials for a long time. Many magic items are stored in the box, and the remaining magic aura is not easy to dissipate. Such a magic box would be sold for at least 20 magic crystals in the elf continent. It can be seen that this Captain Loki is quite powerful. Roy stood aside and watched Captain Loki casually open a magic box filled with dark golden ash. Captain Loki did not explain much, but just smiled and looked at Roy without saying a word. This dark magic material is the remains of a level 4 shadow demon after death, and it has a very strong dark aura. Magicians on the elf continent like to use this dark magic material to make invisible cloaks. Roy was lucky enough to buy a box in the Wanderer camp, and this time, he saw a full box at Captain Loki's place. Then, Captain Loki opened several magic boxes in succession, which were filled with various dark magic materials, including some crystal cores, animal bones, ashes, etc. Seeing Roy start to check the quality of these dark magic materials, Loki showed a proud smile on his face. Loki and Leah looked at each other, and some things were naturally tacitly understood. Then Uncle Loki said to Roy gently, "Boss Roy, if you need any magic materials, you can pick them all out. You were brought here by Leah, and I will definitely give you a satisfactory price." It was also the first time for Leah to see where Uncle Loki stored the supplies. There were so many good things in this inconspicuous tent. There were about 30 magic boxes in the tent, and almost every magic box contained different magic beast materials. Some magic boxes even contained several kinds of dark magic beast materials. The thick dark air kept overflowing when the lid was opened. For Leah, the dark air was simply an extremely strong fragrance, which made her greedily take a deep breath. Roy opened these magic boxes one by one, asked carefully, and then carefully counted the number of dark magic beast materials inside, and then recorded them in an account book. The 12 dark moon elf warriors he brought with him were all helping Roy with some inventory work. There were a total of 37 boxes of dark magic beast materials, but Roy could only name more than half of them. As for the remaining dark magic beast materials, Roy could only feel the strong dark aura on them. He could determine that they were some precious dark magic beast materials, but he couldn't identify them specifically. Roy made a preliminary calculation and estimated that if he used soul crystals to buy them, he might have to pay more than 100,000 soul crystals to buy them all. Roy doesn't have so many soul crystals. The elf biscuits, dried fish and dried fruits that Roy brought from the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp this time are rare and expensive in the wild camps here. After counting the dark beast materials, Roy stood in front of Captain Loki again and said, "Captain Loki, how do you want to sell these dark beast materials? Do you only accept soul crystals, or do you accept barter? Boss Roy, how do you want to trade these magic beast materials with you?" Captain Loki asked curiously. The two came out of the tent, and Captain Loki asked Roy to sit on the bench in front of the tent. Roy then said, "I have a batch of elf biscuits, dried fish and dried fruits. I want to use the current market price of these foods to convert soul crystals in exchange for these dark magic beast materials. The foods Roy mentioned are all the foods that elves like to carry when traveling. Can I take a look at these goods?" This time it was Captain Loki's turn to inspect the goods. Roy asked the Dark Moon Elf warrior to bring a box of elf biscuits, a box of dried fish and dried fruits, and placed them in front of Captain Loki. Captain Loki lifted the layer of oil paper covering the elf biscuits, revealing the neatly arranged elf biscuits. He even leaned over to smell them carefully. There was no trace of darkness on the elf biscuits, and they were well preserved. The biscuits exuded a familiar fragrance, and Captain Loki felt that they were fine. But when he picked up a small dried fish as long as his index finger, he gently put it under his nose and smelled it. Smelling the long-lost fragrance, Uncle Loki carefully broke off a corner and put it in his mouth to chew carefully. The next moment, the smell of the sea and the dried fish stimulated the taste buds of Uncle Loki. He left the elf continent and lived in the Dark Land for nearly 20 years. The days when he could eat elf cookies in these years were almost few and far between. In the wild camps in the Dark Land, the food that demon hunters usually eat is pitifully small. Humans and dwarves usually like to hunt a kind of hard-haired mouse that lives in the soil. This hard-haired mouse is somewhat like a porcupine, but much smaller than a porcupine. It is also stained with some dark aura. It is good at digging holes, and lives in the cracks of rocks. Sometimes you can see them on some mounds. This hard-haired mouse only has a piece of meat next to the vertebrae that can be eaten. Eating it still has great side effects. It takes some time to clear the dark aura in the body. There are very few things to eat here, and the food that the elves can eat is even less. In some soils in the Dark Land, you can also dig out some rhizomes formed by fungi. These rhizomes are dug back, dried and ground into powder, and the small pancakes made are the food that the elves often eat. Whether it is porcupine tenderloin or small pancakes made from fungal rhizomes, they are all foods containing dark energy. If you eat these things for a long time, the dark energy in your body will accumulate more and more. So the elves' food is very expensive in the wild camp in the Dark Land, and it is also very popular. When Captain Loki saw that the goods Roy took out were actually hard currency such as elf biscuits, dried fish and dried fruits, he immediately agreed. You want to use the estimated value of these elf biscuits, dried fish and dried fruits to exchange for equivalent Warcraft materials. There is no problem at all. Then Uncle Loki set a price for the elf cookies, which was slightly lower than the market price. The price of the elf cookies can be lowered a little more, Roy reminded him standing aside. Captain Loki thought that Roy was just buying some dark magic materials. But he didn't expect that he would buy out all the magic materials he had accumulated over the years at once. The number of elf cookies, dried fish and dried fruits that Roy took out made Captain Loki a little dumbfounded. Fortunately, the transaction price was very reasonable. Even if Captain Loki sold these foods on the market, he would make a lot of money. Roy and Captain Loki's first cooperation ended successfully. Roy and Leah had already walked a long way, and Captain Loki retracted his gaze. Before leaving Iris Camp, Roy had to pay Leah a commission. According to 5% of the transaction amount, this commission was quite high. Seeing Roy take out handfuls of white soul crystals from a money bag, Leah secretly swallowed her saliva and asked Roy, "Since you are merchants in the Dark Land, do you have holy water for sale in your caravan? I want to buy some." Roy was a little surprised, but still said, "Of course, this thing is not so rare." Roy took out his water bag and threw it to Leah. Then he added, "But I guess it's impossible to purify the dark energy in your body with only holy water." Leah looked up at Roy, looked at him warily for a while before explaining, "Actually, I have other uses for this holy water." Roy spread his hands without comment, indicating that she could do whatever she wanted. Leah pulled out the cork of the water bag, and there was indeed an unpleasant sacred smell in the water bag. She quickly hung the water bag around her waist with great care, and asked curiously, "Will you come to Iris Camp again?" Roy smiled at Leah and replied, "Of course, I hope to see you again next time I come to the Iris Camp. I look forward to our next cooperation. However, your body has been eroded by the dark energy, so you must find a way to purify the dark energy as soon as possible. Don't delay any longer." Leah became speechless again, and then said word by word, "I know my physical condition better than anyone else." She rolled her eyes, and continued to remind Roy, "Be careful on the road. You are taking so many goods at once. My advice to you is to hire a reputable mercenary group, which can at least ensure that you are safe enough on the road." Roy smiled, turned around, and waved to Leah. "I know the strength of my caravan better than anyone else, so please don't worry about me." After that, he took 12 Dark Moon Elf warriors, pushed 6 flatbed trucks full of goods, and walked into the dark wilderness. One day after Roy left Iris's camp, a deep shout rang out outside the tent of Leah and Alice's sisters. "Leah, let's go." A clean little face with messy hair poked its head out of the tent and quickly agreed. "Okay, Uncle Loki, I be there." Then Leah retreated into the tent. She looked at her sister Alice, who was lying on the bed, and becoming increasingly weak, with worry in her eyes. Alice, take good care of yourself in the camp, I will be back soon. Every time before Leah left Iris' camp, she would say this to her sister Alice. In short, be careful. Alice also forced herself to smile and whispered. Perhaps because of drinking the holy water, Iris's complexion was much better. If Leah has a dark face, then Iris has a fair face that is almost exactly the same as Leah, but she looks particularly weak. Many times, when Alice is in better health, she will lean on the tent in the camp and watch the demon hunters running around in the camp. There are also many times when she expects a demon hunter to stand up bravely, snatch the materials from her body, and then kill her with a knife. In this way, Leah will continue to live in the dark land with a heart of revenge, and she will be completely free. However, as the sisters grew up, Alice suddenly discovered something. She found that there seemed to be an evil dragon hidden in Leah's heart. If she hadn't held her back, she might have become an excellent demon hunter long ago. Although every day in the dark land was an unprecedented torment, Alice still gritted her teeth and forced herself to live despite her poor health. In fact, she really wanted to see the bright sunshine that those demon hunters talked about. She imagined countless times that she would lie on a lounge chair by the sea, enjoying the sea breeze and the summer sunshine. Holding the water bag that Leah left for her, she drank the holy water in small sips. She looked extremely weak, but she lived cautiously. Alice was still somewhat tempting when she lay in the tent and slept soundly. Especially her pure and white face, which seemed to have a holy glow. Although her body was thin, she could still show a kind of delicate beauty. Alice's light sleep outside the tent immediately attracted the attention of a young demon hunter. He had just arrived at the Iris camp not long ago, and had not yet figured out the rules here, nor did he know the residents here. She saw Alice lying next to the tent, so she planned to approach her and chat with Alice. He only took 2 steps out, and was grabbed by his friend, who then said to him viciously, "Do you know who she is? You dare to go over there?" The young demon hunter blinked, and said to his friend indifferently, "I just want to get to know her, I don't want to do anything else." The friend put his arm around his shoulders, put his mouth close to his ear, and said in a low voice, "Then you must remember clearly this time, her name is Alice, and she has a sister named Leah. Don't mess with them in the Iris camp, otherwise you will be very unlucky in the next period of time." "Ah, why?" The young demon hunter was a little confused. "I don't know either." The friend responded irresponsibly, and then said, "I just heard that Leah and Alice have a great mother. Do you know what their mother's name is?" "How would I know?" The young demon hunter complained. "Their mother is called Iris," the friend said again. The young demon hunter wanted to say something else, but when he heard the name Iris, he immediately shut his mouth obediently and widened his eyes. "Yes, it's the female elf who founded the Elise camp." The friend nodded and admitted. "I heard she died a long time ago." The young demon hunter whispered. "So, you should be more honest. It doesn't matter if you mess around with other girls, but in the Elise camp, you better stay quiet, so that you don't get kicked out and suffer with you," the friend whispered. Chapter 610. A demon hunting team is hunting high-level dark creatures in the Black Sand Sea. When they cleared an area and moved to the next hunting spot, they suddenly found a team of elves moving along a sand ridge. There was an elf ranger in the demon hunting team, who happened to see the flatbed truck moving slowly in the Black Sand Sea. He thought he was hallucinating at first, but when he rubbed his eyes hard, the team of elves still did not disappear from his sight, so he immediately reported to the leader of the demon hunting team. It was indeed very strange to meet such a group of elves pushing a flatbed cart in this black sea of sand. The leader of the demon hunting team looked towards the dunes for a long time before he said uncertainly, "Could it be the logistics transport group of the Temple Expeditionary Force?" The elf ranger shook his head repeatedly, denying the leader's idea. The Temple Expeditionary Force has already run deep into the dark land. How could a small transport group appear here at this time? Another member of the demon hunting team couldn't help but sigh. "It looks like a caravan." The elf ranger's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "Should we go and rob them?" The leader of the demon hunting team hesitated for a moment, and said, "Let's take a closer look first." The demon hunting team gave up going to the next hunting spot, changed the direction of travel, and kept moving closer to the elf transport team. In the blurred vision, the transport team always seemed to be moving vaguely on the ridge of the sand dunes, and the flatbed truck was moving very steadily in the soft black sand, but it was precisely this stability that made people feel an indescribable weirdness. Sometimes, looking at the sand ridge in the distance, you could only see a dozen elves working together to push a flatbed carriage. Sometimes, you can see a large group of elf warriors in the black sand blown by the wind. They are like a group of ghosts in the sea of sand, appearing and disappearing from time to time. When you look closely, you can't see anything clearly. The demon hunting team walked a few steps and stopped. Everyone looked at the leader of the demon hunting team and asked, "Leader, do we still want to do it?" The leader of the demon hunting team had a lot of survival experience. He stared at the transport team on the sand ridge and whispered, "If we don't know the enemy's strength, why should we move? You know the rules of survival in the Dark Land. Let's go." The demon hunting team then turned around and ran away decisively. A dark moon elf warrior walked slowly out of the shadows and said to Roy, "Boss, they're gone." Roy stopped and looked in the direction where the demon hunting team disappeared and said, "Then don't worry about them. We will return to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp as planned." "Yes." The dark moon elf warrior agreed, took 3 steps back, and disappeared into the shadows again. This was not the first demon hunting team that Roy's team scared off, nor would it be the last. However, since they could be scared off, it was much better than a fierce battle in the wilderness. Roy had been away from the expedition camp at the Dark Portal for 43 days, and everything was still the same when he returned to the camp. The half-blood elf warriors still liked to gather by the holy water pool in the square. Several magicians from the Magic Guild had completed the preliminary exploration of the Dark Portal and returned to Golfito Canyon. The camp seemed very quiet. Seeing Roy return safely, Acting Captain Timothy finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since nothing had happened recently, there was nothing to report. The two hugged and handed over in the shortest 2 sentences. "How is the camp recently?" "Everything is normal." Since he returned safely to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp, Roy had to report to the Golfito Military Headquarters. Roy passed through the Dark Gate and went directly to the Golfito Military Headquarters, reporting to Captain Gabreth in the main hall of the Statue of Liberty. Although Captain Gabreth clearly didn't like Roy, he leaned forward from his seat with a friendly smile on his face, encouraging Roy. After all, Roy had done a great job in the escort mission. Some of the Silver Moon elves in the main hall smiled and greeted Roy. This made Roy suddenly feel a little uncomfortable. In the main hall, there was a model of the Dark Portal under the platform. Just now, these Silver Moon elves were talking next to the model of the Dark Portal. Roy clearly didn't want to participate in their empty talk, but because he walked in halfway, it was even more difficult to leave early at this time. He could only wait until the meeting was over before leaving the main hall with Captain Malthus. "Roy, describe the Dark Land quickly," asked Captain Malthus. Roy thought for a moment and said, "It's like a desert in the dark night. Because the area where I'm active this time is still on the expedition route of the Temple Expeditionary Force, there are no Dark Lords in this area. I heard that those magicians have made some new discoveries at the Dark Gate. Recently, the Magic Guild seems to be organizing an operation to go deep into the Dark Land. However, this matter has been delayed for a long time. I guess the talks between these magicians and the priests of the Moon Temple have broken down." Captain Malthus whispered to Roy. "I hope you don't find me this time," Roy said, and then took a team of half-blood elf warriors to transport this batch of dark magic beast materials directly to the magic airship on the lake outside Golfito Canyon. Not until all the dark magic beast materials were stored in the cabin did Roy sit down and chat with Viscount Felek. "I haven't seen Viscount Felek for more than a month, and this guy looks much better than a month ago. He was wearing a set of Silver Moon elf noble clothes, leaning back in a chair, and his handsome face would look very charming as long as he dressed up a little, and the whole person was exuding charming charm. Maybe it was because of the business of magic beast materials, he had more confidence than before, and he talked to Roy. Now the magic market in Murayaki City has almost reached saturation for dark magic beast materials. For the time being, we can no longer put dark magic beast materials into the magic market of the Elf Kingdom, otherwise the price of magic beast materials in the market will definitely collapse. Next, I plan to contact the merchants in the Green Empire. I heard that the human merchants in the Green Empire are all stupid and rich. When they come to the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom, they just hold a purse and keep buying. Some time ago, I heard that a human businessman bought all the wall reliefs in an old manor outside Murayaki that was almost to be demolished. It is said that many nobles there like the retro art of the Elf continent. If I had a fleet, I would move the entire abandoned castle outside Murayaki onto the ship and transport it all to the Green Empire, and then build an authentic ancient elf building in the Green Empire." Roy felt that Viscount Felek was so talkative, probably because he rarely chatted with others. Viscount Felek wanted to control the inventory of dark magic beast materials in the magic market of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom, and Roy was very supportive of this. Selling dark magic beast materials to the Green Empire of Roland Continent obviously did not have this concern. And the merchants of the Green Empire were famous for being generous. As Viscount Felix said, they were stupid and had a lot of money. If this market was opened up, the future prospects would definitely be very broad. Roy returned to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp from Golfito Canyon. This time, he also brought back 1,000 magic cloaks from the military quartermaster. Thinking back to when he applied for the magic cloak, the number was clearly written as 5,000, but now only 1/5 has been distributed. It is still unknown whether the rest will be reissued. Despite all the disappointments, Roy finally got the magic cloak back. The half-blood elf warriors guarding the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp finally waited for the magic cloak issued by the military. This means that they can wear the magic cloak and follow Boss Roy into the Dark Land to hunt the dark creatures. A group of half-blood elf warriors were quite excited. Of course, compared with the Dark Moon Elf warriors, these half-blood elf warriors' self-protection ability was still a little worse. So Roy took the opportunity to go to the Wanderer camp and selected 200 half-blood elf warriors to accompany him. After leaving the expeditionary camp, they didn't encounter many high-level dark creatures along the way. Almost all the high-level dark creatures nearby were hunted, and only those unconscious low-level dark creatures floated on the ground and swam slowly. Roy led these half-blood elf warriors through the Dark Land. He tried his best to avoid those floating low-level dark creatures. There were almost no demon hunting teams active in this area. It was a barren black land with a dark red sky above their heads. Only their team was marching alone in the wilderness. Until the Wanderer camp appeared in the field of vision, and finally saw those messy and dilapidated tents, the half-blood elf warriors, who had been nervous all the way, finally relaxed at this moment. It was their first time to encounter a wild camp in the Dark Land, and they all looked very excited. Unlike the Dark Moon Elf warriors, they could usually hide outside the Wanderer camp. 200 half-elf warriors walked into the camp, looking like a large group. The residents of the Wanderer camp quickly recognized Roy and the team. Some demon hunters came over and asked Roy, "Boss Roy, are you still buying materials this time?" Roy's answer was affirmative. "Of course, I take as many as you can." The demon hunters immediately spread the information, causing chaos in the entire camp. Roy asked the half-elf warriors to wait in the central square of the Wanderer camp, and he came to the tent of Evely's team alone. Some clothes and some worn soft armor were hung outside the tent. The human warrior stander sat in front of a long and narrow grindstone, sharpening the long sword in his hand. The blade made a rustling metal friction sound on the grindstone. His shoulder was wrapped in a bandage, and it seemed that he was slightly injured. However, there was no residual dark aura on his body. Judging from the bandage wrapping technique, it should be the masterpiece of Old Pike. Roy walked up to the human warrior and said hello with a smile. "Stan, how have you been recently?" Stan, a tired-looking human warrior, raised his head and responded with a strong spirit, "Not bad. I went to the Fog Sea to hunt dark monsters a while ago and got a good harvest." Then he changed the subject and asked Roy, "Roy, I heard that you are a material merchant." Roy nodded and admitted, "Well, I am doing some magic beast material transactions now. If you have any magic beast materials you want to sell, you can come to me. By the way, Uncle Dwarf, where are Evlay and Lolapaji?" Stander said. The old dwarf went to other wild camps to find holy water. This time, Evelyn was seriously injured. It is said that she can only recover by taking a bath in holy water. She is still lying with Old Pike, and Lore Page is taking care of her there. Roy was shocked. He didn't expect Evelyn to be injured. "How is Evelyn?" Stander replied, "According to Old Pike, she may have to stay in bed for a month." As for recovery, Old Pike didn't say. It seemed that Evelyn was seriously injured. Roy was not in the mood to continue chatting here. He pointed in the direction of Old Pike's tent and said, "Then I go over there to take a look." The human warrior Stander stared at Roy and shouted, "Roy." Roy stopped and turned around. "We must save Evelyn," Stander said loudly. Roy did not reply, but raised his hand and waved vigorously. Roy came to Old Pike's clinic. Outside the tent of the elf ranger Lolapaji, he was lying on the shabby hammock and fell asleep. Roy walked over, but the guy didn't wake up. Roy didn't walk into Old Pike's tent right away. He stood at the door for a while, then knocked on the frame of the tent with his hand, and asked, "Can I come in?" Old Pike's voice came from inside. "Is that Roy? Come in quickly." Roy lifted the blood-stained tent curtain and went into the tent. Before he saw Evely, he asked, "How is Evely?" Old Pike held a skinning knife between his ring finger and little finger, and said without raising his head, "She is seriously corroded by the dark energy, and it is very troublesome to clean up the dark energy." There were two beds side by side in the tent. Evely was lying on the left bed, her face was covered with black hair, and she was a little exhausted. When she saw Roy, she grinned. Roy didn't know the injured person on the right bed. Old Pike was holding a skinning knife and cleaning the rotten flesh of the injured person that was stained with the dark aura. Just now I was talking to Evely about you, saying that it would be great if you were here, but I didn't expect you to come before we finished talking about this topic. Roy stood beside Evely. His fair skin was stained with black hair, and his abdomen was bandaged. Chapter 611. Roy had also hunted countless high-level dark creatures in the Dark Land, and he knew very well how terrifying dark beasts were. Especially in the depths of the Dark Land, there were always some very special dark beasts. They were able to stand out from the high-level dark creatures and grow up through hardships, which was enough to show that they had strong strength. These dark beasts could grow up and perhaps reach the strength of a dominant force in a corner. Old Pike was bending over, cleaning the wounds of the clinically injured with extreme concentration, and the skinning knife in his hand also cut a lot of fat meat stained with black hair. Roy looked at Evely and smiled at her and said, "You are lucky this time. I just went out for a long trip and just came back from outside. Fortunately, this trip went smoothly and I came back early. Otherwise, if you were delayed for a few more days, you might have suffered a little." Roy checked Evely's injuries on other parts of her body. Evely lay obediently on the bed and let him do whatever he wanted. The ball of holy light between his hands instantly turned into a beam of light, which fell directly on Evely. The pure holy power in the beam of light turned into pieces of golden leaves, which continued to fall on Evely's body. The holy light spell fell, and the dark aura on Evely's face immediately dissipated a lot. The powerful divine power made Old Pike, who was standing by, couldn't help but look back at Roy. This time, Roy gave him an indescribable feeling. Not only was the power of the holy light in his body more refined, but he also became more confident when casting divine spells. Roy took out a silver kettle from his waist bag, poured out a cup of diluted life tree juice, handed it to Evely's mouth, and drank it directly. Evely immediately closed her eyes, taking advantage of the opportunity of this rich life breath rushing into her body, and constantly guided the life breath to circulate rapidly in her body. When Evely opened her eyes again, she was much more energetic, and the spirit in her eyes continued to overflow. Roy did not untie the bandage on Evely's abdomen, but looked at Old Pike with a questioning look. Old Pike knew what Roy wanted to ask, so he began to introduce Evely's current condition. The rotten flesh contaminated with the dark energy has been removed. This time, I can't remove the dark energy that has eroded into her organs, so I can only do a simple bandage for her. But since you are here, I will open it and take a look. The dark energy in her abdomen may spread to the wound again. I was planning to do a second cleansing at night, but now it may not be necessary. Purify the dark energy in her body, and her life will be saved. Old Pike, how do you usually deal with this situation? Roy asked. He was very curious about how Old Pike cured these demon hunters without the power of holy light. Old Pike said in an extremely calm tone, "Either wait for death or take a gamble." "Take a gamble. After I cut off all the places on his body that were corroded by the dark energy, he can still survive. That is to say, demon hunters with a strong desire to survive and good physical fitness have a greater chance of survival." Seeing Roy was dumbfounded, Old Pike rubbed his nose, smiled, and whispered, "In fact, there are some tricks. At least to save some important parts, I am more experienced in this." Roy agreed with this point. Old Pike's medical skills are very good. After he lost the power of holy light, he relied on the experience accumulated from assisting priests for many years to treat diseases and save people with methods other than divine arts. Roy untied the bandage wrapped around Evely's abdomen. The two wounds across her lower abdomen were indeed eroded by the dark air. When the bandage was untied, the wounds immediately showed signs of bursting because they were not sutured. The bright red blood oozed out from the scab of the wound. Because Roy had just cast the holy light spell, the dark air had become very thin. The skin on Eve's lower abdomen was very white. Although it was stained with a trace of blood, the outline of her abdominal muscles was very clear. She lifted her clothes a little higher, revealing half of her white and upright breasts. The soft holy light purified the last trace of dark air on Eve's body. Roy took out a few bottles of high-quality healing potions from his magic waste bag, pulled out the corks, and poured the light red healing potion into Eve's mouth like a free drink. Eve lay motionless on the bed, only blinking occasionally. Perhaps due to the effect of the sap of the tree of life, Eve's mental state has improved significantly. She was lying on the bed and told Roy the whole story of the injury. "I was chasing an evil spirit at the time. I ran a long way in one breath and finally chased into a strange stone forest. In order to hunt this evil spirit, we invested a lot of resources in advance, so we didn't want to give up even though we saw it escape. Unexpectedly, in the stone forest, I was injured by the evil spirit's counterattack before death. Its claws cut open the scales on my abdomen. At that time, I thought it was over and I might die here. I didn't expect them to take turns carrying me back. Roy smiled as he listened to Evely's embarrassing moments. Apparently, Evely's companions were very reliable. The dark energy in Evely's body was completely cleared out. Roy took out a sewing kit from his magic waste bag. He carefully sutured Evely's wound, then rebandaged the sutured wound. He then washed his hands again and said to Evely, "This time I chose to suture your wound, so that the wound can heal faster. The only drawback is that the scar on your abdomen may look a bit like a millipede in the future." Old Pike was still removing the rotten flesh of the wounded man that was stained with the dark energy. The wounded man lying on the bed watched helplessly as the rotten flesh of the wounded man that was stained with the dark energy was removed, his eyes full of fear. "Old Pike, why don't you let that guy help me and treat me like he treated Evely?" The wounded man pointed at Roy and complained to Old Pike. "Be quiet, stop talking nonsense." Old Pike yelled at the wounded man. The wounded man immediately shut up and didn't dare to question Old Pike anymore. Evely fell asleep on the bed, and Old Pike had also treated the wound of the wounded man next to him. The tent suddenly became quiet. Old Pike pointed outside the tent and walked out first. Roy followed closely and walked out. The two stood in front of the shelves full of sundries and sat down to rest. Old Pike did not ask Roy where he had gone, and Roy did not tell him. Roy put his arms on the shelves, stood there relaxed, and said to Old Pike, "This time I met a strange elf girl in the camp outside. Her body was full of dark energy. I thought her physical condition would be very bad, but in fact her condition was not as bad as I thought. Instead, she lived in the camp like a normal child. So I don't quite understand how she adapted to the dark energy." Old Pike stood opposite Roy, listening to his story silently. After a while he said, "In this case, I guess she was born in a dark place. Before she was born, she was infected with the dark energy in her mother's womb. Girls with this situation rarely survive, but once they survive, they are born with a dark body, which will not be corroded by the dark energy, and they can even learn some dark spells. If you meet an elf like this, you must be careful, because you can't tell whether she is more elf-like or dark-like. Maybe she has already completely turned dark during her growth. In that case, she will continue to transform into a powerful dark creature." Roy was also shocked when he heard Old Pike say this. Thinking about the elf girl named Leah, Roy felt that she should have more elf-like characteristics. However, after Old Pike said this, Roy became even more curious about the girl named Leah. Some time ago, Roy almost cleared out all the dark magic beast materials in the Wanderer camp, and there was no decent dark magic beast materials in the entire camp. But in just 1.5 months, the market in the Wanderer camp seemed to have become more lively than before. There were even more new faces in the camp market, and the stall owners were generally demon hunters. Roy held a price list and bought dark magic beast materials directly according to the price on the price list. Roy walked around the market and bought a lot of things. When he was about to leave the camp market, some demon hunters came out, holding their money bags and taking out soul crystals to buy food from Roy. After returning from the Isni's Expeditionary Force camp, the military supplies of the mine guards had not been replenished. Roy no longer had elf biscuits, and the current inventory only had some dried fish and dried fruits. In fact, it is not quite accurate to call those fruits dried fruits. These dried fruits are basically dried after drying to remove some moisture, and then pickled with maple syrup. They taste a bit like crispy preserved fruits. Dried fruits are eaten with slightly sour lemon tea. These dried fish come from the Sun Island Bay in the Partington Plain. Currently, that bay has become the only fishing port in the Partington Plain. The half-blood elves there dried the fish they caught into dried fish. Because there was too much inventory backlog, the mine guards purchased a large amount of them. "Only dried fish for now," Roy said to the demon hunters in front of him. Although these demon hunters would rather buy elf biscuits, dried fruits are also fine if there are no elf biscuits. But when Roy said that there was only dried fish at the moment, they said without even thinking, "Actually, it's okay to buy some dried fish." The Dark Gate Expeditionary Force Camp. Major Laud was waiting in Roy's tent. The fruit tea in front of him had become very light, but he still couldn't see Roy. A mage's time is very precious. If he was in front of the laboratory table, Major Laud might have completed a magic experiment. But he had to condescend to wait here. When he thought of this, Major Laud couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. The mages were ready to enter the Dark Land to find the Lich. Originally, They wanted to invite the priests of the Moon Temple to accompany them. When they first communicated about this, it was very smooth. But later, the priests of the Moon Temple suddenly changed their minds, and simply rejected the invitation of the magicians. These magicians have already prepared for a long journey in Golfito Canyon, but at this time, they have to stay in Golfito. In order to avoid being corroded by the dark energy, the magicians need a priest to accompany them. The priests of the Moon Temple will not provide any help, and then Roy walked into the sight of the magicians. Roy hurried back to the tent and saw the magician Alad sitting alone in a chair reading a magic book, and hurriedly explained why he could not get here in time. Mage Alad did not beat around the bush, and directly invited Roy. So this time our adventure group composed of mages needs a priest to accompany the group. I heard from Golfito that you just arrived at the Isness Expeditionary Force camp with a makeshift mercenary group, so I came to invite you, Mage Alad said. This matter requires the consent of Captain Gabreth, Roy reminded Mage Alad in a low voice. Mage Alad said nonchalantly, this is easy to handle. We will explain the situation to Commander Gabreth. Roy hesitated for a moment and asked another question, but I don't know how long we will be in the Dark Land this time. After all, my garrison mission at the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp has not yet ended. The mage thought seriously for a moment before answering. The shortest is 2 or 3 months, maybe half a year, or even longer. So long, Roy said with a wry smile. Mage Alad nodded and admitted, this mission is very important. It concerns the safety of the Dark Portal, so we may stay in the Dark Land for a long time. Although Roy didn't want to go, he didn't refuse directly. He just said perfunctorily, okay, I will seriously consider it, Master Mage Alad. Recently, Roy has been coming to the Wanderer camp more frequently. In addition to observing Evely's injuries, he mainly helps Old Pike and learns his medical skills. Roy talked about his life in the Castletown Statue of Liberty, and about Jasper and Abbott. He and Abbott went from being good friends, who talked about everything, to enemies, who wanted to kill each other. Old Pike also told the inside story of his leaving the expeditionary force. Old Pike washed his hands in the basin and said to Roy, I don't believe that the Statue of Liberty was sealed in the Dark Land. Before being sealed, she should have been able to leave us some revelations. I told these conjectures, and the priests in the expeditionary force thought I was a heretic scholar and wanted to burn heretics like me to death. Later, I escaped from the expeditionary force. I have been to many wild camps, walked a lot, and suffered a lot, and finally chose the Wanderer camp. Although this camp is small, it has its advantages. In fact, there were 2 factions in the expeditionary force. One faction believed that the Statue of Liberty had fallen, and she might have left a divine relic in the Dark Land. Chapter 612. The priests of this faction want to go deep into the Dark Land to find the relics of the goddess. They mainly base this argument on a piece of the goddess's little-tailed bone found in the ruins of an ancient battlefield. The priests of this faction firmly believe that the goddess of liberty has fallen in the Dark Land, and they want to find the place where the goddess of liberty fell, because they firmly believe that there must be treasures left by the goddess of liberty where she fell. At that time, another faction in the expeditionary force believed that the Statue of Liberty was still alive, but was sealed somewhere in the Dark Land. As long as we have the ability to remove the seal, we can rescue the Statue of Liberty. The place where the Statue of Liberty is suppressed should be the most mysterious place in the Dark Land. They also hope that the expeditionary force can enter the depths of the Dark Land. At that time, my opinion was completely different from theirs. I thought that the Statue of Liberty. At this point, the voice in Old Pike's throat suddenly disappeared. I don't know if it was because he made a vow, or if some specific words were cursed, so he couldn't say anything. At this time, Old Pike realized that he was a little too excited. He adjusted his emotions appropriately, took 2 deep breaths, looked at Roy beside him, spread his hands helplessly, and said, so I was regarded as a heretic. Among our group of priests, I was the only one who escaped from the temple expedition. Once a priest like me loses the holy weapon, the power of holy light in the body is consumed, and it is difficult to recover. I couldn't return to the elf continent, so I lived in the Wanderer camp, and so many years have passed in a flash. I've gotten used to life here. Maybe one day, I leave here and become a traveler in the Dark Land, walk around and see, maybe I can help others. But you surprised me, Roy. In the Wanderer camp, I need to recover for a long time before I can cast a divine spell. Even the holy water you gave me is not very effective in restoring my holy light power. Every time I see you, I can always feel that the holy light power in your body is very full. Do you have a holy weapon in your hand? Old Pike asked Roy seriously. Roy shook his head and said, actually, I don't have any holy artifacts in my hand. Not long ago, a great magician told me that the 4 elements of wind, fire, water, and earth can actually transform into each other. They believe that the magic theory can also be used on the two completely opposite elements of light and darkness. Of course, I can't do this yet. What I can do is to absorb some of the power of those dark creatures when they die completely. It's like a tree that sticks its roots into the soil. With the nourishment of the sun and rain, it can produce sweet fruits. In fact, you can think of these fruits as a polymer of light, water, and soil. In short, it's like this. As he spoke, Roy stretched out his hand to release the power of the holy light in his body, allowing the holy light tree in his body to appear behind him. Old Pike looked at the flower of light on the holy light tree behind Roy with some surprise, and said frankly, "The shadow behind you is really the Statue of Liberty." Roy asked curiously, "Old Pike, are the angels behind all the priests the Statue of Liberty?" Old Pike pursed his dry lips, smiled bitterly, and said, "Not really. The apprentice priests and ordinary priests should be backed by angels, and only when they are promoted to high priests can they become the Statue of Liberty." Captain Gabor Reese was in a state of collapse at this moment. He sat back in the chair behind his desk, closed his eyes to ease his restless mood, and tried to restrain himself from throwing the cup in his hand. Captain Roy, the leader of the Mine Guards, had just finished his trip to the ISNY's Expeditionary Force camp. He had clearly stated that he did not want Roy to participate in that matter, but Roy eventually went to the ISNY's Expeditionary Force camp. He then returned to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp. This time, it was the magicians of the Magic Guild who applied to the Golfito Military Department, hoping that Roy could accompany their adventure group into the Dark Land. He is really restless. Can't this guy just stay at the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp? Although Commander Gabreth has the management rights of the Golfito Canyon, he still dares not offend the magicians of the Magic Guild easily because of his strength and background. Especially since these magicians are currently repairing the Dark Gate, more than one written notice has been issued to the Golfito Military Department to do its best to assist these magicians. Major Laud sat opposite to Commander Gabreth and asked calmly, "Commander Gabreth, we will discuss this matter with Commander Roy in private. The Golfito Military Department only needs to show us a written authorization. Please keep our entry into the Dark Land a secret." What else can Commander Gabreth say? He took out the seal somewhat woodenly and stamped it on the parchment on the table. Major Laud nodded with satisfaction, reached out, and picked up the parchment scroll with the emblem of the Magic Guild printed on the back, rolled it up again, tied it up, and put it into his magic waste bag. The sunlight outside the window shone in through the birdcage-shaped window, printing distorted spots of light on the floor of the room. Major Laud stood up from his chair, and his dark green magic robe showed a pattern of emerald green, like green grass in the sun, making the floor of the room look like a green meadow. Every time he took a step forward, countless colorful flowers seemed to bloom under his feet. When Magister Laud walked out of the office, the invisible boulder pressing on Legion Commander Gabreth disappeared instantly. He placed the cup in his hand heavily on the table, and the cup immediately broke into two halves. The fruit tea in the cup flowed on the table, and dripped onto the floor along the edge of the table. In the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp, a group of half-blood elf warriors sat by the holy water pool, discussing the harvest from hunting dark creatures. Roy had just finished his inspection at the Magic Tower, and wanted to go over and chat with the half-blood elf warriors. Major Laud walked out of the dark portal, came to Roy, and asked, "How have you considered it, Roy? Even if I don't tell you, you must know how dangerous it is to enter the Dark Land. In fact, I am usually quite timid." Before Roy finished speaking, Major Laud waved his hand and interrupted Roy and said, "If you are willing to enter the Dark Land with us, whether you find the Lich or not, you can get the support of the Magic Guild once, or more precisely, the support of our 6 mages. This is the first benefit. The second benefit is that your magic rune set is too old. As a high priest, the magic enhancement effect on this magic rune set is obviously no longer suitable for you, so we can help you find a master-level inscription master to help you tailor a set of second-level magic rune sets. The third benefit is that we can add 2 pages to your Book of Judgment." Major Laud stretched out 2 fingers and shook them gently in front of Roy. Roy grinned, secretly wiped the saliva that was about to flow out, and said with an extremely tangled smile, "I really can't refuse." Chapter 6:13. This team is composed of 6 magicians and their students. Originally, Roy thought that sword dancers and elf rangers would join the magician team, but Roy was wrong. These magicians did not intend to bring sword dancers wearing heavy armor, nor did they think of bringing elf rangers who were proficient in reconnaissance. They passed through the Dark Gate one after another, and came to the expedition camp under Roy's jurisdiction. These magician students are basically some great magicians. There are both men and women among this group of elf wizards. After arriving at the Dark Gate expedition camp, they began to take out a lot of magic materials from their magic waste bags and began to assemble a large flatbed truck on the open space. However, they did not install wheels on both sides of this large flatbed truck that was 18 meters long and 6 meters wide. Instead, they began to use some wooden boards engraved with countless magic patterns to build a wooden house, like building blocks. The half-blood elf warriors gathered by the holy water pool saw that the great magicians were very tired doing this kind of physical work, so they took the initiative to come up to help. They first helped to move and lift, and all the heavy wooden boards were lifted by them. The great magicians behind saw that the half-blood elf warriors did a good job, so they began to stand aside and give instructions, and the whole wooden house filled with a strong magical atmosphere was quickly built. When the wooden house was built, the great magicians began to connect the magic patterns on the walls of the wooden house. Soon, the magic patterns on the entire wooden house lit up one after another, and the wooden house, which was originally made of magic wood boards, merged into one in the magic glow. It was the first time that Roy saw this unique construction method. What surprised Roy the most was that he saw a great magician install 4 floating devices on the base of this wooden house. Because no creature can live in the Dark Land, there are no carriages in the Dark Land, only some flatbed trucks for transporting supplies. Roy thought that he would still need to walk to enter the Dark Land this time, but he obviously underestimated these magicians. The dark creatures in the Dark Land are almost all lying in the air. The magicians flying on the magic broom might alarm the dark creatures in the air, so they built a house that can move on land. The wooden house in the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp in front of him is a house floating on the ground. Although its suspension height is only 1 foot, it is completely floating. For floating devices are located under the foundation of the house. In fact, only 2 of them are in normal operation, and they are completely in low-energy operation. There is also a terrace of about 4 square meters at the entrance of the wooden house. After climbing the steps of the wooden house, you can stand on the terrace to open the carved wooden door of the wooden house. Entering the wooden house is a long corridor that leads to the end of the wooden house. At the end of the wooden house is the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. There are 10 rooms on both sides of the corridor on the 1st floor of the wooden house. Almost every room has a small living room outside. The corridor is filled with various flowers on both sides, which makes this small wooden house very elegant. Some bookshelves are also filled with magic books. The 2nd floor of the wooden house is just a rooftop attic. In addition to a higher observation tower, there is a large reception room and an open kitchen in the corner. The bookshelves on one side of the living room are full of magic books, and many exquisite display tables display priceless collections. What surprised Roy the most was that he saw a magic puppet in the living room on the 2nd floor that could clean the room and make fruit tea. It looked like a broom handle, but it had 2 arms made of wooden sticks. It could move back and forth in the living room to sweep the floor cleanly. And those 2 wooden arms could steadily hold the teapot and pick up the teacup. Resting in the house, I could not feel any darkness. I did not expect that the magicians could create such a comfortable cabin. Roy thought, if my first benefit is to build such a magic cabin, would the magicians agree? The magicians are the 3rd turn masters. If it were not for the Dark Gate, Roy would not have been able to contact them. The oldest magician is the Grand Mage Cedric. It is said that after the Grand Mage has dealt with the troubles of the Dark Gate, he will start trying to advance to the 4th turn Legendary Master. He is the most experienced magician in the team, and has been at the peak of the 3rd level for nearly 50 years. Mage Alad, one of the other 5 magicians, is a student brought up by Grand Mage Cedric. Mage Alad is responsible for the daily affairs of the team, and Grand Mage Cedric makes the main decisions. The other 4 magicians are Mage Wesley, who is proficient in space magic arrays. The design of the sealing magic array of the Dark Portal this time was created by him. Unfortunately, due to the miscalculation of the strength of the Dark Portal, the sealing magic array and the magic array of the Dark Portal itself interfered with each other, which was so serious that the Dark Portal showed signs of collapse. Well, the current troubles of the Dark Portal were caused by him. Even so, it cannot cover up the attainments of Mage Wesley in space magic. Mage Dunlop, this is a mage who is proficient in water magic. Of course, almost 70% of the magicians in the Elf continent are water magicians. It is worth mentioning that Mage Dunlop also practices dark magic. He knows the dark creatures in the Dark Land very well. Mage Jonas, proficient in space magic, but she is not good at magic arrays, but has a very in-depth study of space rifts. In other words, she has the ability to teleport over short distances. Mage Joyce, a mage who is proficient in wind magic, is even more amazing. It is said that when he was young, he went to the savage swamp of Green Continent, met the lizardmen tribe of the Swamp Kingdom, and hunted the level 5 magical beast Poison Dragon there. His combat power is quite strong. Silver Moon Elves believe that water magic is the orthodox inheritance of elves, while Dark Moon Elves believe that wind magic is the foundation of elf magic. The magicians of both sides have been arguing about this topic for 1,400 years, so Mage Joyce is relatively isolated among the 6 magicians. Among the 6 magicians, Ms. Jonas is a Silver Moon Elf noble. Her delicate face doesn't reveal her real age. She likes to wear a gorgeous court dress made from a high-level magic robe, a pair of thin silk gloves with exquisite embroidery, and a delicate crystal staff in her hand. The 2 female students behind her often help her hold the hem of her skirt. Roy feels that Princess Ophelia doesn't have such a pomp. In fact, there are also Silver Moon Elf female magicians in the teams of magicians Alod, Dunlop, and Wesley, and it seems that those Silver Moon female elves are all very beautiful. It seems that these magicians also need special needs at certain times. Their students are all great magicians. They are called students, but they are almost like assistants. This reminds Roy of those master students who could not graduate in his previous life. When a 3-meter-high magic steel golem stopped in front of the house, Roy and the half-blood elf warriors were completely dumbfounded. The black steel body faintly glowed with a layer of azure light. One leg of this humanoid steel golem was as thick as 4 elves hugging each other. The entire steel golem was wrapped in thick iron sheets, and it even had an exaggerated heavy helmet on its head. 2 chains were connected to its waist, and these 2 chains, as thick as arms, were connected to the foundation beams. The entire steel golem was covered with magic runes. When Mage Alod walked over and activated the magic rune array on its back, the magic rune array began to slowly operate, and the magic power filled the entire steel golem. Under the gaze of a group of half-blood elf warriors, the steel golem began to slowly walk out of the camp. Every time it took a step, it seemed as if the ground would tremble. When the chain was pulled straight, the wooden house suspended on the ground was dragged forward by the steel golem. Mage Alod climbed onto the wooden house and waved to Roy, who was standing in the crowd of half-blood elf warriors. Roy jumped lightly and jumped onto the platform outside the wooden house. "We are about to set off, Roy. Do you have anything else to bring?" Mage Alod asked Roy. Roy subconsciously touched his magic waste bag, shook his head, and replied, "I've been ready for a long time." "Well, let's set off now." Mage Alod held a magic wand and injected a stream of magic power into the body of Steel Golem. Steel Golem took a 2-meter step, dragged the 18-meter-long wooden house, and slowly left the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp under the gaze of a group of half-blood elf warriors. I thought the speed was not much different from walking, but after the Steel Golem walked out of the camp, Roy realized that he had underestimated this Steel Golem. The frequency of the Iron Golem steps kept increasing. Although one step was only 2 meters, it could actually run slightly. The wooden house behind it could move forward regardless of the terrain under its drag. Iron Golem didn't care whether there was a road ahead, or whether it was uphill or downhill. It just couldn't climb the steep places. Roy sat in the wooden house, and didn't feel the bumps at all. When encountering larger stones, the wooden house would even raise its suspension height under the drive of the floating device. 6 magicians occupied 6 rooms in the wooden house, and the remaining 4 rooms also housed 12 great magicians. Mage Alod took Roy to the end of the corridor. There should have been a studio here. There was only a desk in the room. There was a bookcase on the wall, which was almost full of magic scrolls. The other side was full of magic boxes. Now there was a single bed in the corner of the room. Although it looked a bit out of tune with the style of the whole room, it was a good place for Roy to rest. "Captain Roy, due to the limited number of guest rooms in the wooden house, we can only vacate this room for you to rest for the time being. If you feel bored in the room, you can sit in the rest area on the 2nd floor and chat with everyone. We will provide 3 meals a day on time. If you have any special needs, you can also tell me." Mage Alod seemed very polite when he spoke. Roy touched the mattress of the wooden bed and felt it was good. He quickly said to Mage Alod, "Mage, the environment here is already very good. I never thought that part of the journey to the Dark Land would be completed sitting in a wooden house." "Like it, Captain Roy. This wooden house can almost isolate most of the dark air, so basically only when magicians go out will they be contaminated by the dark air. At that time, you may need to use purification to remove the dark air from everyone. When the dark air needs to be dispelled, I will notify you in advance, but during this period, please try to preserve your sacred power," Mage Alod warned Roy. He was probably worried that Roy would consume the power of holy light casually, and when needed, he would not be able to purify the dark energy on the magician. "Please rest assured, I will pay special attention to this," Roy said hurriedly. The wooden house entered the Dark Land, and kept moving forward. These magicians seemed to have set up a magic circle on the wooden house to block the perception of dark creatures. After entering the dark land for about 3 days, they did not have any conflict with the dark creatures in the dark land. Roy usually locked himself in his room. Except for mealtime, he rarely appeared in the living room on the second floor. When he met the great magicians for dinner, Roy would occasionally chat with them. These great magicians were very curious about how Roy learned the divine arts and left the Statue of Liberty. They heard that Roy entered the Statue of Liberty to become an apprentice priest after the disappearance of the Statue of Liberty. Since he started learning the divine arts, he had never felt the holy light of the Statue of Liberty, and naturally did not believe in the Statue of Liberty. They were amazed and said that it was incredible that he could learn the divine arts in this way. A great magician named Sanko told Roy that in the Green Empire of Roland Continent, the imperial people there are different from the elves. They are not born with magic affinity. If they want to become magicians, they must be born with magic physique and complete magic awakening at a very young age. Only then can they become magicians. However, once the human magicians of the Green Empire start learning magic, they always grow very fast. People like Roy who can become apprentice priests without the infusion of the holy light of the goddess of freedom may be born with the affinity of holy light. Roy took the biscuit and smiled subtly. He did not say to the great magician Sanko, "Your guesses are basically correct." Roy rarely saw the magicians. They had someone to deliver food to their rooms, and rarely came to the rest area on the second floor. Even the female magicians only met in the living room on the second floor occasionally. The only magician he could see often was Master Alad. When this master magician came into contact with Roy, he did not act superior. He was even more friendly than some great magicians. Magister Alad would occasionally sit down and chat with Roy. "Roy, what level of high priest are you?" Level 16. Roy said honestly. After speaking, he gathered a ball of holy light between his hands. This ball of light was full of holy aura, and was particularly dazzling in the room. I haven't seen such pure holy light power for a long time. Mage Alad looked at Roy in surprise, and continued to ask, "If you come out of the Dark Land this time, do you have any wishes that we need to help you fulfill?" "Not yet, I am more looking forward to the second level magic pattern structure. The thick leather armor magic pattern structure I am wearing now is very old, and some magic pattern arrays are damaged. I have never had time to repair it." Roy touched the magic pattern structure on his body, and said reluctantly. Chapter 614. Mage Alad took out a magic crystal with a scale. Roy had seen this long, triangular magic crystal stick at the appraiser in the lobby of the first floor of the Magic Guild in Castletown City. Roy also used this magic crystal to test his own carrying capacity. Now that Mage Alad took out this magic crystal, Roy knew what Mage Alad wanted to do. If you want to tailor-make a high-level magic pattern structure, the most important thing is to test your own carrying capacity, and match the most suitable magic pattern array according to the magic carrying capacity. Mage Alad placed the magic crystal in front of Roy and continued, "Come on. Don't worry. I just want to get a preliminary understanding. I am not an inscription master, so I can't help you customize a second-level magic pattern structure. But I have a few friends who are excellent inscription masters. After this operation is over, I can help you make an appointment. But you need to go to the capital of Buenos Aires in person to visit the inscription master. In addition, the Magic Guild can also provide a fourth-level monster leather. I see that your magic pattern structure is heavy leather armor. Will your second magic pattern structure continue this style?" Roy heard what Master Alad said, and the stone hanging in his heart finally fell. Sure enough, Master Alad began to implement the 3 conditions he promised Roy. Roy quickly replied, "Yes, Master Alad, I hope that the magic pattern structure on my body is as thick as possible." As he said, he placed his hand on the base of the magic crystal. As Roy injected a stream of holy light into the magic crystal, the magic crystal column quickly changed color. At first, the magic crystal column was translucent. After the holy light was injected, the entire magic crystal began to be filled with golden threads. These golden threads gathered more and more inside the magic crystal, and when all the golden threads filled the entire magic crystal was emitting golden light. At this time, Magician Alad was already very surprised, but the gold on the magic crystal was constantly turning into pure white, which was a dazzling and bright color. "No wonder I always feel that your magic pattern structure seems to be a little different from others. It turns out that your carrying capacity is several times stronger than that of other priests." Magician Alad stared at Roy in surprise, and asked him excitedly, "Do you want to know what your current carrying capacity is?" Roy remembered that when he was still a priest, his magic carrying capacity had reached more than 100 points. He had heard Scarlet talk about this at the time. The carrying capacity of a normal first-level magician was only about 70 or 80 points. Now that Roy has been promoted to a first-level high priest, he naturally wants to know how much his current carrying capacity has grown. He nodded quickly and looked at Master Alad. Master Alad put the magic crystal into his magic waist bag, smiled and said to Roy, 274 points of carrying capacity. Your magic carrying capacity is even stronger than that of a dwarf. To be honest, the magic carrying capacity of some second-level combat professionals may not be higher than yours. In this case, you can wear a magic pattern structure with multiple magic pattern arrays, but because you are still a first-level high priest, the level of the magic pattern array can only be limited to the second-level magic, so there are fewer magic pattern arrays to choose from. In fact, the magic pattern structure is a magic equipment that uses the power of the magic pattern array to improve its own combat power. The magic pattern structure of the sword dancer often mainly strengthens the three major directions of strength, defense, and magic resistance, while the archer is speed and accuracy, balancing these, and you are a high priest, mastering the power of holy light. So what directions does the second-level magic pattern structure need to strengthen itself? Magister Alad obviously knows a lot about magic rune structures. I hope I can become an outstanding combat priest in the future. So, my second set of magic rune structures may be to enhance strength and defense, and also to improve casting speed and concentration. After all, I need to cast divine spells in battle. Roy paused and continued to ask, Mage Alad, most of the magic rune structures on the magic market are primary magic rune structures. This time you came forward to help me customize a set of secondary magic rune structures. This kind of secondary magic rune structure is rare in the market. In fact, I have always wanted to know, how many levels of magic rune structures are there? Mage Alad smiled and replied, there are 5 levels in total. Just as Roy's eyes widened, Mage Alad continued, but I have only seen a set of level 4 magic pattern equipment at most. Mage Alad narrowed his eyes. A look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes, and said to Roy, I remember that time, that set of magic pattern equipment was worn by a legendary strongman. I remember that day he passed through the dimensional space door alone, and came to the top floor of the Magic Guild. I happened to follow my teacher to deal with some things in the Magic Guild, and I happened to see the legendary strongman. At that time, he didn't even look at me, but the powerful aura emanating from him made me a little breathless. Roy was also so surprised when he heard about the dimensional space gate that he was speechless. Mage Alad patted Roy on the shoulder and said to him, these things are still far away from you. In fact, you can make some preparations for the promotion to the second level now. For a magician, they need to control the power of elements. They need to reach the elemental affinity standard of the elemental body, so that they can enter the elemental world, communicate with elemental creatures, and sign a magic contract. As for another point, it is to be able to borrow the power of potential to enhance their own strength. When you are ready for all these, you can try to break through that layer of shackles, and become a second-level combat priest. When saying these words, Magister Alad even showed a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. He continued, primary magic pattern construction requires second-level magic beast leather to make, and second-level magic pattern construction requires fourth-level magic beast leather. These high-level magic beasts are rare in the Elven continent, and can only be seen in certain planes. The magic beast leather used for your second-level magic pattern construction will also be borne by the Magic Guild. Roy didn't expect Magister Alad to be so straightforward to confirm the second-level magic pattern construction. It seems that this time entering the Dark Land, the harvest is really great. Roy was naturally happy in his heart. With such a knowledgeable magician sitting next to him, he couldn't help asking Mage Alad, what kind of powerful strength do legendary strongmen have? Mage Alad obviously didn't want to say more about this topic. Perhaps for him, legendary strongmen are also his next goal. So he only said one sentence. Their strongest point is that they can freely enter the outer domain and shuttle between various planes. Roy did not stop asking tirelessly, what about those above the legendary masters? Mage Alad looked at Roy speechlessly. Just one glance made Roy deeply feel that he had said too much, and the mage was already a little dissatisfied. Demigods, they are the real masters who control the entire continent. Mage Alad still answered concisely. Have you seen a demigod? Roy couldn't help asking again. After a pause, Mage Alad said, I just saw a demigod who was dying. For a moment, the room suddenly became quiet. The magic wooden house was moving along the expedition road that the Temple Expeditionary Force took to enter the Dark Land. Roy had walked this road twice some time ago, and saw almost no dark creatures along the way. The terrain in this area was relatively flat. If you walked further, you would enter a vast black sand sea. Roy still remembered the black sand sea clearly. However, the magic wooden house moved forward on the black sand sea without any obstacles. The magic wooden house was completely floating on the sand sea. The huge and heavy magic steel golem walked on the soft fine sand, and it felt like wading through waist-deep river water. The black fine sand completely swallowed its two thick thighs, but even so, it could not slow down its forward speed. It left a straight mark on the black sand. Roy spent only 10 days in the magic wooden house, and the magicians successfully arrived at the ISNES Expeditionary Force Camp. In the living room on the second floor of the magic wooden house, a group of great magicians saw through the glass windows on the second floor that the magic wooden house was parked on the edge of a huge meteorite crater. The inside of this huge meteorite crater now looks like an abandoned garbage dump, but in the central area of the garbage dump, there are still dozens of very dilapidated tents left. When seeing this scene, most of the great magicians in the magic cabin were very disappointed. I had heard that the ISNES Expeditionary Force Camp was the second transit camp of the Temple Expeditionary Force. I thought it would be a small town, but now it looks like a ruin. Many great magicians were even reluctant to leave the magic cabin. The door of the innermost room on the first floor of the magic cabin was pushed open, and the magician Cedric, wearing a black magic robe and leaning on a magic wand, walked out of the magic cabin slowly accompanied by two magician students. He did not walk down the steps to the black sand, but stood on the terrace at the door of the wooden house. His old face looked a little gloomy in the dark environment. He pursed his lips, and saw the depressed appearance of the ISNES Expeditionary Army. Endless disappointment was revealed in his turbid eyes. He stood on the terrace outside the magic wooden house, staring at the ruined camp in the meteorite crater for a long time, but finally did not enter ISNES. "Teacher, how about I go down and ask the priests who stayed here?" Mage Alad walked out of the magic cabin and said to Cedric. Mage Cedric shook his head slightly, with some disappointment in his eyes, and whispered, "Now there are only some frail old priests left in the camp. They have not served in the Temple Expeditionary Force for a long time. What can they know now? If you have this time, you might as well walk a little further inside." Originally, he wanted to rest in the ISNES Expeditionary Force camp for a day, but Mage Cedric was obviously a little disappointed with this camp. Seeing Magister Cedric turn around and walk back to the cabin, Magister Alad quickly notified that the magic cabin would continue to move deeper into the dark land along the expedition road. Roy was in his room, still thinking about whether to go to the ISNES camp to take a look at the old priests, who were in trouble. But he heard that the magic cabin was about to leave, so he didn't have the chance to visit the ISNES expedition camp. The magic cabin circled half a circle around the edge of the huge meteorite crater, and continued to move forward along the expedition road. The expedition camp in front was called the Brainiac Expedition Camp, but it was about 10 days away from here. The magicians wanted to find out the news about the liches in the Dark Land, but unfortunately they could not get any news in the ISNES Expeditionary Force camp. This made the atmosphere in the magic cabin dull, and the great magicians were not in the mood to sit together and chat and drink tea. Everyone was flipping through magic books or making some magic notes. Even if the content of the inquiry had nothing to do with the Dark Land and the liches, they had to show a very busy look. After leaving the ISNES Expeditionary Force camp, some great magicians left the magic cabin every day to collect some information outside. They would not go far from the magic cabin, and almost always returned to the cabin before dark. In fact, Roy also wanted to follow these great magicians out of the magic cabin and visit various places in the Dark Land. But Magister Alad was worried that if Roy went out, he might waste the holy light power in his body. So no matter how Roy assured him, he could not convince Magister Alad to change his mind. This time when entering the Dark Land, the Magister's initial plan was to use the power of the Temple Expeditionary Force to quickly find the Lich. If the mages can't deal with the Lich, they will ask the Temple Expeditionary Force for help. This is the action plan made by Magister Alad, but after the magic cabin arrived at the ISNES Expeditionary Force camp, the mages found that they had overestimated the actual situation of the Temple Expeditionary Force. In fact, the Temple Expeditionary Force has now made a desperate move and rushed into the depths of the Dark Land. The 6 mages gathered in Magister Cedric's room and were discussing the next action plan. Mage Alad first said, "Now it seems that only by finding the troops of the Temple Expeditionary Force can we decide on the next action. I want to go inside, hoping that the situation of the expeditionary camp ahead will be better than that of ISNES." Mage Dunlop, who was familiar with the Dark Land, hesitated for a moment, and then proposed a different opinion. "In fact, I think we can ask the demon hunters in some wild camps around for news about liches. They often hunt dark creatures in the Dark Land, and may know a lot of information about dark monsters." Mage Joyce agreed and said, "That's a way. But many camps are very hidden. Where can we find those demon hunting camps? Mage Jonas sat on the soft leather sofa and raised a new question. Chapter 6:15. A female elf magician wearing a Missouri magic robe came out of the open tea room with a cup of diluted life tree juice. She sat elegantly on the sofa opposite Roy. The beige skirt was slightly opened, revealing a pair of white and round long legs. The neckline of the magic robe was very low, with two dazzling white graceful arcs at the neckline. Looking up along this beautiful scenery, the delicate face made Roy feel as if he was under a spell. Elf female magicians like to wear delicate makeup, which Roy agrees with. This female magician is one of the two female students beside Magister Jonas. She usually stands quietly behind Magister Jonas, holding up her skirt. She almost never communicated with Roy during this journey. This time, she suddenly took the initiative to sit opposite Roy, which made Roy a little uncomfortable. Claire told Roy a long time ago that he should never guess the age of an adult elf woman. Later, Scarlet Magician added that if this adult elven woman is a magician, you might have to consider her young gender. Well, Roy admitted that he had a little psychological shadow in his heart after hearing these words. The badge of the great magician was pinned on his upright chest, and it looked so dazzling. She saw Roy flipping through a parchment notebook, and she leaned forward and stared at the parchment notebook in Roy's hand with curiosity. The notebook was almost entirely written down by High Priest Reed, his insights into various divine arts. The female magician did not speak. She sat there quietly with her lips pursed, and was the most beautiful scenery in the entire living room on the second floor. Roy did not show any unnaturalness, but just smiled modestly at the female magician, and continued to look at the divine arts analysis in the notebook. The female magician drank the juice of the tree of life in the cup, and then stood up and left the living room. A great magician, who usually chatted with Roy at the table, took the opportunity to come over, with an intriguing smile on his face, and said, "What? You have also been targeted by Apea, and it seems that you will soon become one of her collections." Roy looked at the great magician in confusion and asked doubtfully, "Collection? Are you saying that I will be made into a magic puppet, or a magic doll, a wax figure or something?" Thinking of this, Roy couldn't help but feel cold all over, and his face looked a little ugly. He felt that a magician with such a beautiful face should not have such evil and weird habits. "Roy, what are you thinking about? I mean, there will be a new name on her autograph book, your name." The great magician laughed wickedly, then lowered his voice and said, "But it will only benefit you to maintain a special friendship with this person, not harm you." The other great magician sitting in the living room also smiled playfully. Roy knew that in the elf world, especially the Silver Moon elves, they usually lived a more carefree life. In the long life of the elves, only a small number of elves would choose to spend their lives with one partner. Most elves like to pursue romantic encounters. When a relationship ends, they will actively participate in the next one. So at some point, elves will love each other and spark emotions. This situation is very common. Obviously, these great magicians in the living room on the second floor think that Roy is lucky to be favored by Apea. Being able to do more beautiful things in this boring journey, just thinking about it will make people's heart beat faster. I think it's better to forget it. I may be a little different from other elves. Roy closed the parchment notebook in his hand and looked up. He paused and found that everyone was still staring at him strangely, so he could only add, "After all, I am a half-elf. I discovered a long time ago that my aesthetic standards are more in line with the aesthetics of the imperial people." After saying this, Roy tried to draw the divine pattern and summoned a small silver hammer. The great magician immediately reminded him, "By the way, Teacher Alad has specially reminded us to tell you from time to time, because this journey may be very long, so you must save the power of holy light as much as possible." "Got it." Roy put away the silver hammer in his hand and agreed. As his level increased, he found that not only the power of holy light in his body was greatly improved, but also his control over divine arts was improved. Just like the silver holy light hammer in his hand just now, originally summoned, it could not stay in his hand for a moment, and had to be thrown out. But now such a silver hammer can stay in Roy's hand for at least 3 seconds, so Roy has enough time to choose the time to throw. In fact, the daily life of the great magicians is still very monotonous. These great magicians are almost always conducting some magic research every day. Roy saw a crystal ball on a small coffee table next to him, and asked curiously, "What is this?" The female magician didn't even raise her head, staring at the crystal ball intently, and answered casually, "This is a magic crystal ball, which can sense the existence of dark monsters around it through the fluctuation of magic power." Roy looked at the magic crystal ball, and felt familiar with it, and then he remembered that he also had such a magic crystal ball in his magic waste bag. I also have a magic crystal ball, but I never knew it had this function. As he said this, Roy took out a crystal ball from his magic waste bag and placed it on the small table in front of him. This crystal ball was one of the 2 collections from Captain Ralph C. Wolfe pirate ship. At the beginning, Shio gave Roy the magic crystal ball and the sacred scepter. Roy has been using the sacred scepter until now. In addition, Roy actually has another crystal ball in his hand, but he has never known what this crystal ball is used for. Of course, since Captain Ralph treated it as a treasure, Roy thought it must have some special function. Is this it? The female magician turned her head and took a look. Her expression was slightly startled, and she reached out and took the crystal ball in her hand. Well, I got it back from a pirate ship at that time, but I don't know what it is used for, Roy answered truthfully. The female magician put on a crystal monocle, took the crystal ball in her hand, and looked at it for a long time before saying, "It is also a divination crystal ball, but this crystal ball is not for predicting dark monsters. It is a demon divination device that can predict whether there are demons and undead creatures nearby. Generally, this thing is placed in some haunted houses." Roy was a little dumbfounded. Thinking of Captain Ralph C. Wolfe, there were really many evil spirits on that ship. Finally knowing the function of this crystal ball, Roy put the demon divination crystal into his magic waste bag in a bad mood and prepared to sneak back to his room to lie down for a while. At this time, a great magician walked into the living room on the 2nd floor. He was wearing a magic cloak, a magic cone hat, and a scarf around his neck. Some black fine sand kept falling from the edge of the cloak. Seeing his dusty appearance, it was obvious that he had just returned from outside. He was stained with a dark energy. Seeing that Roy was on the 2nd floor of the magic cabin, he walked straight to Roy and sat on the sofa opposite Roy. Roy immediately recited a short sacred prayer, and a divine pattern quickly took shape under the feet of the great magician. A beam of light fell, completely covering the great magician in the beam. Purification. The dark energy attached to the great magician began to evaporate quickly, and was soon purified by the holy light. This simple divine spell took less than a minute from the beginning to the end. The exhausted great magician exhaled a long breath, then leaned on the sofa to rest for a while, stood up, patted Roy on the shoulder to express his gratitude, and turned around and walked downstairs. "Grimace, won't you sit for a while?" a great magician asked. The great magician, who had just returned from outside, immediately complained, "I take a shower first and come back. You don't know how bad the environment outside is. The whole black desert is blowing sand and dust, and there are dark creatures everywhere." While complaining about the harsh environment of the dark land, he walked downstairs. Roy followed the great magician and walked downstairs. "Can you take me with you when you explore tomorrow?" The great magician turned around and stared at Roy as if he was looking at a fool. After a while, he confirmed that Roy was serious, and then he said hesitantly, "You have to ask Master Alod about this matter. I dare not take you out casually." "Then ask Master Alod?" Roy nodded and continued to walk down the stairs. Grams, the great magician, quickly stopped Roy with his arm. The two stood on the staircase. The great magician whispered, "The environment outside is so harsh. Why do you want to run out?" Roy didn't say anything, but stared at the magic waste bag on the great magician's waist, and then looked at the dark creatures floating back and forth outside the window. The great magician immediately understood what Roy meant, and said in a somewhat hurried tone, "I am a 2nd-level great magician, and you are a 1st-level great priest. Even if we cooperate in the future, don't think about sharing the spoils with me." Roy turned his head to look at the great magician Grams and promised, "If I can help, I will give you 10% of the magic beast materials. If I can't help, all the materials of the dark magic beasts belong to you." Great magician Grams' eyes showed joy, and he put his arm around Roy's shoulders and said excitedly, "I like to work with elves like you." "Deal. Let's go to see Mage Alod. Don't say anything for a while. I take care of everything." When they arrived in front of Mage Alod's room, great magician Grams took a step forward and knocked on the door. A female magician opened the door and asked great magician Grams, "Grams, are you looking for Mage Alod? Well, is the teacher here?" Grams' voice became very soft. Roy didn't expect that such a rough magician could have such a delicate voice. After listening, he felt goosebumps on his arms. "What do you two want to see me for?" The voice of Mage Alod came from inside. The female magician immediately opened the door, made way, and invited Grams and Roy to enter Mage Alod's room. It was the first time for Roy to come to Magister Alod's room. There was a desk and a bed inside, the walls were lined with bookshelves, and there were several potted plants in front of the desk. It looked very cozy. Grams the great magician strode over and said to Magister Alaud, "Teacher, Captain Roy wants to go to the Dark Land with me to explore the surrounding area." Magician Alaud did not comment, and turned to look at Roy. Standing behind, Roy hurriedly took 2 steps forward and came to Magister Grimes' side, and took the initiative to say, "I want to follow Magister Grimes into the Dark Land, and see how the creatures in the Dark Land usually survive." Mage Alaud knew that Roy locked himself in the house almost every day, and only came out to eat. In fact, he was very worried that Roy would soon get tired of life in the magic cabin if he stayed like this. Considering this, Mage Alaud thought it would be okay to let Roy go out for a walk. "Okay, but be careful," Mage Alaud said to Roy in a gentle tone. "Wait a minute, I tell Grams a few more words." Mage Alaud turned around and whispered to Grand Mage Grimace, "Grimace, I guess you also know the current situation of the priests in the Dark Land. The power of holy light is an extremely scarce element in this world, so you should try not to let Roy perform magic outside." Since Mage Alaud agreed to their request, Roy and Grand Mage Grimace said goodbye to Mage Alaud. "Roy, wait a minute." Mage Alaud seemed to have thought of something, and when Roy walked to the door, he stopped him again. Roy stopped at the door and turned around. "Do you know about the demon hunting camps in the Dark Land?" Mage Alaud asked. Roy hesitated for a moment, but still said truthfully, "Because there is a wanderer camp near the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp, I know a little about it." Mage Alaud's eyes lit up and immediately asked, "Do you know if there is a demon hunting camp nearby?" Roy nodded and said, "Actually, I just know there is a demon hunting camp nearby." Magister Alaud waved to Roy and asked him, "Can you tell me the exact location of this demon hunting camp?" Roy walked over. Magister Alaud's desk was covered with a large piece of parchment. On the parchment was only the route of the Temple Expeditionary Force into the Dark Land, and the surrounding area was blank. Roy quickly found the location of the Isnes Expeditionary Force camp on the parchment, pointed his finger at a blank spot on the parchment, and said with certainty, "It's called the Iris Camp, about 100 kilometers away from the Isnes Expeditionary Force camp, and it's probably here." Chapter 616. Mage Alaud's eyes fell on the clean-looking parchment map on the table. The black dot with Iris Camp on the map was what Roy had just marked with charcoal. He felt that Roy, the half-elf leader, always brought him some unexpected surprises, and it was quite comfortable to sit and chat with him. It was a pity that Roy was a high priest. If he had studied magic, he would probably be an excellent magician now. "Teacher, that Captain Roy looks really young." The words of the female magician suddenly awakened Master Alaud from his contemplation. Master Alaud patted his forehead, thinking of Roy's current identity. The captain of the 17th Silver Pegasus Corps stationed in the Pagisto Plateau Mine Guard in the Partington Plain, currently stationed in the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp in the Golfio Canyon. This title was given by the Silver Moon Elf military, and it is very difficult to read. The black sand and dust almost swallowed the entire Iris camp, and there was flying dust everywhere. The demon hunters in the camp wrapped themselves up tightly and hid in the tents, praying that the bad sandstorm would disappear quickly. Leah had never been so embarrassed as today. She dragged her lame leg into the Iris camp, leaving a zigzag line on the sand. Leah poured the last sip of water from the kettle into her mouth, feeling extremely depressed, as if the timid figures in the tents in the camp were laughing at her. Uncle Loki Balsa was possessed by the Shadow Demon and died in the wilderness of the Dark Land, and even his body could not be brought back. His demon hunting team was also disbanded at that moment. The demon hunting team, that was originally one of the best in the Iris camp, collapsed instantly like a sand sculpture when Uncle Loki Balsa died. Those guys disbanded when they returned to the Iris camp, and all the wealth that Uncle Loki Balsa had accumulated with great difficulty was divided up by those guys. Leah dragged her injured leg and stood in front of the tent that looked like a ruin, and Uncle Loki Balsa's friendly little face kept appearing in her mind. The elders who cared about her the most in the camp also died in this dark place. After experiencing countless life and death separations, Leah had no tears, but returned home exhausted. The tent at home was still intact, but when Leah saw the thick dust piled on the door curtain, she had a bad premonition in her heart. She dragged her injured leg, exhausted the last bit of strength, and quickly got into the tent. The tent was darker than outside. Alice was sleeping on the carpet, her face full of darkness. Leah trembled as she placed her finger on Alice's lips, and could still feel the warmth of her breath. Leah sat back on the carpet, and she felt her eyes were sore and bitter, but no tears came out. Although Alice and Leah were twin sisters, they were not the same at all. When Leah was born, there was a trace of darkness in her body. As Leah grew up, the darkness in her body became more and more pure. Leah didn't even need a teacher to comprehend some dark laws. She could even hide among dark creatures, and be regarded as a kind of person by those dark creatures. Leah's elder sister Alice had a ray of light in her body from the moment she was born, but her body was very weak, and the light in her body did not bring any benefits to Alice. From childhood to adulthood, Alice would fall seriously ill whenever she was exposed to the dark energy. Alice has been in this sickly state since her mother Iris died. In the past few years, Leah has taken on the responsibility of taking care of Alice. Leah touched a kettle at the edge of the tent, and she unscrewed the bottle mouth. There was still a little water in the kettle. The disgusting holy light was already very faint. She gently held Alice's head with one hand, and poured the last sip of water into her mouth. Perhaps it was the nourishment of this sip of holy water that made Alice slowly wake up from her coma. She stretched out her thin and white arm, and put her hand on Leah's cheek with great difficulty. She felt a rustling and astringent feeling on Leah's face, and her eyes inadvertently shifted to Leah's leg that could no longer bend. They were twin sisters. From the moment they were born, they had a strange feeling between them. There were some things that Leah didn't need to tell her. She knew them all. "I've thought about it a long time ago, Leah. My body may not be able to hold on any longer. Maybe the next moment I close my eyes and fly to the sky, and maybe I can see our mother. You are here. You must live well. Sorry. I left you alone. Here." Alice's breath was weak, and even speaking a few words became quite difficult. She lay in Leah's arms, her eyes a little unfocused. Leah's appearance began to become blurred, and her hand also left Leah's cheek weakly. Leah held Alice's thin arm tightly, but saw that Alice had lowered her head. Leah's eyes turned red. She leaned down and put her ear to Alice's chest, but she couldn't hear any heartbeat. However, Leah's voice was extremely sharp at this moment. "No, no, no one can take you away from me, not even the god of death." Black lines spread from under her collar, and she hugged Alice tightly. In the dark tent, Leah cut her wrist and dripped warm blood on Alice's lips. Iris Camp welcomed a group of strange guests. A magic steel golem dragged a huge magic wooden house to the outside of the camp. The whole wooden house exuded magical power, and the steel golem walked out of the black sand, and the whole land trembled with its steps. Although the residents of the entire Iris Camp felt the strong vibration, they did not dare to come out. There was not even a dark creature around the magic wooden house. Roy took the lead in pushing open the door of the wooden house, and walked down the steps extending downward. He did not expect that there would be such terrible dust weather in the dark land. According to Graham's explanation to Roy, this was caused by a peak level 6 dark monster that happened to pass by here. Major Laud came up from behind and stood beside Roy. He glanced at Roy, and the two walked into Iris Camp. Archmage Grams and another Archmage followed behind them. Even after drinking her own blood, Alice still showed no signs of improvement. There were still scarlet blood stains on the corners of Alice's mouth. She lay in Leah's arms, looking like a sleeping baby. Leah leaned weakly on the pile of ruins at the entrance of the camp. She didn't quite understand it before. The priest who used to live in a tattered tent at the end of the street said, "This world is black and white," but in her eyes, the sky is clearly red, the tent is yellowish, and the fine sand under her feet is black. Although the colors of this world are very light, it still has colors. But now, she found that what the old priest said was true. This time is clearly black and white, without any color. There was a shadow holding a sickle standing at the entrance of the camp. It seemed to take away Alice's soul. Leah didn't know what to do. At this time, a steel golem and a wooden house appeared in the black dust in the distance. The whole land was shaking, and the figure holding the huge sickle had to retreat temporarily. Leah watched the movable wooden house stop outside the camp. The door of the wooden house was pushed open from the inside, and then Roy walked out. Leah hugged Alice tightly, and the moment she saw Roy, she suddenly felt a little wet in the corners of her eyes. Roy and Major Laud walked into the Iris Camp, and the first figure they saw was Leah, who was sitting on the ruins with a desperate and helpless look on her face. There was a skinny figure lying in Leah's arms, looking lifeless. Roy stopped and turned to look at Leah on the ruins. He looked at the black dust rising all around with some doubt, and asked suspiciously, "Are you sitting here to wait for me?" Leah was a little excited, and didn't even know what to say for a while. Roy walked closer, his eyes swept over Alice, and explained to Leah, "I'm not purchasing dark monster materials this time. I want to find out some information." Leah had not yet recovered from her excitement. Roy asked Leah, "If I just want to find out some information, what should I pay you?" Leah stood up from the rubble holding Alice, stared at Roy and asked, "Are you a priest?" "Yes," Roy replied. "Can you save my sister?" Leah asked Roy earnestly. Roy then took a serious look at the girl in Leah's arms. He could feel her soul slowly breaking free from the thin body. He frowned and said, "I can try, but if it is beyond my ability, I can't help." "Your sister is in a bad condition." Roy asked Leah to lay Alice flat on the rubble. There was no time to move Alice back to the tent. Roy poured a trace of holy light into his eyes, and saw that Alice's translucent soul seemed to be pulled by some force, and was trying to break away from Alice's body. In a hurry, Roy reached out and grabbed the arm of Alice's soul. At this moment, Leah, who was standing aside, felt that a hot breath was constantly burning her body. The irresistible heat wave forced her to take several steps back. She even had a strange feeling that if she insisted on standing there, her body would probably melt completely under the hot light. In the eyes of Magister Alad and Grand Magister Grems, Roy was in a different state. Roy's right hand turned into golden holy light, and the soul arm was tightly grasped in that holy light. Then Roy used this golden palm to forcibly press Alice's soul back into her body. Roy also found a thin sacred breath in Alice's body, which was so weak that it would be extinguished at any moment. It turned out that Alice was born with the ability to perceive the sacred breath, just like himself. Her greatest misfortune might be living in the dark land. Because she could not absorb the holy light particles, the holy breath wanted to stay in Alice's body, and even absorbed Alice's vitality. Roy finally figured out why Alice's body was so weak. It was probably because of the influence of the holy breath. Feeling that the holy breath was like a candle in the wind, the last remaining light began to weaken. Roy's heart moved slightly, and he tried to pour the holy light power in his body into Alice's body. Just as he had this thought in his mind, his right hand, which had turned into holy light, began to press uncontrollably on Alice's chest, and a pure holy light poured into Alice's body. Roy felt that the holy light power in his body was simply pouring into Alice's body, and a large amount of holy light power flowed out of his body. Alice's body was like a transparent empty bottle, constantly absorbing the holy light power from Roy's body, and Alice's body was getting brighter. Roy wanted to pull his hand back and stop the transmission of holy light power, because he found that in just a short while, the holy light power in his body had lost more than half, and if it continued like this, the holy light power in his body would probably be absorbed by Alice. But the right hand on Alice's chest could not be retracted no matter what, as if it was stuck to Alice's body. Alice's body was also rapidly filling and expanding at this moment, with a painful expression on her face, but she was completely in a coma. Roy was sweating profusely, and wanted to ask for help from the magician Alad beside him. The magician Alad, who was standing by and closely observing Roy's every move, also realized that something was wrong at this moment. Roy seemed to be unable to control the situation in front of him. He could also feel the holy light power in Roy's body rapidly fading away. So the first thing that Mage Alad could think of was to put up a magic shield to cover everyone present, but Roy's situation remained unchanged. Mage Alad immediately ruled out the possibility that the outside world had interfered with Roy. He glanced at Grand Mage Grams, pointed the magic wand in his hand at Roy, and chanted a short spell. A ball of water instantly condensed in front of Mage Alad's staff. As the water ball flew towards Roy, it suddenly rolled into a huge wave. At this time, the great magician Grams understood what he meant and pointed his wand at Roy. The spell he uttered was a little slower than that of the magician Alad, but a bubble flew out from the front of the wand, which was also getting bigger. When the water ball of the magician Alad turned into a huge wave, the bubble of the great magician Grams just wrapped around Roy's body. The huge wave rolled behind Roy. Roy was trapped in the bubble and fell to the ground. Alice's body was wrapped in a ball of strong holy light power, which formed a layer of light cocoon outside Alice's body. The weird scene scared Leah beside her. At this time, she didn't dare to get close to Alice, because the dazzling holy light around Alice's body could evaporate her at any time. Because they were twin sisters, Leah once again sensed that Alice's body was undergoing some kind of transformation, and Alice seemed to be alive. She turned her head and saw Roy, who was soaked and sitting on the sand in a mess. She could only smile at him apologetically. Roy was also confused at this moment. He found that in just a dozen seconds, nearly half of the light flowers of the holy light tree in his body had almost turned into holy light power, and were sucked away by Sister Leah. Roy stood up from the sand in a mess, and moved his body. He felt that apart from losing nearly half of the holy light power, there seemed to be no other losses. At this time, the great magician Grams also walked over quickly and asked Roy, "Roy, how are you?" "Fortunately, thanks to you and Master Mage Alad for helping." Roy hurriedly thanked the great magician Grams. Chapter 6:17. Roy got up from the ground in a panic, and wiped the sand from his mouth. He suddenly lost nearly half of the holy light power in his body. The overly uncomfortable feeling of emptiness made his face look very bad. Grams the great magician took out a spiritual potion from his waist bag and handed it to Roy. Roy bit the cork and drank it without thinking. He felt as if his whole body was completely wrapped by warm sea water in an instant, and then he struggled to rush out of the sea. A powerful spiritual force made all the discomfort in Roy's body disappear. It was just an ordinary spirit potion. After drinking it, Roy found that this spirit potion was several times more powerful than the spirit potions he usually used. It was obviously a high-level magic potion. Roy nodded to thank the great magician Grams, then walked to Leah and said, "I want to ask you for some information. Is this okay?" Leah squatted beside Alice, and saw that Alice had recovered her breathing. Now she was lying on the ruins, and was just in a coma. Her face had never looked so good. The holy light aura emanating from her body even made her afraid to touch it. Hearing Roy's question, Leah looked up at Roy. She had been looking for so long, and suddenly found that the person who could save Alice finally appeared in front of her. Her little face with blood and tears immediately showed a pitiful smile, and she smiled at Roy tenderly, twisted her fingers together, and asked obediently, "Then what do you want to know?" Leah had tried to ask the priests in the Temple Expeditionary Army to treat Alice, but those priests could not help Alice at all. In fact, Leah did not have any expectations for Roy. She just wanted to reach out and grab whatever she saw when she was extremely helpless. Then she grabbed Roy. Roy actually saved Alice. Leah's eyes fell on the lonely figure holding a sickle hiding in the shadows at the entrance of the village. At this time, he had already raised the long-handled sickle, leaving a blurry back to Leah. Leah wiped her dirty little face and looked up at Roy. "I heard that there are many liches living in the Dark Land. I want to know some information about liches," Roy said to Leah. "If you don't know, you can also help us ask around in the camp." When Leah heard the word lich, her pupil shrank suddenly. The face buried deep in her heart suddenly appeared in her mind again. She remembered some sad things from a long time ago. Leah gritted her teeth. Although her eyes were full of entanglement, she still didn't want to give up this opportunity. She wanted to hold on to Roy tightly, because only Roy could save Alice. So she took a deep breath and said to Roy, "I know some information about liches. I even know their activity area, but it's far from here. Only I can take you there. If you want me to lead the way, that's no problem, but you have to take Alice with you, and you have to help me cure her illness. I know you can." Roy didn't expect that they would find information about the lich just after arriving at Iris Camp. However, facing Leah's request, Roy had a headache. Just now, the elf girl almost sucked away half of his holy light power. If he continued to treat her, Roy felt that all the holy light power in his body might be sucked away by the elf girl named Alice. "Do you know that I almost died just now to save your sister? I dare not try again." Roy shook his head repeatedly to refuse. "Aren't you fine now? As long as you follow the steps just now to rescue, I think you will not be in danger. As long as you are willing to help me, I will not only take you to find the lich, but I will also pay you a large sum of money that you cannot refuse," Leah immediately said to Roy. Roy did not agree, but the magician Alad standing behind Roy looked at the half-blood elf girl in front of him, leaned down and stared at Leah and asked, "Are you sure you know the news about the lich? You can ask around the entire Iris camp. I'm the only one who knows about liches," Leah said to Magister Alad with a confident expression, blinking her big blue eyes. Magister Alad showed a suspicious expression, and Leah immediately squatted down and drew a lich's appearance on the black gauze at her feet. "Is this the lich you're looking for?" Her eyes fell on Magister Alad and Roy. Roy had never seen a lich, and he had never even heard of one before, so he didn't feel anything when he saw the graffiti in front of Leah. On the contrary, Mage Alad's expression became serious when he saw the picture drawn by Leah. "Have you really seen a lich, or have you heard others talk about it?" Leah pursed her lips, stared with a pair of big black eyes, pressed a finger to the edge of her lips, and said nothing. Mage Alad knew that Leah was waiting for Roy to express his opinion this time. The news about the lich was extremely important to them, so Mage Alad thought for a moment, turned to Roy and said, "Roy, do you have a way to save the child? If you need our help, we can do our best to cooperate with you," Mage Alad said. Although he did not explicitly ask Roy to agree, his words were almost the same. Roy knew that Mage Alad was somewhat moved by what Leah said. He touched his nose with some embarrassment and said casually, "As long as you push me out at the critical moment like you just did, I can try again." Mage Alad looked at Roy with great satisfaction, breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Leah and said to her, "Carry your sister on your back and follow us." Leah secretly wiped her eyes, squatted down quickly, and wanted to pick up Alice. Grams, the great magician who was following Mage Alad, took the initiative to come forward and said to Leah gently, "Let me help you, child." After that, he held up the skinny Alice with both hands and followed Major Laud's steps. Leah also hurriedly followed him. She looked at Roy's profile curiously while walking, and thought that he looked so handsome even when he was walking. She looked back at the Iris camp and the small tent with nostalgia. Some things were too late to pack. Leah gritted her teeth, turned around and followed him without saying a word. Major Laud was not the owner of the magic cabin. If he wanted to bring sisters Leah and Alice into the magic cabin, he needed the approval of Grand Mage Cedric. Roy made an exception at the beginning. This time, Leah and Alice only waited for a short while at the door of the cabin before being welcomed in by the magicians inside. When the magicians heard that the cabin had 2 new members, and that they were picked up from the demon hunting camp, they were very curious and ran out to see Leah and the unconscious Alice. Leah was sitting in the living room on the 2nd floor of the magic cabin, and Alice was lying on a long sofa beside her. When the magicians saw Leah, they naturally discovered that there was some dark energy hidden in her body. However, the difference between Leah and other elves was that these dark energy did not corrode Leah's body, but instead merged into Leah's body. When he looked at Alice again, he immediately noticed something was wrong, because Alice's body was filled with holy light power, without a trace of darkness. The elf girl lying flat on the sofa could be said to be skinny, but her whole body was emitting a faint layer of holy light. Although she was still in a coma, anyone could see that her body was slowly recovering in the holy light. They were obviously 2 completely opposite physiques, but they were twin sisters, which made the magicians very curious. However, no matter who asked, Leah almost kept silent about these things. When Roy returned to the magic cabin, he realized one thing. The rooms in the magic cabin were already very tight, and now Leah and Alice moved in, there were not enough bedrooms. Roy's residence was the laboratory of Magister Cedric, which was the only decent room besides the 10 bedrooms. Although Magister Laud did not ask Roy to give up the room, Roy felt that even if he did not take the initiative to ask, Leah and Alice would move into this room in the end, so he might as well show some generosity and give up the room. He knew that there was actually a very hidden grocery room under the stairs, and there was nothing piled in it. With a little tidying up, it can become a very private bedroom. The only drawback is that it is a bit stuffy. When Roy found an opportunity, he took the initiative to propose to Major Laud, "Major Laud, they can live in my room, and I can sleep in the utility room." Major Laud was upset about this matter. When he heard Roy's initiative, he patted Roy on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Roy, isn't this too unfair to you? It's okay." In Roy's heart, it was no big deal to give up a place to sleep. Roy had actually made an appointment with the great magician Grams, and they would go outside for a walk later. Grams's main responsibility at present was to investigate the situation around the magic cabin and hunt a few dark beasts. As a 2nd-level strongman, Grams was proficient in ice magic, and his strength was also the strongest among these great magicians. In fact, Roy didn't have much luggage to move. He just needed to lay a blanket on the floor of the utility room. Major Laud still found a few wooden boxes and barely made a wooden bed. In this way, the utility room was completely transformed into a small room. Roy had tidied up the room and just closed the door when he saw the great magician Apea walking down the stairs slowly. The slit on the side of her long skirt could not cover her round and wide long legs. She seemed to be deliberately leaning against the railing of the stairs, leaning out her upper body and smiling at Roy. "There is a very soft empty bed in my room. Do you want to try it?" That beautiful face with almost no flaws scared Roy so much that he wanted to run away. The great magician Grams was very loyal. He pushed the door open and walked out of the room and shouted to Roy, "Roy, I'm going out. Do you want to go out with me?" Of course. Roy had been waiting for this invitation for several days. Seeing that the great magician Grams finally took the initiative to propose it, he immediately answered readily. "You are really a curious guy." Great magician Grams walked out of the room with a smile. He was already dressed for going out, with a magic cloak on the outside and a black turban on his head, which covered him tightly. Roy hurriedly followed him. "Don't you need to prepare?" Great magician Grams looked at Roy wearing a magic pattern structure and was about to follow him outside. He couldn't help asking. Roy pulled out a magic cloak and put it on, and asked great magician Grams in confusion, "What else do you need to prepare?" "Okay. Just pretend I didn't say anything." Grams the great magician immediately took back his words. Seeing Roy's proficiency, he obviously went out a lot. Just when Roy and Grams the great magician left the magic cabin, Leah, who was hiding in the room, secretly opened the door and smiled at Roy's back as he left. Although Alice hadn't woken up yet, everything was starting to go in a good direction. At least Leah wasn't hesitant at the moment. Roy had only seen the powerful strength of the second-level combat professional Byron Thor. This time, he finally saw the powerful power controlled by the second-level great magician. On a small mound, countless dark creatures were floating in the sky around them, densely packed with tens of thousands of them, and among these dark creatures there were also hundreds of high-level dark creatures. Behind this group of dark creatures, there were several dark sickles, which seemed to be deliberately driving these dark creatures towards the great magician Grams. A blue magic circle appeared under the feet of the great magician Grams. Next to the great magician Grams, in front of a light blue elemental door, an ice elemental stretched its upper body out of the elemental door, and its fat, frost-covered big hand was placed on the shoulder of the great magician Grams, and a large amount of ice elements flowed into the body of the great magician Grams through that hand. The great magician Grams was surrounded by the aura of ice elements. He stood in the ice and snow, looking like an ice sculpture. When he finished reciting the long spell and raised his hands above his head, the sky, which was originally covered with black fog, was now covered with dark clouds, and a blizzard suddenly fell on the mound. This-sized ice balls fell from the top of his head and landed on the dark creatures that swarmed over, instantly smashing their bodies into pieces. Some of the weaker dark creatures were almost instantly beaten to death by the blizzard. Those high-level dark creatures lasted longer, but only for a short while. In the violent ice and snow, all the dark creatures disappeared. Only a few dark sickles that were fleeing in a panic not far away were left. They flew very fast in the black fog. But no matter how fast they flew, they could not escape the blizzard. They were gradually sucked into the blizzard, and a layer of ice crystals began to condense on their bodies. Their movements became slower and slower until the ice and snow shell on their bodies was so thick that they were restrained in place. These dark sickles began to break in the blizzard. Soon, only some soul crystals and a few scattered bone sickles were left on the ground. Chapter 618. Roy stood alone in the snow and ice. The unstable dark elements were constantly gathered around Roy's body by the magic vortex. The shadow of the holy light tree appeared again behind him. Countless dark elements were absorbed by the roots of the holy light tree. New buds began to appear on the holy light tree and slowly bloomed in the abundant holy light. Hundreds of light flowers bloomed on the holy light tree at the same time, sprinkling countless pollens on Roy's body. Roy stood under the holy light tree, and his body began to be filled with more holy light power. These holy light powers were far more pure than what Roy had absorbed in the elf continent. Roy found that after absorbing the power of holy light like pollen, his hands turned into extremely pure holy light again. His hands were dazzling in the dark night, and this holy light was swallowing up his wrists bit by bit. The great magician Grams was excitedly picking up the soul crystal that fell on the ground, and suddenly found a dazzling light not far away. He looked over and saw Roy staring at his hands in a daze. His hands were completely made of holy light. The great magician Grams immediately ran over and said to Roy, "Roy, experience the feeling of this moment. Your hands have become the body of holy light. As long as you remember this feeling firmly, the road to promotion to the second level will be much easier for you." After the holy light tree completely absorbed all the unstable dark elements around it, Roy's hands were like wearing luminous gloves. Grams, the great magician, had already cleaned up the battlefield during this time. He walked over to Roy with a few bone sickles, and felt that Roy was full of holy light power. He smiled and said, "No wonder you are clamoring to come out and hunt dark monsters. It turns out that you are completely different from those priests of the Statue of Liberty. If their holy light power was begged from the Statue of Liberty, yours can be said to be snatched back. Grams, do you want to continue?" After Roy's hands returned to normal, he asked the great magician. "Okay." Grams agreed readily. He pointed to the dirt slope in the distance, and said to Roy, "Let's go over there, and do it again. I will release a blizzard on the dirt slope. You can kill those dark monsters in my blizzard." It was still a blizzard, but Roy was not affected at all when he stood in the blizzard. According to the explanation of the great magician Grams, Roy would not be affected by the extreme cold and the snowstorm in his blizzard domain. Therefore, he held a heavy book of judgment in his hand. The book of judgment had been added with 2 pages of parchment by the magician Alad. Now there were 5 pages in the book of judgment. Originally, there were only the hammer of judgment, the hammer of punishment, and the hammer of sanction in this book. These 3 kinds of holy light hammers are strong attack, group damage, and stun. Roy took advantage of his free time in the magic cabin some time ago to carve the divine pattern of the Hammer of Wrath on the newly added pages of the Book of Judgment. The characteristics of the Hammer of Wrath are very similar to the purification spell, that is, it can only exert its ultimate power when the dark creatures are weak. Just like at this moment, several shadow fog demons turned into several huge snowballs in the blizzard. They dragged their heavy bodies and barely moved in the blizzard, trying to escape to a safe place. At this moment, Roy was holding a book of judgment and strove to catch up with these shadow fog demons in the blizzard. He threw a silver hammer casually, and a group of black fog that was frozen into a huge snowball was immediately smashed into pieces. A soul crystal fell, and something like black gauze also fell, piling up on the ice and snow ground. Soon, a small silver hammer condensed in Roy's hand again. When Roy threw the silver hammer out, another shadow fog demon was smashed by the hammer. With Roy's assistance, some dark beasts that could escape the blizzard died tragically in the blizzard this time. Of course, these dark beasts were not high-level dark beasts. They were almost all dark beasts with the strength of Shadow Scythe. They posed no threat to the second-level strongman like Great Magician Grams. But for Roy, it was a rare hunting experience. Grams walked around in the blizzard and picked up nearly 100 soul crystals. He was in a good mood. Although he had a dust-proof scarf on his head, his words seemed particularly brisk. This time the harvest is not bad. The power of holy light is indeed the most restraining dark creatures. This time, you helped me keep 16 more dark beasts. According to our previous agreement, you also have a share of this. Grams was probably a little tired, so he said to Roy, "Let's go, we should go back." Roy followed behind the great magician Grams, his body filled with the power of holy light. This time, both of them had a great harvest. This time, the great magician Grams had to admit that with Roy's participation, the harvest was more abundant than hunting alone in the dark land in the past. Some dark monsters that could have escaped from the blizzard were almost fixed in place by Roy's hammer. The silver hammer in Roy's hand was like a silver lightning in the blizzard, and every time it fell, there would be a harvest. Great Magician Grams took Roy back to the magic cabin, sat in the rest area on the second floor, and boasted to other great magicians, "I never thought that a priest could help a great magician like me in battle. Now my view has been changed by Roy. He can really help me, and we work very well together. Hey, Grams, I have to remind you that Teacher Alad has warned us more than once to try not to let that kid consume the power of holy light. His holy light power is used to purify the dark energy that is difficult to expel from us." A great magician put down his wand and reminded Great Magician Grams. "I know this, and I certainly won't let this happen," Great Magician Grams said confidently. While Great Magician Grams was sitting in the living room chatting with other great magicians, Roy was called to the outside of Leah and Alice's room by Mage Alad. Mage Alad knocked on the door with his hand, and then pushed the wooden door open. Leah was sitting by the window looking at the night view outside. She was wearing a pair of bloomers and a tight vest, and she was huddled on a stool, sipping the lemon tea in a cup. Alice was wearing a brand new nightgown, holding a magician, and reading quietly in bed under the soft candlelight. "I hope I didn't disturb you." Mage Alad looked at Leah and asked with a gentle smile. "Master Alad, what do you want?" Leah asked as she jumped to the door. Mage Alad stood at the door and said, "Let's see how Alice is doing." Hearing Alad say this, Alice, who was half lying on the bed, quickly sat up, put the book Basic Magic Overview in her hand on the bedside, and said softly, "Mage Alad, Captain Roy, please come in." Alice was shy and easily embarrassed. When she looked at Roy, her eyes were full of curiosity. Mage Alad came to Alice's window and looked at the elf girl, who was still thin. Her complexion was much better than when she was in Alice's camp. The only problem was that the power of holy light in her body was continuously decreasing. "I'm here, Roy, to check you. You look much better." Mage Alad examined the elf girl sitting on the bed. The sisters had been in a magic cabin for several days, and rarely left the room. According to the original promise, Roy needed to treat Alice every once in a while. Mage Alad didn't want to break his promise, so he took advantage of Roy's better condition to treat Alice. "I feel much better recently." Alice seemed very shy when she spoke. She and Leah have completely different personalities. But when you look at their profiles, they look like they were cast from the same mold, but Leah looks much healthier than Alice. Roy walked up to Alice and found that she was only wearing a low-neck pajamas. The fingerprints on her chest had not disappeared. Roy looked away a little embarrassedly, sat on a small stool, closed his eyes, and felt the power of holy light on Alice. Perhaps with the nourishment of holy light, Alice's body has improved significantly. But the power of holy light in her body is also continuously decreasing. There was originally a trace of light in her body. Now this light breath has become much stronger under the nourishment of holy light. Perhaps this is the reason why the power of holy light in her body is continuously decreasing. Roy now knew that Alice's body needed the nourishment of the holy light to slowly recover. Roy looked at Magister Alad and saw Magister Alad standing beside him and nodding slightly. Roy stretched out his right hand, and a ball of holy light gathered in his palm. He grabbed Alice's slender wrist with his hand. It didn't happen like last time. Alice didn't absorb the holy light in Roy's body crazily. Roy looked at his hand in confusion. There must be something wrong with this step. Empty your mind and don't think about anything, Roy said softly. Alice lay on the bed and gently closed her eyes. There was a sacred aura on her face. But the situation where the holy light power continued to pour out of Roy's body still did not happen. Roy stopped in confusion. He suddenly stared at his right hand in a daze. He thought about how he grabbed Alice's arm at that time, but he actually subconsciously grasped her soul that was about to leave her body. At that time, his hand. Roy thought of the hand that turned into holy light. As his mind turned rapidly, the holy light tree in his body bloomed a flower of light again. Suddenly, Roy's right hand quickly turned into a dazzling holy light. As expected, probably attracted by the holy light, Alice's body once again generated a strong suction force, constantly drawing the power of holy light from Roy's body. After the holy light power entered Alice's body, her whole body was emitting the breath of holy light. In just a dozen seconds, Roy frequently exchanged glances with Master Alad. Master Alad immediately responded, raised the magic wand in his hand, and an air bomb quickly condensed in front of the magic wand. As the air bomb exploded in front of Roy was pushed out and slammed into the wooden wall. The two were forcibly separated by Mage Alad, and the holy light power in Roy's body did not continue to pour out. Alice's body was filled with holy light power, and she looked like she was full. She was lying on the bed, and was wrapped in a thick cocoon woven by holy light. Leah knew that Roy's actions would only benefit Alice. And Mage Alad also fulfilled his promise. The two of them lived in the magic wooden house, and they would continue to treat Alice. Obviously, he was sincere. Okay, let's stop here today. Alice's body needs to recover slowly. She is seriously deficient. Recently, she needs to drink some life tree juice to nourish her body. Mage Alad told Leah, if you need anything, come to me. Leah nodded repeatedly. That night, Leah slept peacefully because she knew that Alice was getting better little by little. Of course, Leah knew that these magicians were not selfless, and they needed to provide information about the Lich. My mother is the most powerful demon hunter in the Iris Camp. She founded the Iris Camp herself. Later, she heard some news about the Lich from other demon hunters, so she planned to see the Lich in the Dark Land. At first, the demon hunters tried several times but couldn't find it. Later, they finally found the Lich, but they never got out of that sea land again. Leah told the 6 magicians about some of her mother Iris's experiences, which was why she knew about the Lich. The 6 magicians sat opposite Leah, and Grand Magister Cedric sat in the center, listening very carefully. When Leah finally said Haiti, Grand Magister Cedric opened his eyes, stared at Leah and asked, do you know Haiti too? Leah pretended to look pitiful, but unfortunately she couldn't squeeze out a tear from her eyes. Seeing the old magician in front of her seemed to be able to see through her heart at a glance, Leah nodded quickly and answered honestly, I heard that it was a relic left after the sea dried up. No one knows how big it is. The Lich my mother and others found is on the edge of Haiti. Grand Magician Cedric nodded slightly, and then asked Leah, do you know the location of Haiti? Although I can't draw it on the map, I can find it, Leah said confidently. Well, then you lead us into Haiti first. Grand Mage Cedric looked at Leah deeply, and then said in a deep voice. So Leah became the navigator of this magic wooden house. It turns out that Leah has definitely been to this area. Every time she walks forward, Leah can tell the terrain features ahead in advance. With the help of Mage Alad, Roy would deliver the power of holy light to Alice every week. Every time, Alice would be wrapped in a cocoon made of the power of holy light, and slowly recover her body functions. In the entire treatment process, Roy became a tool for delivering the power of holy light, and his role was just that. Chapter 619. After 3 treatments, Alice's body has changed a lot. She was originally an elf girl, who was thinner than Leah. In just 3 weeks, perhaps because of her usual nutrition, Alice has grown a lot taller. She is 2 fingers taller than Leah when she stands next to her. Her skinny body now has a lot of flesh. At least her arms look white and round, and her flat chest has begun to swell. Alice's body began to recover slowly, and there was a bright breath in her body. This ray of light is full of healing power. It is because of its existence that Alice's body is recovering faster. The obvious growth amazed the magicians around her. Alice really looks different every day. Leah began to draw a zigzag line on the blank map of a lawed mage. The terrain she drew looked a bit abstract. If it weren't for Leah's explanation, it would be difficult for people who saw these lines to associate it with a map. But if you listen to Leah's explanation, you will find the purpose of Leah's drawing these lines. She did not use a pen to depict the ordinary terrain of the Black Sand Sea, but used some simple lines to depict the drifting direction of the dark creatures in the air. According to Leah's explanation, these dark creatures floating slowly in the air are moving slowly along invisible air currents in the sky of the dark land. There are countless such undercurrents crisscrossing in the sky of the dark land. If you don't float in the air, you can't understand the undercurrents in the sky of the dark land. Undercurrents became the most distinctive feature of the dark land, far more recognizable than the fish scale-like sand dunes. Although the magicians did not dare to fly into the sky rashly to disturb the densely packed dark creatures, they could let some bubbles that would not easily break fly into the air. When those bubbles flew into the air, they would move slowly in the direction drawn by Leah. Roy also found that these magicians did not seem to mind the dark aura in Leah's body. The two great magicians found that Leah controlled the dark power, and could turn into a black mist in the dark. They took the initiative to approach Leah and discuss with her what kind of magic runes were used in the casting process. Leah said that she just imagined herself as a ball of black sand, and her body would explode, forming an untouchable black mist. Leah, who turned into black mist, could float to another place, but could not do anything. The great magicians believed that the skill Leah mastered was similar to the water transmutation, which was a dark version of the water transmutation. Mage Dunlop, who liked to study black magic, found that Leah was born with the ability to control the dark element, so he was very curious about Leah and wanted to teach her some related black magic. Unexpectedly, Mage Dunlop took out the black magic of Shadow Arrow, and just explained it to Leah. Leah did not need to recite the spell. She could draw this magic pattern array with 5 fingers at the same time, and throw a shadow arrow instantly. According to the system of the Magic Guild, the students of Mage Dunlop can only be some second-level great magicians. But this time, Mage Dunlop decided to teach Leah some black magic himself. The second black magic that Dunlop taught Leah was magic armor. Leah didn't even need to draw the magic pattern array this time. Her little hand only needed to gently wipe from bottom to top on her chest to put on the magic armor, and there was no need for spells. Perhaps because of Leah's amazing learning ability, Mage Dunlop stopped teaching cautiously. After learning Shadow Arrow, Leah actually didn't behave that much, but after she learned magic armor, she became naughty. She once tried to knock over a glass cup 10 meters away with Shadow Arrow, and then turned into a black mist and rushed over, and caught the glass cup steadily before it fell to the ground. These silky movements naturally stunned a group of great magicians. Roy went out every week. He hunted dark monsters with great magician Grams. The cooperation between the two people became more and more tacit. As the great magician Graham said, Roy was like a flash of lightning hidden in a snowstorm. Whenever lightning struck in a snowstorm, a dark beast would always shatter. During Roy's recent hunting trips, the holy light tree in his body constantly absorbed the unstable dark aura. It actually allowed Roy to successfully advance to a level 17 Great Priest during his 4th hunting trip. At the moment he successfully advanced, all the light flowers of the entire holy light tree bloomed, and the holy light particles that fell one after another made the holy light aura within 10 meters around Roy's body. Fortunately, Roy's promotion this time was hidden in the blizzard field of the great magician Grams. The strong sacred aura that erupted when he was promoted did not attract the powerful dark creatures around. The magic cabin left Iris's camp, and moved forward day and night for more than 20 days. It has now entered the extremely dangerous area of the Dark Land. This is the hunting place of many demon hunting teams. When Roy and the great magician Grams were hunting in the Dark Land, they often encountered some powerful dark monsters. These dark beasts usually fly slowly in the sky. As long as the two of them dodge in advance, they can almost avoid those powerful dark beasts. Roy and the great magician Grams used magic cloaks to hide the breath of the elves. As long as the two of them do not take the initiative to provoke those high-level dark beasts, it is difficult for those dark beasts to find them. Dark beasts have weak perception of other magic elements, but they are more sensitive to the power of holy light. So since entering this dangerous area, Roy usually hides in the blizzard of the great magician Grams to perform magic. So the two have not encountered any danger so far. Roy picked up half a bag of soul crystals from the slope. He came to Grams with a leather bag and sat down on the black sand. This piece of sand is high in the south and low in the north. Although the slope seems a bit gentle, the magic wooden house has been walking through this killing land for 12 consecutive days. Almost all the time it is going downhill, and it feels like walking into a huge deep pit. I heard from Mr. Allard that we will enter Haiti tomorrow. Grims took out 2 oranges from his pocket and threw one to Roy. Roy peeled the orange skillfully and stuffed the whole orange into his mouth. The sweet juice burst in his mouth, and his body, which was almost dried by the wind and sand, became moisturized again. Under the dark red sky, a black line that could not be seen suddenly appeared in the distance. What exactly is Haiti? Sitting on the sand, Roy asked Grims curiously. I heard it's a dry sea, full of weathered shells and fish bones. But there are still some level 6 dark beasts in that sea. Roy, do you know what a level 6 beast means? Grims replied. After all, he is a great magician, and he can be said to be knowledgeable. What does it mean? Roy asked curiously. Grims replied. Some underage dragons belong to the category of level 6 beasts. As the two were talking, the black line on the horizon kept rolling, and it had actually covered 1/5 of the dark red sky. Roy thought that there was just an ordinary dark cloud in the sky. He had not encountered extreme weather in the dark land, so he didn't care much. What about the level 6 dark beasts in the dark land? Is the lich you are looking for considered a level 6 beast? Roy was still asking. Roy! Grims had stretched his neck, staring at the rolling black sky in the distance, and continued, Don't you want to see a level 6 dark beast? It's right there. Grims pointed at the large rolling black cloud. Roy squinted his eyes, but couldn't see what kind of dark beast was hidden in the rolling black cloud. What is that? Grims's face became very ugly, and his voice became urgent. It's an adult black devil whale. This guy is the 6th level dark beast you mentioned. I guess we don't have time to return to the magic cabin. We must find a place to hide as soon as possible. After saying this, Grims immediately took out 2 shovels from his magic waste bag. He threw one shovel to Roy, held the other in his hand, and started digging a hole on the spot. Because there was some black fine sand under the feet of the 2 people, once they dug with a shovel, the surrounding black fine sand would immediately fill up the pit dug by Grims. Grims immediately called Roy, Roy, hurry up, let's dig together. Roy picked up the shovel and followed Grims to dig quickly. Grims the great magician kept summoning water balls, and poured them on the black fine sand. The 2 of them soon dug a sand pit for them to hide in. Grims the great magician took out 2 large magic boxes from his magic waste bag, and barely placed them in the sand pit. He opened the box, and found that it was filled with various precious magic beast materials. He stuffed the magic beast materials in the magic box into his magic waste bag, and then pulled Roy to jump into a magic box. As Grims summoned a gust of wind with magic, he quickly sat in the box and quickly closed the lid tightly. Roy was filled with sand in his mouth by the gust of wind summoned by the great magician Grims. He saw Grims hiding in the box and closing the lid, so he quickly hid in the magic box and closed the lid tightly. The gust of wind summoned by the great magician Grims soon flattened the sand pit that had just been dug. The 2 large magic boxes were completely hidden under the sand. Leah was sitting by the window, looking at the scenery outside. But when she noticed the rolling black cloud spreading rapidly from the left side of the sky, she was so scared that she jumped up from the chair. She didn't care about Alice's question at all, and rushed out of the room. She ran to the outside of Master Allard's room barefoot in her floral pajamas, and knocked hard on Master Allard's door. At this time, the great magician, who was observing the surrounding movements on the magic wooden house watchtower, had also discovered some clues. He ran down from the upstairs quickly, and arrived at Master Allard's door at the same time as Leah. The great magician knocked on the door and asked Leah, Leah, did you find anything too? Well, the dark beast tide from the dark land is coming soon. This area is the territory of a black devil whale. It's time for it to eat now. We need to avoid it. Although Leah's voice seemed a little childish, she was not panicked at all. Did you see the black devil whale too? The great magician, who had been guarding the observation tower, took a breath and asked Leah in shock. Leah shook her head and said, I can't see it, but I know it must be here. Many demon hunting groups in the Iris camp have suffered from it, so I know. At this time, the door was opened from the inside, and Magister Allard appeared at the door. Master Magister Allard, something is wrong over there. We suspect that a black demon whale is approaching. We must hide. The great magician said anxiously. Leah, are you looking for me for this matter too? Major Allard looked at Leah. Leah nodded quickly and said calmly, If you want to avoid this beast tide, you must hide. I'm talking about this magic hut. Major Allard nodded and said, I know, when this dark beast tide is over, we will go and see how powerful this black magic whale is. Let's avoid it for now. Major Allard originally wanted to knock on the door of Grand Mage Cedric, but he hesitated for a moment, and walked directly to the door of a room opposite. Knock knock knock. Mage Joyce pushed open the door and walked out. Erode, what are you going to do this time? Mage Joyce had an inexplicable excitement on his face, and his knuckles holding the wand turned slightly white. In order to avoid alerting the lich inside, let's choose to avoid it this time, Mage Alod said calmly. So you came to me to hide the magic hut with a tornado? Mage Joyce asked with some surprise. Yes, that's it. A huge tornado was summoned by Mage Joyce. The tornado spun around the magic wooden house at high speed, but the magic wooden house was not affected at all, and the black sand around the magic wooden house was swept away by the tornado at a high speed. As the black fine sand continued to disappear, the magic wooden house began to sink. All the magicians returned to the magic wooden house, and even Mage Joyce returned to the magic wooden house with an elegant step. The magic wooden house continued to sink, and finally completely sank into the black sand. When the tornado completely dissipated, only a vortex of strong veins remained on the sand. Everything returned to calm. At this time, a large black cloud that covered the sky and the sun rolled over, and a series of whistling sounds were heard in the air. The black cloud was filled with dense dark creatures. Because they were too dense, they looked like a dark cloud from a distance. In this black cloud, the largest number of them were naturally those ordinary dark creatures, and there were also many low-level dark beasts mixed in them, such as the dark sickle and the shadow demon. There were many ghosts mixed in, and they were also constantly devouring those ordinary dark creatures in the black cloud. Just behind this black cloud, a huge black bone whale with a body length of nearly 1,000 meters swam slowly in the bloody sky. Every time it opened its mouth, a huge vortex would appear in the abyss, and countless dark creatures mixed with some dark beasts would be sucked into its belly. Chapter 620. The black beast tide covered the bloody sky. Behind the beast tide followed a black demon whale, which floated in the air. Every time it leaped forward, it would open its mouth and suck the dark beasts and dark creatures in front of it into its mouth. Its body was like a small mountain, and it was completely black. There was an exoskeleton growing on many parts of its skin. A group of demon hunters, who were hunting nearby, were so scared that they hid in the sand. At this moment, Roy and the great magician Grams lay quietly in the magic box. Although the space in the box was not large, it was very clean, and the box was also very breathable. When Roy sat in the box, his legs could be completely straightened. The inner wall of the box was a very soft blanket. If he hadn't been worried about the big guy in the sky, he would have even wanted to take a nap in this magic box. The magic box blocked Roy's breath and perception. He didn't know what was going on outside. After Roy was promoted to the Great Priest, he was promoted all the way to level 17. He found that if he relied on the Holy Light Tree to absorb the power of the external Holy Light bit by bit, even if he raised a greenhouse of light flowers, his progress would be extremely slow. But since he successfully killed a Sea Beast Priest in the Sun Island Bay, such leapfrog promotions have occurred frequently, especially when hunting dark creatures in the Dark Land. Roy has been promoted more frequently. He sat cross-legged in the magic box, meditating like the great magician Grams, and saw the holy light power in his body began to run rapidly. He focused his attention on his hands, and soon, his hands were filled with the power of holy light. Finally, the part below the forearm was almost completely assimilated with the holy light. The holy light tree also grew very luxuriantly in his body, and the light flowers on the tree occasionally sprinkled some holy light particles. Roy tried to recite the holy prayer silently at this time. He didn't even draw the divine pattern. A holy light bullet immediately appeared in front of his body, which scared Roy. I don't know how long it took. Hiding in the box, I had no concept of time. There was a knocking sound outside the magic box. Roy sat in the box, raised his hands above his head, and tried to push the lid of the box. The lid was opened. Grim stood beside him. He bent down and reached out to pull Roy out of the box. The sky had returned to its original blood color. The black cloud that was rushing over had long disappeared at the edge of the sky. Roy looked around and asked Grams, "Did the black devil whale swim away?" "It has already swam away. I guess this area may not be its territory. It just happened to pass by here while chasing its prey." Grams patted Roy on the shoulder and said, "Let's go. We have been out for too long. It's time to return to the magic cabin." While packing up the magic box, Grams saw Roy's quick movements and couldn't help asking Roy, "Do you plan to join an adventure group and go on adventures around the world?" Roy patted the sand on his hands, straightened up and said, "Actually, before joining the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion, I formed an adventure group with a few friends, but by some coincidences, I became the leader of the Mine Guard group. I don't have any adventure plans for the time being. I want to take these guys back to the Partington Plain and plan what to do next." Roy did not say that he'd built a plateau city on the Pagisto Plateau, owned more than a dozen mines on the plateau, or had a fishery in the Sun Island Bay, and that he was in charge of the primary magic herb business on the Partington Plain. In the Partington Plain, Roy was indeed a little dissatisfied with the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. He felt that some Silver Moon Elf nobles in the Legion were unwilling to abide by the original agreement. After the war on the Pagisto Plateau subsided, they tried to occupy the plateau mines. When he walked out of the Partington Plain, he found that some of the actions of the Silver Pegasus Legion were indeed a bit gentle. The Silver Pegasus Corps is the actual controller of the Partington Plain, but most of the mines on Partington are actually controlled by Roy. Although Roy's mine guards belong to the 17th Silver Pegasus Corps, the 17th Silver Pegasus Corps can only get half of the mine's income. Roy knows that sooner or later, the income of the Pagisto Plateau mine will have to be given up. In the future, the income of the Partington Plain should come from three places: the primary magic herb trade, metal gems, and the fishery of the Sun Island Bay. Roy is most optimistic about the fishery in Sun Island Bay, because after the waterway between Sun Island Bay, Plateau City, and Padstow City is opened, the magic airship will closely connect the three places. The half-blood elves are not averse to eating fish, and the fishery resources in the Partington Plain are likely to be self-sufficient. Grimace heard Roy say that he wanted to bring the mine guards back to the Partington Plain, and then he remembered that the overly young half-elf in front of him was still a captain. He patted his forehead hard and smiled at Roy and said, "I almost forgot that you are still a captain. I really didn't think that there would be a Silver Moon Elf noble who would put aside the prejudice between races and let you form a team of half-blood elves to fight. In fact, the process is quite tortuous. At first, this Mine Guard Regiment was called the Mine Guard Team, and later it was expanded into the Mine Guard Regiment," Roy said with a smile. "So, you can become the leader of this Guard Regiment, and there is also a very exciting story?" Grams asked Roy. Roy rubbed his forehead and said casually, "Actually, it's okay. I just feel like I have been pushed along all the way. At first, I just agreed to be a guide and lead the Vanguard Cavalry Regiment into the plateau. Later, I became a leader inexplicably, and my life seems to have changed a lot." Grams asked curiously, "Can you tell me what's different?" Roy hesitated for a moment and said, "First of all, I became very rich all of a sudden." Grams was stunned. He couldn't understand. After a while he said, "Sorry, as a magician, I don't have a concept of color. For me, the most basic trading currency should be magic crystal." Roy knew that many Silver Moon elves didn't have much concept of money. They lived a rich life since they were born. Roy said, "I still remember that I sold a lot of nightmare vines to get enough money for this magic pattern structure. After becoming the leader of the Mine Guard, I had some savings in my pocket, but I never had the time or opportunity to buy a better magic pattern structure. I used to hope to take a boat across the endless sea and take a look at the other side of the sea. Now I hope that the half-blood elves on the Pagisto Plateau can live a better life." Roy said this in a subtle way, indicating that the money in his pocket can allow the half-blood elves on the Pagisto Plateau to live a better life. But Grams didn't notice these. He only heard Roy say that he wanted to go to the other side of the sea to have a look. "Is it the other side of the endless sea?" "Yes," Roy replied. "The other side of the sea is Roland Continent. I've been there," Graham said with some pride. Then he continued, "It has always been occupied by the Green Empire. A few years ago, when we were fighting with the Nagasi clan, His Majesty Ansel formed an alliance with the Green Empire and married the eldest princess to Prince James of the Green Empire. It was because of that alliance that we occupied the Queen of Winnie Islands. A few years ago, I heard that the eldest princess gave birth to a pair of baby girls. His Majesty Ansel personally named these two noble ladies, who were born with a golden spoon in their mouths, Ingli and Leedy. Counting them, they are about 10 years old now." Green Empire? Roy heard many of his friends mention this name, especially High Priest Reed, who told him a lot about the Green Empire. He was also full of curiosity about this country. "Yeah, by the way, there are many believers of the Statue of Liberty over there. The whole country believes in the Statue of Liberty. There are also many priests in their army. The Knight Army formed by priests and construct knights can even fight against the Wolf Riders of the Orc tribe on the front battlefield." Graves continued to introduce construction knights. Roy was a little surprised when he heard about this kind of knights for the first time. Then he began to think, how much money would it take to form a construction knights? Grems continued, "Also, the magicians there are good at fire magic, and human magicians often appear in the army. They stand in a row at the back of the battlefield, and then cast a large fireball spell towards the battlefield, and the entire battlefield will burn. Then he complained about the army configuration of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. Unlike our Elf Kingdom, magicians rarely go to the battlefield, and the Moon Temple priests are the same. Roy thought about how the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion won the Battle of Queen Ivany Islands, with the help of the Archer Corps of the Great Elf of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom, and the Priest Corps of the Moon Temple. So he said, actually, the priests of the Moon Temple are pretty good. They also fought when the Grey Dwarf Bandits attacked Queen Ivany Islands a while ago. Grem smiled, curled his lips, and said, I guess you don't know that the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion has to pay a large commission to the Moon Temple for this. Roy was even more surprised. Ah, do you still charge for it? Then why do you think the priests of the Moon Temple would go to the Queen Ivany Islands? Grems asked Roy. At this moment, Roy didn't know how to answer. In fact, he also hated the priests of the Moon Temple. The two walked and talked, walking down the gentle slope, planning to go to the next gathering point to wait for the magic cabin. The further down they went, the more mottled and weathered rocks there were around, and some shells that were worn out of shape were exposed on the black sand. The obstacles around him gradually increased, and there was still some soft sand under his feet. As expected, the surrounding environment had some characteristics of the sea. At least there would not be gray-white shells bigger than fists on land. Be careful. It was Grams who reminded Roy again. He grabbed Roy's arm and prevented him from taking another step forward. Roy quickly took a small step back and looked in the direction where Grams was looking. He saw an eyeball secretly poking out from the crack of a cracked rock. The eye grew on a thorny vine. The vine stretched out from the crack of the rock and supported the eyeball to swing back and forth. The eyeball was as big as a coconut, and the center of the pupil was dark. It kept scanning a fan-shaped area outside the rock, looking like a camera twisting back and forth. What is that? Roy was startled by the eyeball. At first, he thought the rock had eyes. If there was a rock giant hidden here, it would be a bit funny. But then Roy found that the rock had no signs of activity, only the eyeball was alive. Grams replied, It's a magic eye. It's a dark monster that monitors this area. Usually there are dark lords in this area. Only then will there be such things. They are a kind of dark parasitic monster. Let's not provoke them. Let's withdraw first, Grem said to Roy. The two of them retreated more than 10 meters along the way they came, and then began to bypass the rocky area just now. The road ahead became more difficult to walk. There were some sharp rocks hidden in the soft sand. If you accidentally stepped on them, it would be easy to sprain your ankle. Grem's perception was much higher than Roy's, so he walked in front. Roy followed Graham's obediently, and went around the rocky area. Graham's face became more serious. He stopped, lowered his head and thought for a while, and said to Roy with a tangled face, There is a fierce battle ahead, let's go around it. Oh. Roy agreed, but smiled and stared at the great magician Grams. Okay, we take a look from a distance and leave. After saying that, Grams took the lead and walked forward, holding the magic wand tightly in his hand. Roy also grasped the chain of the Book of Judgment, and held the sacred scepter in his other hand, looking around nervously. 3 gargoyles were squatting in front of a corpse, constantly pulling out bloody intestines from the corpse's abdomen. There were also several broken corpses lying beside them. The dead were all elf warriors. Their leather armor was torn to pieces. An elf long sword was inserted next to it, and blood was constantly flowing on the sword. More than 300 meters away, Roy could not see what was happening in front of him. But as a great magician, Grams clearly saw the bloody scene in front of him. The 3 gargoyles had eaten so many elf warriors, and their bodies had obviously grown a circle. Grams gritted his teeth and muttered, These damn guys, oh I really. Why do I care about these things? Why did I come up to them? Roy, follow me. After Grams finished speaking, his body kept crackling, and an ice armor covered his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. He rushed forward suddenly, and the staff in his hand gestured casually in front of his body. A 3-meter-long ice spear appeared above Grams' head. The ice spear exuded a biting cold air, which made Roy, who was following behind, shiver. Chapter 621. He said he would mind his own business, but his actions showed his true thoughts. This was the great magician Grams. Roy felt that the group of elf demon hunters had already been killed by the gargoyles on the battlefield ahead, but the great magician Grams still rushed forward to save them. Even though the gargoyles were as powerful as level 4 monsters, and even though a magic eye called the Darkland Watcher was hidden in the rocky area not far away. Grams was the kind of person who would never talk too much if he could take action. He majored in ice magic. After entering the 2nd level, the area he comprehended was the 4th level ice group Magic Blizzard. Among the 2nd level great magicians in the magic hut, he was also considered a 2nd level strongman with relatively high combat power. It was the first time that Roy saw the great magician Grams put on ice armor and rushed into the battlefield with an ice spear. Following behind, Roy hurriedly paid attention to the movements on both sides, while hanging the Book of Judgment on his left arm and tightly grasping the sacred scepter. Just as the three gargoyles crouching on the ground turned their heads, the ice spear on the head of the great magician Graham suddenly flew out, and the tail of the ice spear was scattering light ice chips. The ice spear was in front of the three gargoyles almost instantly, and the sharp tip of the spear pierced the chest of the gargoyle in the middle, and the sound of the rock breaking was particularly harsh. The light around was a little dim. A gargoyle was completely penetrated by the ice spear and firmly fixed on the sand. The two gargoyles next to it were also affected. The huge impact made their bodies retreat half a step. The three gargoyles obviously ignored the danger around them because of the feast just now. They were a little too careless. They were attacked by the ice spear of the great magician Grams. The first reaction of the gargoyles was to spread their wings and try to fly. As long as they can fly back into the air, they will turn the passive situation around. The great magician Grams obviously knew that he couldn't let the three gargoyles fly. He held the magic wand in his hand and pointed it at the ice spear on the gargoyle in the middle, and quickly chanted a string of magic spells. The entire ice spear exploded instantly, and the ice spear instantly turned into countless ice chips. Roy stood behind the great magician Grams, and could clearly hear the sound of rocks breaking. The ice mist quickly dissipated, and a layer of frost covered the three gargoyles. Before they could react, the magic wand in Graham's hand condensed another ice ball. This ice ball hit the three gargoyles before the ice chips around the gargoyles had dispersed. The ice ball exploded. The three gargoyles were covered with a thick layer of ice chips again. The gargoyle whose body was pierced by the ice spear actually shattered directly in the frost. The other two gargoyles probably felt that they could not retreat, and they actually put on a desperate posture, flapping their black wings fiercely, and rushed towards the great magician Grams with all their strength. They were as fast as lightning, and after spreading their wings, they were like bats. The great magician Grams, who was wrapped in a layer of ice armor, had no time to dodge, and was knocked to the ground by a gargoyle. Roy, who was following behind, saw the two gargoyles covered in frost suddenly appear in front of him, and almost subconsciously swung out a small silver hammer. The Hammer of Judgment immediately knocked out the gargoyle that pounced on him, and the gargoyle fell to the sand. Roy didn't have time to think about it, and swung the Book of Judgment and hit the gargoyle that was pressing on the great magician Grams. The heavy Book of Judgment hit the gargoyle, but only splashed some stone chips. At this time, Roy's shield-holding hand completely turned into holy light, and a holy light bullet condensed in the palm of his hand, and pressed directly on the face of the gargoyle. The holy light bullet emitted strong holy light, burning the left half of the gargoyle's face. The gargoyle roared, and its head tilted slightly, and its abyss mouth just stuck to Graham's ear, biting the sand beside it. As a sacred scepter filled with holy light power slammed into the top of the gargoyle's head, a large burn mark appeared on the back of the gargoyle's head, and it felt as if the gargoyle's soul was shaken out of the stone statue. The great magician Grams, who was pinned down by the gargoyle, took the opportunity to support the gargoyle's chest with one hand, and the gargoyle's chest quickly condensed into a large piece of blue ice. Grams took the opportunity to escape from under the gargoyle. Although he was in a very embarrassing state, he was not injured. If Roy had moved a little slower, Grams might have been bitten off the head by the gargoyle. Now the great magician Grams bit off the tie of a magic scroll with his teeth, and a magic pattern array appeared in the scroll. The magic circle turned into an ice spear in the blue light. Just then, the gargoyle rushed over and hit the muzzle of the ice spear directly. The ice spear penetrated the gargoyle's body and exploded with a short spell from the great magician Grams. Ice chips and gravel fell to the ground. A strong wind blew behind him, and Roy screamed in his heart that something was wrong. The gargoyle that he had just knocked out with the Hammer of Judgment had obviously recovered. He had just turned halfway when he saw a heavy black wing, wrapped in a strong wind, about to hit him. At the critical moment, Roy quickly activated the magic array on the magic pattern structure, and at the same time a holy light tree appeared behind him. The sound of spring water surging appeared next to the great magician Grams, and a blue water element appeared out of thin air next to the great magician Grams. The water element turned into a surging wave and rushed towards the gargoyle. The huge wave collided with the gargoyle, and the huge wave broke into countless water splashes on the ground. The figure of the water element reappeared next to the great magician Grams, and Roy also took the opportunity to avoid the attack of the gargoyle. The gargoyle seemed to be very afraid of the sacred aura emitted by the holy light tree. It covered its face with its strong wings, and it seemed to be enduring the burning of the holy light. When the great magician Graham saw the tall holy light tree behind Roy, he also took a deep breath. Then the water element beside him had already put his hand on the great magician Graham's shoulder. Under Graham's feet, a magic array with extremely complex patterns appeared. Ice crystals began to appear in the air. These ice crystals kept rotating around the body of the great magician Grams, and finally formed a huge icicle in the hands of the great magician Grams. The temperature around the icicle dropped to freezing point in an instant, and the gargoyle seemed to feel the extreme cold. Before its body could recover from the burning of the holy light, it flapped its wings and flew into the sky. However, it was too late to escape at this time. The huge icicle flew towards the gargoyle at lightning speed. One end of the icicle hit the gargoyle's chest hard, and the gargoyle immediately stuck to the icicle, and frost began to condense on its body. The icicle pierced into the sand with a bang, pressing the gargoyle firmly under the pillar. The great magician Grams walked in front of the icicle, and the ice armor on his body slowly began to dissipate. The water element behind him also began to turn into countless bubbles, and flew towards the blood-red sky. The icicle stopped in front of the great magician Grams for half a minute before cracks began to appear. With a crisp sound of crackling, the icicle began to break, and pieces of broken ice fell on the sand. After the 10-meter-long icicle was completely broken, a large number of ice blocks piled up together, and the body of the gargoyle was buried under the icicle. Roy finally saw the true combat power of a second-level warrior, and he was not at all inferior to the three dark gargoyles. Grams, the great magician, ignored the corpses of the elf demon hunters around him, and began to take out a crystal bottle, concentrating on collecting the black oil secreted from the broken stones of the gargoyles. Roy saw that Grams, the great magician, was collecting magic materials from the gargoyles, and he could not help much, so he began to explore the surroundings. The first thing he did was to drag the elf demon hunters killed by the gargoyles together. There were no trees in the dark land, so he could only insert a wooden board in front of a sand pit, and drew simple tree trunks and leaves on it with a charcoal pencil, and wrote under the board, in memory of those elf warriors who fought bravely in the dark land. Roy put the charcoal pencil back into his pocket and prepared to push all the dead demon hunters into the sand pit and bury them with black gauze. Some demon hunters had been torn into pieces by the gargoyles. Their arms and legs had long been separated, and even their heads and faces had become extremely distorted, and their original appearance could not be seen at all. These three gargoyles were obviously here to eat people. When Roy examined the last demon hunter's body, Roy's eyes only stayed on his face for 3 seconds. It was a body that had been completely drained of blood, and the skin was strangely pale. At first, Roy only felt that the magic pattern structure on the demon hunter's body looked familiar. After he looked at the demon hunter's face for a while, he immediately made a new discovery. He found that he might know this demon hunter. To be precise, he should not be a demon hunter. A month ago, Alvin and his group of second-turn warriors entered the Dark Land. Because of Byron Thor, Roy sent them to the Isnes Expeditionary Force Camp, so Roy spent nearly 20 days with Alvin's team. This elf warrior was a member of Alvin's adventure group. He was not a second-turn warrior, but was still at the peak of the first turn. He was a very stable sword dancer. Sword dancers were a unique combat class of elves, and their positioning was similar to that of shield warriors. Since they did not hold shields, it was difficult to arrange a defensive formation on the battlefield, but their combat power was much stronger than that of shield warriors. This sword dancer usually did not like to talk much, and he always showed an aura of keeping strangers away, so Roy had never talked to him. But his resolute face still left a deep impression on Roy. Roy could confirm that the dead man was a member of the adventure team of great swordsman Alvin. However, Roy also had some puzzles. At this time, if the original plan was followed, the adventure team of great swordsman Alvin should have walked all the way inside along the expedition road instead of appearing at the edge of Haiti. Roy checked the great sword throne in the sand next to him, and confirmed that the dead man was the sword dancer in the great swordsman Alvin's team. Roy stood there and looked around. The surroundings had long been quiet. Grams, the great magician, had also hurriedly collected the magic materials left by the gargoyle, and came to Roy with satisfaction. This time, he consumed a lot of mana, and when he gasped, he could hear that heavy breathing sound. "What's wrong, Roy? Why are you in a daze here?" Grams, the great magician, asked Roy. Roy didn't say anything, but was still checking other elf warriors silently, and even picked up their lost weapons around. "Do you know them?" Grams, the great magician, obviously realized why Roy was silent. Roy shook his head vigorously, and said, "I don't know him very well. He is a sword dancer in the team of the great swordsman Alvin. I sent them to the Isnes Expeditionary Force Camp a few days ago." They said they wanted to follow the expeditionary route of the Temple Expeditionary Force to find the remains of their fallen companions. I didn't expect to see their bodies here. This place is not close to the expeditionary route, Roy added. The group of second-level masters who came to the expeditionary camp some time ago, Grams asked Roy. Roy nodded and replied, "That's them." "Do you want to check around?" Grams asked Roy. "Forget it. I'm not too familiar with them. They must have a reason to come here." Roy refused directly. He didn't want to make any moves under the surveillance of the magic eye. Roy only knew Byron Thor from the team of the great swordsman Alvin, and he was not familiar with the other elves at all, so at this time, he still wanted to reunite with the magic cabin. After all, black magic sand appeared in the nearby area, and they also encountered the magic eye, which meant that they had officially arrived at the edge of Haiti. According to Leah's description on the map, after approaching Haiti, the magic cabin was like entering a hiding place for liches, and this was likely the lord of a lich. Then this area is extremely dangerous. Roy and Great Magician Grams were completely powerless in front of a powerful 6th-level lich. "Let's leave here quickly." After saying this, Great Magician Grams took Roy away in a hurry. The two of them trotted all the way in the sand sea and finally arrived at this gathering point before the magic hut left. Great Magician Grams took Roy into the rest area on the 2nd floor, and the other Great Magicians joked to Grams, "I thought you wouldn't be able to make it back. Grams, what do you feel when you encounter the dark beast tied outside this time?" Grams said very ostentatiously, "What kind of feeling can there be? Just hide a little bit." "Grams, what did you gain this time?" A Great Magician couldn't help asking. "Roy and I have found a magic eye in the most marginal area of Haiti," Grams said slowly. Chapter 622. In the lounge on the 2nd floor, a group of Great Magicians almost simultaneously set their sights on Great Magician Grams. A Great Magician approached Great Magician Grams and asked excitedly, "Have you really found the magic eye?" Seeing the proud look of Great Magician Grams, a group of Great Magicians suddenly became excited. "Then haven't we entered the territory of the Lich?" "Well, on the way back, we also encountered 3 gargoyles killing the elf demon hunter." After saying this, the Great Magician Grams glanced at Roy. This battle was very thrilling for him and Roy. If the two made the slightest mistake in the battle, or even if there was a lack of trust between them, the gargoyle might take advantage of it. When the Great Magicians heard Grams talking about encountering a gargoyle on the way, they all became excited. They gathered around the Great Magician Grams and asked him with concern, "Gargoyle? Level 4 dark monster? Did you kill them?" Grams took off the silk scarf around his head, took off the magic cloak on his body, took a cup of fruit tea handed over by his companion, took a piece of elf biscuit and stuffed it into his mouth, and said slowly, "Well, they were eating at the time, and they might not be so alert to the dangers around them. I stole one, and then we killed the remaining 2. Although Grams spoke in a relaxed tone, these Great Magicians are also well informed and naturally aware of the dangers here. A Great Magician who has a good relationship with Grams put his arm around his shoulders and sighed, "Grams, you are really amazing. When you met 3 4th-level dark monsters in the Dark Land, you didn't turn around and leave at the first time, but chose to defeat them one by one. You are really confident." Another Great Magician also interjected, "That's right, Grams, you should tell us the whole battle process in detail so that we can learn more. To be honest, I might not dare to take action if I saw a lone gargoyle." Roy sat in the corner of the rest area without saying a word, eating a plate of fruit silently. Grams had to deal with a group of companions who gathered around him. He took a sip of fruit tea and continued, "When Roy and I met these 3 gargoyles, we found that several elf demon hunters were unfortunately killed at the scene, and it seemed that they had just died, and the blood on their bodies had not dried yet. The 3 gargoyles surrounded a corpse, and kept pulling out intestines, livers, etc. Grimace, can you skip these cruel and bloody scenes, and just tell me how you defeated them?" Opia, who was leaning against the pillar at the entrance of the rest area, interrupted Grimace's bloody description. Grimace spread his hands with some dissatisfaction, and said in a rogue manner, "How else can I defeat them? I killed one with my ice spear first, and then Roy and I killed the other 2 together. I must admit that if Roy hadn't helped me, even if I could kill these 3 gargoyles, I would probably be seriously injured now." He paused and said, "Sometimes there is only a fine line between success and failure. This time we are lucky." A group of magicians looked at Grams with some envy. "Here is a suggestion for you. If you have a chance, you can recruit a more reliable priest in your team. I think water magicians and priests are a perfect match," Grams said confidently. A Great Magician sitting next to him said with some surprise, "I have never seen you speak so highly of other professions. That can only mean that Roy is very strong, and he was recognized by Grams. The great magician who had to stay in the wooden house's watchtower every day took the opportunity to say, "Everyone, let's talk about business." I also found traces of the demon hunting group's activities along the way. According to my judgment, they seem to be in front of us. Grams pushed the empty cup aside and started to discuss this demon hunting group that dared to enter Haiti with everyone. The magic wooden house stopped next to a huge rock, and it was pitch black outside. There was no light in the entire magic wooden house. Outside the room of Magister Cedric, 6 magisters sat around a round table, on which was spread a mostly blank map, with only the area where the magic wooden house passed, depicted by countless lines. Leah sat on a chair near the door. She didn't need to say anything at this time, because the magic wooden house had successfully arrived in Haiti, and Grams had detected the magic eye in front, which meant that there must be a Warcraft lord nearby. This means that they are not too far from the Lich. Before encountering the Lich, the 6 magicians must get together to discuss the hunting plan. As the only observer of this meeting, Leah huddled in a chair at the door of the conference room, trying to make herself look inconspicuous as much as possible. At this time, Leah heard an old voice saying, "Let's start now." The great magician who spoke was Cedric. He had white hair, and even a white beard. The skin on his face and body was a little loose and full of wrinkles. As he spoke, he felt the temperature around him drop. Mage Laud quickly took over the topic. "We have now entered Haiti. This is a place where murderers from the Dark Land frequently appear. We also ran into a black demon whale yesterday." He turned his head and looked at the elf girl at the door. "Leah, have you seen this Lich?" Leah, who was distracted, was startled by Mage Laud. She quickly stood up and said, "I only know that there is a Lich here, but I haven't seen it with my own eyes. I only remember that my mother died here, and there were many famous demon hunters in the Iris camp. At that time, everyone said that they were killed by a Lich on the edge of Haiti." Mage Laud signaled Leah to sit down. Mage Joyce, who had rarely spoken, suddenly said, "We can't let them go out to explore the way next. They can easily alert the enemy. This time, I want to go ahead to explore." The they Mage Joyce mentioned were several great magicians headed by Great Magician Grams. They are usually responsible for exploring the area around the magic cabin. Mage Joyce was worried that they would make some mistakes during the investigation, so he decided to go and see the Lich himself. Joyce is a wind mage, and is considered the most proficient in combat among the 6 mages. "Joyce, let me do it. After all, it is more convenient for me to go in and out." Mage Jonas, who was sitting opposite Mage Joyce, spoke. Her voice was particularly sweet. With the help of magic, Mage Jonas's appearance and voice were adjusted to the most perfect state. Although she is also a water mage, she is also proficient in teleportation magic. It is for this reason that Mage Jonas took the initiative to propose to go to the deep sea to investigate the Lich. After investigating the true situation of the Lich, we still need to choose a hunting ground. Grand Mage Cedric set his eyes on Mage Wesley, who had been silent beside him. Mage Wesley was proficient in arranging various magic arrays. He quickly raised his hand and said, "Leave this to me. I help." Mage Dunlop next to him also took the initiative to say. The 6 mages all responded very positively to the matter of maintaining the dark portal. "Everyone, let's start now," Grand Mage Cedric said with finality. The other great magicians had already dispersed, and only a few great magicians were left in the magic rest area on the 2nd floor. Roy wanted to take a shower in the bathroom before going to bed, but there were only 2 bathrooms on the 2nd floor, and both were currently in use, so he could only sit in the corner and wait quietly. There was still an orange left on the plate, and Roy was peeling it slowly. The rich juice in the orange peel splashed out, and immediately a fresh fragrance rushed into Roy's nose. He didn't like eating oranges very much, but he particularly liked the smell of peeling oranges. Elves like to make wine with apples, but the wine made from apples is sour. They also like to make wine with oranges, and they add a lot of honey, so the orange wine is very sweet. Apaya was lying on the sofa in the rest area. The slit of her skirt was very high, revealing her whole round long legs. She lay lazily on the leather long sofa, her narrowed golden eyes swept across Roy from time to time, looking like a predator. There was a cup of life tree juice on the coffee table, and she would take a sip every time with an elegant manner. Perhaps they sensed that the atmosphere in the rest area was a bit weird. So the 2 great magicians who originally wanted to stay in the rest area for a while found excuses to leave one after another. Opia stretched her neck, glanced at Roy who was eating fruit, and said to Roy, "Roy, I also want to go out tomorrow, but I am not familiar with the environment outside. Can you go out with me?" "Sure." Roy agreed without even looking up. Opia raised her lips, and glanced at Roy, who was concentrating on eating the last few orange slices. Like a hunter watching his prey fall into the net, the secret joy in his heart was almost written on his face. Roy really wanted to say to Apea, "Can you not look at others with such naked eyes, and show all your thoughts in your heart?" But considering that the other party is a great magician, if he angers her, the rest of the journey may be difficult. So after thinking about it, he swallowed his words. As for entering the Dark Land together tomorrow, Roy actually knew that after the magic cabin entered Haiti, for the sake of everyone's safety, Mage Laud began to increase the restrictions on these great magicians. At least Grams had no plans to go out tomorrow. Opia usually followed Mage Jonas, and almost never went out to perform reconnaissance missions. Roy estimated that Opia would not have the opportunity to go out tomorrow. "See you tomorrow morning?" "Then see you tomorrow morning." Opia looked at Roy proudly, her eyes teasing Roy like a hook, and turned to leave the rest area. Roy breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Apei disappear at the stairs. After Graham secretly told Roy Apei's real age, he had no idea about this Silver Moon Elf grandmother, who was over 400 years old. That night, the band signed by Grand Mage Cedric came down. A piece of parchment was posted on the wooden door of the Magic Wooden House. The Magic Wooden House enters the territory of the Lich, and all great magicians are not allowed to leave the Magic Wooden House. Opea saw the band posted on the door, and stood at the door for a long time before returning to the room with a bad face. Roy was lying in the storeroom under the stairs, not knowing that he had been hated by Apea. On the black sand, a group of second-level elves with dark energy on their bodies hid behind a raised earth slope in a panic. The blood on the face of the great swordsman Alvin had dried up. He half-crouched on the ground with a torn parchment map in front of him. There were several second-level strongmen squatting around him, including Byron Thor. There were also some elf warriors guarding around. The great swordsman Alvin wanted to return to the Isness camp along the original route, because almost all the members of the adventure group were infected with the dark energy, and the accompanying priest died a few days ago. Everyone is now infected with the dark energy. If the dark energy cannot be dispelled in time, it will soon corrode and burn the body. The Lich has been following us, and we can't get rid of it at all. We have to decide whether to fight or flee. If we keep fighting and fleeing like this, more people will probably die. An abyss walker next to Byron Thor spoke up. Alvin Great Swordsman had some bandages wrapped around his left arm, and his arm was injured. Everyone has not rested well these days. They are on the road and fleeing almost every day. There are always elf warriors who fall behind and die at the hands of the Lich. This made Alvin the Great Swordsman feel exhausted, and he even regretted coming to Golfito Canyon. Inside the narrow tent, the air was filled with the smell of blood and sweat. "I think we can't solve the big trouble at all if we just run away like this. Only if we try our best to repel it once, we can escape danger," a second-level strongman next to Byron Thor said. Alvin the Great Swordsman hesitated for a moment, looked at the status of other warriors in the adventure group, and knew very well that it was not suitable for fighting now. The priest in the team has died, and no one can dispel the dark aura on their bodies. The state of the adventure team members is getting worse day by day. As far as I know, we are currently at the edge of Haiti. As long as we work hard to get out, the Lich should not easily run out of the territory. Byron Thor also interjected. He originally wanted to enter the expeditionary camp deep in the Dark Land and bring the bones of those dead companions back to the Elf Kingdom, but when he was at the expeditionary camp of Isness, he could not resist the invitation of the great swordsman Alvin, so he just followed the crowd and ran here. But now they have met the Lich. They can't beat the Lich at all, hiding behind the earth slope. They are in a dilemma. As long as it gets dark, no matter how far away they are, the Lich will smell the scent and chase them. Chapter 623. Alvin the Great Swordsman touched the wound on his face. Although the wound had scabbed over, the dark energy was still corroding the flesh around the wound, and the continuous pain made him a little irritated. He looked at the crystal sword in his hand, and for the first time he felt a little unconfident about the two swords. The blood-red sky was gradually darkening, and when it was completely dark, it would be the most difficult time for them. Countless dark creatures rushed out, among which were many minions of the Lich. They searched for their breath everywhere, and the Lich behind them soon caught up. A bonfire was lit in the camp. Although this bonfire might attract dark creatures around, there was nothing to be done. The bonfire could dispel the dark aura around, allowing the elf warriors to take a short break. This time, in order to find the remains of the Frost Dragon, Great Swordsman Alvin summoned some second-level strongmen who were willing to enter the Dark Land. After they had some repairs in the Isness Expeditionary Force camp, they invited a priest to join the Expeditionary Force camp. Then the adventure group followed the clues that Great Swordsman Alvin had and came to the edge of Haiti, and rashly broke into the territory of a Lich. For this, the great swordsman Alvin had already paid the lives of 7 elven warriors. Although the great swordsman Alvin made a prompt decision and quickly walked back along the way he came, the lich was like a leech, following him all the way. Sitting on the sand pile, Byron Thor looked into the distance. Under the blood-red sky was a dark sea of sand, and several dark creatures were floating in the air in a daze. He was on duty, took out the kettle, pulled out the cork, and drank the last sip of holy water into his stomach. This was what Roy left behind when he left. He originally wanted to follow the expedition route to find the bodies of his companions. In fact, he also wanted to open up the dusty memories. He was afraid to think of the unbearable past because it would give him nightmares all night long, but he was more afraid of forgetting them all. Unexpectedly, when he stopped at the Isness Expeditionary Force camp, he was taken to Haiti by the great swordsman Alvin. He had never seen a dragon in his life. He heard that the great swordsman Alvin had found the remains of a frost dragon, so he wanted to come and see it out of curiosity. But he overlooked one thing. Any area where dragons move is often accompanied by great danger. His dry lips regained some color under the warmth of the holy water. As it got dark, they had to continue their journey. Otherwise, if the lich caught up with them, another elf warrior might die. A faint black mist began to spread over the black sand, which meant that the lich was not far away from them. Dark creatures like bean sprouts grew out of the sand. They were about 1 meter tall. On the main stem, which was as thick as an arm and full of thorns, there grew a magic eye that was larger than a coconut. This eyeball had a lavender pupil, and countless golden rays spread outward around the pupil. The lens could be clearly seen under the cornea in front of the pupil. It kept looking around, looking for suspicious traces in the dark. Byron Thor only needed 1 arrow to shoot the magic eye, but he had to resist the urge to pull out the feather arrow, because as long as the magic eye was shot, the minions of the surrounding lich would rush over immediately. They had already paid a heavy price for this. Byron Thor got up from the sand pile and ran to the campfire with his back bent. The great swordsman Alvin had already put out the campfire with black sand, and all the elf warriors were ready to set off. But at this moment, the originally light dark purple smoke became thicker, and a shadow monster holding a sickle rushed out of the mist. Behind it, some shadow demons continued to rush out of the black fog. Alvin Great Swordsman immediately grasped the crystal sword, and a unicorn phantom appeared behind him, and then the unicorn phantom rushed into Alvin Great Swordsman's body. Then, a long virtual horn appeared on Alvin Great Swordsman's forehead, and his eyes instantly turned red. He jumped high and stabbed the shadow demon in front with the crystal sword in his hand. A half-foot-long light blade flew out from the blade and directly penetrated into the body of the shadow demon, splitting the shadow demon in half. A group of elf warriors took up their weapons and fought fiercely with these shadow monsters. Byron Thor cursed softly, "What bad luck." He took off the longbow on his back, and the moment he pulled the bowstring, a shadow of a great elf archer appeared behind him, doing the same thing as him. Byron Thor shot an arrow, and the great elf archer added the breath of the wind element to the arrow. There were quite a few shadow monsters rushing over from the opposite side, and Byron Thor started a burst of rapid shooting at those shadow monsters, and some shadow monsters were hit on the forehead. They needed to kill these shadow monsters as quickly as possible to prevent other lich minions from rushing over. This battle was a race against time, and all the elf warriors were doing their best. The shadow monsters in the purple mist seemed to rush out continuously. Alvin the Great Swordsman was surrounded by a layer of strong fighting spirit. While swinging his sword, some light blades kept flying out to smash those shadow monsters. A quarter of an hour later, the purple mist dissipated, and all the shadow monsters hidden in the purple mist were killed by Alvin the Great Swordsman and his men. There was another new wound on the shoulder of the Great Swordsman Alvin, and he was panting heavily because of the rapid consumption of physical strength. Byron Thor collected the lost arrows on the battlefield. There were only 3 magic-breaking arrows left in his quiver, and the rest were some ordinary feather arrows. In the Dark Land, arrows were difficult to replenish, and Byron Thor would cherish every arrow. However, the recent battles were hastily fought, and the troops were in a hurry, resulting in most of the arrows being left on the battlefield. Now there are not many arrows available for Byron Thor to use. Continuous fighting has severely depleted the physical strength of this group of elf warriors. Many of them are extremely tired, but in this situation, they have to grit their teeth and continue to retreat. "Byron, let's go!" The great swordsman Alvin shouted to Byron Thor, who was at the back from a distance. Byron Thor quickly inserted the arrow in his hand into the quiver and trotted towards the team. When everyone came here, they always walked down the slope. To return along the original route, they had to climb up along the long gentle slope, which made it very difficult for the elf warriors to walk. The sky of the dark land has completely darkened, which means that the dark creatures have entered their active period. The number of dark creatures floating in the sky has begun to increase. All the elf warriors are wearing magic cloaks. They also have to avoid the magic eyes growing on the ground and flee from Haiti as quickly as possible. The aura of the lich behind them is becoming more and more obvious. Alvin the Great Swordsman keeps urging the elf warriors to go faster. He looks behind him with some worry. Many elves have died, and he really doesn't want any more elf warriors to fall on the road of escape. In the darkness, a group of elf warriors rushed forward in panic. The shadow of the lich lingered in the hearts of every elf warrior. Everyone gritted their teeth and insisted on following the team to rush out. Some elf warriors could not hold on, and stumbled and fell on the sand. The elf sword dancers took the initiative to carry the elf warriors, who could not walk, and everyone continued to run forward. In the darkness, the pace of Alvin the Great Swordsman was gradually slowing down. Byron Thor was the first to discover that something was wrong with Alvin the Great Swordsman. He suddenly stopped and turned to Alvin the Great Swordsman, who fell behind the team, and asked, "Alvin, what do you want to do?" Great Swordsman Alvin avoided the other elf warriors, approached Byron Thor, and said in a low voice, "It is about to catch up. We can't outrun it now, so someone must stand up to stop it. I must do this. You and everyone else run quickly. I bet this lich will not leave the territory. As long as we leave Haiti, everyone will be safe." Even if Great Swordsman Alvin didn't say it, Byron Thor knew that he was planning to do this. They have been friends for many years, and he still knows Great Swordsman Alvin very well. Or we can try again. Byron Thor's eyes revealed a fierce murderous intent, but he was interrupted by the Great Swordsman Alvin. "Don't dream. We can't beat the lich in our current state." The breath of the lich behind him became clearer and clearer. Byron Thor's heart once again surged, with a sense of powerlessness and despair. In a trance, he seemed to have picked up a memory that he had deliberately forgotten. It was also a dark place, and the dark demons also broke into the expeditionary camp. They also fled back along the expeditionary road, and those companions said the same thing to him. "It's about to catch up. We can't outrun it now. Byron, you run the fastest. You be safe as long as you run to Brinia. You must come back alive. Our family is in your hands." In the past few years since Byron Thor returned to the Elven continent, he has always felt like a deserter on the battlefield. The elven warrior running in the front suddenly stopped. In the endless darkness, right in front of them, a traveler wearing a magic cloak suddenly appeared, walking on the sand with her head down. Obviously they were still far away, and she was walking very slowly, but within a few steps, she actually came to the front of everyone. Alvin the Great Swordsman passed everyone and ran to the front. He saw the unique attire of the elf magician, and the elf magician exuded a strong aura of space elements. Alvin the Great Swordsman was about to go forward to talk, but he saw the elf magician open the hood covering his head, revealing a beautiful face. The unique beauty of the Silver Moon elves was fully displayed on her. "Alvin, why are you here?" The voice was extremely soft, and the familiar face made Alvin the Great Swordsman stunned. "Master Mage Jonas, why are you here too? It's great to see you. We are being chased by a lich." Alvin the Great Swordsman quickly told the troubles he encountered. Mage Jonas frowned as he listened, glanced forward and asked, "Have you seen the lich?" "Yes." Alvin the Great Swordsman answered honestly. When the elf warriors heard Alvin the Great Swordsman call the beautiful Silver Moon elf lady in front of him Master Mage, they knew that the other party was a third-level master and surrounded him. Magister Jonas actually wanted to walk forward and observe the lich hidden in the black fog from a close distance, but seeing so many wounded and tired elf warriors, she had to give up the idea of continuing to explore the lich. She didn't say much, and directly took out a magic scroll from her magic waist bag. After tearing open the magic scroll, Jonas opened a portal with a short spell. This portal looks no different from the wooden door of a cabin, and there are even exquisite carvings on the wooden door. Mage Jonas held the handle of the wooden door, and pushed it gently, and the door was pushed open. There was also a hint of darkness on the other side of the wooden door. Mage Jonas walked into the wooden door, and said, "Follow me." When Mage Jonas disappeared into the wooden door, Great Swordsman Alvin followed and walked in. A group of elf warriors walked into the wooden door one after another. In fact, Roy was a little confused as to why Great Mage Opia, a second-level strongman, targeted him. Aren't great magicians usually very busy? Roy thought silently in his heart. Not only do they have to study magic, but they also have to practice advanced magic and meditate every day. There are so many things to do every day that they always lock themselves in the magic tower and practice carefully. Obviously, this great magician Opia knows how to live better. Maybe she wants to make this trip more interesting. But Roy doesn't appreciate this kind of Silver Moon Elf-style romance, so he would rather lock himself in the grocery room under the stairs than sit on the sofa in the rest area on the second floor. After entering Haiti, the magicians suddenly became busy, and the great magicians had to stay in the magic wooden house. Everyone sat in the rest area on the second floor and chatted. Usually, Grahams would introduce the characteristics of various dark creatures. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Roy looked outside through the crack of the door, and found that it was Leah standing at the stairs. Then, he pushed the door open. Leah, what do you want to talk to me about? Roy thought that Alice was uncomfortable again, and asked while putting on his shoes. I heard from them that you didn't have breakfast, so here's one for you. Leah handed Roy a plate of breadfruits, which were covered with a thick layer of jam. They looked very appetizing. Roy took it and said thank you. The utility room under the stairs was very small, so there was no way to invite Leah in to sit down. Leah could only stand at the door. After more than 3 weeks of recuperation, Leah's face looked noticeably rounder. Roy casually talked about the first time he met Leah at the Izzy's Expeditionary Force camp, and said that he took a wooden sculpture from Leah's stall. Leah just smiled with her mouth covered. She tried to cater to Roy's topic, but she didn't know what to talk about. Chapter 624. Leah never mentioned her past experiences. She always said that life in the Iris camp was very hard and monotonous, and there was nothing much to say. Then she would talk about the many strange dark monsters in Haiti. Most of the dark monsters moved with the dark creatures. They were only particularly active in complete darkness, and they always came out to hunt at this time. Leah was a very good demon hunter in the Iris camp. She had seen far more dark monsters than Roy. Alice had lived for so long, and spent most of her time lying in the tent, so a large part of her world was built by Leah. In her mind, it was always Leah who said this. Leah who said that. She was a very introverted elf girl, but she was very opinionated. Every time Roy gave her the power of holy light, she would look apologetic, and it was obvious that she was burdened. At this time, Roy would always sit in front of the bed, with a faint smile on his face, and say to Alice, "It's okay, my holy light power is converted from some unstable dark elements, and it actually comes easily." Alice forced out a gentle smile, then lowered her head shyly. The great magicians learned from Grahams that Roy could restore the power of holy light in battle, and everyone was very interested in this matter. According to Roy, when the dark beast dies, when the soul dissipates, it will release an extremely unstable dark element, which can be transformed into a sacred breath. They also pulled Roy to discuss this topic together. The great magicians were very curious about the transformation of dark elements. But no matter how Roy explained, he still couldn't understand what the dark element transformation process was. Because Roy didn't know either. He couldn't say that the tree in my body, after absorbing the dark element, would bloom with flowers of light, and the pollen scattered by the flowers of light was the purest holy light power. He could only say that after killing the dark beast, the holy light power could be restored through prayer. So this group of great magicians became very confused. They made dozens of assumptions, and finally denied them one by one. A discussion often took a whole day. Later in the discussion, everyone called Magister Allard over and told him the topic they were discussing, and all kinds of arguments were brought out at once. Magister Allard believed that Roy's magic transformation was based on some kind of sacred prayer. The power of holy light and the power of darkness were different from other magic elements. The power of holy light represented holiness and purity, while the power of darkness represented evil and corruption. Roy had found a completely different path from the priests of the Statue of Liberty. Roy was affirmed by Magister Allard, and a group of great magicians expressed their desire to communicate further with Roy. After the discussion, several great magicians wanted to drag Roy to continue the discussion. Roy quickly said that he had just returned from the Dark Land, and his body had not fully recovered. He needed as much rest time as possible. Only then did these great magicians leave in disappointment. What Roy did not expect was that Apaya did not continue to tease Roy. When the discussion ended, she shook her scallion white fingers at Roy, turned around, and went downstairs very casually. Seeing that Roy always deliberately avoided her hints and explicit statements, Apaya did not pester Roy anymore. She gave Roy the same evaluation. He is the same as those guys, they all like young people. The magic cabin stopped at the gathering place, waiting for the magicians who went out to return safely. In the temporary residence transformed from the laboratory, Alice was half lying on the bed, with her back against a soft pillow and a thin blanket covering her arms. She had long hair and whispered to Leah, "Don't always think of ways to get close to him every day. This is too purposeful and not good at all." Only in front of Leah would she be completely relaxed, and have the momentum of a sister. Leah stood at the door of the room, one hand on the door handle, peeking out through the narrow crack of the door, and when she saw that there was no movement at the staircase, she would quickly close the door. She turned around, put her hands behind her, leaned against the wooden door and sighed, whispering to Alice, "Of course I know this is not the best way, but it is definitely the most effective. No matter what, I must rely on him this time, and Alice, have you noticed that his holy light power recovers much faster than other priests?" After saying that, Leah smiled proudly. Alice frowned and said to Leah, "Then, don't you still have a lot of things to do?" Leah, "Isn't it your dream since childhood to learn dark magic from Mage Dunlop? Although Master Dunlop is a little hesitant at the moment, as long as you take the initiative, I think he will change his mind after seeing your excellent performance." Recently, Alice's mental state has been improving, and she has become more and more talkative. Leah pursed her lips and muttered softly, "Dark magic. In fact, learning from Master Dunlop is certainly not a bad thing, but many things I have realized in the Dark Land are not much different from what he said, so it doesn't matter whether I learn it or not." Then she raised her delicate eyebrows and said to Alice very proudly, "I have inquired about it. Roy is a captain. He has an army in the Dark Land. As long as we can join this army and become Roy's subordinates, we can always follow him. Alice, your body will definitely not have any problems again." At this time, some chaotic footsteps came from the stairs. Leah turned around and pushed the door, poked her head out, and looked out through the crack of the door, all in one go. The first to come down was a group of great magicians. These great magicians were still discussing the magic matrix core of magic power conversion as they walked. In fact, in the field of magic, the conversion between various elements has become normalized, and even some wizards, who have been exposed to black magic, have studied the method of converting magic power with life, but almost no elves would be stupid enough to exchange their lives for magic power. However, no one among the great magicians has published an academic paper on the topic of transforming the power of darkness into the power of holy light. But now, a young great priest named Roy has taken this step. Now we need a magician to stand up and express what Roy has done with magic theory. Obviously, no magician can do this for the time being. Roy walked at the back. He was going back to the rest room under the stairs to sleep. It was quite boring to sit together with these great magicians to discuss such academic issues, and Roy even regretted it a little. If he had known this, he should have refused in the morning. When passing by the laboratory room, Roy couldn't help but look at the wooden door. He happened to see the pair of lively eyes behind the door. Roy was stunned for a moment and leaned over to look at the eyes through the door and asked, "Leah, what are you doing?" The wooden door was opened from the inside by Leah. She blinked at Roy and said with a smile, "Nothing, just to see when you can finish. I also left you a piece of orange jelly." After that, he brought out a plate of orange jelly that he had prepared for a long time and handed it to Roy. When the plate was handed to Roy, although Leah was very careful, she was still burned by the holy light on Roy's hand. She withdrew her hand with a grin. Leah felt uncomfortable every time she came into contact with Roy. Even if Roy tried hard to control the holy light in his body from overflowing, Leah would still feel a strong burning sensation when she touched Roy's hand. However, this minor injury could not stop Leah from taking the initiative at all. She wanted Roy to feel that it would be very useful to bring her along. None of the great magicians in the magic cabin expected that the first magician to return to the cabin was actually the most arduous scout mission, Mage Jonas. A dark blue magic array suddenly appeared on the open space outside the cabin. Then a bronze door appeared on the magic array. The strong magic fluctuations attracted several great magicians. These great magicians saw the bronze door on the magic array and said, "Mage Jonas is back." Sure enough, the door was pushed open by a silver moon elf from the inside. Magister Jonas walked out of the portal, followed by a group of emaciated and wounded elf warriors. These elf warriors walked out of the portal and sat on the black sand, and some even lay directly on the sand. Great swordsman Alvin and Byron Thor were the few silver moon elf warriors who could still stand after walking out of the portal. They first looked around and found that this place was not far from the place where they had just encountered the Lich. Although they could not feel the breath of the Lich, they could still judge from their years of adventure experience that this place was still on the edge of Hades. Right next to the portal, a 3-meter-high steel golem and a large magic wooden house still shocked the two. Almost half of the Dark Land is black desert. Many vehicles cannot pass through this soft sand, but this magic wooden house in front of them can do it completely. Alvin the great swordsman stared at the magic wooden house in a daze. Byron Thor began to observe the dark creatures around him. "Wait here for me, I will find someone to treat you." Magister Jonas told great swordsman Alvin that she did not invite great swordsman Alvin to the magic wooden house, because although the wooden house was large, it could not accommodate these silver moon elf warriors. When great swordsman Alvin heard Magister Jonas say this, he hurriedly thanked her. Magister Jonas walked quickly into the magic wooden house, walked along the corridor directly to the grocery room under the stairs, and knocked on the door. Roy was lying on the small bed in the grocery room, eating orange jelly with relish. Hearing someone knocking on the door, he thought it was Leah, so he pushed the door open and handed out the empty plate in his hand. When he saw Magister Jonas standing at the door, he was startled and quickly took the plate back. He jumped out of the grocery room, stood in front of Magister Jonas and greeted him. "Mr. Jonas, good evening." Magister Jonas had no expression on his face, and said to Roy calmly, "Roy, there are some silver moon elf warriors outside who need treatment. Go and help them." "Okay, Magister Jonas, I go right away." Roy didn't dare to hesitate. He had heard from the great magician Grams that Magister Jonas was the most difficult to deal with among the 6 magicians. Roy turned around, tied the magic waist bag around his waist, put on the magic cloak and walked out. At this time, Leah also followed from behind and whispered behind Roy, "I help too." The two walked to the door of the magic wooden house, and several great magicians followed behind them. Pushing the door open and walking down the steps at the door of the magic wooden house, Roy felt something was wrong, because he was familiar with these elf warriors lying on the open space in front of the magic wooden house. He walked quickly to a silver moon elf warrior lying on the ground and quickly checked his injuries. His body had been severely corroded by the dark energy, and he clearly showed signs of physical overdraft. There were several obvious wounds on his body, and a set of precious magic pattern structures was also severely damaged. "Is Lord Byron Thor with you?" Roy's hand turned into holy light. When his hand passed through the body of the silver moon elf warrior, the dark energy that had penetrated into his body leaked out and quickly dissipated. As the great magicians behind him ran out, they came directly around Roy and quickly set up a magic tent to shield his breath. "Byron Thor is with me," the silver moon elf warrior replied. Roy didn't rush to treat his wound. He patted his shoulder and said, "I have purified the dark energy in your body. The wound will be treated last." After saying that, he stood up, walked past several silver moon elf warriors, and began to look for Byron Thor. Roy called Byron Thor's name several times in a row, and then heard a familiar voice coming from behind. "Roy, why are you here?" Roy turned around and saw Byron Thor standing there with a tired face, surprised and delighted. "Lord Byron Thor, why are you here too?" Roy walked up and covered Byron Thor with holy light without saying anything. A soft holy light not only drove away the dark aura in Byron Thor's body, but also refreshed him, and his condition was much better than before. Roy explained, "I was ordered to follow Grand Mage Cedric into the depths of the Dark Land to search for traces of dark beasts." "Lord Byron Thor, aren't you going to follow the expedition route to Brenia?" Byron Thor smiled bitterly and whispered to Roy, "I was also delayed because of something." Chapter 625. The light of purification enveloped Byron Thor, and a trace of dark air turned into steaming black smoke emerging from Byron Thor's body. Roy's actions immediately attracted the attention of all the elf warriors. The great magicians just set up the magic tent to cover the breath of the elf warriors, and then left immediately. The identity and status of the elf warriors were much lower than those of these great magicians. The great magicians left in a hurry, and the elf warriors, who were slightly injured, immediately climbed up from the sand, took over the unfinished work, and fixed some pressure ropes well. Byron Thor told Roy that the priest they brought with them had exhausted all the power of holy light on the way. Then, the priest hurriedly slipped away, using the excuse that he missed his relatives and friends in the Isnes Expeditionary Force camp. Without the priest to expel the dark energy from the elf warriors. Every day, a small amount of dark energy would penetrate into the bodies of the elf warriors, and then it would always exist and corrode the bodies of the elf warriors. Along the way, the elf warriors suffered from the torture of the dark energy, and every day was miserable. Seeing Roy walk out of the magic wooden house, all the elf warriors' eyes fell on Roy, and their eyes were naturally full of expectations. They had been with Roy for about 3 weeks, so they naturally knew Roy. The dwarf warrior Lonling Bronzebeard, who was resting on the sand, called out Roy's name. Roy waved to everyone and asked Byron Thor to rest on the side. Then Roy came to Lonling Bronzebeard, and saw that there were several more unhealed wounds on his chest. The dark air eroded his abdominal cavity. Roy estimated that if he was not a dwarf with a strong physique, an elf warrior would have died long ago if he had been injured so badly. Now Lonling Bronzebeard was just lying on the sand with a pale face, and he still had a little strength to speak. "Uncle Lonling, how did you get hurt like this?" Roy asked with concern. Linglon Bronzebeard endured the pain and said to Roy in a muffled voice, I was scratched by a shadow demon when I was fighting a few days ago. Roy didn't see the great magician Delacley, so he asked Linglon Bronzebeard, Where is the great magician Delacley? Why can't I see him? I'm here. The great magician Delacley strode in from outside and sat down next to Roy very casually. He also looked very haggard, with his dusty hair tied into a ponytail at the back of his head. However, he protected himself very well, and was one of the few members of the team who was not tainted by the dark aura. It's great to see you again in the dark land. The great magician Delacley came up and gave Roy a big hug. Just now, he naturally went to visit several magicians in the magic cabin, and also chatted with several friends on the second floor of the cabin. I thought you would honestly return to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp. I didn't expect you to run out again, the great magician Delacley said to Roy. I can't help it. These magicians have my transfer orders, so I can only come here as ordered, Roy explained quickly. He didn't want to have any estrangement with Byron Thor because of this matter. Then, Roy began to use purification to dispel the dark energy from other elf warriors. Roy is now a 17th level great priest, and the holy light energy in his body is relatively abundant. He quickly dispelled the dark energy from all the elf warriors. Without the corrosion of the dark energy, the elf warriors became much more relaxed. When the great magician Delacley saw Roy treating the members of the adventure group one after another, it seemed that the power of holy light could flow out of his body continuously. The great magician Delacley looked at Roy's hands that had been completely transformed into holy light, and asked him with surprise, Roy, did you succeed? Roy smiled and said to the great magician Delacley, Although I still can't understand it, I did find a way to restore the power of holy light. Sure enough, Roy, you are completely different from the other priests in the Statue of Liberty. Great magician Delacley came to Linglon Bronzebeard, and seeing that the hemostatic bandages on his body had been rewrapped, he explained, I really don't understand you. You are a priest, but you don't believe in the Statue of Liberty. You are also the first leader of the half-blood elf army in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom, and you are also proficient in battlefield first aid. Are you talking about these skills? Of course, they are accumulated bit by bit in daily life. After that, Roy sutured the wound on the shoulder of another wounded soldier, and cast a holy light spell on him, which made a layer of oil film on the bloody wound. The elf warrior quickly built a simple magic tent at the gathering place, with some leather and sleeping bags laid side by side inside. Everyone would stay in this tent tonight. It was dark outside, and some dark creatures were floating in the air, but they knew nothing about the conversation in the tent. The great swordsman Alvin came to Roy. Roy was sutured the wound of an elf warrior. He was very focused on inserting the crochet needle into the skin of the elf warrior. After sewing to the end, he cut the silk thread and tied a knot at the end of the rope. Then he patted the elf warrior with satisfaction, signaling the next injured elf warrior to come quickly. Great swordsman Alvin said to Roy, Captain Roy, I didn't expect that we would meet here. He was the fourth person to say this to Roy today. Roy looked back at great swordsman Alvin and found that his eye sockets were sunken and his cheekbones were protruding. Great swordsman Alvin, you are seriously overdrawn and can't continue to take mental potions. You must rest well. When Roy spoke, he didn't look at great swordsman Alvin. He spoke while cleaning the wound of the injured elf. Roy had an assistant beside him. Leah was holding a silver plate with a crochet hook with thread, a roll of hemostatic bandages, a pair of scissors, and some primary healing potions on it. Leah also followed Roy to help. She was very diligent, but she would hide far away every time Roy cast a spell. After Roy cleaned the wound of the elf, he immediately pulled out a bottle of primary healing potion and poured it directly on the wound. Then he started to sew. The whole process was very skillful. Well, this time Magister Jonas has lent us a helping hand, so I can indeed take a break. The voice of the great swordsman Alvin was full of fatigue and relaxation. He was finally able to relax a little. He had never thought that he would meet a magic group in adversity, and Magister Jonas actually brought back all the elf warriors. Roy was busy for a long time before he treated all the injuries of more than 20 elf warriors. There were some unfamiliar faces that Roy had never seen before. Roy finished treating the wounded, handed the silver plate to Leah, then took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood stains on his hands, and hurried to Byron Thor, wanting to chat with Byron Thor for a while. He and Alvin the great swordsman were not very familiar with each other, so there was no topic to talk about. At this time, the door of the magic wooden house opened, and Magister Alod walked out from inside, standing at the door of the tent, and said to Magister Alvin, Major Alvin, Teacher Cedric wants to see you. Major Alvin was thinking about how to get some useful information from Roy, but Magister Alod called Alvin away, and he could not do anything for a while. Major Alvin followed Magister Alad and looked at the large magic wooden house carefully. I was wondering why this magic wooden house looked so familiar. It turned out to be the magic wooden house of Master Cedric. Great swordsman, Alvin said casually. He was the chief swordsmanship instructor of the royal family in Buenos Aires, and he knew many of the Silver Moon Elves' dignitaries. Obviously, he also knew great magician Cedric. Following Master Alad into the magic wooden house, it showed that they walked through a long corridor and stopped outside a room. Master Alad knocked on the door tentatively and said, "Teacher, great swordsman Alvin is here." In the small reception room, outside the suite, Grand Mage Cedric sat opposite Grand Swordsman Alvin. The drink in Grand Swordsman Alvin's cup was azure blue, and in addition to the faint fragrance of the sap of the Tree of Life, there were some other flavors. Grand Swordsman Alvin tried to drink a sip, and a cool magic power quickly penetrated into his body, instantly eliminating more than half of the fatigue in his body. Magicians can always adjust some drinks with special flavors. Grand Swordsman Alvin, how did you come to Haiti? Grand Mage Cedric asked. Great Swordsman Alvin quickly stood up and replied, Master Mage Cedric, we came to Haiti to find a battlefield relic. I heard that there are many good things in the battlefield relic. Then why did you come here? Grand Mage Cedric raised his head and looked at Great Swordsman Alvin for a while before saying, Of course, I came here for the Lich. I heard from Jonas that you just met the Lich? That's true. In fact, we have been entangled by this Lich for almost 5 days, and 7 elven warriors have died in its hands. Then Great Swordsman Cedric asked again, I remember you should have met a Lich before. Great Swordsman Alvin looked a little embarrassed and explained to Grand Mage Cedric, that was a long time ago. Then what do you think of the strength of this Lich? Grand Mage Cedric asked again. Great Swordsman Alvin replied, in the Dark Land, it has a stronger dark power, and this area is full of magic eyes and some Lich minions. At least in Haiti, the 5 second-level strongmen in our team are still no match for this Lich. Grand Mage Cedric nodded and said, we came to Haiti to hunt this Lich. But we don't know much about this Lich at present, so we came to you to collect this information in detail. Great Swordsman Alvin looked at Grand Mage Cedric in surprise. He quickly asked, with the power you have, it is naturally very easy to hunt a Lich. Why do you want to inquire about the news of the Lich this time? Grand Mage Cedric raised his head and said with a smile, what if I want to catch it alive? Great Swordsman Alvin was silent immediately. After a while, he asked, do you want to capture this Lich alive? Grand Mage Cedric nodded. Well, how about it? Do you want to stay and help me? Of course. You can. Alvin Great Swordsman hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. Grand Mage Cedric shook his head and said, Alvin Great Swordsman, you are still the same, never knowing how to refuse others. If you want to leave, don't force them. It should be safe to return to the Isnes Expeditionary Force camp from here. Alvin Great Swordsman waved his hands and said loudly, No, no. Of course I want to stay. What I am hesitating about is that the elf warriors who came with me have suffered a series of defeats. Considering that they have no confidence in the trip to Haiti, if they want to return to Isnes, I will let them leave. Grand Mage Cedric nodded. Alvin in front of him was still the Great Swordsman, who always liked to think of others. Back in the magic tent, Grand Mage Alvin told the team members about the invitation sent by Grand Mage Cedric. The temporary tent became quiet instantly, and a group of elf warriors discussed. Sure enough, some elf warriors chose to leave. They wanted to go on an expedition to the depths of the Dark Land to find some hunting opportunities. But most of the second-turn strongmen chose to stay. The elf warriors who left were all first-turn peak warriors. Byron Thor actually wanted to leave, but Great Swordsman Alvin hoped that Byron Thor could stay, and Byron Thor did not refuse. Great Swordsman Alvin had helped Byron Thor several times, and Byron Thor was able to enter the Dark Land this time because of the relationship that Great Swordsman Alvin helped him to smooth out. In addition to Byron Thor, there were 5 second-level strongmen who were willing to stay, including Linglon Bronzebeard and Magician Delackley. The second person to return to the magic cabin was Magician Wesley. Before leaving, he had already chosen the best location to set up the magic circle. This time, we went to that area to see what the sand sea looked like. Arranging a magic circle is a very tedious task, especially if we want to tie up a level 6 dark monster. This is also a big project for the 6 magicians. The 6 magicians brought a group of great magicians to the perfect ambush location found by Magician Wesley. Cedric looked around, and it turned out that the place chosen by Magician Wesley was really good. A group of magicians were also very anxious. After confirming the location of the magic circle, they began to get busy under the leadership of great magician Cedric. Roy followed Byron Thor to patrol the surrounding area. Chapter 626. At the magic circle layout site in the distance, a group of great magicians were placing metal runes on the sand. The placement of these runes needs to be very precise in order for the magic circle to function properly. 5 magicians are responsible for several different areas, and finally the great magician Cedric will integrate them together. After the cleaning by Alvin the great swordsman and others, there are almost no threatening dark creatures in this area. This is a depression on the edge of Haiti. As for the Lich, it was lured by the 2 abyss walkers, and was running back and forth in an area more than 10 kilometers away. Roy followed behind Byron Tor, walking and stopping on the sand. Their main responsibility was to prevent the dark beasts from breaking into this area and disturbing the magicians from setting up the magic circle. He and Byron Tor formed a patrol team, and the dwarf warrior Linglon Bronzebeard and the great magician Delackley formed another patrol team, responsible for 2 different directions respectively. The 2 were talking quietly about the 6 magicians. Byron Thor was not familiar with these magicians, but he knew magician Joyce. He said to Roy, "They usually do some magic research in the Ivory Tower, and it is difficult to meet them. Of these magicians, I only know Lord Joyce. I met him decades ago, when I joined a temporary mission to the Sky City. At that time, magician Joyce happened to be the deputy leader of that mission, and I was an elf archer who had just been promoted to the 2nd level combat professional. I was at the bottom of that mission. He was very famous in the Magic Guild at that time. I didn't expect to see Master Joyce in the Dark Land." When he said this, Byron Thor couldn't help but sigh and continued to walk forward on the soft black sand under his feet. Roy hurriedly followed and talked about his feelings when he first met several magicians. He said to Byron Thor, "Byron, you also know that my mine guards are currently stationed at the Dark Gate Expedition Camp. Since we entered the Dark Gate, the 6 of them have been inspecting the Dark Gate. Maybe there has been new progress in the research on the Dark Gate recently, so they entered the depths of the Dark Land. It's just that I didn't expect that they entered the Dark Land to capture a Lich." Roy's tone seemed a little exaggerated. Byron Thor smiled, turned the longbow on his back, put an arm on Roy's shoulder and said, "Roy, I know this hunt is very dangerous for you, but I hope you must cherish this rare hunting experience. For many elves, hunting a level 6 dark beast is not always possible. Besides, they are the most outstanding magicians in the Magic Guild of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. You can always learn more by following them." Byron Thor narrowed his eyes, and looked at the edge of the sand in the distance. "Byron, have you seen the Lich?" Roy asked curiously. "Yeah." When Byron Thor admitted it, he was a little vague and not very confident. Roy continued to ask, "What does it look like?" Byron Thor thought seriously for a while before saying, "It's about 4 meters tall, with a huge skeleton and a gray cloth robe on the outside. That's about it." Byron Thor's description of the Lich made it difficult for Roy to form a clear image in his mind. Roy later learned that the Lich's body was always hidden in the black fog. Byron Thor couldn't see the Lich's true body at the time, so he couldn't tell what the Lich looked like. While the 2 were chatting, Roy pointed to the distance and said hesitantly, "Byron, I can't see clearly. What do you see over there?" "Oh no, how could a crypt demon appear here?" Byron Thor looked up at the huge black shadow that was emerging from the sand in the distance, and said to Roy hurriedly, "I stop it, you just follow me." Roy also saw the dark big guy clearly at this time. It turned out to be a beetle with an infinitely enlarged body. The fat body was covered with a layer of black hard armor, and covered with sharp spikes. It looked like an armed tank. This was the first time Roy encountered a dark monster with a physical body in the Dark Land. It emerged from the cave under the sand, with black fine sand flowing all over its body. The crypt demon shook its body violently, shaking off all the black fine sand on its body, then opened the 2 huge hard shells on its back, vibrated the black insect wings folded together inside, and then put the insect wings behind it. Normally, this kind of crypt demon will sneak out of the crypt after it is completely dark around it, and then hunt dark creatures everywhere. The rich dark air on its body is like a burning black flame. The direction it is moving in just passes through the area where the magician set up the magic circle, and it must not be allowed to disturb the magicians in any way. Byron Thor ran forward a few steps, and pulled out a feather arrow from the quiver. He held the feather arrow in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and decided to put the arrow back into the quiver. Then, he pulled out an arrow with magic runes on the shaft from the quiver. He drew the bow neatly, and aimed the magic arrow at the head of the crypt demon. The whole arrow was wrapped in a layer of bright wind elemental aura. The shadow of the great elf archer behind Byron Thor only appeared for a short while, and the shadow of the great elf archer cooperated with Byron Thor to pull the bowstring. With the bowstring fully drawn, Roy shot the magic arrow in his hand. A beam of white light flew out, almost sticking to the black sand. The arrow quickly passed by, and the airflow it brought blew up the black fine sand on the ground. Although the crypt demon had lost its visual function, it still had a keen sense of the outside world. It immediately turned around, facing the direction where the arrow was coming from, raised a pair of huge pincers, and blocked the pincers in front of its body. Unexpectedly, the arrow flew through the gap between its two large pincers and hit the center of the crypt demon's head directly. The entire arrow completely penetrated into the hard shell. After the arrow hit the crypt demon, Byron Thor's spirits were lifted. He expected the crypt demon to fall down after being hit by the arrow. But it didn't. The crypt demon shook its head vigorously, slowly turned its body, and stretched out a row of densely packed lower limbs, like oars, which supported the huge body of the crypt demon and allowed it to move quickly on the soft sand. Byron Thor saw the crypt demon rushing towards him, and he was not afraid at all. He pulled out 5 arrows from the quiver in succession, and shot them at the vital parts of the crypt demon's body. Byron Thor possessed extremely advanced archery skills. The 5 arrows hit the crypt demon's eyes, heart, and shell gaps respectively. It can be seen that every time the crypt demon was hit by an arrow, he had to endure great pain on his body. But this did not slow down its attack speed. It began to become crazy and rushed towards Byron Thor. There were only a few ordinary arrows left in Byron Thor's quiver, and the dark beast rushed forward recklessly. Byron Thor took a step back habitually, and found that Roy had taken out a small silver hammer beside him at some point, and was ready to fight. Byron Thor hurriedly said to Roy, "It's coming, let's retreat quickly, the two of us can't stop its charge." Byron Thor drew his bow, and shot the arrow again. This time, a burst of energy came out of his body, wrapping this ordinary arrow and spinning it rapidly. The airflow stirred up by the feather arrow formed a series of airflow circles around the arrow shaft. This arrow hit the hard shell of the crypt demon. The arrow carried a powerful shock force, which instantly cracked the shell of the crypt demon. While the crypt demon's attention was focused on Graham's, Roy secretly opened the Book of Judgment and summoned the Hammer of Judgment from the page. The crypt demon, with several arrows stuck in his body, had already rushed in. Just as Byron Thor shouted, "Roy, hurry up and follow me." Roy followed Byron Thor and retreated, while throwing the silver hammer in his hand. Byron Thor only felt a strong holy light power rippling out of his ears. He turned his head, and saw that the silver hammer had smashed a hole in the crypt demon's chest. The fist-sized hole kept flowing out of the decayed juice. Byron Thor originally planned to protect Roy and leave. But he never expected that Roy would use a hammer of judgment to smash a big hole in the crypt demon, and there was a strong aura of death around the wound. But even so, the crypt demon did not stop. It still rushed straight towards Byron Thor like a steam train. Byron Thor was also condensing an extremely shining magic arrow, and a large amount of wind magic was constantly poured into the feather arrow. This was the wind element condensing, but it was unusually slow. The crypt demon had already rushed 10 meters away, and Roy took advantage of this opportunity to throw out another silver hammer. The silver hammer hit the crypt demon, and the crypt demon immediately froze in place. Its body seemed to be under the spell of time stagnation, and it stayed in place without moving. The crypt demon raised its wings again, trying to fly up from the soft sand. Byron Thor had absorbed all the wind elements into the shaft of the feather arrow, and when the arrow flew out, the surrounding air seemed to be absorbed. The arrow penetrated the top of the crypt demon's head, and then came out from the tip of its butt. The crypt demon's body was pierced by Byron Thor's arrow, and immediately fell to the sand. The countless legs on its abdomen were twitching. Roy did not see the soul of the crypt demon, but only felt that the dark air around the crypt demon's body dissipated. Roy did not dare to neglect it, and immediately went up to pray. A large amount of dark air quickly transformed into holy light power, and holy light particles appeared in Roy's body. Roy only threw 2 silver hammers, and knocked the crypt demon unconscious. Byron Thor found that Roy had grown up a little too fast. Facing such a level 3 monster, he was able to fix it in place with just 2 hammers. While breathing heavily, he looked at Roy suspiciously. The two of them quickly cleaned up the battlefield, and then quickly patrolled the surrounding area. When it was getting dark, a large number of dark creatures emerged from various places and floated in the air. A group of lavender mist began to appear. Byron Thor pulled Roy and pointed at the mist in the distance, saying, "Roy, look, the lich is hiding in it." Roy looked at the rolling fog, and could not see the existence of the lich at all. But what Roy could be sure of was that the lich was chasing them. Byron Thor did not even raise his head, grabbed Roy's arm, and ran back with all his strength. He did not hesitate at all, even though the two had just slaughtered a crypt demon in the morning. But when Byron Thor realized that the lich was coming, He took the initiative to take Roy to the back quietly. Roy also strode back. Some minions of the Lich rushed out of the black fog and chased after him. The two of them circled around the sand with the Lich, never letting the Lich catch up. Byron Thor released a magic signal, and the light green magic signal flare flew into the sky, leaving a beautiful trail in the black sky. Alvin, who was on the other side of the battlefield, just cut off a magic eye. Now an elf warrior shouted to Darwin, "Darwin, there is a trace of the Lich on Byron side. Immediately find a way to attract the Lich and quickly create a chance for Byron and the others to escape." Darwin the great swordsman looked up and shouted loudly. At the same time, the dwarves Linglon Bronzebeard and the great magician Delacley, who were next to Roy and Byron's group, also began to react quickly. They both ran towards the place where Roy and Byron were spreading the magic signal. "Delacley, hurry up!" Linglon Bronzebeard shouted at the top of his voice. His voice could be heard far away in the dark land. A group of dark creatures heard this sound and quickly surrounded the dwarf warrior. Linglon Bronzebeard held a war hammer in his hand and hit his shield hard. Instantly, an arc of electricity was rubbed out and spread out quickly. For a moment, countless dark creatures approaching were directly electrocuted to death by the lightning created by Linglon Bronzebeard. Behind the dwarf Linglon Bronzebeard, the great magician Delacley continued to release water arrows to kill the injured dark creatures. The dwarf Linglon Bronzebeard took the lead and rushed to the front. The two kept approaching the area where Roy was. The purple mist also slowly appeared in the field of vision. Delacley, as expected, they met the Lich. "Let's go over and help," the dwarf Linglon Bronzebeard shouted. The great magician Delacley followed behind breathlessly, constantly shouting to Linglon Bronzebeard, "Linglon, run slower." Chapter 627. The rolling black fog surging on the black beach was like the biggest wave on the seashore. Roy found a rolling black fog in front of him, and immediately stopped with Byron Thor. In the dark night, he could not see anything, but the strong sense of crisis made Roy tremble constantly. He followed Byron Thor, and there was always a mumbling voice in his heart whispering in his ear, "Don't go over, don't go over, don't go over, run away quickly, leave quickly." Byron Thor's steps were big, but not too fast, so Roy didn't feel tired following him. Roy even felt as if there was a breeze under his feet, supporting his legs, and he could take a long step with each step. Byron Thor's expression was very solemn, and he was always observing the surging black fog in front of him. He ran non-stop with Roy. At the beginning, there was only a large area of black fog behind them, but later it had spread to the left and right sides, and now it was even in front of them. The large area of fog had already wrapped the two of them in it. The mysterious Lich was always hiding in the black fog. Just as Byron Thor said, they couldn't see the true face of the Lich at all. "Roy, we're going to get through the black fog in front of us. After entering the black fog, no matter what you see in the black fog, don't pay attention to it. You must follow my footsteps. I will lead you out." Byron Thor was a little flustered, and his tone of voice was like reciting a prayer. He tried hard to control his emotions, and didn't dare to look Roy in the eye. "Yes, I will," Roy agreed. He knew that they were in trouble this time. The Lich behind them had caught up, and the black fog surrounding the Lich had completed the encirclement. Byron Thor seemed a little abnormal, with bloodshot eyes and a slightly dull look. The eyes that were revealed were fierce and ferocious. Originally, the two of them planned to attract the attention of the Lich and turn around twice on the sand on the edge of the sea. But now the Lich behind them obviously saw through Byron Thor's plan and manipulated the black fog to hold the two of them. Roy was still thinking about rushing out from the gap before the fog completely surrounded him, but Byron Thor grabbed him and said something inexplicable, which made Roy even more confused. Just when Roy realized that Byron Thor had become a little abnormal, there were even bursts of weird laughter in the black fog. That strange sound would make people feel impatient and have a strong desire to fight. Roy happened to be a high priest, and his body was filled with holy light, so he was not affected by such negative emotions. His whole body was emitting a faint golden light, but it was covered by the magic pattern structure on his body. Byron Thor's eyes were a little red, his hands clenched the bow arm, and all the muscles in his body were tense. Roy took advantage of Byron Thor's pause to quickly recite a prayer and cast a purification spell on him. Now, Roy can cast simple divine spells almost instantly, and chanting prayers is just a matter of a moment. A holy light fell from the top of Byron Thor's head, and Byron Thor instantly felt a coolness from top to bottom, and he woke up all of a sudden. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked around in horror, and gasped heavily. The first thing Byron Thor said after waking up was to say to Roy anxiously, "The Lich has already set his sights on us, let's run." After saying that, he grabbed Roy's wrist and held it tightly. Byron Thor silently chanted in ancient elven language, "Spirit of the wind element, lend me some wind power, so that my steps will become extremely light." A trace of wind breath surrounded Byron Thor, and finally these wind powers formed a halo around his ankle. Byron Thor's hand holding Roy's wrist suddenly tightened. Roy felt that Byron Thor's body released an extremely powerful breath. Probably it was burning some kind of physical potential. Before Roy could react, Byron Thor dragged Roy and flew out. Roy felt that his arm was almost torn off by Byron Thor, and he couldn't even scream. Because when Byron Thor ran at full speed, Roy felt that his body was almost off the ground, and there was even a kind of bang 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 sound of air explosion in his ears. A wall of wind even appeared around Byron Thor's body. When he ran at full speed, Roy felt as if he was traveling through a time tunnel. All his perceptions were disordered, and his arm was also pulled by Byron Thor and hurt. At this speed, Byron Thor couldn't hold on for long. When Byron Thor stopped, Roy's body hit Byron Thor's back uncontrollably, and the two stumbled and fell on the sand. When Roy's vision was fully restored, the distorted light and shadows turned back to darkness, and Roy found that Byron Thor seemed to have led him out of the black fog and came to the black sand outside. The surging black fog behind them swept towards the two of them again. Byron Thor's eyes, nose, ears and mouth were all bleeding, and the whole person was still in extreme excitement. He did not turn his head to fight, but ran hard towards the open area far away from the magic circle. Roy could only grit his teeth and follow Byron Thor, running desperately with him. Soon Roy discovered that it was not just the two of them running, but Uncle Lingon Bronzebeard and the great magician Delacley, who were also rushing towards this side. It was pitch black all around, and only when they were running very close could they be seen. The surging black fog continued to rise behind him. When its height exceeded 10 meters, Roy saw two bone hands stretched out from the black fog. The two bone hands, which were more than 3 meters long, were burning with a layer of black flames, and black fog was constantly spraying out. When it was still a few hundred meters away from Roy, it kneaded out a black burning ball, and then the light ball was thrown out by an arm. The thick dark air mixed with the flames, slowly rotating, but the flying speed was extremely fast. Byron Thor seemed to have a pair of eyes behind him. He didn't even look back, pulling Roy to the right, and a flame ball with a diameter of more than 1 meter, wrapped in a large amount of dark air, flew past the clothes of the two. When the fireball rolled down to the black sand, it did not explode immediately, but continued to roll forward for several circles, leaving a straight flame wall on the sand, and finally exploded at the moment it stopped. After the fireball exploded, the blazing flames covered the area of about 8 meters around. The sound of the explosion was mixed with the sound of some hard rocks breaking. This was the magical effect of the 4th level fire magic meteorite, but I didn't expect it to be thrown out by the lich in the black fog. Byron Thor looked back and immediately pulled Roy forward to speed up, because at this time, the lich hidden in the black fog held up a big fireball in both hands, and it threw it directly without any pause. 2 more meteorites fell from the sky, forcing Byron Thor to constantly change his running direction while running to avoid the constantly exploding meteorites. Although the two tried their best, they were occasionally affected by the explosion of meteorites. Many parts of Byron Thor's body were burnt, and even some of his hair was burned off. Although Roy had the protection of holy light, some new wounds appeared on his thick-skinned magic pattern structure. Originally, this magic pattern structure was already worn out. Now affected by the meteorite, 2 more magic pattern arrays were extinguished immediately. Every time he returned to Castletown, Roy would bring this set of magic pattern construction and ask Scarlet, a magician, to help him repair the magic pattern construction at the free trade market on the 1st floor of the Magic Guild building. After several repairs, Scarlet had painted some repair magic patterns on almost all the places that could be used on this thick-skinned magic pattern construction. Now, this set of thick-skinned magic pattern construction on Roy is not even worth repairing. But the benefits of the petrified lizard's thick skin are also revealed. Although it is thicker and heavier, its resistance to magic is much stronger than ordinary light leather armor. Especially after the meteorite exploded, Roy had to risk walking in the rain of fire. The flaming debris fell on Roy, but the whole set of magic pattern structure was still able to keep running. Roy ran breathlessly on the sand. Looking at the sea of fire behind him, he finally understood why such a strong adventure group was killed by the lich one after another when the lich was chasing the great swordsman Alvin. He was also in this dangerous situation now, but he still had plenty of physical strength. Fortunately, it won't release ice arrows. Roy sighed at the flames and meteorites behind him. Byron Thor looked at Roy in horror. Roy turned his head and saw more than 20 ice arrows coming out of the rolling fog. The tracks left by these ice arrows in the night sky were like blue ribbons. Just when an ice arrow was about to hit Roy, the magic pattern structure on Roy's body lit up instantly, and a magic armor appeared on Roy's body. But even so, the icy arrow hit Roy's back. Roy's body seemed to have suffered a severe blow, and he staggered forward a few steps. His back was burning at this moment, but he felt extremely cold. Byron Thor was like a light deer in the forest. He jumped a few times, and perfectly avoided the icy arrows chasing behind him. Roy had just climbed up from the sand, and had no time to run away. A slowly rotating fireball followed. Just when Roy was about to raise the Book of Judgment, and use his body to resist the fireball, a silver-plated dwarf chain shield appeared in front of Roy. Linglon Bronzebeard held up the dwarf chain shield with both hands, and an air shield that was countless times larger than the dwarf chain shield was covering the dwarf chain shield. This air shield was released by the great magician Delacley, who was chasing from behind. The fireball hit the dwarf chain shield, and countless flames exploded instantly, and all these flames were blocked by the air shield. The shockwave caused by the meteorite explosion was also blocked by Linglon Bronzebeard. With a sharp and piercing howl, the Dark Lich finally showed his head from the black fog. It was a head with a crown, with exquisite gemstones inlaid on its forehead. The whole skull was as crystal clear as white jade. Blue flames burned in the skull's eye sockets, and the Lich had a row of neat teeth. When it poked its head out of the black fog, it suddenly made a strange goo-goo laugh. The laugh made Roy a little nervous. Roy and Byron Thor were better. The dwarf Uncle Linglon Bronzebeard also became dull-eyed, but Roy used a purification spell to dispel the negative emotions in his heart. As for the great magician Delacley, he fell directly on the sand, with his entire head stuck in the sand. Byron Thor did not dare to hesitate at this moment. He rushed over like a fly, carried the great magician Delacley on his shoulders, and ran outside with Roy and Linglon Bronzebeard. Another big fireball flew over. Linglon Bronzebeard wanted to raise the air shield to block the meteorite. But the fireball exploded in front of Linglon Bronzebeard, and the violent shock wave threw the dwarf warrior's body into the air, and flames and debris splashed everywhere. Roy and Byron Thor were also affected. Byron Thor's legs softened, and the unconscious great magician Delacley fell heavily on the sand. The four people were beaten by the Lich without any chance to fight back. Roy was familiar with this kind of scene. He stood up despite the severe pain, and wanted to pull up all the people who fell to the ground. The black mist was already rolling towards them. Roy thought that the great swordsman Alvin could lead the adventure group and escape from the pursuit of the Dark Lich several times. Obviously, he had already reached his limit. Just when Roy was thinking about the great swordsman Alvin, he saw a figure breaking through the dark aura and rushing towards the Lich. He held a crystal sword in his hand, and moved as fast as a ghost. There was even a faint afterimage behind him when he ran. More than 100 meters away from the Lich, the great swordsman Alvin held the sword in both hands, and raised it above his head. He increased his running speed to the limit, then stepped on a protruding stone on the sand, and suddenly jumped into the sky. A shadow of a great swordsman appeared behind Alvin. The shadow moved the next second, holding up Alvin's legs with both hands, and pushing him to a height of more than 50 meters. The crystal sword held high by Alvin appeared just in front of the Dark Lich's forehead. Blue flames burst out of the Dark Lich's eye sockets. It opened its huge mouth and bit Alvin, and then a ball of black flame spewed out of its throat. At this time, Alvin turned around and moved to the left side of the Dark Lich's head, and the crystal sword in his hand instantly pierced into the Lich's ear hole. When the crystal sword touched the Lich's body, the Lich's head immediately turned into gray rock. Alvin the great swordsman failed to insert the long sword into the Dark Lich's ear, and continued to fight with the Dark Lich. He was obviously no match for the Dark Lich. When the Lich's body was covered by black flames, Alvin the great swordsman could only retreat in embarrassment. Several second-level strongmen stood in front of the Lich again, and Roy also mixed in the crowd. A green magic flare appeared in the direction of the magic circle in the distance, and finally waited for the magic signal sent by the magicians. At this moment, Alvin the great swordsman ran towards the direction of the magic circle without looking back. Chapter 628. Black fog rolled around the Lich's body, and as the Lich let out another creepy and strange laugh, a large group of ghouls suddenly rushed out of the black fog. These ghouls, whose bodies were only covered with a layer of fascia, probably smelled the smell of flesh and blood. They touched the ground with their hands and feet, and jumped back and forth in the black fog. They were originally just moving in the black fog. Now they have become wild horses that have run away from the black fog, and they have rushed out of the black fog and chased after the great swordsman Alvin. Those ghouls who were good at jumping quickly caught up with Alvin the great swordsman. Their fingers had turned into sharp bone knives, and they stabbed at Alvin the great swordsman's body. Although Alvin the Great Swordsman was running wildly, he could sense the danger behind him. Every time a ghoul jumped over, he would sense it and fight back with his sword. The crystal sword in his hand was very sharp, and the bone knives stabbed by the ghouls were almost all cut off by Alvin the Great Swordsman's forearms. However, the thick fog wrapped by the Lich was chasing him from behind, so he didn't dare to stop for a moment. Occasionally, several ghouls would rush at him at the same time, and Byron Thor, who was running in front, would twist his body and shoot an arrow. The feather arrow disappeared in the darkness, and a moment later, the disappeared feather arrow would be strangely nailed in the eye socket of the ghoul. It was Byron Thor who kept shooting cold arrows to help Alvin the Great Swordsman get out of the entanglement of many ghouls, so that Alvin the Great Swordsman could escape. Everyone ran towards the direction of the magic circle. The Lich was chasing behind. Its body was hidden in the black fog, which was rolling, and seemed to be able to swallow everything in the dark night. The Lich's body was wrapped in several black fogs, and its two arms kept throwing meteorites burning with flames forward. Byron Thor ran in front with Roy. He could use the power of the wind element to make his body extremely light, which made it much easier for Roy to run on the sand. Not far behind Roy was the dwarf Uncle Linglon Bronzebeard, who was carrying the great magician Delacley. On his broad and heavily armored shoulders, the great magician Delacley was hanging like a dead fish. Although the dwarf uncle had short legs, his pace was very fast, and the dust he raised covered a large area behind him. The Lich hidden in the black fog saw that everyone was about to escape from him, and he laughed again. A gust of cold wind suddenly blew from behind. This cold wind suddenly became fierce, and the surging black fog condensed and did not disperse. A large amount of fog rushed towards Roy and others like a tide. This gust of wind was really too strong. The Lich stood in the cold wind with his hands raised high. Under his feet was a dark purple magic pattern array. The black fog instantly swallowed up Darwin, Byron Thor, and Roy. In addition to the ghouls, there were also a large number of ghosts hidden in the black fog. They moved freely in the surging black fog. When they felt that an elf was caught in the black fog, they immediately entangled it and attacked everyone with their sharp claws. These ghosts were as thin as paper. Only Byron Thor could predict the attack of the ghosts. Every movement he made in the black fog was to avoid the attack of the ghosts. The dwarf Uncle Linglon Bronzebeard quickly pulled down the visor on his helmet. He was wearing heavy armor, and his whole body was wrapped like a can of meat. These ghosts were also helpless against him. The great swordsman Alvin held a crystal sword in his hand, and a group of ghosts kept spinning around him. He could stab a ghost every time he drew his sword. The only trouble was the great magician Delacley, who was unconscious on Linglon Bronzebeard's shoulder. In just a short while, the ghosts had already cut several wounds on his body. Roy was wearing a thick leather magic pattern structure, and his hands turned into a holy light state. As long as a ghost hit him, he would immediately throw a holy light bullet. The ghosts in the black fog were very fragile. As long as they were hit hard by the holy light bullet, they would immediately break into a ball of dark air. The Lich brought a group of minions to entangle Roy and others. When the great swordsman Alvin saw the Lich appear in his sight surrounded by a dark aura, his fighting spirit immediately burst out from his body, shaking away all the ghosts and ghouls surrounding him. A 10-meter-tall shadow of the Silver Moon Elf Great Swordsman condensed behind him, and then the shadow instantly materialized. The strong sword energy broke through the layers of fog, and a huge sword slashed at the top of the Lich's head. The Lich raised his hands, and a large amount of black fog gathered above his head, quickly condensing into a black shield. The shadow of the elven swordsman summoned by great swordsman Alvin slashed the black shield with a sword, and the black shield was broken. The shadow of the elven swordsman also dissipated in the black fog. While the shadow of the elven swordsman stopped the Lich, great swordsman Alvin hurriedly told everyone to run away. Roy finally knew how great swordsman Alvin's adventure group escaped from the Lich mist. As for the elven warriors who died in the battle, they probably didn't escape the black fog in time. Great swordsman Alvin rushed to the front and led everyone to break through the black fog in one breath. The ghosts following behind seemed to have encountered a barrier. They could only move in the black fog, but could not rush out of it. On the contrary, the ghouls kept jumping out of the black fog and were killed by the great swordsman Alvin and Byron Thor. Roy followed the dwarf Uncle Lonling Bronzebeard, and the intense running made his blood boil. After getting rid of the threatening ghosts, Roy found several scratches on his face and hands. He didn't feel anything in the black fog just now, but after rushing out of the black fog, he felt a piercing pain. The group of ghouls were the most difficult minions in the black fog. They kept coming out of the black fog. Dozens of ghouls entangled the great swordsman Alvin, and some other ghouls chased Byron Thor. Some ghouls took the opportunity to rush to the side of the dwarf uncle. One ghoul directly hung on the great magician Delacley, and opened its big mouth to bite the great magician's shoulder. Roy stood aside, and immediately threw a holy light bullet, which hit the chest of the ghoul, and instantly burned a fist-sized hole in the chest of the ghoul. The ghouls howled in pain, and more ghouls rushed towards Roy under the burning of the strong holy light. During the time when the ghouls entangled everyone, the Lich caught up with the black fog again. It noticed the light in the darkness. The Lich opened his hands, and the black fog surrounding the Lich suddenly exploded, instantly engulfing Roy and his companions. The Lich's attention fell on Roy. He stared at Roy's glowing hands. 2 balls of holy light reflected into the ghost fire in the Lich's eye sockets, causing the soul fire in its eye sockets to burn fiercely. He waved his arms, and the black fog rolled towards Roy like a black wave. Roy also found that the Lich in the black fog had been staring at him since it appeared. Under the gaze of the Lich, Roy felt that the dark air was like some invisible black ribbons, which began to wrap around Roy. The black bands wrapped around Roy tighter and tighter. Roy tried to struggle, and reached out to grab the black bands. When his hands filled with holy light touched the bands, the dark bands condensed by the dark air instantly melted away. The Lich found that Roy easily broke free from the restraints, and once again let out a series of strange laughs, and a large number of ghouls rushed towards Roy first. Alvin the Great Swordsman and Byron Thor were guarding Roy, and Alvin the Great Swordsman killed 7 ghouls with 1 sword. Byron Thor stood behind Alvin the Great Swordsman and kept shooting sharp arrows. For a moment, it was unknown how many ghouls died in the hands of the two. A holy light tree appeared behind Roy, and a string of light flowers bloomed on the tree. The petals of these light flowers fell from the tree canopy, and continued to replenish Roy's body. The surrounding ghouls appeared in front of the holy light tree. Whenever a particle of holy light fell on a ghoul, a small flame would appear on it. These small flames would not go out no matter how much they burned. They would stay attached to the ghoul until the ghoul was completely burned into black ash, and then they would slowly go out. The Lich bent down, opened one hand and quickly grabbed Roy. Roy looked up, and saw it very clearly. He threw the silver hammer that he had been holding in his hand at the Lich. Roy threw out a hammer of judgment. The silver hammer hit the Lich, quickly passed through the Lich's body, and left an inconspicuous hole on it. The Lich ignored the wound on his body, and reached out to grab Roy. Roy quickly condensed another silver hammer. After Roy threw the silver hammer, it immediately hit the Lich. A strong shock force was stimulated from the silver hammer, which immediately gave the Lich a brief pause. It was also during this brief gap that Linglon Bronzebeard stood in front of Roy with a shield. The Lich stretched out his hand, and pressed it on the chain shield of the dwarf warrior Linglon Bronzebeard. The Lich had tremendous power, and slapped the dwarf uncle Linglon Bronzebeard to the ground. Chapter 629. Alvin the Great Swordsman summoned the phantom of an elven great swordsman again, and the phantom instantly turned into a real body. Although it only lasted for a few seconds, he blocked the fatal blow of the Lich with a 2-handed great sword. Byron Thor took the opportunity to grab Linglon Bronzebeard's belt, and desperately dragged him back. Alvin the Great Swordsman picked up the great magician Delacley, and the two rushed to the edge of the black fog with all their strength. Roy fell behind the two, and a 10-meter-high holy light tree appeared in the black fog. The light flowers on the tree crown all bloomed, and a large amount of holy light power gushed out from the stamens of the light flowers. These holy lights melted a large area of black fog, and blocked the steps of the Lich. The Lich was a little afraid of the holy light tree, and it actually stopped in front of it. The holy light tree only lasted for 15 seconds before it was completely destroyed in the thick black fog. Roy held the Book of Judgment in his right hand, and he ran while waiting for an opportunity. He wanted the Lich to get closer so that he could throw the hammer of judgment in his hand. Seeing that the Lich wrapped in black fog was about to catch up from behind, Roy felt his palms full of sweat. His heart was beating wildly, his breathing became more and more rapid, and he took steps forward as if he had no consciousness at all. He clutched the silver hammer that was transformed by holy light, and looked back secretly. The Lich flew over quickly, and it seemed that its eyes were completely locked on Roy. A strong sense of crisis lingered in his heart. The Lich behind him was a 6th-level dark beast. For 2nd-level warriors, like Alvin and Byron Thor, it was also extremely dangerous. Roy was only a 1st-level high priest. In front of the Lich's powerful strength, all Roy's resistance was in vain. He could not stop the Lich's attack. There were a group of ghouls and ghosts around the Lich. Once these guys surrounded him, Roy felt that he would be completely trapped. There was still some distance to the location where the 6 magicians set up the magic circle. Roy felt that he would definitely not be able to outrun the Lich. He felt a little complicated. At this moment, he wanted to turn around and fight to the death with the lich that was chasing him from behind. Just when Roy slowed down his pace, Byron Thor, who was running desperately with the dwarf Lingon Bronzebeard, suddenly turned back and shouted to Roy, "Roy, why are you standing there in a daze? Run!" Roy suddenly woke up from his trance. He didn't know when he stopped. He was standing there stupidly, staring at the lich chasing him from behind. Snowflakes fell one after another in the black fog. Those large flakes of goose feather snowflakes fell on Roy's face, which felt particularly cool. The lich chasing Roy also stopped and looked up at the sky with some confusion. Not only were there large flakes of snow falling, but there were also icicles hidden in the wind and snow. These icicles kept falling from the sky and hit the lich one after another. The ghouls in the black fog were hit by the ice cones falling from the sky and were nailed firmly to the sand. The ghosts flying back and forth in the black fog were also hit by the ice cones, and then turned into a wisp of black air and merged into the black fog again. Snowstorm. Roy and Grims had cooperated many times in the wild of the Dark Land. He was very familiar with the magic of snowstorm, but the snowstorm in front of him was more than twice as big as the one cast by Grims, and there were sharp ice cones in the snowstorm. Roy came to his senses and continued to run forward following Byron Thor's footsteps. When he rushed to the edge of the black fog, he saw Mage Alod holding a staff in both hands, and stepping on a light blue magic pattern array that was constantly condensing a large amount of ice elements. These ice elements rushed to the sky and formed an ice cloud above the lich's head. Those snowflakes and ice cones fell from the ice cloud. Before Roy could say hello to Mage Alod, a wooden door appeared in front of him out of thin air. The wooden door was pushed open from the inside, and a white little hand grabbed Roy and pulled him into the portal. When Roy walked out of the portal, he saw Grand Mage Cedric standing in front of him, smiling at him. Arvin the Great Swordsman held Grand Mage Delackley, and Byron Thor dragged the dwarf Uncle Lingon Bronzebeard out of the portal one after another. Mage Jonas, who was guarding the portal, put the portal into his magic waste bag. "Good job, everyone. Let's take a break next," Grand Mage Cedric said to Roy and the others with a satisfied smile on his face. Then he asked Roy, "Roy, how are you doing? Can you still help them with treatment?" Although Roy consumed more than half of the holy light power during his escape, he was not injured. "Sure." After Roy finished speaking, he walked to the side of the great magician Delackley and cast a holy light spell on him. Seeing that he was just fainted, he began to check the condition of the dwarf Uncle Lingon Bronzebeard. After Mage Alod covered Mage Jonas to take back the portal, he quickly stopped the blizzard. He glanced at the lich in the black fog, rode on the magic broom, and flew towards the direction of the magic circle almost close to the sand. The lich in the black fog laughed again, and the laughter was like the cry of countless wronged souls in the howling cold wind. The black fog surged, and countless ghouls and ghosts chased after Master Alod again. In fact, this is already the edge of the lich's territory. The lich rarely goes out of the territory. This time, it was attracted by the holy light on Roy and lost its mind. It didn't even see that Master Alod was obviously much stronger than other elves. The soul fire in the eye sockets kept beating, and the lich greedily inhaled a breath from all around. The smell of the remaining holy light made it a little uncomfortable, but it smelled some long-awaited smell from the holy light. A large piece of black fog wrapped around the lich's body, surging forward like crazy. The dark creatures living in Haiti retreated one after another. Roy squatted behind a huge rock next to the magic circle, checking the injury of the dwarf Lingon Bronzebeard. This time the dwarf uncle was seriously injured. After all, the opponent was a lich on the verge of madness. Even though Lingon Bronzebeard held the dwarf chain shield to block it, even though he was wearing heavy armor, he still couldn't stop the lich's heavy attack. The dwarf chain shield flew away, and the heavy armor on his body was smashed unevenly, especially the din on the breastplate, which almost broke the bones of the chest cavity. This set of dwarf heavy armor was almost on the verge of being scrapped. At least if the breastplate is to be used again, it needs to be reshaped. After unfastening the breastplate buckle, it was impossible to take off the heavy breastplate from Lingon Bronzebeard normally. With the help of Byron Thor, Roy took a lot of effort to take off the heavy copper and iron. After lifting the blood-stained shirt, he finally saw the wounds on the dwarf uncle's body. Under the heavy blow, all his sternums were broken, and even 2 broken sternums penetrated the diaphragm and penetrated the edge of the stomach bag, which was just a little bit away from injuring the liver. Lingon Bronzebeard's right arm was also broken, and it was broken into 3 pieces. Relying on the strong physique of the dwarf, Lingon Bronzebeard's breathing was still very stable even though he was injured like this. Roy gave him a bottle of high-quality life potion, and many bruises on his body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Byron Thor looked at the sleeping Linglon Bronzebeard and whispered, "When I first saw him, he was just like now, lying in the alley of St. Margaret Harbor with injuries all over his body, piled up with garbage." Roy was stunned for a moment before he realized that St. Margaret Harbor was a port city in the Dark Moon Elf Kingdom. Dwarves are so strong. For a Silver Moon Elf, even a third-turn Grandmaster, it may be difficult to hold on to these injuries. Byron Thor continued, "But dwarves are different. Their vitality is stronger than wheat's." Roy cast a holy light spell again, and the wound on Linglon Bronzebeard's chest recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, Magister Alod was seen riding a magic broom. He was almost flying close to the ground, blowing up dust behind him. About 1 kilometer behind Magister Alod, there was a large area of black fog that was rolling and surging rapidly. The black fog was filled with strange sounds of ghosts and wolves howling. The figure of the Lich was right in front of the black fog. Its upper body was almost completely exposed outside the black fog. From a distance, it was more than 10 meters high. Seeing the Lich appear, several mages waiting beside the magic circle breathed a sigh of relief. The great magician Opia, who was standing behind Magister Jonas, even let out a low cry, "It's coming. Let's move away. Be careful. Don't scare this guy away." Although he looks so fierce now, he is actually very timid. He will run away immediately if he smells the slightest danger. Mage Joyce stared at the Lich and whispered. It can be seen that his eyes are full of fighting spirit. Mage Alod looked very handsome riding the magic broom, especially wearing a spacious magic robe. Flying on the flat ground covered with black fine sand reminded Roy of the motorcycle gangs he saw in his previous life. Mage Alod flew directly over the magic circle. The magic circle in front of him was covered by a layer of black fine sand. If you look at it coldly, it is difficult to see any flaws. The Lich's body is almost completely exposed outside the black fog, which is its real perception range. He stuck his head out of the black fog. Even if he saw the fleeing Mage Alod in front of him, he could not feel the dangerous atmosphere around him. So he almost did not slow down and rushed into the magic circle. Open the magic circle. As Mage Cedric issued the order, the Lich only felt that the sand under his feet suddenly emitted a light blue magic halo, which spread out rapidly in circles. Chapter 630. The Lich had already realized that something was wrong, but the strong sacred aura made it a little dizzy, so it chased all the way here. When it triggered the magic circle, a thick layer of frost appeared under its feet. Countless ghouls and ghosts that followed it were instantly transformed into ice crystal sculptures on the magic circle. As a gust of wind blew over, these ice crystals shattered one after another. The magic circle was like a huge ice lotus, which suddenly bloomed under the Lich's feet. A trace of icy aura began to entangle its lower body. These ice crystals began to shatter, along with the Lich's lower body made of bones. The Lich finally woke up and saw the magic circle under his feet. He immediately wanted to take the black mist away from here, but he was still a step too late. From the moment the ice lotus bloomed under his feet, his lower body had already begun to be frozen by ice crystals. A large amount of black mist gathered towards the Lich's body. The ghouls and ghosts in the black mist kept rushing into the Lich's body. The Lich's body began to expand rapidly. Originally, it was only 10 meters tall. After sucking in a large number of ghouls, its body suddenly swelled up. The dark aura also began to erode the ice crystals under the Lich's feet, and huge cracks spread rapidly downward from the Lich's waist. Its hands supported the edge of the ice spike, trying to struggle out of the ice pile. 6 magicians were already standing around the magic circle. The first to take action was Magician Joyce, who was a very outstanding wind magician. When he raised the magic wand in his hand, 5 magic runes immediately surrounded his body, and a wind elemental appeared behind him. A large amount of wind elemental auras surged out from the elemental world. These wind elements used the body of the wind elementalist as a bridge and poured violently into the body of Mage Joyce. A tornado centered on Joyce's body, constantly rotating and growing. In a few seconds, it soared to dozens of meters high. The tornado began to absorb the black sand on the ground and the black fog that permeated the surroundings. Soon, the tornado was dyed black. Mage Joyce and the wind elementalist were in the center of the tornado. Under the control of Mage Joyce, the tornado rotated and moved towards the Lich in the center of the magic circle. The strong suction even sucked the ice on the magic circle into the wind circle. As the tornado approached quickly, the Lich trapped in the center of the magic circle became more anxious, and its body began to spread out black light circles. Under the vibration of these black light circles, the ice crystals that froze the lower half of the Lich's body shattered one after another, and it forcibly fled to the outside of the magic circle with the black mist, trying to avoid the tornado that was destroying the world. But at this time, Mage Alad had just finished his ice magic spell, and he happened to be right in front of Mage Joyce. There was a huge magic circle between the two of them, and the Lich chose to flee to Magister Alad. A huge ice element appeared behind Magister Alad, holding a huge ice block in both hands and smashing it towards the Lich. The ice block with a diameter of more than 3 meters fell on the Lich and immediately shattered into countless ice chips. Magister Alad drew a horizontal line in front of the Lich with his staff. At the place where Magister Alad pointed, a 40 to 50 meter long ice wall suddenly rose from the magic circle. This ice wall soared to 40 meters high, blocking the Lich's escape route. When the Lich was hit by the ice, it had already stopped. At this moment, it could only try to push down the ice wall with its hands. But the bottom of the ice wall was quite thick, and the whole wall was shining with the glow of mana, so the Lich failed to push down the ice wall. It let out a shrill howl, and the remaining ghouls and ghosts in the black fog turned into a rolling wave, hitting the ice wall again. The huge ice wall also began to crack at this time, but the tornado behind it had already caught up with it, and the huge suction force almost sucked all the black fog on its body into the vortex. The Lich's body was also torn by the tornado, and it kept wailing in the wind. After hearing this sound, the dark creatures around the magic circle gathered uncontrollably to where the Lich was. Originally, there were no dark creatures in this area. The howl of the Lich disturbed almost all the dark creatures hiding in the dark. The howl of the Lich, which was filled with dark power, made Roy feel a little dizzy even though he was 100 meters away. At this time, he was squatting in a simple magic tent, helping Uncle Linglon Bronzebeard repair his broken sternum. He learned this skill from Old Pike. When he arrived on the battlefield, he found that Old Pike's things were really practical. Under the holy light, Uncle Linglon Bronzebeard slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw after waking up was Roy holding a bandage and skillfully tying a knot on his chest. Byron Thor was sitting on the other side of him, looking at him with concern. Linglon Bronzebeard felt a little stuffy in his chest, but every time he breathed, it hurt so much that he fainted immediately. The dwarf uncle barely opened his eyes and made a mouthful to Byron Thor, but he couldn't make a sound. Byron Thor quickly took out a wine flask from Linglon Bronzebeard's package, opened the lid, put it next to Linglon Bronzebeard's mouth, and gave him a sip. Perhaps it was the aroma of rum, or perhaps it was the holy light spell that Roy was constantly casting. Linglon Bronzebeard's eyes, which had been somewhat dim, suddenly became bright. Roy could even sense the violent beating of Linglon Bronzebeard's heart. In the magic formation, the Lich, whose lower body was buried by countless broken ice crystals, was swept into the tornado and rotated with the tornado. Grand Mage Cedric stood at the edge of the magic formation and glanced at Mage Wesley, who was 100 meters away. Mage Wesley was the leader of this magic circle. He continued to transfer a large amount of mana into the magic circle to keep it running. At this time, the ice crystals in the magic circle surged out again, freezing the lower body of the Lich firmly again. A chain of ice rushed out from the magic circle in front of the staff of Grand Mage Cedric and shot straight at the Lich. The chain of ice was thicker than the waist of the Elven Mage. There was a sharp diamond-shaped cone in front of the chain. The cone went straight through the chest of the Lich and wrapped around the Lich. The second ice chain rushed out of the magic circle in front of Magister Jonas, just like the first one, and went straight through the body of the Lich and wrapped around it. Magister Dunlop controlled the third ice chain, Magister Alad controlled the fourth ice chain, Magister Joyce controlled the fifth ice chain, Magister Wesley controlled the sixth ice chain. 6 ice chains passed through the Lich's body and locked him firmly in the center of the magic circle. A group of great magicians also ran to the magic circle at this time. Everyone simultaneously sent magic power to the magic circle, and the ice crystal clusters under the magic circle began to grow wildly. Frost covered the Lich's body and condensed into transparent ice crystals. Roy didn't expect that freezing a Lich would be so difficult. 6 magicians and 12 great magicians worked together to send magic power to the magic circle until the Lich was completely sealed in ice. It took them more than an hour. The 10-meter-tall Lich was sealed in the ice coffin, and 6 chains were trapped outside the ice coffin. The area around the magic circle turned into a world of ice and snow. Countless dark creatures were wiped out in the blizzard. Roy originally thought that he might have to wait for a while to recover the holy light power in his body, but he didn't expect that the dark creatures in the sky would fill up the holy light power in Roy's body. This was the first time Roy saw the magicians perform magic. They worked together with the help of the magic circle, and a large area of black desert was covered with ice and snow. Those dark creatures that flew over disappeared directly in the blizzard. The first lich was sealed in the ice crystal, and the 6 magicians breathed a sigh of relief. The great magician seemed quite happy. After all, they had captured a level 6 dark beast alive, which was much more difficult than hunting it on the spot. Grand Mage Cedric summoned 2 more steel golems on the spot, with chains wrapped around their waists, and the other end of the chain was tied to the ice coffin. Under the drag of the 2 steel golems, the 10-meter-long huge ice coffin slowly moved along the sand. The magicians went to the magic wooden house to rest one after another. Grand Mage Grams and another Grand Mage were responsible for controlling the 2 steel golems and followed the magic wooden house. The remaining guards of the ice coffin included the great swordsman Alvin and Byron Thor. Linglon Bronzebeard was seriously injured, so Mage Alod allowed him to lie on the terrace outside the magic cabin temporarily. Roy built a simple tent on the small terrace so that Uncle Linglon Bronzebeard could be more comfortable when lying down. Linglon Bronzebeard was a dwarf, and he was stopped outside the magic cabin by the proud elf wizards. Great Mage Delacley was a half-elf, so he could recover in the magic cabin. Grand Mage Grems was temporarily responsible for escorting the ice coffin that sealed the lich, and Grand Mage Delacley occupied his bed. Roy helped Grand Mage Delacley into the Grand Mage's room. Grem's room was a standard 4-person room with 2 single beds on the upper and lower floors. There was a long table on the wall opposite the single beds. The room seemed very small. No wonder the Grand Mage would go to the rest area on the 2nd floor whenever he had time. In comparison, it was more spacious and comfortable there. The room of the great magicians was still very clean. There were only some magic parchments on the table, and some unfinished magic patterns on them. Mage Alod took Roy into Graham's room. The 3 great magicians were excitedly discussing the process of hunting liches in the room. They were talking about the magic pattern array built by Mage Wesley. When Mage Alod came in, several great magicians stood up to greet him. Mage Alod asked Roy to help Mage Delacley to a wooden bed near the door, and then said to the 3 magicians, "Delacley was injured and needs to rest for a while. Please take care of him more." "Okay, Mr. Alod." The 3 great magicians hurriedly replied respectfully. Mage Alod turned and left. He was going to discuss the next trip with Mage Cedric. Roy helped the depressed Mage Delacley to the bed, let him lie down, put a glass of water next to his bed, and then said to Mage Delacley, "Mage Delacley, you should have a good rest. I will come to check you tomorrow morning." The great magician Delacley looked a little weak, and he nodded reluctantly. Although his injuries were much lighter than those of the dwarf Uncle Linglon Bronzebeard, the condition of the great magician Delacley was much worse than that of Linglon Bronzebeard. Perhaps this was the difference in physique between dwarves and elves. Roy added a little life tree juice to the water cup, so that the great magician Delacley could recover faster. After finishing all this, Roy stood up and said goodbye to the other 3 great magicians. The 3 great magicians were still discussing the ice magic circle designed by Mage Wesley, and it seemed that they benefited a lot from it. "Roy, I heard that you and Alvin have contained the lich outside. You did a good job." A great magician praised Roy. "Roy, every time Grahams comes back from outside, he always praises you in front of us. When we go to the wild to perform a mission, can we also call you?" Another great magician asked Roy. "Of course, as long as I have time, anytime," Roy answered readily. After chatting with the 3 great magicians for a while, Roy left. This time Roy saw the huge power of the 6th level dark magic beast. If the magician Alod had not stepped forward to help at the last moment, perhaps only the great swordsman Alvin and Byron Thor could escape in the end. He, Linglon Bronzebeard, and the great magician Karakli might all die in the hands of this lich. From the moment the lich appeared, Roy actually discovered one thing, that the lich had been staring at him. When he returned to the utility room under the stairs, he saw Leah standing at the door. She saw Roy coming back from the corridor and took a look at him. She found that he had no injuries, so she whispered to him, "Roy, I heard from the great magicians that they caught the lich. Are you okay?" "I'm lucky today." Leah said hello to Roy, and seeing that he looked tired, she slipped back to the room. As Roy spoke, he opened the door of the utility room. In fact, he wanted to take a shower and lie down, but he estimated that the bathroom upstairs must be occupied by those great magicians at this time, and he had to queue up in the rest area on the 2nd floor, so he simply took a rest in the utility room. Several deep scars were left on his magic pattern structure. Currently, only 5 magic pattern arrays on the magic pattern structure can still function normally. The magic array set up by Mage Wesley outside was quickly dismantled, so all the usable magic materials were recycled. Steel Golem dragged the magic wooden house, and began to move towards the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp. Chapter 631. While Roy was taking a nap in the utility room under the stairs, 6 magicians were gathering in the room of Grand Mage Cedric for a meeting. 6 magicians were sitting around a small round table, and each of them had a cup of life tree juice in front of them. They had consumed a lot of mana in the battle to capture the Lich, and they might need to meditate to replenish their mana. But before that, Grand Mage Cedric decided to hold a 6-person meeting to decide everyone's next itinerary. It takes at least half a month for the Magic Cabin to return from Haiti to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force Camp. This time is too long. We have to capture 5 more Liches next. If each Lich has to be captured in this way, it is likely that the time spent on the round-trip escort will be calculated in years. So the great magician Cedric convened this meeting urgently. He sat in the main seat in front of the conference table and said to several magicians, "The capture of the first Lich went smoothly. Next, we have to search for the whereabouts of other Liches. What should we do next? I want to hear your suggestions." Mage Joyce, who was sitting opposite Grand Mage Cedric, showed a confident expression and took the lead in proposing his idea. "Since there are Liches on the edge of Haiti, I think there should be traces of Liches deep in Haiti. I want to follow this clue to find them." Mage Alod agreed with Joyce's point of view and raised his hand to second it. Mage Dunlop gave a different opinion. He put his fist to his mouth and coughed twice before saying, "I think we should visit more demon hunter camps. For example, this time we got the news from Iris Camp. This is a good way to explore." Grand Magister Cedric nodded slightly. The news about the Lich was indeed obtained in the Iris Camp. Magister Wesley, who was good at setting up magic circles, also took the opportunity to speak, "Or we can go deeper along the expedition road. Those temple expeditionary forces have lived in the Dark Land for more than 10 years. They must know about the Lich. I want to go to Brinia to take a look." This proposal was actually the initial plan made by the 6 mages when they set out from the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force Camp. Now that Mage Wesley brought it up again, everyone fell silent. To stay in Haiti and continue to search for the Lich, or to move forward along the expedition road, it was still a bit difficult for the 6 mages to decide. At this time, Grand Mage Cedric continued, "Before entering the Dark Land, I wrote to several old friends, asking them to rush to the Dark Land to help. I estimate that they have almost arrived at Golfito Canyon by now. After the Lich is transported to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force Camp, I plan to temporarily ask them to seal the Lich, so we don't need to return to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force Camp with a Lich this time." Grand Magician Cedric paused, looked around at the 5 magicians, and said, "So now we have 2 paths in front of us. The first path is to continue exploring Haiti and find the whereabouts of the Lich. The second path is to return to the Isnes Expeditionary Force Camp, follow the expedition road to the Brinia Expeditionary Force Camp, and investigate the news of the Lich along the way. Which path do you think is more suitable for us?" The magicians around the round table looked at each other for a few times and began to think seriously. Mage Alod said, "Teacher, the information provided by Great Swordsman Alvin can also be used as a reference." Great Mage Cedric nodded and said, "This is exactly why I called everyone here." The mages looked at Great Mage Cedric again and heard him say, "Great Swordsman Alvin found out through some special channels that there is an ancient battlefield site in a certain area on the edge of Haiti, where the remains of a frost dragon are hidden. It is said that when the frost dragon died, it failed to be transported to the dragon tomb through the blessing of the dragon god, and part of its remains were left in the ancient battlefield site." Hearing this news, the magicians looked at each other in bewilderment. Although these elven magicians are not as rich as a country, they all have some industries in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. The magicians themselves are very rich, so they don't care much about the wealth outside. They have long passed the stage of constantly risking hunting monsters to accumulate wealth. But when the magicians heard the words "the remains of the frost dragon," the magicians still calmed down. The treasure left by the dragon is also extremely precious to these magicians. At this time, the great magician Cedric also sighed. After all, it is a treasure left by a dragon. I think if it's on the way, it's still necessary to explore it. After all, this matter does not conflict with the search for Liches. If there are such gains on the way, it is still worth our continued exploration near Haiti. The other mages also nodded at this time, agreeing with the decision of Grand Magister Cedric. Magister Alod took the opportunity to ask, "Teacher, who will be responsible for escorting the ice coffin back to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp?" Grand Magister Cedric had obviously made a decision, and said without thinking, "I plan to let Grams and Endless Diva escort the ice coffin back to the Dark Gate." "Teacher, then we will search for Liches in this area of Haiti separately?" Magister Alod asked. Magister Cedric shook his head and said, "Not yet. We need to stay near Haiti for a while, and wait for Great Swordsman Alvin to enter Haiti for investigation. If they can't find the ancient battlefield site, and there are no liches nearby, then we will walk along the edge of Haiti for a while. If we still can't find other liches, then we will return to Isnes, and explore the nearby demon hunter camp along the expedition road to inquire about the whereabouts of the lich. This is what Grand Mage Cedric wanted to say, and the mages all agreed. Even if the meeting ended successfully, the mages returned to their rooms. They needed to meditate as soon as possible to restore their magic power. After deciding on the route to take, the magic cabin stopped at a temporary camp on the edge of Haiti, and did not plan to continue moving towards the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp. Grams and Anlestiba, two great magicians, were also summoned to Mage Alaud's room. Mage Alaud was writing a document carefully at his desk. Grand Mage Grams and Grand Mage Anlestiba stood in front of the desk and waited for a while. When Mage Alaud put down the quill in his hand, he said, "The magic wooden house will not go with you to the Dark Gate Expeditionary camp. You two will escort the ice coffin to the Dark Gate." Grand Mage Grams was startled. He leaned close to Mage Alaud's ear and whispered, "Teacher, has this been decided?" Mage Alaud nodded slightly. Great Mage Grimace immediately had a layer of sweat on his forehead. He continued to say to Mage Alaud, "Teacher, that is a lich, a 6th level dark beast, not a low-level beast that I can trample under my feet. Once it breaks free from the seal of the ice coffin, Onlays Deba, and I will not be able to control it." Mage Alaud ignored the rich expression on Grimace's face, and said to himself, "That's why I called you here alone, to remind you very formally that you need to carefully check the seal on the ice coffin along the way, and don't let it have any chance to escape." Mage Alaud picked up the teacup and took a sip of water, then said slowly, "In addition, we have also confirmed that on the way back to the Dark Land, you should try to go back along the expedition road, so that it will be safer along the way." "So this matter has been decided?" Grand Mage Grams was a little dumbfounded. Mage Alaud nodded, rolled his eyelids, glanced at Grand Mage Grams, and then said, "You have performed very well recently, often taking advantage of the convenience of exploring liches to hunt dark creatures. That's why you received the task of escorting the ice coffin this time." The old face of the great magician Grimace turned red, and he dared not argue about this matter anymore. Then he said to the magician Alaud, "Then, can Captain Roy go with us? If he is here, we may save a lot of trouble along the way." The magician Alaud shook his head. It would be more useful for him to stay in the magic cabin. Grimace wanted to continue to argue, but he saw that the magician Alaud lowered his head and picked up the quill pen and the ink bottle, obviously not wanting to discuss this matter with him anymore. Great magician Grams wanted to stay, but was pulled out by great magician Anlestiba beside him. The two whispered a few words in the corridor at the door, and then left with their arms around each other. Great magician Grams did not turn back to negotiate with Magister Alaud. When great magician Grams said that he was about to return to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp, he asked Roy if he had any message to send back to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp. Roy then realized that the magic cabin would not return to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Camp this time. In fact, Roy was still looking forward to returning to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp. He had been away from the camp for so long and wanted to know the latest situation of the mine guards. But Master Alaud asked him to stay, so he naturally couldn't tell his thoughts, and could only stay in the magic cabin. Roy could only stand on the terrace at the door of the magic cabin and wave goodbye to the two great magicians standing on top of the steel golems. Watching the two steel golems dragging the ice coffin away from the temporary camp, Roy still felt a little melancholy. He didn't want to stay here at all. There was no news from High Priest Reed in Haiti, and there were high-level dark beasts everywhere. Unfortunately, his mission this time was to assist the magicians and hunt monsters in the Dark Land. These magicians had no intention of returning to the Dark Gate, so Roy couldn't return to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp. Uncle Lingon Bronzebeard's simple tent was set up on the terrace outside the magic wooden house. He poked his head out of the tent and said to Roy, "Roy, do you want to come in and have a glass of rum with me?" Roy sat down at the entrance of the tent, but he did not take the wine bag from Lingon Bronzebeard. Instead, he looked at Lingon Bronzebeard's flushed face and found that his body recovered very quickly. It was hard to imagine that not long ago he was smashed by the lich and all his sternums were broken. "Uncle Lingon, your body has recovered quite well," Roy said. At this time, the great swordsman Alvin pushed the door out of the magic wooden house and said to Lingon Bronzebeard in the tent, "Lingon Bronzebeard, this time we are going to Haiti to find the whereabouts of the lich and the ruins of the ancient battlefield. You should take good care of your injuries in the magic wooden house. This time we will return to the magic wooden house in about 2 weeks. By then, your injuries may be almost healed." Byron Thor followed behind the great swordsman Alvin and added, "Directly will also stay." Linglon Bronzebeard looked down at the bandages tightly wrapped around his chest and sighed dully. Then you must be careful. This time we only touched the edge of the sea and encountered a lich. Who knows what powerful existence will be hidden in the depths of the sea? Linglon Bronzebeard said to Byron Thor. I plan to go into the sea to explore with Ishamika and Byron Thor. Great swordsman Alvin and Byron Thor also sat down on the terrace. The second-level magic pattern suit he was wearing became very tattered, with obvious scratches in many places. He also had several wounds on his face, and he looked much thinner. Byron Thor turned his head to look at Roy, thought for a while, but finally said nothing. But great swordsman Alvin asked Roy at this time, Roy, do you want to go into the depths of the sea with us for an adventure? Roy was slightly stunned. He didn't expect great swordsman Alvin to invite him. In fact, Roy didn't really want to go. After all, the depths of the sea were full of unknown dangers, but he looked at great swordsman Alvin, who looked haggard, and then looked at Byron Thor, who bowed his head and remained silent. The black sand sea in the distance was full of dangers. Okay, actually, I still want to know what the deep sea is like. Roy agreed immediately. This time it was the turn of the great swordsman Alvin to be in a dilemma. Originally, he just asked casually and didn't expect Roy to agree. Roy followed the magic wooden house into the dark land. It goes without saying that this magic wooden house needs an accompanying priest. Now that Roy agreed to follow him into the deep sea, he had to get the consent of the master magician Alad. But you need the consent of Magister Alad to join our adventure group. I go talk to him. Great swordsman Alvin said decisively. After that, he stood up again, pushed the door, and walked into the magic wooden house. Roy, why do you want to go on an adventure with us? You should stay in the magic wooden house, and take care of Linglon Bronzebeard and Delackley. Even if you want to see the scenery in Haiti, you should go into the depths of Haiti with the magic wooden house. Byron Thor whispered to Roy while great swordsman Alvin left. It's not too late to reject Alvin the great swordsman now. Roy leaned against the railing of the wooden house and whispered to Byron Thor, Byron, why do you want to accompany Alvin the great swordsman on an adventure? Byron Thor immediately explained, I am different from you. He and I have been friends for many years. He has helped me many times before. This is the first time he asked me for help. No matter what, I promise this time, and I must help him to the end. Roy smiled and said to Byron Thor, actually, there is nothing different. Aren't you and I friends? Linglon Bronzebeard, who was lying in the tent, couldn't help coughing several times in a row, then took a big sip of the wine bag, and said with a mouthful of alcohol, cough cough, Byron, why are there always so many fools around you, before and now? Chapter 632. Roy joined the expedition team led by Alvin the Great Swordsman, because he didn't want to see them encounter danger in the depths of Haiti. Although Roy was only a first-level high priest, as long as Roy was there, Alvin the Great Swordsman, Byron Thor, and Ishamika would not be eroded by the dark energy, so they could remain normal in the depths of Haiti. Alvin the Great Swordsman proposed to Master Alad, Master Alad, I hope Roy can join the expedition team when they enter Haiti this time. Mage Alad pondered for a moment before asking him, have you communicated with Roy? Yes. Great Swordsman Alvin answered. Okay, but I hope you can take care of him more when you encounter danger. Mage Alad said to Great Swordsman Alvin, and then Mage Alad said, I remember that Delackley and your team was injured, and the team is still short of a great magician. If necessary, I can recommend a great magician to temporarily join your adventure group. Master Alvin understood that Master Alad was worried that the adventure team was not strong enough, and immediately responded, That's great, our team just lacks a magician. Well, before you leave, I will let our great magician find you. Master Alad waved to Master Alvin, indicating that he could leave. Watching Master Alvin leave the room and close the door, Master Alad frowned slightly. In fact, he didn't want Roy to follow the adventure team into the depths of the sea, but since Master Alvin could come to him to mention this, it meant that Roy had agreed. In this case, it would be difficult for Mage Alad to stop them directly. He could only arrange for a great magician to go with the group, so that when the group encountered danger, there would be more protection. The best candidate to join the adventure group was actually Mage Grims, who was a student of Mage Alad and had rich experience in hunting in the wild. Mage Alad would save a lot of trouble if he gave this hard work to Grims. But Grims and Endless Deba were currently escorting the ice coffin that sealed the Lich and were on their way back to the Dark Gate Expeditionary Force camp. Therefore, this matter can only be handled by one of the other great magicians. After a moment of silence, he left the room and went directly to the second floor of the magic cabin. Some great magicians were discussing Wesley's magic circle in the rest area. To be honest, Even Major Laud was amazed by the sealing magic circle arranged by Wesley this time. Wesley used the simplest method this time, and arranged a most practical ice sealing magic circle. It was the magic circle that trapped the lich, that allowed the 6 magicians to freeze the lich in the ice calmly. This sealing process does not even require the magician to weaken the lich. This hunt is likely to become a classic example of hunting high-level magic beasts. The great magician seemed very excited. There was a parchment covered with magic runes on the coffee table. This time, they had completely copied the sealing array of Mage Wesley, and were discussing how high the success rate would be if they were to set it up. Major Laud walked to the rest area, and several great magicians who were discussing heatedly stood up and greeted Major Laud. "How is your research going? If you are given the same batch of magic materials, what is your chance of replicating this sealing array?" Magister Laud asked. "The success rate is only 30% at most," a great magician said with some annoyance. "It's already very good." Magister Laud nodded, and then said, "This time, Great Swordsman Alvin wants to go deep into the sea to find the whereabouts of the lich and find an ancient battlefield site. Delackley from their team is currently unable to go with the team due to injury. Are there any of you willing to join their team temporarily? I want to know who are the team members?" A great magician sitting in the corner asked curiously. Major Laud said casually, "Great Swordsman Alvin, Byron Thor, Isha Mika, all 3 of them are second-level strongmen with a lot of survival experience." After Laud said this, he remembered that he had missed Roy, and said, "Oh, by the way, Roy also joined their adventure team." Lying on the sofa in the corner, Apea paused with her cup in her hand when she heard Roy's name. Seeing that other great magicians were still discussing in a low voice, she straightened her soft waist from the sofa, raised her white lotus-like arms, and said to Mage Laud with a smile, "Teacher Laud, can I join the adventure team of Great Swordsman Alvin?" Magister Laud originally hoped that a male elf would take the initiative to take on this task. But unexpectedly, when these great magicians were still discussing, Apea actually applied first. She was Jonas's student, and had been learning space magic with Jonas for many years. If she could join the adventure team, Roy might be more likely to escape when the adventure team encountered danger. Of course. In this way, Apea became the 5th member of the adventure team led by Great Swordsman Alvin. Apea was still full of expectations for this trip to Haiti. Other great magicians also reacted at this time, and wanted to join the adventure group to go deep into Haiti. But since Apea was the first to apply, Master Alaud did not change the candidate. Master Alaud walked out of the rest area on the 2nd floor and walked down the stairs, and saw the petite invisible waiting at the stairs. When Master Alaud looked at her, Leah just raised her head and smiled at Master Alaud. "Master Alaud, can I join the adventure group of Great Swordsman Alvin? I heard that Great Swordsman Alvin and his team were going to the depths of Haiti to look for clues about the lich. I happen to have grown up in the Dark Land, and was very familiar with the environment here. I also had a certain understanding of Haiti, so I could help them." "Leah, I can't guarantee that Great Swordsman Alvin would agree, but if you insist on taking the risk, I can recommend you to him." Although Mage Alaud didn't know what Leah was thinking, he agreed to her request. When Great Swordsman Alvin heard that Mage Alaud not only found a 2nd-level great magician who was proficient in space magic to join the team, but also found a local guide for them, he certainly wouldn't refuse Mage Alaud's kindness. I confirmed the expedition cycle with Mage Alaud. The adventure team will return to the magic cabin every 2 weeks, and set off again after a week of rest. This was decided. When the adventure team set off, Roy cleaned up the utility room under the stairs, and found that Leah actually came out of the room with a bag on her back and smiled at him. Roy understood it all at once and asked her, "Leah, are you going with us too?" "Yes, I'm the guide of this adventure team." Leah smiled playfully and followed Roy through the corridor of the magic cabin. "Why didn't you tell me last night?" Roy asked in confusion. Leah turned her head and whispered, covering her lips, "I just wanted to see your surprise." Last night, when he was transferring the power of holy light to Alice, Leah didn't tell her that she had also joined the adventure group of the Great Swordsman Alvin. The two pushed the door and walked to the terrace of the magic cabin. The Great Swordsman Alvin, Byron Thor, and Itiamica were already waiting outside the magic cabin. When they saw Roy and Leah, they said to them, "Are you all ready?" Roy nodded. He looked at the gray-black sand and the dark-red sky, thinking of the hunting scene of the black devil whale that day, and knew that if they crossed the area ahead, they would enter the most dangerous area in Haiti. Leah stood beside Roy, quietly waiting for the team to set off. At this time, the door of the magic wooden house was pushed open again. Opia was wearing a dark green magic robe and a gray and black patterned magic cloak. The huge hood of the cloak almost covered the upper half of her face, revealing only her white pointed chin and dark purple lips. Great Mage Apea, are you a member of the adventure team? Roy asked in surprise. Opia lifted the hood covering her eyes, and glanced at Roy with a charming look. Why, don't you welcome me? What Roy didn't expect was that Apea was also a member of the adventure team. Well, it's just a little unexpected, Roy said honestly. At this time, the great swordsman Alvin came over and said to Roy, Master Mage Alad was worried that the adventure team's self-protection ability was too weak, so he specially asked Great Mage Apea to join us, which also added a safety guarantee for the adventure team. Hearing what the great swordsman Alvin said, Roy didn't say anything else. The dwarf Linglon Bronzebeard poked his head out of the tent and waved goodbye to Byron, Thor, and Roy. Byron, Roy, take care of yourself on the way. I wait for you to come back here. Byron Thor squatted down, patted Linglon Bronzebeard on the shoulder, and said with a smile, Don't worry. See you in 2 weeks. Take good care of yourself. Maybe next time we can go together. What do you mean maybe? It's definitely possible. My body is stronger than a bull. Linglon Bronzebeard shouted at the top of his voice. Arwen the great swordsman stood in front of the magic wooden house, waved to everyone, and said, Let's go. After that, he took the lead to walk towards the depths of the sea. This place is called the sea because it is always downhill no matter how far you go. This area is almost flat black sand, with occasional rocks, traces of being soaked by sea water, and even some shell fragments left in the cracks of the rocks. Walking on this extremely fine sand is much more difficult than walking on a dirt road. If you step on it, half of your foot will sink into the sand. If you are not wearing boots, your shoes will be easily filled with fine sand. The area where the magic wooden house stays belongs to the edge of Haiti, and it belongs to the Lich territory. The Lich has just been captured by the magicians, and the powerful dark beasts in Haiti have not entered this area yet. So it is very quiet here. Occasionally, you will encounter some dark creatures, and there is no danger for the adventure group. This time the adventure group was not out hunting dark beasts. Although they saw some low-level dark beasts wandering in the distance, they had no desire to hunt them, and let them wander around in the distance. Roy and great magician Grams were used to hunting in the dark land. Seeing some dark beasts that could be hunted, they would feel itchy in their hearts. Leah told Magister Alad that she was very familiar with this area, and she was not lying. Along the way, Leah was always walking in the front. Her steps were light, leaving only shallow footprints on the sand, which was a hard dirt road. This amazed the great swordsman Alvin. As a second-level great swordsman, he had a very high body balance, but walking on the sand would still leave a line of footprints. Compared to the great swordsman Alvin, Byron Thor and Etiamica did not walk so easily. Roy also walked very hard. However, his body was filled with the power of holy light. As long as he felt his legs were sore, he would inject a little holy light power into his legs, and his legs would immediately feel relaxed, so Roy did not walk so hard. The person who walked the hardest in the team was actually the great magician Apea. She went out wearing a magic robe that completely wrapped her body, and a magic cape, and walked forward on the soft sand, with her long skirt dragging on the sand. Her face was covered with a black scarf, and she couldn't see the expression on her face. Magicians basically have magic waste bags, so Apea didn't have much luggage to carry with them. She and Roy walked at the end of the team. This adventure in the dark land was still very hard for her, but the great magician Apea basically kept silent when she walked. Although her pace was a little slow, she never fell behind. After leading the adventure group for most of the day, great swordsman Alvin stopped to rest for the first time. He stood on a rock and observed the surroundings, then said to everyone, We will be out of the Lich's territory if we go a little further. There is a rocky area suitable for camping. Leah said that we have to walk a long way to find a suitable place to camp, so we will rest here tonight. Byron Thor stood up and said to great swordsman Alvin, I will be on duty for the first night. As he said that, he jumped onto the highest rock. Alvin the great swordsman took out a worn-out magic rune board from his backpack. He put a piece of magic crystal stone fragment into the card slot, and a cluster of flames suddenly appeared on the magic rune board. Everyone sat around the fire. It seemed that only the temperature of the flames could block the dark aura around them. Leah came back hopping. In the dark land, Leah's condition was obviously much better than in the magic wooden house. Chapter 633. The lower the adventure group went, the more obvious the traces of the sea became. Roy even saw a huge fish skeleton. The entire skeleton was 3 kilometers long. Although countless ribs had been destroyed and fallen off, and the entire spine was broken into dozens of pieces, everyone could still tell from the remains that this sea beast was at least several kilometers long when it was alive. Most of the bones were buried in the black sand. These bones became very brittle and would fall off with a light touch. They were worthless. The adventure group encountered many low-level dark beasts along the way. Great swordsman Alvin was worried that the adventure group would disturb the surrounding large dark beasts if they hunted these dark beasts, so everyone kept their breath hidden along the way and continued to move deeper into the sea. Leah and Great Swordsman Alvin were almost always walking in the front. Byron Thor and Isha Mika were in the middle of the team, while Roy and Great Magician Opia always fell behind the team without realizing it. The dry and cold wind blowing on the face would make people's face dry, and if they didn't pay attention to maintenance, their skin would crack. Every time they walked a distance, Roy would drink some water even if he didn't feel thirsty. Although there is hardly any water source in the entire Dark Land, the Magic Rune Board of Water Gathering is almost a must-have item for the adventure team, so everyone's water bag is always filled with clean water. Walk out of the Lich's territory and enter a new place. The number of dark monsters around is gradually increasing, and everyone needs to hide their tracks and slip through them. Byron Thor and Etiamika took turns to explore the surrounding situation. They were responsible for the reconnaissance mission in the team. The route taken by the adventure team could not go straight forward. They always went around in this black sand, and unknowingly took a lot of detours. Great Swordsman Alvin looked up at the gradually darkening sky, pointed to a huge rock a few hundred meters ahead, and said to everyone, "Let's rest here tonight." Everyone sat down around the fire, and Apea, who was walking at the back, quietly came to the camp and sat at the edge of the tent in the sheltered place. She carefully lifted her veil, drank some water first, and then leaned against the tent and closed her eyes to meditate. As a great magician, she had to take some time to meditate every day. She looked a little tired, but her beautiful face did not seem to change at all because of the dry and cold wind and sand. Seeing her wake up from meditation, her tired eyes regained clarity. Roy then came over and handed a cup of life tree juice to the great magician Apea. Apea stretched out her hand, pinched the edge of the cup with her fingers, and asked Roy curiously, "Are you concerned about me?" Roy was slightly startled, and seeing her teasing eyes, he coughed twice. "We are companions, these are what I should do." Apea turned her head to the side, and stopped talking to Roy. Roy helped Apea remove the dark energy that had stained her body, and then sat down by the campfire. The temporary camp that Great Swordsman Alvin found was under the shadow of a rock, which was sheltered from the wind and quiet. There were indeed some dark creatures around, but they were not dense. The campfire was blocked by the tent. Great Swordsman Alvin sat opposite Leah, carefully wiping his crystal sword, and asked Leah, "Leah, will there be a demon hunter team hunting here?" Leah was peeling an orange at this time, which was still rare in the Dark Land. Only magicians would bring in fresh oranges, and this orange of Leah was given to her by Great Magician Apea. Yes, but very few. The demon hunters who can come here are the best in the demon hunting group, and it is almost difficult for us to encounter them. When they see our team, they usually hide their whereabouts or keep a certain distance from us. Few demon hunting teams will communicate in the wild unless both parties are very familiar with each other, because everyone will try to avoid such dangerous contact. Alvin Great Swordsman nodded slightly, because in the morning, Etiamika told Alvin Great Swordsman that he found the traces of a group of demon hunters, but they disappeared soon. Great Swordsman Alvin looked at Leah and asked her, "Leah, have you been here before?" "Yes." Leah nodded without hesitation, her eyes hiding a hint of sadness, secretly glancing at the dark sand. Great Swordsman Alvin immediately asked, "The Lich was still there at that time, right? Why didn't the Lich target you?" Leah was stunned for a moment, and said casually, "We will avoid it from a distance. As long as we see the black fog around it, we will get away as soon as possible." The Great Swordsman Alvin was silent for a while before asking Leah, "How far did you go inside?" Leah pointed to the dark sand sea in front and whispered, "It should be in front. If we don't go too far, there will be a canyon in front." We originally planned to hunt the two-headed demon snake in the valley, but unfortunately the hunting plan failed. The leader of the demon hunting group was killed by the demon snake, and the entire demon hunting group was dispersed. I also ran back to Iris camp. Although Leah spoke these words quietly, Etiamika, who was sitting next to her, exclaimed, "Two-headed demon snake?" Leon nodded and continued to describe the two-headed demon snake. "Yes, it is a demon snake with dual attributes of ice and darkness. It has been entrenched in that canyon for a long time. We first discovered it because it was fighting with the Lich next door, and then we found that there was a two-headed demon snake hidden in the canyon." Etiamika asked hurriedly, A two-headed demon snake that can fight the Lich face to face is probably also a level 6 dark monster. Your demon hunting group dared to try to hunt a level 6 dark monster? Leah shook her head slightly, lowered her head and introduced. If it was a two-headed demon snake with an intact body, we certainly wouldn't dare to attack it, but that time we happened to see the Lich tear off one of the demon snake's heads, and its body was torn apart. We think the two-headed demon snake was seriously injured, and may have died in the cave. We don't want to give up such a rare opportunity. The smile on Leah's face completely disappeared. In the end, you failed? Great Swordsman Alvin continued to ask. Yeah. Leah rested her forehead on her knees. The demon snake you mentioned is probably a three-headed demon snake. Generally, a three-headed snake demon is a level 6 magic beast. However, snake demons generally use electricity, fire, and poison magic. Probably the three-headed demon snake in the Dark Land can use dark and ice magic. If there is a chance, I want to go and see the injured demon snake. Alvin Great Swordsman said the latter sentence to Byron Thor and Etiamica. Etiamica smiled and said to Alvin Great Swordsman, "Why? Do you think that Snake Demon is related to the Frost Dragon?" Great Swordsman Alvin nodded, stuck the crystal sword in the sand, stood up and looked up at the dark creatures floating around him, which were getting denser and denser. He could only pull the magic tent down. Roy was sitting by the fire. When he heard Etiamica talking about the Frost Dragon, he asked Great Swordsman Alvin, "Great Swordsman Alvin, are the remains of the Frost Dragon you mentioned buried deep in the sea?" Talking about the remains of the Frost Dragon, Great Swordsman Alvin sat by the campfire again. The flame on the magic rune board jumped a few times. Great Swordsman Alvin recalled, "I know what you want to ask. You want to know whether it is worth it for us to enter this dangerous area, and whether the news that the remains of the Frost Dragon are hidden deep in the sea is reliable." He pulled out the crystal sword stuck in the sand, and the blade faced the firelight, emitting a crystal light. Since I have memories, the first thing I came into contact with was a hand-painted scroll of an ancient battlefield. According to my father, this was the only wealth my grandfather left him. My father told me that the battlefield was said to be in the dry sea in the Dark Land. In fact, I have investigated this matter for a long time, and learned from some expeditionary priests that there is no sea in the Dark Land. The so-called sea should be the sea where a large number of dark monsters gather. Great Swordsman Alvin continued, "My grandfather was a Silver Moon elf who loved adventure. When he was in the Kaijin Plain, he had the opportunity to follow a black magician into the Dark Land through the space rift that appeared in the summoning array. During the time in the Dark Land, he became a well-known demon hunter. In order to avoid a beast tide, the demon hunting team unexpectedly entered the central area of Haiti. There was an ancient battlefield there, and the remains of countless dark warriors still lay on the battlefield. At that time, he found a cave next to the sea. They found the remains of the Frost Dragon in that cave, but unfortunately they couldn't bring the dragon's remains out at that time. Later, he met a legendary master in the Dark Land. The legendary master taught him some swordsmanship and used his sword to open a space door, sending him back to the Elf Continent from the Dark Land. Although he had the opportunity to return to the Elf Continent, his biggest regret in his life was that he failed to bring out the remains of the Frost Dragon, so he spent the rest of his life looking for the space door and trying to return to the Dark Land. Unfortunately, he was unable to realize this wish until he returned to the embrace of the Moon Goddess. He left a scroll to my father and told him where the remains of the Frost Dragon were hidden. My father didn't like adventures and kept the scroll under a box. Later, as the Statue of Liberty appeared on the Elf Continent, they claimed to have found a gate to the Dark Land on the Elf Continent. The Statue of Liberty built a temple there and sealed the gate to the Dark Land. At that time, I remember my father said to me, if I could go to the Dark Land and take a look, I would have no regrets even if I died. Later, the temple organized an expeditionary force to enter the Dark Land, and I was ready to join the temple expeditionary force to enter the Dark Land. The first batch of the temple expeditionary force was almost composed of priests, and I couldn't join them. Later, the second expeditionary force began to recruit mercenaries, so I found a way to organize a mercenary group and join the temple expeditionary force to enter the Dark Land. When he said this, the great swordsman Alvin took a sip of water to moisten his dry throat. We followed the temple expeditionary force all the way to the heart of the Dark Land. I looked for many places along the way, but I couldn't find a place. At the beginning, the temple expeditionary force killed a large number of dark monsters in the Dark Land. The temple expeditionary force marched straight in, and was invincible along the way. Our mission at that time was very simple, which was to stay in the camp or follow the logistics group to escort supplies, etc. At that time, I was working in the Temple Expeditionary Force, and never had the opportunity to explore other places. The news about Haiti was learned from several other priests, who explored other places. But before I could take any action, the Temple Expeditionary Force began to decline, and later the expeditionary forces formed by the mercenary group were disbanded one after another. I followed the mercenary group to leave the Dark Land, and never had the opportunity to visit Haiti. Byron Thor and Etiamaka obviously knew about this. They listened to the story of Alvin the Great Swordsman calmly. Roy asked Alvin the Great Swordsman, "Then why did you tell this secret?" Alvin the Great Swordsman smiled and replied, "I told this because it is better to get a share than to get nothing. But I also know that after so many years, it is still unknown whether the remains of the Frost Dragon are still there. But if I don't go to see it, I feel a little regretful." Everyone gathered around the campfire and talked for a long time. Dark creatures kept wandering around, and when Roy lay in his sleeping bag, his mind was still full of the shadow of the Frost Dragon. The next day, the adventure team continued to move forward. Leah said yesterday that they would probably encounter a canyon ahead. Sure enough, after walking for half a day, they saw a huge crack in the sand ahead. The reason why Leah led everyone here was because the two-headed snake demon in the canyon was injured. Therefore, as long as the adventure team did not enter the canyon, they would hardly encounter any danger if they moved around the canyon. The crack was very long, and it was a crack that sunken down from the flat sand, so it was pitch black in front. The adventure team occupied the entrance of the rift for a while, and Alvin the Great Swordsman and Byron Thor had a little dispute. Alvin the Great Swordsman wanted to enter the canyon to take a look, but Byron Thor wanted to continue moving forward and was unwilling to take risks in this canyon. Since it was confirmed that there were no liches or frost dragon remains inside, Byron Thor thought it was not worth it for the adventure group to stay here. But in the end, Great Swordsman Alvin still persuaded Byron Thor to stay outside the Great Rift Valley for half a day. He wanted to confirm one thing, that he would not provoke the two-headed snake demon. After deciding, Great Swordsman Alvin took Etiamaka into the Rift Valley, and Leah thought about it and followed him. Chapter 634. It lurks in the darkness. Although its torn body is still bleeding, the dark aura in the cave is constantly repairing its severely damaged body. The two-headed snake demon actually didn't think of provoking the lich. It just smelled the delicious smell of prey from the edge of the lich's territory. That smell is definitely not something that dark monsters can have. The blood of those prey is particularly delicious. Once he drinks it, he will never forget it. It wanted to catch two more and enjoy them. Unexpectedly, they ran into the lich that was all bones. Since the two sides ran into each other, they immediately started a big fight. In the end, the two-headed snake demon had one of its heads torn off by the lich, and became what it is now. The damage to its body caused its strength to drop sharply. Under the curse of the lich, its wounds did not heal, and it was bleeding every day. It was worried that the lich would come to it again, so it could only hide in the deepest part of the rift cave. In fact, the two heads of the two-headed demon snake currently have two different ideas. Originally, when they had different opinions, the minority obeyed the majority. Now the two heads of the snake demon have different ideas, and no one can convince the other, so they can only shrink in the depths of the cave. In addition, the snake demon's tail was broken, which made it unable to crawl quickly. The footsteps outside made the two-headed snake demon a little upset. The prey was clearly delivered to the door, but it could not be caught. The two-headed snake demon twisted its body anxiously, and rubbed around in the cave. Do you know why Alvin insisted on exploring the two-headed snake demon? In front of the great magician Apea, there was a piece of magic parchment, and she was holding a magic engraving pen to draw magic runes on it. She stopped from time to time to examine the layout of the magic pattern array, which was rare among magicians. Generally speaking, magicians draw magic runes in one go. Only the great magician Apea stopped writing and made revisions during the drawing process, but the magic scrolls he drew were all successful. What? Roy asked in confusion. The great magician Apea raised her lips and said to Roy, "He wants to see if the two-headed demon snake has the blood of the frost dragon." This immediately aroused Roy's interest, and Roy quickly asked, "How can the two-headed demon snake have the blood of the frost dragon?" Grand Mage Apea said, "In short, the power of ice it possesses may be inherited from the blood of the frost dragon. It is said that adult dragons will also choose some mates of different species, and give birth to some offspring with dragon blood, including elves, humans, orcs, nagas, demons, and warcraft. They are not picky about food." Roy immediately fell silent and stopped talking about this topic. To avoid awkward atmosphere, Roy explained, "There is little information about dragons in the textbooks of the Elf Academy, so I know very little about them. The great magician Opia did not continue to talk in depth about the issue of dragon mating, but continued, the emerald dragons once protected the elves. When the dragons migrated, they flew away with other dragons. This part of the information is in the Magic Guild, and the reading permission is set very high. These are things Roy never knew. It turns out that some elf books cannot be read by himself, Roy thought to himself. Byron Thor on the side couldn't help but interrupt and asked, so this two-headed snake demon may be the offspring of the frost dragon left in the dark land? Opia glanced at Byron Thor. It's possible, but it's more likely to be the offspring of the frost dragon, otherwise it would be impossible to hide in the ditch and not even be able to defeat a lich, Opia explained. Soon after, great swordsman Alvin, Idiamica, and Leah came out of the Great Rift Valley. With Leah's help, they easily found the hiding place of the two-headed demon snake. According to Leah, there are very few dark creatures in the Great Rift Valley, and there are no dark monsters. There are also traces of dried blood in the caves of the Great Rift Valley. Obviously, the two-headed demon snake was injured. Alvin the Great Swordsman also began to talk about some successful experiences of hunting demon snakes in his life. It seemed that he wanted to kill this two-headed demon snake. Roy was a little speechless. The team obviously wanted to scout the remains of the frost dragon and the news of the lich. Now they just walked out of the lich territory and wanted to hunt the two-headed demon snake, the lich's good neighbor. Some people's thoughts change really quickly. Seeing that Byron Thor and Roy still didn't speak, Alvin the Great Swordsman knew that he needed to continue lobbying. There will be at least 2 elemental cores in its body. Roy, do you know elemental cores? What is an elemental core? Roy asked curiously. Great Swordsman Alvin was delighted. Sure enough, he was very curious about the elemental core. At this time, Great Magician Opia said beside him, if a great magician wants to be promoted to a mage, he needs to prepare a lot of things, including an elemental core that matches his own attributes, so I agreed to hunt this two-headed demon snake. Leah bit her lip beside him. Although she knew that Roy was a little reluctant, she had no choice in this matter. Since she had a chance to avenge Uncle Loki Balsa, she didn't want to wait any longer, so she raised her hand and whispered, I also agree to hunt this two-headed demon snake. Idiamica always stood firmly on the side of Alvin the Great Swordsman. He knew what Alvin the Great Swordsman was thinking, so he also raised his hand and said, I also agree to hunt the two-headed demon snake. Alvin the Great Swordsman, with an overwhelming advantage of 4-2, successfully persuaded all members to hunt the two-headed demon snake in the Great Rift Valley. The 6 people walked into the Great Rift Valley again, with Alvin the Great Swordsman leading the way. Roy could even smell the unique smell of cold-blooded reptiles. A cold breath always lingered behind Roy, making him bend his waist when walking and be on guard against sudden situations around him. The light in the Great Rift Valley was dim, and almost nothing could be seen. Roy raised 2 holy lights to illuminate the road here. There were many animal bones buried next to some rocks. Roy also knew that the magic materials on the 6th level monsters were very rare, and almost never seen in the magic market. Such monster materials could only be purchased at special trade fairs, and the prices were ridiculously high. This kind of opportunity is always hard to come by, and the Great Swordsman Alvin didn't want to miss such a good opportunity, and Roy could understand it. Byron Thor had been following Roy. He could feel that Roy became very nervous after entering the Great Rift Valley. In fact, he was also a little nervous. After all, the 6th level monster lurking deep in the cave of the Great Rift Valley was a guy who dared to fight the lich even if it was injured or even lost its rank. There were many caves under the Rift Valley. These caves were dug out of sandstone. The surface of the cave wall was very rough, and there were also some gravel and rocks underfoot. The cave wall was not too solid. I go check ahead. Byron Thor was about to walk forward alone, but was pulled back by Leah next to him. Then she took 2 steps forward and her body turned into a bunch of black smoke and disappeared. After Leah disappeared, Byron Thor could hardly sense any breath from her. Everyone waited at the cave entrance for a long time. Roy began to worry whether Leah was in trouble. He wanted to rush in to find Leah, but then he saw a puff of black smoke appear in front of him, and then gathered together to form Leah's body. Leah was holding a piece of seaweed paper in her hand, on which she drew some lines, which looked like the layout of the cave. Leah pointed directly at the deepest part of the cave with a pen and said, It hides in the cave. The cave is very small, and its body is completely shrunk inside, with only 2 heads squeezed at the entrance. No other dark creatures or monsters were found in other caves. Idiamica suggested, Can we lure it out? He said this because he wanted to run into the cave himself to lure the two-headed demon snake out. Alvin the Great Swordsman had no other good ideas, so he said, We can try. But Leah suggested, It's too dangerous to go down alone. Why don't we all go down together? The cave is quite spacious, and fighting inside is no different from fighting outside, and there are no dark creatures inside. In fact, she made this suggestion because she was worried that the same tragedy as Uncle Loki Balsa would happen again. In fact, Loki Balsa's strength is not weaker than Alvin the Great Swordsman, and there are some other powerful demon hunters in their demon hunting group. Great Swordsman Alvin thought about it, and felt that what Leah said made more sense, so he led everyone into the cave. Roy let a ball of holy light float above his head, and Leah hid far away. Knowing that the two-headed snake demon was more adapted to the darkness than them, Roy simply raised a ball of holy light to illuminate. The cave was extremely smelly, and occasionally some white bones could be seen, which should be the feces that the two-headed snake demon ate and then excreted. Some peeling scales could be seen in the cave, and these scales were actually harder than steel plates. Itiamaka picked up several pieces, and kept trying to see if his sword could pierce the scales of the two-headed demon snake. Leah led everyone into the cave with ease. The cave was getting colder and colder, but the cave was much larger than the entrance. As Leah said, it seemed that fighting inside was not inconvenient. After turning a few corners, Leah stopped, said nothing, and pointed forward with her finger. Roy found that when Leah looked at the dark cave in front, her pupils shrank slightly, and the hatred in her eyes could not be concealed at all. At the gesture of the great swordsman Alvin, everyone dispersed. The great magician Opia fell behind Roy, and naturally followed Roy to hide beside a rock. The holy light could not reach the depths of the cave, but Roy could sense the violent and disgusting atmosphere inside the cave. He tried to let the holy light fly in, but unfortunately it went out after being 30 yards away from him, and the cave instantly fell into silence and darkness. Without the care of the holy light, Roy seemed to be in the deep sea, and his body was immediately frozen stiff by the thick dark air in the cave. He quickly summoned another ball of holy light, and the terrifying and suffocating cold feeling disappeared instantly. Byron Thor drew out a feather arrow, and a little red light gathered on the tip of the arrow, and the tip of the arrow immediately emitted a dark red light. He half crouched on the ground, pulled the longbow, and shot the feather arrow into the deep cave. This arrow was shot completely based on his intuition of the terrifying atmosphere. The feather arrow dragged a long dark red tail, and flew into the depths of the cave. A dark red light was reflected from the depths of the cave. Byron Thor immediately discovered that it should be a black eye on the demon snake's head. It stared coldly at the people hiding behind the rocks in the distance. At the moment when the red light touched it, it opened its huge mouth and let out a sharp and piercing scream. The upper and lower jaws simultaneously erected half-meter-long fangs, and an ice shield spurted out of its throat, just blocking the dark red feather arrow. The feather arrow hit the ice shield and exploded immediately, turning into a ball of burning flames attached to the ice shield, and fell to the rock floor of the cave along with the ice shield. The flame did not go out, but burned even more fiercely. As the two-headed snake demon screamed again, a larger ball of ice was spewed out, instantly extinguishing the flames on the ground, and the cave suddenly fell into darkness again. Then, there was the sound of hard scales rubbing against the boulder, and the sound of crackling continued to come from the cave in the distance. Roy didn't dare to turn off the holy light, because everyone could hardly see anything in the darkness. When the holy light came back on, he saw a shadow arrow flying out from the depths of the cave, hitting the rock wall where Itiamaka was hiding. The shadow arrow, with a strong corrosive smell, corroded a large area of the rock wall. The black molten liquid remained on the stone wall, emitting a pungent sour and rotten stench. Itiamaka was a second level Abyss Ranger, and he had dodged the moment the shadow arrow hit the rock wall. The friction sound of scales in the cave became clearer. Leah hid behind the rock wall and couldn't help but remind everyone, be careful of it attacking from behind. Before Leah's voice disappeared, a huge snake head appeared silently behind Roy, opened its bloody mouth, and swallowed Roy's upper body in one gulp. Its movement was as fast as lightning, and it suddenly bit down in an instant. Roy didn't even have time to turn around, and he felt a fishy smell behind him. The hair on his spine exploded. When he raised his head halfway, he saw that the half-meter-long fangs were about to pierce his forehead, and the huge throat seemed to swallow him completely. Roy's face turned pale instantly. It was too late to hide at this moment. The only thing he could do was to raise the Book of Judgment in his hand high, and try his best to input the power of holy light into the Book of Judgment. At this moment, the Book of Judgment suddenly lit up. The snake demon's huge mouth had swallowed the Book of Approval into its throat, but a holy light lit up from the snake demon's throat, and a holy light hammer appeared in the snake demon's throat and hammered it hard. Hammer of punishment. The whole body of the snake demon was suddenly in a state of complete stillness, and the huge snake head was just open, hanging in the air. Chapter 635. Roy looked at the fangs that almost penetrated the thick leather armor, and there was only a layer of linen cloth between his thigh skin. He quickly squatted down and slid out of the snake's mouth. Isha Mika was also scared like Roy. His upper body was almost bitten by the other snake head of the snake demon. However, as a second-level abyss walker, his 2 arms had turned into thick thorny vines covered with barbs. These iron thorny vines instantly entangled Isha Mika's body. When the snake demon bit Idiamika, his hands turned into iron thorns. When it reached his throat, his body had already turned into an iron thorn ball covered with barbs. But Idiamika still couldn't stop himself from being swallowed by the snake demon. He even wanted to use up all his strength to make the iron thorn grow wildly in the body of the 2-headed snake demon in order to survive. But before he made up his mind to make the iron thorn grow, he felt that the snake demon's whole body was completely stiff. He controlled the iron thorn to extend several vines, pulling himself out of the snake demon's throat. At this time, the great swordsman Alvin rushed over from the side, and the crystal sword in his hand directly pierced the snake demon's black pupil, which was larger than a coconut. A stream of juice splashed out along the gap. The great swordsman Alvin held a vine full of barbs in his other hand, stepped on the snake demon's scaly upper lips with 1 foot, and used all his strength to pull Isha Mika out of the snake demon's mouth. At this moment, the snake demon was freed from its stiff state. One snake head chased Roy, and the other snake head chased Alvin the great swordsman and the group of iron thorns. Byron Thor aimed his arrow at the snake head behind Roy, and saw that after the great magician Apea tore open a magic scroll, she suddenly pushed open a door. She did not walk into the door, but reached out from this side of the door. At the same time, a similar door appeared in front of Roy. The carved wooden door was pushed open by a white lotus-like arm. The dazzlingly white arm directly grabbed Roy's arm and pulled him into the wooden door. Then, the wooden door quickly closed and miraculously disappeared in front of the snake demon. Roy appeared in a panic beside the great magician Apea. Leah, who had turned into a black mist, suddenly appeared in front of the snake demon's nose. All she saw was the portal that disappeared out of thin air. Although she missed, she gritted her teeth and stabbed the dagger into the snake demon's face covered with hard scales, with red eyes. Then her body jumped into the air and turned into a wisp of green smoke again, disappearing without a trace. Byron Thor quickly changed his target and shot another snake demon in the forehead. The armor-piercing arrow penetrated the snake demon's forehead and almost penetrated into the snake demon's head. The snake demon instantly felt a piercing pain in its head, and it shook its head subconsciously. Alvin the great swordsman dragged Idiamika and quickly hid behind a stalactite. Then Byron Thor shot another arrow, hitting the snake demon's forehead again. This time, only half of the arrow was embedded in the snake demon's skull. The snake demon no longer gave Byron Thor a chance to shoot. It shook its head violently, and a layer of frost began to cover its head from the neck. When it stopped, a thick layer of ice armor had covered its head, and it opened its mouth wide. An icicle covered with icicles flew out of its throat. The huge icicle hit the rock wall where Byron Thor was hiding and exploded in the cave. Instantly, an extremely cold atmosphere spread, and the temperature of the entire cave dropped to freezing point. Roy couldn't help shivering all over. The great magician Opia pulled Roy to open a portal and walked in calmly. Behind him, a snake demon head poked out from the shadows but missed. The head opened its mouth, and dozens of shadow arrows sprayed out of the snake demon's mouth, shooting at the people hiding in the cave. Byron Thor, Alvin the great swordsman, and Idiamika all hid behind the rocks very flexibly. The great magician Opia turned her head to look at the flying shadow arrows. A water shield appeared in front of her under the traction of her staff. The shadow arrows hit the water shield, and were instantly absorbed by the water shield. Then the entire water shield was dyed black, and then fell to the ground. The 2 heads of the snake demon were entangled together, and quickly crawled out from the depths of the cave. The depths of the cave were extremely dark. Roy floated up a few balls of holy light, which made the cave have some weak light. With the help of these weak lights, I finally saw the full picture of the 2-headed demon snake. Sure enough, there was a torn scar at the fork of its body, and now a small bulge has sprouted. The tail of the 2-headed demon snake was also broken, which made it collide violently with the rock wall every time it twisted when crawling. The hard scales scratched the rock wall, making a crackling sound. It doesn't have the strength of a level 6 monster. It's at most a level 5 monster. The great magician Opia held the magic wand and muttered to Roy beside him. The ruby on the wand glowed faintly, and she held a magic scroll in her other hand, her eyes always on the 2-headed snake. At the same time, the great swordsman Alvin appeared in front of the two-headed snake, and a shadow of a great swordsman appeared behind him, almost blocking the cave tightly. The great swordsman Alvin raised the crystal sword, and the shadow of the elf great swordsman also raised the sword with both hands. Just as the great swordsman Alvin shouted, the shadow of the elf great swordsman and the great swordsman Alvin completely overlapped. The great swordsman Alvin chopped down with all his strength. This sword instantly stirred the air in the cave into a wave of air. As the wave blew towards the two-headed snake demon, the crystal sword burst out a crescent-shaped sword energy, which directly cut the two-headed snake demon. The huge wound almost broke the two-headed snake demon in half. The entangled snake demon head screamed at the same time, and a large amount of frost rushed towards Alvin along the cave wall. A group of black missiles filled with the breath of death rushed towards Alvin. Alvin did not dare to resist with his body, so he withdrew and dodged to the side. The black missile exploded where the great swordsman Alvin had just stopped, but the dark air and frost continued to spread outward, as if they were all blocked by an invisible wall. The great magician Opia, holding the staff, pulled out another ice wall to block it in front. The two-headed demon snake suddenly broke through the ice wall from the cave. It came out of the cave, and its two snake heads chased in different directions. The wound on the two-headed demon snake deepened again, and the foul-smelling purple blood continued to flow out. The two-headed demon snake also made a shrill cry. Amid the sharp and piercing cries, the two-headed snake demons actually broke free from the restraints between each other, and they tore their bodies apart in the cave. Although the back half of their bodies were bloody and horrible, the two heads of the two-headed snake demon were completely freed at this moment. Without restraints, the snake demon head close to Roy turned into a sharp sword and pounced directly at Roy. Roy held the Book of Judgment in his right hand, and golden runes appeared in front of his other hand. These runes gathered together to form a sacred hammer in Roy's hand. The silver hammer flew out of Roy's hand, and he saw the demon snake that sprayed shadow arrows opened its mouth. The silver hammer flew into the snake demon's mouth, penetrated the hard scales, and flew out from the other side of the mouth. The snake demon suddenly became weak, and Leah, who was hiding on the side, immediately turned into a puff of green smoke and rushed over again. She was holding a sharp stabbing knife in her hand, which suddenly appeared next to the snake demon's eyes. The stabbing knife went deep into the snake demon's eye socket along with Leah's arm, and the jelly-like crystals that burst out splashed all over Leah. The snake demon did not stop its momentum and rushed straight towards Roy. The great magician Opia next to him pulled Roy through a portal again. The demon snake's head brushed against the great magician Opia's hair and hit the rock wall hard. The damage caused the originally not very solid sandstone to collapse. Its huge body was completely buried under the sand and rocks, and the cave was immediately filled with dust. At this time, Leah emerged from the black smoke. She covered her mouth, nose and eyes with a thick scarf and stood on a rock above the demon snake's head. She had already cried tears. The other half of the snake demon chased after Byron Thor, because the two arrows stuck in its head were shot by Byron Thor. Even though the great swordsman Alvin split it in half with a sword, and even though Isha Mika cut its mouth bloody, it completely ignored them and rushed directly towards Byron Thor, who was hiding at the back. At this time, the great swordsman Alvin rolled over and stuck to the demon snake, stabbing the crystal sword into the demon snake's abdomen. A cut wound appeared in the demon snake's abdomen, and a lot of blood and internal organs flowed out of the demon snake's abdomen. Seeing that the demon snake was in a desperate posture, Byron Thor did not hide behind a huge rock, but turned around and ran out of the cave. Idiamika had just drunk a bottle of detoxification potion, and immediately turned his hands back into thorny vines. These vines kept wrapping around the snake demon's body, and the rest of the vines hung on the rock wall. As the vines continued to increase, the demon snake's physical strength quickly faded, and the demon snake was finally tied up by Idiamika. Alvin, the great swordsman, stepped on the demon snake's back, ran a few steps to the vicinity of the demon snake's head, stabbed a sword into the gap between the vertebrae at the back of the neck, pressed down hard on the crystal sword, and rotated it around the demon snake's neck, and finally cut off the demon snake's head, which was larger than a millstone, completely. Roy and Byron Thor stood beside the snake demon's head. The great swordsman Alvin peeled out the shadow element core from the snake demon's head, and pried out 4 half-meter-long snake fangs from its mouth. He then dipped his finger in the blood flowing from the two-headed demon snake, put it under his nose and smelled it, and then said to everyone, "It smells like dragon blood." Chapter 636. Alvin the great swordsman was lucky enough to obtain 2 elemental cores from the two-headed demon snake, making this hunting operation very worthwhile. In addition to an ice core and a shadow core, Alvin the Great Swordsman also pried off 8 venomous snake teeth from the demon snake's head, as well as a large piece of high-grade snake skin. Although the two-headed demon snake's own strength has declined a lot after the battle with the Lich, it should also maintain the level of a level 5 magic beast. In fact, Roy currently lacks such a piece of high-grade magic beast leather, because Magister Alad promised Roy that he would introduce Roy to an inscription master to tailor a set of level 2 magic pattern construction for him. But the base material of the magic pattern construction actually needs to be provided by Roy himself. Now, such a two-headed demon snake was hunted in the Great Rift Valley of Haiti. There were only 6 people in the adventure team, and each member could get a rich harvest. For example, the Great Magician Opia got an ice core, the Great Swordsman Alvin got a shadow core, Byron Thor got 4 venomous snake teeth, Edie Amica got another 4 venomous snake teeth, and Roy and Leah got all the demon snake leather. These demon snake leathers were very large, and were not directly divided in the middle. Roy put them all into the magic waste bag. The adventure team walked out of the cave happily, and continued to walk forward along the Great Rift Valley. With this harvest, the atmosphere in the adventure team also changed a lot. Great Swordsman Alvin was the happiest one. It was because of his persistence that the adventure team had such a harvest. At the same time, they also discovered the two-headed demon snake, and confirmed that the demon snake had some dragon blood. This also greatly increased his prestige in the adventure team. Leah walked at the front of the team, and turned to Great Swordsman Alvin and asked, "Uncle Alvin, how did you tell that the demon snake's blood contained dragon blood?" It sounds mysterious, but it's actually quite simple. We all know that before the dragons left the Elven continent, there were often dragon slayers from the orc tribes who hunted the dragons. After they killed their first dragon, they would usually bathe in dragon blood, which would give them a strong body as hard as iron. Alvin explained to Leah. He extended a finger, rubbed his thumb and said, "When I touched the blood flowing from the two-headed demon snake, I felt that its blood also had a very weak repair ability, so I concluded that this two-headed demon snake had dragon blood. There are only 2 possible reasons why its blood has this ability. The first reason is that it is the offspring of a frost dragon and a dark snake demon. The other reason is that it ate the remains of a frost dragon. Some snake demons have the ability to devour, but the second reason is obviously less likely." Great Swordsman Alvin began to popularize knowledge about dragons to Leah, and Roy also learned a lot from her. The adventure group walked out of the Great Rift Valley in one breath. Outside the Rift Valley, the number of dark creatures hovering in the air increased again. Great Swordsman Alvin found a pile of rocks, and took everyone here to repair and build a simple marching tent. Except for the elves on duty, everyone had to rest in the temporary tent. The fierce battle with the two-headed snake demon made everyone very tired, but Roy was in a better condition. So this time Roy took the initiative to stay by the campfire to watch the night. The magic tent blocked the breath of the elves and the adventure group. Countless dark creatures floated in the sky. They were like a group of headless flies, flying freely in the air, and their number was terrifying. Having been in the dark land for so long, Roy had long been accustomed to the dark creatures in the sky. In fact, as long as you understand their activity patterns, these dark creatures are not as scary as rumored. He had been discussing the combat priests and temple priests in the Temple Expeditionary Force with Byron Thor these days. In Byron Thor's description, the combat priests in the Temple Expeditionary Force were much more powerful than Roy had imagined. Byron Thor said that their most powerful point was that they could step on the Holy Seal and cast the Holy Light Judgment on those dark creatures. The only thing that restricted them was that they could not obtain the power of Holy Light in the Dark Land. Compared with the combat priests, the presence of the temple priests may be less, but these temple priests are proficient in various blessing magic. In fact, a large part of the second batch of Temple Expeditionary Forces is composed of mercenaries. Before the battle, these mercenaries will receive various blessing magics, and then they will rush into the army of the Dark Forces. Sometimes the battle is almost one-sided. Roy hopes that he can take the path of combat priests, but he has basically never come into contact with the Holy Seal magic. The most familiar one is the Hammer of Holy Light. On the battlefield of the Dark Land, since it is difficult for priests to obtain the power of Holy Light, the magic that priests perform, the least is the Hammer of Holy Light. When fighting the two-headed snake again, Roy found that the damage caused by both the Hammer of Judgment and the Hammer of Punishment to the two-headed snake was much greater than expected. Maybe she had just woken up. The great magician Opia came out of the tent, holding a set of clothes, and walked to a hidden place in the rocky area. In her magic waste bag, there was a simple bathing shed that could be assembled at any time, so that she could take a bath anytime and anywhere when traveling in the wild. After leaving the magic wooden house, Roy never took a bath again. Therefore, he was very envious of Apei's simple bathing shed. When Apei wiped her wet hair and sat opposite the fire, Roy put down his notes and said to Apei solemnly, "Apei, thank you this time." Apei wiped her wet hair carefully, and her body exuded a strong lemon scent, which was very fresh. She carefully gathered her long hair behind her head, and then quickly covered her veil. Wearing a veil in the dark can effectively prevent the wind and sand from blowing on her face. Opia smiled softly. "Now you should know why Mr. Alad agreed to let me go with the adventure group. I am proficient in space magic. Even if I encounter danger, I can open the space door in the battle and lead everyone to escape from the battlefield. But compared with that bastard Grams, I am much weaker in fighting against dark monsters. It may take a long time to enter Haiti to search for the whereabouts of the Lich. I hope we can cooperate as soon as possible next time." She stretched out her hand with some seriousness and smiled at Roy. In the next 10 days, the adventure team walked a little further. Then they began to follow the agreed gathering place, and the adventure team changed their route and headed towards the location of the magic wooden house. Every time the adventure team went out, the search range was restricted by the gathering place of the magic wooden house. They only had about a week to search around, and then they would immediately go to the gathering place of the magic wooden house. After a round of search, the adventure team will rest in the magic wooden house for a week. In this way, the great swordsman Alvin led the adventure team to search continuously in the Haiti area. The magic wooden house continued to go deeper into the hinterland of Haiti, and the adventure team search area was getting deeper and deeper. Each round of exploration took the adventure team almost 3 weeks. Unknowingly, Roy's adventure team completed 5 rounds of search in Haiti. 3 months passed in a blink of an eye. During this period, it cannot be said that the adventure team gained nothing. Roy saw the black magic whale chasing the dark creatures in the sky again. The magic tide almost covered half of the sky. This time, everyone did not avoid the black magic whale, because the magic tide did not surge over, but just passed by the adventure team. The adventure team also encountered some level 6 dark monsters on the way, but they did not see the Lich again. Almost every time they encountered a level 6 dark monster, Alvin the Great Swordsman led everyone to hide. With Leah in the team, everyone could always sense some dangerous level 6 dark monsters in advance, and there was no danger as long as they avoided them in advance. During this period, the Great Swordsman Alvin organized 2 more hunts. The targets he selected were almost all level 5 dark monsters that survived in the cracks in Haiti. One of the 2 hunts was successful, and the other failed. The monster materials harvested were indeed very rare, but everyone paid a certain price for it. Itiamaka broke his right arm in the failed hunt. Although Roy reattached the arm in time after the battle, it was broken. Even if it healed later, it might be difficult for this arm to be the same as before. For an Abyss Walker, this may mean the end of his adventure career. Fortunately, the adventure team had new members added in time, and the dwarf Uncle Linglon Bronzebeard, and the great magician Delackley returned to the team as scheduled. As the magic wooden house continued to go deeper into the sea, the adventure team finally walked into a black sand sea where they didn't have to go down all the time. In this vast sand sea, the adventure team members occasionally saw some very complete giant monster wreckage. The hill-like skeletons gave Roy a very strong visual impact. This place is already in the heart of Haiti. After arriving at this sand sea, Roy found that Leah became a little nervous. She would always wake up from her sleep, or stare at the surroundings anxiously all day long. "What are you worried about?" Roy asked Leah quietly. Leah shook her head in distress. "I don't know, I just feel it's very dangerous inside, and don't want to go in." She raised one hand, and Roy could see that her hand was shaking constantly. Leah whispered to Roy, "I don't want to be like this, but my body can't control it." In fact, it was not only Leah who had the idea of retreating, but also the 6 magicians in the magic cabin. Since the Lich had not been found, the magicians wanted to look for it in the edge of Haiti, instead of rushing around in the depths of Haiti, where there were level 6 dark monsters. The magicians had no interest in these level 6 dark monsters, they just wanted to catch a few Liches. So after the adventure team searched in the heart of Haiti without success, Magician Alad finally announced to everyone that the magic cabin was going to return to the edge of Haiti to continue searching for the whereabouts of the Lich. "I think we have worked so hard to come here. If we give up so easily now, all our previous efforts will be in vain." Great Swordsman Alvin was a little excited, and he didn't use honorifics when speaking to Magister Alad. "Haven't we found a Lich in Haiti?" Great Swordsman Alvin continued. "This proves that there must be other Liches in Haiti. This is the magic beast forest of the Dark Land. Apart from here, we can't encounter such a dense concentration of high-level dark magic beasts anywhere else. Besides, there are obvious traces of battlefield ruins here. I think the remains of the frost dragon may not be too far away. Since we have spent so much time, we should continue to search. The words of the great swordsman Alvin made the originally hesitant Mage Alad change his mind and control the magic cabin to continue to go deep into the heart of Haiti. Time soon came to the 4th month. In a blink of an eye, the mages searched in Haiti for half a year, and except for catching a lich on the edge of Haiti, they basically found nothing. Looking at the endless black sea of sand, the 6 magicians did not want to waste any more time in Haiti. This search was the last time the adventure group went out. If there was still no trace of the lich, the magic cabin would decisively leave the hinterland of Haiti. Alvin, the great swordsman, led the adventure group forward. As they walked, Roy found that something was wrong at the edge of his sight. Everyone had walked in the black sea of sand for so long that they were familiar with the unchanging scenery in front of them. However, although Roy saw the vast sea of sand this time, the edge of the sea of sand seemed to be closer, and it was filled with some dark atmosphere. Soon, great swordsman Alvin and Byron Thor also discovered this abnormal situation. Great swordsman Alvin had a joyful expression on his face, and he even unconsciously accelerated his pace, jogging all the way, and then stopped on the sand in front. When the other members of the adventure team followed his footsteps and caught up, they found that a huge abyss appeared in front of great swordsman Alvin. The steaming dark air was steaming from the huge abyss in front of them. The abyss was full of dark air, and it was unclear how deep it was, but Roy observed it with his eyes, and roughly estimated that the diameter of this circular abyss was at least 10 kilometers. The black fog was lingering, and nothing could be seen clearly inside. Apea stood at the edge and took out a magic flare from her magic waste bag. After lighting it, she threw it into the abyss. The flame of the flare became smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared in the black fog. It was impossible to see how deep the abyss was. Alvin, the great swordsman, was a little excited. He stood at the edge of the abyss, and fumbled out a bundle of oil hemp rope from his magic waste bag. One end was tied around his waist, and the other end was fixed to the sand with a long iron rod. He was ready to explore along the side wall of the abyss along the oil hemp rope. At this time, there was a deafening sound of bone friction around. Roy looked up at the sky and saw a bone dragon with only a gray-white skeleton left. It flapped its bone wings and circled into the abyss. It was a huge bone dragon with a wingspan of at least more than 30 meters. Chapter 637. The soul fire burned in the eye sockets of the bone dragon, and the bones were filled with light blue magic. It was silent as it roamed in the bloody sky. When it flapped its huge skeletal wings, its bones rubbed against each other, making a loud noise. Its body was burning with light blue ice flames, and it rushed into the abyss. The adventure team immediately gathered at the edge of the abyss. The black sand here was actually alive, and countless fine sand flowed into the abyss. Standing at the edge of the abyss, there was always a feeling that the body was constantly being carried forward by the black sand. If you stood still, you would be carried into the abyss by the flowing fine sand. A lot of fine sand flows into the abyss, making a rustling sound. Everyone wants to see where the bone dragon flies to in the abyss, but they are also worried that they will be discovered by the bone dragon and their lives will be in danger. Alvin the great swordsman stood in the front, looking intently at the abyss under his feet, with an extremely excited expression on his face. It can be seen that he is very, very excited, so much so that his cheeks are stained with a layer of red. A low roar came from the abyss, but unfortunately the thick black fog obscured the vision, and everyone could not see what was happening at the bottom of the abyss. What's in front of me? Oh my god, it's a bone dragon! The dwarf Uncle Linglon Bronzebeard said with exaggerated eyes. The great magician Delacley stood at the end of the team and said, "We'd better stay away. If we are discovered by the bone dragon, none of us will be able to escape." Linglon Bronzebeard looked at the great magician Delacley with disdain and complained, "I told you, Delacley is useless if we come here to explore. We should have insisted on letting Apea stay. We would be much safer with her." Delacley also fought back, "Hey, watch your words, I'm still here, I'm not deaf, are you sure you want to say such things?" Byron Thor quickly turned around and said to the two of them, "Can't a skull dragon block your mouths?" Leah on the side suddenly turned her head and put her finger to her lips, saying to everyone, "Shh, it flew out, I can feel it." A group of quarreling second-level strongmen immediately fell silent, and everyone was still very convinced of Leah's powerful perception. Everyone pulled their magic cloaks, worried that their aura would be sensed by the bone dragon in the abyss. Sure enough, a few seconds later, the tooth-grinding bone friction sound was heard again, accompanied by a low roar that made the earth tremble, and the dark air floating in the abyss in front of them began to surge strongly. The dark air swelled up into a huge bulge, which was nearly 100 meters in diameter and 30 to 40 meters high. As the dark air rose to its highest point, a bone dragon with countless dark air wrapped around its body broke through the bulge formed by the dark air and flapped its wings to fly into the sky. Countless dark auras surrounded its body, so that the blue flames on its body were almost completely extinguished. In these dark auras, countless black ghosts rushed out. They attached themselves to the bone dragon and tried to tear the bone dragon down from the air. The bone dragon returned to the air, and its body burst out with light blue ice flames again. These ice flames instantly froze all the black ghosts. They were trapped in the ice and kept falling from the sky. On the way down, the ice exploded one after another, and these ghosts turned into dark auras again and fell back into the abyss. Everyone hid in the sand at the edge of the abyss, not daring to make any sound. A huge shadow passed overhead, and its body seemed to be in a serious condition, so that when it flew in the air, its body always tilted to the left, and it had to correct itself after flying for a while, which looked very awkward. Looking at the bone dragon under the bloody sky, Roy had an indescribable feeling. Although this bone dragon exuded a breath of destruction, it also had something very wrong. Although the skeletons on its body were pieced together to look like a dragon, each bone did not look so appropriate. Roy felt that the bones on the bone dragon were not the skeletons of a dragon, but more like a patchwork of things. After the bone dragon flew out of the abyss, it flew away in a hurry without stopping. It didn't notice that an elf adventure group was secretly peeping at it on the sand on the edge of the abyss. Seeing the bone dragon flying away, Alvin the great swordsman exhaled a long breath, pointed his finger at the abyss, and said to Byron Thor, "Byron, you always ask me how I can recognize the ruins of the ancient battlefield when you see it. Look, this is the place I'm looking for. This is the ancient battlefield. Alvin, don't you know a lot of ruins of the ancient battlefield here?" Byron Thor kept observing the surroundings, and found that besides the abyss, there was only the endless black desert around, and not even a huge rock could be seen. There should have been some traces of war in the past, but now, everything here has been sucked into the abyss. Look at these flowing black gravels, which are still flowing into the abyss. The great swordsman Alvin pointed to the vast sea of sand in front of him, and said to Byron Thor. At this time, Roy noticed that the circle around the edge of the giant abyss was almost all waterfalls formed by quicksand, and countless black fine sands flowed into the abyss, which was also extremely majestic. The adventure group did not stay around the abyss this time. Great swordsman Alvin led the members to quickly return to the magic wooden house. When the adventure group returned to the magic wooden house, the magicians here were ready to leave Haiti. The magic runes on the whole body of Steel Golem lit up, and he had pulled the iron chain straight. The great magician in charge of Lookout and Alert observed that the adventure group returned from a distance, so he fired a magic light bullet at them. Great swordsman Alvin walked at the front of the team, with an irrepressible joy on his face. He walked into the magic wooden house first, and then couldn't wait to knock on the door of the room of Master Alad. Mage Alad opened the door. In the room, Grand Mage Cedric and Mage Wesley were studying a magic circle on a piece of parchment. They were so focused on their conversation that they didn't notice the great swordsman Alvin at the door. Mage Alvin saluted the three mages, and then excitedly said to Mage Alad, "Mage Alad, we found the ruins of the ancient battlefield." Mage Alad also said at the same time, "You came back just in time. The Iron Golem has just started. We are going to follow the planned route and return directly to the edge of Haiti. There will be no stops along the way." Both of them were halfway through their conversation, and then looked at each other in surprise. "Alvin, are you saying that the ancient battlefield site that may have preserved the remains of the ice dragon has been found?" Mage Alad asked. "Yes, Master Alad, we found that place, I'm sure. It's there," Great Swordsman Alvin said to Mage Alad with confidence. At this time, Great Mage Cedric and Mage Wesley also heard what Great Swordsman Alvin said. "What, Alvin, did you find the ancient battlefield site?" Grand Mage Cedric put down the quill in his hand and looked up at the door. Great Swordsman Alvin stood up straight and replied, "Well, the ancient battlefield site is just at the edge of the abyss, and we also found a bone dragon there." Grand Mage Cedric, who was still a little careless, and Mage Wesley, who had been looking at the magic parchment, looked at Great Swordsman Alvin at the same time. "Yes, no one can ignore a living dragon, even if it is just a bone dragon. The dragons disappeared from the Elven continent for thousands of years. Since the Emerald Dragon, the guardian of the elves and the forest, left the Elven continent, the War Ancient Tree and the Wisdom Ancient Tree took over the mission of the Emerald Dragon and still guarded the elves of this continent. But these Silver Moon elves have never forgotten those ancient guardians. For so many years, the elves have been looking for the whereabouts of the dragons, hoping to re-establish contact with the Emerald Dragon. Now there is a living bone dragon deep in the sea of the Dark Land. Even though bone dragons are not recognized by the Dragon Clan, this news still aroused the interest of the three magicians. Mage Alad invited the great swordsman Alvin into the room. The great swordsman Alvin took out a hand-drawn map, which clearly marked the location of the abyss and described the situation around the abyss. According to the clues left by my grandfather, the remains of the Frost Dragon are hidden near the cliff of the abyss. As long as we find the entrance to the ancient battlefield ruins, we can get the Frost Dragon treasure. The main problem at present is how to avoid the Bone Dragon and the unknown dangers in the abyss. There must be more dark monsters in the abyss. Great swordsman Alvin said a lot, and he said it very carefully. The magicians were also discussing this matter in a low voice. The three magicians, Dunlop, Jonas, and Joyce, were also invited by Magician Alad. What everyone talked about the most was the Bone Dragon that appeared above the abyss. Regarding the Bone Dragon, we have discussed and decided to lead it to the battlefield we have arranged and deal with it directly. The tone of the great magician Cedric was very firm. He looked at the magicians around him and said, "We can learn from the experience of capturing the Lich last time. First, use the magic circle to trap it, and then consume the undead power in its body, and get rid of it when it is at its weakest." Alvin the great swordsman listened to the discussion of the magicians, and felt that they didn't seem to care much about the remains of the Frost Dragon. They seemed to want to hunt the Bone Dragon more. Dragon materials are too scarce, and bone dragons are also dragons. Alvin the great swordsman persuaded the magicians to stay and hunt the Bone Dragon, and continue to search for the remains of the Frost Dragon. Next, the great magician Opia returned to the adventure group and followed the members of the adventure group to the vicinity of the abyss to find the activity track of the Bone Dragon. Every powerful dark monster has a territory in Haiti, and this Bone Dragon is no exception. According to the speculation of the great swordsman Alvin, the territory of this Bone Dragon would not be too far from the abyss. Generally, the nests of dragons would not be on the sand, so the great swordsman Alvin led everyone to look for places with hills around the abyss. After more than half a month of on-site reconnaissance and exploration, the adventure team finally found a huge rock wall on the sand only 20 kilometers away from the abyss. The nest of the Bone Dragon was on the top of the rock wall. The Bone Dragon flew out every day to hunt the surrounding dark creatures, so there were almost no high-level dark creatures in the area near the Bone Dragon's nest. It would fly into the abyss every 2 days on average, and then it would be driven out by countless ghosts in the abyss, and return to the dragon's nest with injuries. After recuperating, the Bone Dragon would continue to rush into the abyss, and fly out with injuries again. Great swordsman Alvin believed that the Bone Dragon's frequent entry into the abyss was probably related to the remains of the Frost Dragon. Roy was actually quite free these days. He often discussed the combat priests in the Temple Expeditionary Force with Byron Thor, Linglon Bronzebeard, and Irakli, two Turn Masters. The three of them had participated in the Temple Expeditionary Force's second round of expedition in the Dark Land, so they were very familiar with the priests of the Statue of Liberty. If he had the opportunity to advance to the second turn, Roy hoped that he could become a combat priest after the second turn. But Byron Thor did not support Roy's idea, because in Byron Thor's eyes, the temple priests in the Statue of Liberty were the strongest. The dwarf Uncle Linglon Bronzebeard had an even more bizarre idea. He hoped that Roy would give up the path of a priest and pick up a shield to become a powerful shield warrior. Linglon Bronzebeard believed that Roy had all the good qualities of a shield warrior, and his own talent was also very good. In the adventure group, these four people were often seen chatting together. After some investigation, the adventure group observed the life pattern of the Bone Dragon and returned to the magic wooden house. Begin to wait for the hunting plan discussed by the 6 magicians. At this time, great swordsman Alvin has shifted his attention to finding the hiding place of the Frost Dragon's remains. The magicians have become very active. They set up a magic circle on the sand only 5 kilometers away from the dragon's nest. When setting up the magic circle, magician Wesley added some new magic runes. Although Roy couldn't help it all, he still watched with relish. Perhaps this is the charm of magic. Roy found that the magicians put together magic runes one by one to form a very complex pattern. When Mage Wesley opened the magic circle, the center of the magic circle immediately spread out an extremely cold breath, and this part of the cold air covered the entire magic circle with frost. It was another ice magic circle. Roy felt that this Mage Wesley might only know how to make ice magic circles. After Mage Wesley finished the arrangement, the 6 mages returned to the magic cabin to meditate and restore the mana in their bodies. This time, the person responsible for leading the Bone Dragon into the magic circle is Byron Thor. The great magician responsible for meeting Byron Thor is Opia. Opia will use the portal to meet Byron Thor and bring him back to a safe area. After all this is ready, the dragon hunting operation officially begins. Chapter 638. Byron Thor carried a longbow and walked side by side with Opia towards the Black Sand Sea. The bone dragon poked its head out of the cave in the rock wall. Its body had completely recovered. The soul fire in its eye sockets was burning vigorously. It slightly moved its wings made of countless bones. Relying on vague memories, it spread its bone wings again and flew towards the location of the abyss. It seemed that there was a voice calling it in the dark, asking it to rush into the abyss to find answers, but every time it rushed into the abyss, it would be entangled by a group of wronged souls. Every time it tried to get rid of these wronged souls, the bone dragon's body would be tossed by the ghosts and almost fall apart. Every time it escaped from the abyss, it would devour the dark creatures around it and wait until its body was fully recovered before rushing into the abyss. It couldn't remember how many times it had done this. Every time it would receive a call from the depths of its heart, and then it would rush into the abyss without hesitation. When it soars in the sky, its confused mind can become clearer. It enjoys this short time very much. It seems that only at this time can the bone dragon enjoy a moment of freedom. Just when the bone dragon passed through a sandy area, Byron Thor suddenly emerged from the sand pile. He pulled the longbow towards the bone dragon in the sky. When the armor-piercing arrow was full of wind elements, Byron Thor shot the arrow. The arrow was in the air with a faint white light, and shot straight at the bone dragon. Although the bone dragon sensed the danger, it just couldn't avoid it. Whoosh! The armor-piercing arrow pierced the bone dragon's wing. A piece of bone was pierced by the wind element arrow, and it shattered into countless pieces in the air, but the bone dragon's flight was not affected. A piece of bone was broken in the wing, which scared the bone dragon. It still remembered that the last time its wing was broken, it was trapped in the desert for 2 weeks. The bone dragon noticed Byron Thor standing on the sand. Seeing the tiny figure of the elf archer, the bone dragon could not control the anger in its heart. It immediately flew down and dived towards the elf archer. The bone dragon was ablaze with blue flames, and the frequency of its wings flapping doubled. Seeing the injured bone dragon notice him, the dragon's might was transmitted to him, and Byron Thor's legs were a little weak for a moment, but after all, he was a second-level strongman and had some experience in hunting high-level monsters. Byron Thor soon got rid of the frightened mood. He turned around and ran. The bone dragon swooped down towards him, flapping its wings violently, and its flying speed was dozens of times faster than Byron Thor. The distance between the bone dragon and Byron Thor was rapidly closing. In a blink of an eye, the bone dragon was about to catch up with him. The blue magic flames in the skeleton began to gather towards the chest, and finally flowed along the neck to the throat. Because this bone dragon is made entirely of bones, any magic fluctuations in the chest and abdomen are clearly visible. Seeing the blue flames gathering at the throat, there were only 100 meters between the bone dragon and Byron Thor. Although the bone dragon was only a skeleton, it also took a deep breath. At the same time, Byron Thor also took a deep breath. At the moment when the bone dragon spewed out blue flames, Byron Thor suddenly jumped forward and stepped forward more than 20 meters. A wooden door appeared out of nowhere. Opia pushed the door open. Byron Thor just stepped over to the door, and he reached out to grab the door frame and took the opportunity to get inside the door. The wooden door slammed shut, and then the entire door disappeared out of thin air. The blue flame spewed out by the bone dragon burned into the air. It let out a low roar, looked around, and couldn't find Byron Thor, so it wanted to leave. An arrow flew towards it again, this time hitting its cervical spine, just stuck in the cervical joint, so that no matter how it turned its head, it couldn't get rid of the arrow. Byron Thor stood on the sand not far away, and put the longbow back on his back. Opia stood beside him, and pushed open a door again. The bone dragon flapped its wings and chased after it. Byron Thor and the great magician Opia left again by teleportation. Byron Thor shot the bone dragon 3 times in a row. Although it did not cause any damage to the bone dragon, it completely angered the dragon. It let out a low roar, and the blue flames all over its body burned violently, and the blue flames formed a long ice road on the sand. Byron Thor did not dare to turn back and tease the bone dragon. He followed Opia through wooden doors one after another, but it was difficult to distance himself from the bone dragon. A wooden door appeared at the edge of the magic circle, and Opia ran out of it with Byron Thor in a panic. Opia used up almost all the portal scrolls she had made recently in this short journey of a few kilometers. Fortunately, the bone dragon was finally lured over, and the two people's mission was successfully completed. Just when Byron Thor and Opia put on their magic cloaks, the furious bone dragon rushed into the magic circle. The Grand Mage Cedric, who had been waiting outside the magic circle for a long time, began to recite spells quickly. A huge earth element rose from the black sand behind him. The earth element was like a small hill. It roared, "Cedric, why did you call me out again? A water mage always calls an earth element to help in battle. Do you want all water magicians to know that all water elements are a bunch of trash?" The clear and melodious elven language was like rolling spring thunder, exploding above the magic circle. "Resh, shut up." 5 water elements instantly appeared behind the other 5 magicians, and they all condemned the huge earth element. At this time, the magic pattern array prepared by Cedric had been drawn, and the complex spell had been recited. The magic pattern array began to quickly absorb the magic power around it, and the earth element immediately shut its mouth. Its body turned into a bridge, transporting the abundant earth elements in the elemental world to the magic pattern array that Grand Mage Cedric had chanted for a long time before completing. As the majestic earth elemental energy was injected into the magic pattern array, Grand Mage Cedric released a field. Gravity field. This is not an advanced field. Many magicians can comprehend it when they are in the second transformation. But at this moment, it is the most practical field magic. The strong gravity instantly made the bone dragon lose its ability to fly. No matter how it flapped its wings, it could not fly in the gravity field. Cannot fly. The middle part of the bone dragon's wings supported the ground, and the wings supported the body, crawling step by step outside the magic circle. The other 5 magicians also began to chant spells at this time. Mage Wesley was the leader of the magic circle. Under the leadership of Mage Wesley, ice pillars rose from the ground. These ice spikes continued to pierce the body of the bone dragon, and quickly nailed the bone dragon into the magic circle. But the bone dragon was also desperately fighting back at this moment. Its body burst into a strong light blue ice flame. After the ice flame met the ice spikes, it quickly ignited these ice spikes. Then these ice spikes more than 10 meters high broke one after another, and the bone dragon continued to crawl up panting. The great magicians who were hiding behind and watching the battle also rushed to the edge of the magic circle at this time, desperately injecting magic power into the magic circle. Grand Mage Cedric controlled Earth magic gravity field. The other 5 magicians stood at the control center of the magic circle, and the ice spikes rose from the ground again, piercing the bone dragon's body in all directions. At this moment, only the tail of the bone dragon was swinging desperately, and the ice spikes that rose from the ground were swept away by the dragon's tail. The blue flame on the bone dragon began to weaken, and the soul fire in the eye sockets quickly dimmed. The bone dragon was pierced by countless ice spikes, and its body was almost stuck to the ground of the magic circle. The bone dragon entered the magic circle, but there was no strong counterattack. Joyce stood at the edge of the magic circle and said indifferently, "I thought it would be a level 7 bone dragon, but it turned out to be a level 6 dark monster. I guess this bone dragon may just be a dragon soul parasite. I don't know how many dragon bones there are in this pile of bones." Then he strode to the edge of the magic circle, to the position of the head of the bone dragon, and then Magister Joyce raised his hands, and a giant blade made of wind elements appeared above Magister Joyce's head. The giant blade cut along the back of the head's neck, and the bone dragon was firmly fixed in the magic circle, unable to move, and could only watch its head being chopped off by a giant blade. As the head was chopped off, the entire body of the bone dragon instantly lost the support of magic power, and these messy bones scattered, forming a huge bone pile in the center of the magic circle. The dragon head also rolled to the side and broke into 2 pieces in an instant. Joyce, who came up, was stunned for a moment, and turned back to complain to the great mage Cedric. "Teacher Cedric, you see, even the dragon head is not the original one." The great mage Cedric came up with his wand, and he squatted down to carefully search for something in the skull of the bone dragon. After picking and choosing, he actually found a red crystal covered with cracks. When the great mage Cedric held the cracked red crystal in his hand, the dark air that was so thick that it almost became black water began to boil violently in the abyss outside the battlefield not far away. The magicians began to find some precious bone fragments from the broken bones. When all the valuable bones on the bone dragon were added together, they were not as valuable as the broken Dragon Soul Crystal Core. Dragon Soul Crystal Core is used to make magic materials for high-level staffs. This kind of high-level magic material is rare in Castletown. While the magicians were hunting the bone dragon, Alvin the Great Swordsman was not idle either. While the magicians were hunting the bone dragon, Alvin the Great Swordsman brought Roy and Leah to the side of the abyss. The task they were assigned this time was to observe the movements of the abyss, while the magicians were hunting bone dragons. The task was relatively simple. But after arriving at the abyss, Great Swordsman Alvin began to look for something important at the edge of the abyss, and Roy and Leah could only wait quietly by the side. There was quicksand everywhere here, and if you were not careful, you might be taken to the bottom of the abyss by the quicksand. Roy didn't dare to walk to the edge of the abyss, let alone look down. Leah stood quietly behind Roy, not wanting to go anywhere. Great swordsman Alvin searched back and forth many times, and kept taking out a map to compare carefully, but no matter how he fiddled with the map, he couldn't find what he wanted. Roy and Leah sat on the sand, silently watching Alvin the great swordsman running back and forth with the map in his hand. Seeing Alvin the great swordsman working so hard, Roy curiously asked, "Alvin the great swordsman, what are you looking for? Can Leah and I help you?" Alvin the great swordsman stopped and said to Roy, "Just help me observe the surroundings, and remind me of anything you see." After saying this, Alvin the great swordsman ran away again with the crystal sword. Even with the map as a guide, Alvin the great swordsman still couldn't find the entrance to the treasure. After running for a long time, Alvin the great swordsman might be tired, so he sat down next to Roy with a frustrated expression on his face. "Can you show me your map?" Seeing that great swordsman Alvin was in a low mood, Roy asked him. "Of course, this was drawn by my grandfather. When I was a child, he would always hold this map and whisper something to me. Unfortunately, I was still a little young at that time, and I don't remember what my grandfather said. But I clearly remember that before my father died, he told me that the remains of the frost dragon were hidden next to the abyss deep under the sea. Now I have found the abyss, but there is quicksand next to the abyss. After so many years, the shape of the edge of the abyss is very different from that on the map. I can no longer tell where the location drawn on the map is." Roy saw the map, and the lines were rather messy. Those lines looked like they described the entrance to the abyss, but after a closer look, they didn't look like that because the lines were not very coherent. Alvin the great swordsman guessed that the abyss's appearance might have changed after such a long time. But Roy didn't think so. Looking at the complex lines on the map, he always felt that they were not the outer contours of the abyss. Leah sat next to Roy, looking at the rolling quicksand in front of her, and whispered to Roy, "Roy, I heard from Apaya that these quicksands look like waterfalls over there." "Roy, what do waterfalls look like?" "Waterfall." Roy suddenly had an idea, and suddenly he thought of something. "If we make a bold guess, those lines are not the outline of the abyss at all, but the direction of all the quicksand at the entrance of the abyss." Roy stood up suddenly, holding the map and looking around. The problem point was found, and all the features on the map corresponded to it. The direction of the fine sand at the entrance of the abyss was almost extremely chaotic, and it could be drawn into a fine sand flow map. Roy glanced around, and the entrance to the abyss also appeared in his eyes at this time. He looked back at Leah, took a deep breath, and then took a step into the quicksand, his body immediately sinking into it. Leah was startled by Roy's reckless behavior. She was worried that Roy would be swept into the abyss, so she quickly reached out to pull him. Soon the quicksand covered Roy's chest. But there was a hard rock under Roy's feet. He continued to follow the instructions on the drawing, and took another step down. He was standing on the protruding cliff of the abyss. Although the fine sand here was constantly flowing, the impact was very weak. Roy stood steadily on the convex platform of the rock wall. Chapter 639. The black fog behind him was as thick as ink. Roy saw with his own eyes that after the bone dragon rushed into the black fog, a large number of ghosts emerged from the black fog. A large amount of black quicksand fell into the abyss, forming a circular waterfall at the edge of the abyss. Although the rock platform where he stood was very close to the black fog, it was still about 1 meter away from the black fog. The black fog in the abyss was surging, and Roy could even hear the wailing coming from the black fog. Roy calmed down and observed this protruding cliff. Then he stretched his hand to the quicksand in front of him. Through a layer of black quicksand, he did not touch the cold stone wall. The black quicksand actually formed a curtain. Alvin and Leah, who were standing on top, looked at Roy nervously. Alvin even jumped to the place where Roy had stepped last. "Roy, what's wrong?" Alvin asked in confusion when he saw Roy reaching his hand into the flowing quicksand. Roy glanced at Alvin, pointed at the quicksand waterfall in front of him, and said to Alvin, "There seems to be a cave inside." After saying that, he bravely bent down and actually dived into the quicksand waterfall. The quicksand waterfall was not too thick. Roy just took a step forward and successfully passed through the black quicksand. He was only covered in fine sand, but luckily he was wearing a magic cloak with a hood. He walked into the dark cave, opened his hood, and shook off the sand on his body. He stretched out a hand, and a ball of sacred light floated in the palm of his hand, and the faint light immediately illuminated the cave in front of him. The black quicksand could not flow into the cave, because a natural rain canopy formed above the cave. The road into the cave was still uphill, and even if some black quicksand splashed into the cave, it would fall into the abyss with a quicksand waterfall. In fact, the entrance of the cave is very large. It is a long and narrow cave, more than 30 meters long, but only more than 3 meters high. It looks like a natural cave. The cave is dark inside, and it is hard to tell how deep it is. However, Roy found that there are many scratches on the rock wall at the entrance of the cave. These scratches are very deep, as if they were scratched by some monsters with sharp claws. The waterfall formed by the black quicksand completely isolates this place from the outside world, and the dark atmosphere in the cave is very thin. When Roy stood at the entrance of the cave and looked around, Alvin the Great Swordsman and Leah came in from outside one after another. They also shook off the sand on their bodies, and then stood at the entrance of the cave, looking at the cliff cave in front of them with surprise. Alvin, the Great Swordsman, looked at this place with excitement, and murmured, "This is it, the entrance to the cave described by my grandfather is here. So he is here." He walked forward a few steps, squatted down, and touched the rocky ground, and pushed away the layer of sand covering it. A line of Elvish was engraved on the black rock. When you see this line of text, it means you have found it. The Great Swordsman Alvin held the crystal hilt in one hand and murmured to himself, "Yes, grandfather, I found it." He stood up and walked into the cave along the passage. Leah did not continue to walk in, but stood beside Roy. She whispered to Roy, "Roy, there is a breath of holy light inside, I can feel it." Roy hesitated for a moment, then followed the Great Swordsman Alvin and walked into the cave. The cave was very dark, and the Great Swordsman Alvin held a lantern and carefully measured the rock wall beside him. A holy light also lit up above Roy's head. A row of clear footprints was left on the ground of the cave where the two of them were. It seemed that no creature had entered here for a long time. Roy first walked along the gentle upward slope for more than 10 meters. The cave in front of him became more open and not stuffy at all. It seemed that there was a platform here. Walking further inside, the cave tilted downward again. However, the scratches on the rock ground here became messy again. Roy even saw a coconut shell-sized scale stuck in the crack of the rock wall. He came to the rock wall, climbed up a few meters, and took off the scale. The edge of the scale was not so sharp, but it was very tough. The whole scale was three-pointed. Although Roy could not feel any magic on it, the moment he took the scale, his arm was shaken by the pressure left by the scale. When Roy looked at the coconut-sized scale again, he felt that it seemed to be a dragon scale. Leah, who was following behind Roy, also stretched her neck at this moment, looked at the scale in Roy's hand curiously, and asked, "What is this?" "It might be a dragon scale. If it is, it would be worth a bit of money." Roy shook the dragon scale in his hand, and handed it to Leah. Leah did not reach out to take it, but turned her head to look at the surrounding rock walls. Great Swordsman Alvin walked in front, and never stopped. "Let's follow, and see what is in front. Maybe there is really a frost dragon's remains." Roy put the dragon scale in his arms. He now believed what Great Swordsman Alvin said. There might really be a frost dragon's remains hidden in this cave. Seeing that Roy wanted to go in and take a look, Leah followed him obediently and walked into the cave. Roy walked more than 30 meters into the cave, and found that the cave turned a corner. He seemed to see the light emanating from it. After walking more than 10 meters, Roy saw the Great Swordsman Alvin standing in the cave, staring at a pale golden holy light wall in front of him. This holy light wall just completely blocked the cave. Leah stopped walking more than 10 meters away, while Roy walked directly in front of the holy light wall. He could feel a soft holy light flowing out of the holy light wall. The holy light was indescribably different from what Roy usually came into contact with. Just like Roy recalled this feeling seriously, because he was not unfamiliar with this feeling. Roy's eyes lit up, and he suddenly thought that the sacred aura emitted by this wall of holy light was exactly the same as the sacred aura on the Holy Grail of Wisdom. Alvin the Great Swordsman frowned, looking at the wall of holy light in front of him, muttering, "It's been so long, I thought the magic circle here had completely failed, but I didn't expect this wall of holy light has not disappeared." At this time, Roy also saw the situation inside the cave through the holy light wall. The soft holy light emitted by the holy light wall illuminated the surroundings. Under the care of the holy light, the huge space inside the cave revealed the remains of a frost dragon without a head. The huge body was larger than a blue whale. It lay on a hill formed by a pile of gold coins and jewels. The light blue dragon wings covered half of its body, and the long dragon tail extended more than 10 meters. Because the remains of the frost dragon were not rotten, it even looked like it had just died. Great Swordsman Alvin held the holy light wall with one hand, and hammered the light golden transparent wall with the other hand. He turned his head and said to Roy, "Roy, see. As long as we find a way to break this holy light wall, we can get the remains of the ice dragon inside. I hope that Grand Mage Cedric and his men can find a good way. Let's go find Grand Mage Cedric. I guess they have almost dealt with the bone dragon by now." As he said that, Great Swordsman Alvin walked out of the cave. Roy turned around and prepared to follow, but before he left, he subconsciously reached out his hand and wanted to knock on the wall of holy light. But just when his fingers touched the wall of holy light, something extremely strange happened. His hand passed through the wall of holy light without encountering any obstacles. At the moment he touched the wall of holy light, Roy just felt a warm holy light surrounding him, making Roy feel as if he was in a sea full of soft holy light. The holy light like seawater surrounded Roy's body, making almost all his pores open, and countless holy light powers poured into Roy's body. But the holy light tree in his body didn't react at all, and even the holy light power couldn't be integrated into the magic vortex around his body. Roy hesitated for a moment, and didn't let the holy light power flow into his body, but isolated it outside his body. Roy took another step forward, and his entire arm passed through the holy light wall. Leah, who was waiting in the corner, covered her mouth in surprise, and watched Roy step over the holy light wall and walk in alone. Looking at the huge body of the Frost Dragon, an inexplicably strong sense of oppression emanated from the Frost Dragon's body, making his whole body tense, and even his breathing became a little rapid. Chapter 640. Leah saw Roy step over the holy light wall with her own eyes. She hurriedly ran out from the corner, but the closer she got to the holy light wall, the darker her body began to emit. Her face turned pale, and she looked very weak. Alvin turned his head, and saw that Roy had already passed through the holy light wall. He hurriedly ran to the side of the holy light wall, crossed his right arm across his chest, and pushed hard towards the top of the holy light wall, just following behind Roy and passing through the holy light wall. But he seemed to hit a steel plate, and his body was directly bounced back by the holy light wall. Because the great swordsman Alvin used too much force, the huge rebound force made him fall on the stone floor of the cave. He shouted loudly, "Roy, Roy, look inside, there must be a place to close this magic circle." Unfortunately, his voice was also isolated outside the holy light wall. Roy, who entered the dragon treasure, did not hear the shouts of the great swordsman Alvin. He was attracted by the deterrence from the Frost Dragon, and his eyes were always on the huge remains of the Frost Dragon. This Frost Dragon was lying on a pile of jewels and gold vessels. Its huge body was over 40 meters long, and the treasure pile under its body was also very huge. However, there was no head on the neck of the Frost Dragon, as if it had been cut off by a sword. Roy looked around the cave, and did not see the head of the Frost Dragon. The body of the Frost Dragon was covered with a layer of transparent ice crystals, which was why its body had not rotted and disappeared here. The impact of this Frost Dragon on Roy was too great. A few days ago, he learned from Byron Thor that the Emerald Dragon on the Elf continent had disappeared for thousands of years. Although this was only a few generations for the elves, it had to be said that this was a long time. Roy was very curious about these dragons. Unexpectedly, at the edge of the abyss deep in the sea of the Darkland, he actually found the remains of a Frost Dragon. At this time, he remembered to look back and saw the great swordsman Alvin lying on the holy light wall, gesturing at him. Roy couldn't hear what he said, and his movements were very strange. He could only point to his ears to indicate that he couldn't hear anything. This time, the great swordsman Alvin really stopped his useless movements and began to take out a piece of parchment from his arms, took out a charcoal pencil, and quickly wrote a line of words and quickly pasted it on the holy light wall. Roy saw the words clearly. Great swordsman Alvin wanted him to find the magic circle that controlled the holy light wall in the treasure, and try to remove the source of mana on the magic circle, so that the holy light wall would stop working. Roy felt that what great swordsman Alvin said made sense. Although he did not approach the remains of the Frost Dragon, he searched around in the cave. Unfortunately, Roy took a few tentative steps inside, and did not see any magic circle arranged in the cave. He did not dare to get too close to the remains of the Frost Dragon. Besides, it was not good for him to walk there alone. After all, it was the treasure left by the dragon. So he only walked a dozen steps in the cave, and then retreated cautiously. When his body touched the wall of holy light, a strange scene appeared again. Ripples appeared on the smooth wall, and Roy passed through the wall of holy light easily, just like passing through a water curtain. "Roy, how did you get out of there? You can look for it carefully inside. If we can close the magic circle, we can get through here." Great swordsman Alvin asked Roy in confusion. Roy pointed inside and said, "I looked around inside, but didn't see the magic circle. Maybe we need to go inside. The dragon is lying in front. When I saw it, my legs went weak. Otherwise, we can ask Grand Mage Cedric and his men to come over. Maybe they can find a way to break this wall of holy light. Grandfather Lou told me that when he found this place, this wall of holy light already existed. I thought that after so long, the source of magic power of the magic circle had been consumed, and the wall disappeared. I didn't expect that this wall of holy light has continued to this day, and still exists. Great swordsman Alvin knocked hard on the holy light wall with his fist, and the wall immediately sent out a recoil force, pushing him back. Great swordsman Alvin set his eyes on Roy again, and said to him, "Roy, go look inside again, maybe you can find it, be careful. Don't approach the frost dragon. Usually after a dragon dies, its body will be recalled to the dragon cemetery by the dragon god. The remains of this frost dragon are left here, and there must be some kind of restriction on it. It may be dangerous to approach it rashly." Roy could not resist the repeated urging of the great swordsman Alvin, so he had to turn around and pass through the holy light wall. Suddenly, the deterrent power from the remains of the frost dragon made him feel uncomfortable all over. A ray of warm holy light shone on Roy's body, and Roy immediately regained his ability to move. Roy took a few steps inside, then turned back hesitantly, and looked at the great swordsman Alvin, who was waving at him across the holy light wall. The frost dragon in front of him was too big. Perhaps because the cave was filled with holy light, Roy could clearly see the transparent ice crystals on the frost dragon's body. He did not get too close to the remains of the frost dragon, but avoided it from a distance, avoiding the dazzling jewels and gold under its body. In fact, even the great swordsman Alvin outside the holy light wall was impressed by Roy when he saw that he was not moved by so many jewels and gold. Not everyone can resist these gold jewels, not even the silver moon elf nobles. But after Roy entered the cave, he did not take a second look. This should have been the lair of a frost dragon. Roy saw some shed dragon scales around the cave, and the cave wall was also very suitable for the dragon to roost. In fact, Roy was looking forward to finding a dragon egg in the cave. He was excited to think about feeding a dragon. Roy walked inside. The cave was also covered with gold. Some ornaments such as crowns and bracelets were buried in the pile of gold coins. These gold coins should not be obtained from elves. Although elves like gold ornaments, the currency in the elf kingdom is kolar, which is actually a kind of seashell. Roy stepped on a few gold coins scattered on the ground, and the gold coins and the soles of his shoes made a creaking sound. Just as Roy turned around, he suddenly saw a corpse half lying against the corner of the rock wall. The corpse had completely decayed, with only a little bit of dried skin wrapped around the skeleton. He was covered with a layer of worn-out priest robes, and on his head was a red high-top hat that only temple priests were qualified to wear. At this moment, the tall pointed hat had covered the skull. He was holding a sacred prayer book in his arms, and his other hand was in a prayer gesture. In fact, Roy felt that there was something wrong with this cave at the beginning. When he saw the corpse of the temple priest, he remembered, why is there such a pure holy light power in the core area with the most concentrated dark energy? The holy light power can even condense a wall of holy light, isolating everything from the outside world and forming a completely closed space. So much holy light power must not have been originally in the dark land. Seeing the corpse of the priest in the cave, the holy light power here has a reasonable explanation. Roy walked over and squatted in front of the corpse of the temple priest. He performed purification on it, but unfortunately, there was no soul power on the corpse of the temple priest. Purification has no effect in the cave full of sacred atmosphere. The best way to bury an elf is to bury him under a tree. His soul will become a little elf flying around the fountain of life. However, Roy immediately discovered another thing. This skeleton does not seem to be the corpse of an elf. His skeleton is slightly thicker, especially some joints are thicker, and the shape of the skull is also obviously different. Roy thinks this body is likely to be a human. He looked at the wall, and there was actually a shallow groove, which looked like it was chiseled out by a hammer. Roy got closer and saw a line of text left on the wall, but unfortunately, he couldn't understand a single word of it. Although Roy didn't know what was written on it, he could confirm that the text was in the language of the Green Empire. Roy thought that the words engraved on the stone wall might be an epitaph, and the bottom line should be the year, month, and day. Roy did not touch the body of the temple priest, but took the holy light prayer book from his hand and turned the pages. The parchment pages were well preserved. The text inside was still in the Green Empire language. The handwriting was very neat, and there were even some divine patterns drawn. Roy was very familiar with some of the divine patterns in it, but when he turned to the back, he had basically never seen those divine patterns before. When flipping through the prayer book, a letter fell out of the pages. Roy picked it up and found that it was an unfinished letter with neat handwriting, but the letter was only halfway written. Roy felt that the great swordsman Alvin was knowledgeable and might know these Green Empire words. In addition to the half-finished letter, there was a scroll in the prayer book. Roy took a quick look and found that the lines drawn on the scroll might be the path that the temple priest had walked in the dark land. Roy picked it up and held it in his hand. Roy spread the temple priest's robe and hat in the stone trough, and then placed the bones one by one on it. After arranging them, he covered them with a piece of linen cloth, grabbed a few handfuls of gold coins from the side, and pressed them on the linen cloth. After moving the corpse of the temple priest and lifting the priest's robe, Roy discovered that there was a piece of white jade bone emitting holy light hidden under the temple priest's buttocks. This bone looked as big as a pillow, and was as white as jade. It was just covered by the priest's robe, so Roy didn't notice it at first. This bone was as white as jade, and it emitted a strong holy light. Roy thought it was also something that the temple priest carried with him, so he prepared to take it to the stone trough and place it as a burial object for the temple priest. But when Roy stretched out his hand and wiped the white jade bone, the powerful holy light broke through the finger bone, like a holy light needle directly rushed into Roy's brain. What rushed into Roy's brain was a trace of divine thought. When it entered Roy's brain, Roy instantly seemed to fall into a temple full of holy light. He stood in the middle of the temple, and the skylights around him shone with the strongest holy light. Those holy lights were extremely dazzling, and in these dazzling holy lights, an angel with pure wings behind him appeared directly in front of Roy. This pure double-winged angel was more than 10 meters tall. He stopped in front of Roy, and then used a special way to transmit his voice into Roy's ears. Devout believer, the holy light of the Statue of Liberty has always been shining on you, allowing your soul to be purified in the holy light. Now, it is time for you to dedicate your body, open your heart, and accept. Believers, do you want to abandon your faith? The originally sacred and solemn archangel showed a ferocious and panicked expression in front of Roy. Roy raised his head and faced the angel in front of him. The divine thought in his mind sent a message. I am not your believer. Why should I accept your divine thought? The divine thought lingered in Roy's mind, but it could never occupy Roy's body. It hysterically questioned Roy. You are not my believer. How can you become a priest? The divine thought was about to escape back to the finger bone, but the pillow-sized finger bone turned into a rich holy light. Roy stood there bathing in the holy light, and the pillow-like finger bone disappeared directly in his arms. A trace of divine thought also quickly dissipated. Then a holy light appeared on the sacred scepter on Roy's waist, and it subsided in an instant. Roy was also shocked to see the white jade bone disappear directly in his hand. But then he found that the white jade bone turned into a small finger bone and appeared directly on his right thumb. At the same time, the wall of holy light in the cave also disappeared. The sacred aura in the cave quickly dissipated. The prayer book in his hand fell to the ground. Roy looked down, and then bent down to pick it up. Just as Roy bent over, the book of judgment hanging around his waist kept shaking, and there was a spot on the copper cover that was rubbed very smooth. Through the reflection of the smooth copper mirror, Roy saw the great swordsman Alvin slowly approaching from behind him. Originally, Roy was thinking about straightening up and asking the great swordsman Alvin how he got in. At this moment, Roy saw a hideous face emerge through the reflection of the smoothest area of the book of judgment. Roy was so scared that all the pores on his body opened up. Completely unprepared, Roy was horrified and quickly raised the book of judgment to block the crystal sword chopped down by the great swordsman Alvin. Roy had seen with his own eyes that the great swordsman Alvin used the crystal sword to cut off a dark sickle, so his book of judgment might not be able to block the sharp crystal sword. He raised the book of judgment to block it only subconsciously. The crystal sword in the hand of the great swordsman Alvin fell on the copper cover of the book of judgment like a ghost. The copper cover was as fragile as melted cheese for the crystal sword. But at the moment when the crystal sword touched the book of judgment, a shadow arrow flew out of the cave and hit the wrist of the great swordsman Alvin.